Help! She clutched the knife he had pressed against her neck, pleading pitifully, "My lord, I possess exceptional medical skills. I am as beautiful as a flower, gentle and considerate, and I understand others well. Spare my life, and you shall not regret it." He replied, "You are gentle and considerate?" She cautiously looked at him. "If the situation calls for it, I can be quite ferocious." Initially, Rong Jiusi spared Mu Yunshu's life out of sheer boredom, finding her antics amusing. However, he soon realized that her whimsical nature could sweep through the entire capital, providing not only entertainment but also indulgence, a most thrilling experience. Chapter 1. An Indelicate Dream. Mu Yunshu had a dream that was difficult to articulate. In her dream, an extraordinarily handsome man rudely stripped her of her garments, domineeringly kissed her lips, and forcefully pinned her beneath him, indulging in his desires. The vividness of the experience caused her to shiver involuntarily. The man atop her let out a muffled groan, gripping her chin as he said, "Indeed, you are wanton." This remark infuriated Mu Yunshu. How dare this scoundrel insult her in her own dream? She brushed aside his hand with indignation, retorting, "You are the wanton, your entire family is wanton." With a clever twist of her waist, she flipped the man onto his back. The man, taken aback, gazed at her with his exquisitely enchanting peach blossom eyes and exclaimed, "You possess great boldness." Mu Yunshu lowered her head and fiercely bit his lip. "Is this what you call boldness? You must be easily astonished." The man pushed her away slightly, a murderous glint sparking in his peach blossom eyes as he raised his hand, intending to seize her throat. She forcefully pressed his hand onto the bed and barked at him, "Man, focus at this moment." She twisted her body, causing the man to gasp, his gaze deepening as he once again pinned her beneath him. In her dream, she felt a sense of oppression. How could she allow a stranger to torment her in her own dream? Then, her already muddled mind completely shut down. "Wake her up," came a deep, melodious voice devoid of any emotion. Before Mu Yunshu could react, a basin of water was splashed over her, causing her to sit up abruptly. The mist obscured her vision, and momentarily she could not see clearly, angrily exclaiming, "Tom, have you lost your mind?" Tom was not a man, he was the female military doctor sharing her dormitory. A cold male voice inquired, "Tom, is he the wild man you spent the night with yesterday?" The unfamiliar voice prompted Mu Yunshu to wipe the water from her eyes, leaving her momentarily stunned. The man before her sat in a wheelchair, yet his nobility and dominance remained unscathed. Though he possessed exceptionally beautiful peach blossom eyes, his gaze was sharp as a blade, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, while his prominent nose accentuated the contour of his face. With exquisitely handsome features coupled with an icy demeanor, he created a striking contrast, which was precisely what Mu Yunshu found most appealing. However, at that moment, she had no inclination to admire the handsome man, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the man from her dreams the previous night. She felt a surge of panic. She thought she was still dreaming and instinctively pinched herself a bit too hard, causing her to gasp in pain. The silk quilt slipped away, revealing her disheveled nightgown and the crimson marks adorning her skin, her eyes widening in shock. It was not a dream from last night, it was real. She glanced at Rong Jiusi, her mind in disarray, yet words slipped from her lips. "That man from last night was you, wasn't it?" Rong Jiusi chuckled softly, though his eyes were devoid of warmth. Frost lingered in his gaze. "Though last night marked our wedding night, your vile character renders you unworthy of my touch. The person I intended to marry last night was not you. You deceitfully swapped the bridal veil, scheming to wed me. Yet on our nuptial night, you cavorted with another man. Mu Yunshu, in your self-degradation, do you presume that my leg is so crippled I cannot wield a blade?" The weight of his words struck Mu Yunshu with startling clarity. As a military doctor deployed to the Amazon rainforest, she had leapt off a cliff while being pursued by carnivorous bees. This was clearly not the Amazon jungle. She cast another glance around the room, taking note of the intricately carved cabinet made from golden silk namu, the vine-patterned screen, the auspicious bridal bed, and the vibrant red wedding quilt. And before her stood an exquisitely handsome man clad in ancient attire, all of which indicated that she had traversed into another realm. Moreover, it appeared to be a hellish beginning. Pressing her fingers to her forehead, she murmured, "Of course not." However, Rong Jiusi had no interest in her response, coldly commanding, "Remove the red silk from the estate and hang up white banners, proclaiming to the world that the princess has perished unexpectedly." Upon hearing those words, Mu Yunshu realized that he intended to take her life. In a panic, she exclaimed, "That man from last night was truly you." Rong Jiusi couldn't even be bothered to glance her way with a casual flick of his hand. He turned his wheelchair and began to move away. At his side, the guard Jian Qi drew his blade, its edge aimed directly at Mu Yunshu's heart. Mu Yunshu shouted, "Hey, you heartless man! Are you truly denying your actions now that the trousers are pulled up?" Her mind raced, although she lacked the original owner's memories and couldn't fully comprehend the situation. It was evident that Rong Jiusi's demeanor was not right. The man from last night, while strikingly similar in appearance to Rong Jiusi, possessed an entirely different aura. Most notably, he sat in a wheelchair, his legs presumably crippled, whereas the man from the previous evening had strong, vigorous legs. Heavens! Could it be that she had unwittingly adorned him with a green hat on their wedding night? As her gaze fell upon the blade before her, a sudden thought struck her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. With tear-filled eyes brimming with emotion, she looked at the guard with the sword pointed at her and cried out, "It was you! How could it be you? You shared a bed with me last night, and now you seek to silence me. Are you still a man?" Rong Jiusi's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within. Mu Yunshu, clutching her blanket, sobbed, "Last night, the prince did not arrive at the bridal chamber for an extended period. I waited until the candles burned out, and when he finally entered, I mistook him for the prince. If it weren't for him pointing a knife at me just now, I might have been completely deceived by his likeness." Upon finishing her words, she clasped her hands to her heart and addressed Rong Jiusi. "Although I mistakenly identified the wrong person last night, my feelings for the prince are you. Truly sincere. I have long been enamored with the prince to the core, infatuated and delirious for him, even to the point of recklessly throwing myself against the walls in despair. Now that such a situation has arisen, I cannot bear to live any longer." Having said this, she feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching the blanket as if to dash against the wall. Everyone in the room regarded her with peculiar expressions, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly strange. Mu Yunshu felt somewhat disoriented according to the conventions of time travel. The original owner had meticulously plotted to marry Rong Jiusi, which undoubtedly indicated intense passion. Yet, why did they now wear such expressions? As she prepared to collide with the wall, she silently yearned for someone to intervene. Rong Jiusi's eyes glinted with a murderous intent, yet his lips curled into a chilling smile. "Truly, you are nothing but a master of deceitful lies. If you were to perish in this chamber, it would only tarnish my domain. Bring forth Mu Yunshu and cast her into the lake." Chapter 2. Who is her paramour? As Rong Jiusi's words echoed, several shadowy guards rushed in, their demeanor fierce as they seized her. These adept guards showed no semblance of compassion and swiftly subdued her. She grew weary of her pretense and took a deep breath, declaring, "Does the prince wish to uncover the identity of the scoundrel?" No one knows better than you." Rong Jiusi disregarded her, waving his hand lightly, prompting the guards to drag Mu Yunshu toward the exit. She shouted, "If you do not wish to marry me, then do not why resort to such vile actions? The royal mansion belongs to you, yet I have entered it through marriage and remain unfamiliar with its intricacies. Where could I possibly find a lover? The only man capable of infiltrating the royal mansion and entering the bridal chamber must be acting under your orders, Your Highness. With your leg incapacitated, you're unable to engage in such acts yourself, leaving only your guards to carry out these unspeakable deeds. You dare to commit such acts, yet shy away from taking responsibility, bullying a defenseless woman like Mu Hat kind of prowess is that." As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Several hidden guards exchanged glances. How audacious of her to claim the prince was incapable. Rong Jiusi's expression darkened instantly, an aura of menace radiating from him. "What did you just say?" she retorted coldly. "If that individual was not sent by you, yet managed to gain access to the bridal chamber with such ease, it can only imply your incompetence in managing your mansion. With such a blunder occurring, And yet you lay all the blame upon Mado. You still consider yourself a man? Rong Jiusi regarded Mu Yunshu with an impassive countenance. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Indeed. Mu Yunshu scoffed. Am I not speaking the truth? As their gazes locked, she felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Had the hidden guards not restrained her, she might have knelt before him. She had never encountered a man with a presence as formidable as his. Yet she understood that in such a moment, she could not waver. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied her voice, refusing to tremble. Last night I scratched him across the chest. Does the prince not wish to uncover the identity of the paramour? Perhaps we should strip all the men in the manner the truth shall soon be revealed. A cruel smile flickered across Rong Jiusi's lips. Silence her, and drag her away, let her sink into the lake. The shadow guards promptly obeyed the command. Mu Yunshu could only stare in disbelief. This heartless scoundrel, with her mouth silenced, she shot a fierce glare at him as she passed by, but he didn't even spare her a glance. After the shadow guards escorted Mu Yunshu out, Jianshi immediately tore open his shirt to prove his innocence. The prince is wise. His chest bore no marks. Rong Jiusi ignored him, coldly ordering, withdraw. Jianshi dared not defy him and quickly retreated, shrinking his neck as he left. Once alone in the room, Rong Jiusi hesitated briefly before pulling open his collar to reveal his welted, honey-hued chest. To his surprise, a distinct scratch mark marred his skin. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the mark, confusion clouding his gaze. He had no memory of acquiring it when he had rested the previous night. He bore no such marks. How had this one appeared? Just then, footsteps echoed outside, prompting him to hastily close his shirt. A guard entered, leading a palace eunuch. After performing the customary greetings, the eunuch announced, by the decree of the Empress Dowager, the Duke and Duchess are summoned to the palace. With a slight smile, he added, Congratulations, Your Highness, on marrying such a beautiful lady. The Empress Dowager is exceedingly pleased with the Duchess. The Empress Dowager expressed her hopes for the consort to bear a young heir for the prince, insisting that there could be no room for error. Your Highness, when do you intend to enter the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager with tea? Rong Jiusi half lowered his gaze. Eunuch, please proceed to the flower hall for a cup of tea. I shall change my attire and join you shortly. The eunuch responded with a smile, and a guard escorted him to the flower hall. Rong Jiusi spoke in a low tone. Jianshi, go ascertain whether Mu Yunshu still breathes. If she lives, bring her here. Jianshi whispered. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has never favored you. Your current condition is inextricably linked to her. Should Mu Yunshu succeed in replacing Miss Su and enter the prince's residence, it would undoubtedly bear the Empress Dowager's mark. Her desire to see you now likely stems from intentions to humiliate you. Rong Jiusi cast a cold glance in his direction. Are you attempting to buy time, waiting for Mu Yunshu to perish, so the Empress Dowager can use this to hold me accountable? Jianshi's face paled, uttering a quick I dare not. He hurriedly exited. Rong Jiusi reached to touch the scar on his chest, pressing his fingers to his brow, letting out a barely audible sigh. His heart sank. Where's Mu Yunshu? Jianshi. Had he arrived too late? Had he known, he would not have delayed. His expression darkened. The shadow guard misinterpreted his meaning. Rest assured, when we cast her into the lake, we secured her limbs and bound a heavy stone to her back. I personally submerged her, and only after confirming that she would not resurface did I depart. If I calculate the time correctly, she should be deceased by now. Jianshi's expression darkened further. The Empress Dowager wishes to see her. If she is dead, the Empress Dowager will undoubtedly make things difficult for the prince. Stop dawdling and save her quickly. The shadow guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. They had efficiently submerged Mu Yunshu in the lake, and now, leaping into the water to rescue her seemed equally swift. However, upon plunging into the lake, they discovered the stones and ropes remained, yet the person was nowhere to be found. One shadow guard emerged, gasping, and reported to Jianshi, the person is missing. Jianshi was taken aback. The guard, visibly shocked, added, I feared she might escape, so I employed military binding techniques that are nearly impossible for an ordinary person to untie. I never heard that Mu Yunshu could swim. Where could a corpse possibly go? Under the bright sunlight, Jianshi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. She must still be alive, not far from here. We must find her immediately. As Jianshi had surmised, Mu Yunshu had indeed not ventured far. When she crawled onto the shore from the opposite side of the lake, she spotted Jianqi approaching. She feared that having offended him today, he was likely coming to exact vengeance. Worried that they might trace her by the wet footprints, she wrung out her clothes amidst the flowers and then concealed herself within the nearby blossoms. The spring waters of March were still quite frigid, and the wind made her shiver uncontrollably. She noticed a small shed nearby and decisively slipped inside. She understood that once discovered, her fate would be sealed. Her plan was to endure until nightfall and then seek an opportunity to escape from the prince's residence. As she exhaled a sigh of relief, an excruciating pain surged through her mind as a myriad of alien memories infiltrated her consciousness. In the midst of sorting through the chaos of her thoughts, she found herself enveloped in a profound sense of despair. Chapter 3. You have a fine figure. The original owner's life could be succinctly summarized as that of a spoiled rich girl. Notorious for her unscrupulous behavior towards men and women alike, a fool lacking in intellect, and a selfish opportunist, she had earned a scandalous reputation in the capital. Originally, she was meant to wed the nephew of the duke, the third prince of the realm. On the eve of her wedding, the third prince approached her, revealing that the duke harbored treasonous intentions and sought her assistance in infiltrating the duke's residence to gather evidence. However, the duke's estate was heavily guarded, rendering entry virtually impossible. Thus, the prince proposed that she marry into the duke's household to serve as his informant. The third prince made it abundantly clear that he regarded her as nothing more than a means to an end, revealing his true nature as a scoundrel who did not wish to marry her, but rather exploit her. The moment she agreed to wed the duke, her fate was effectively sealed. It dawned on her why, when she expressed her affection for Rong Jiusi, they had reacted with such disdain. Yet, she found herself devoid of the original owner's memories of the wedding night. The thought of the man from last night only intensified her headache. In her mental search for answers, she concluded that the duke had no twin brother, and among the royal family, no other bore a resemblance to him. Moreover, the duke outright denied having spent the night with her. In her previous life, due to her profession, she had studied microexpressions. Today, she had tested the duke several times. His expressions consistently conveyed his disdain for her, indicating he would never have touched her. So, who was the man from last night? Mu Yunshu genuinely felt aggrieved. In her past life, she had saved countless lives and accrued a wealth of virtue, only to find herself in such a dire predicament, embodied in this individual. She yearned to inquire of the powers that be. Are you serious? Given this dismal beginning, how could she possibly survive? Her maternal family would never take her in. Moreover, the original owner had offended many people in the capital. She harbored deep suspicions that her fate within the Duke's residence would likely lead to her drowning. And should she leave, she might meet a far more gruesome end. The sound of footsteps outside alerted her to the approach of others. Jianqi's voice broke the silence. My lord, she has untied the ropes binding her and escaped from the lake. The traces of water we found along the shore indicate she made it to land, but despite searching the vicinity, we have found no sign of her. Rong Jiusi's tone was frigid. Open the door to the firewood room. Jianqi responded with a nod and forcefully kicked the door open. Mu Yunshu, hiding among the firewood, found herself torn between two choices, to remain still in her concealment or to venture out. Both options could lead to her demise. Yet one might afford her a glimmer of hope. Before she could fully contemplate her decision, Rong Jiusi coldly commanded, "Clear away the firewood over there." Upon hearing his words, Mu Yunshu realized her options had evaporated. Emerging from her hiding place, she waved at Rong Jiusi and exclaimed, "My lord, what a coincidence." His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. With a cheerful smile, she turned to Jianqi and said, "Moving firewood must be exhausting. Do take a moment to rest, dear sir, lest you tire yourself." Jianqi, taken aback, stepped back, crossing his arms and regarding Mu Yunshu with suspicion. She understood that Jianqi's restraint in not attacking her upon her emergence signified that Rong Jiusi had no intention of taking her life at this moment. She smiled brightly at Rong Jiusi and said, "Did the prince come to find me for a specific task? I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist in any way I can." Her laughter bore a hint of servility and flattery. Upon learning the background of this marriage, her previous confidence had waned. After all, the young lady Rong Jiusi was originally to wed, Miss Su, had been his childhood companion, their bond profoundly deep. Rong Jiusi, observing her demeanor, scoffed lightly, "You truly embody the shamelessness spoken of in rumors. having just emerged from a pile of firewood. Her hair was adorned with bits of dried grass, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled. Complementing her strikingly large, contrasting eyes, her face, pale from the cold, and her slightly bluish lips, exuded a touch of pitiable charm. At that moment, her garments clung to her, showcasing her exquisite figure. As she wriggled free, her attire shifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of fair skin across her chest. Perhaps due to her alabaster complexion, the red marks upon her skin appeared particularly jarring. Water droplets cascaded from her hair, tracing down her neck and disappearing into her snowy bosom. Rong Jiusi, upon witnessing her state, averted his gaze slightly. He glanced at Jian-Chi, who immediately directed his attention towards the ceiling. Mu Yunshu laughed awkwardly. If my appearance could persuade the prince to spare me, I would gladly lay my face upon the ground for him to tread upon. Rong Jiusi regarded her sidelong. To escape from restraints in water, I must admit, I have underestimated you. Mu Yunshu hastily replied. This is merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of distinction. If the prince is fond of it, I could perform for him daily. Although she is merely a military physician, she has undergone various forms of training, and her favorite among them is the art of untying ropes when captured. The moment she was submerged in the lake by the dark guards today, she had already freed herself from her bindings. Rong Jiusi coldly remarked, I fear that seeing you every day would make me nauseous. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. Realizing he had killed the conversation, Rong Jiusi turned his wheelchair and departed. Surprised, Mu Yunshu pondered, is that it? He isn't going to eliminate her? Jian-Chi, with a wary expression, urged her, what are you standing there for? Hurry and leave. Although Mu Yunshu was uncertain of the current situation, the atmosphere suggested that she would likely survive for now. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. As she stepped out of the storage room, a gust of wind swept by, prompting her to stifle a loud sneeze. Jian-Chi impatiently insisted, move quickly. Mu Yunshu leaned closer and inquired, young sir, was that person from last night truly not you? Jian-Chi's face flushed crimson. It was not me. To assure her of his innocence, he pulled open his shirt to reveal his chest. See? No marks. Mu Yunshu chuckled. I see clearly now it wasn't you. However, your physique is quite impressive. How do you train? Jian-Chi, startled, leaped over a distance of more than a foot. You shan't entertain any thoughts of me. Amused by his exaggerated reaction, Mu Yunshu chuckled softly. She understood that in this era, where medical resources are scarce, even a simple cold could cost someone their life. However, Rong Jiusi certainly would not summon a physician for her. She noticed a box of embroidery needles in the cabinet. Taking a needle, she heated it over the fire and then pricked it into her Fengqi acupoint, dispersing some cold and malevolent energy. By the time she had composed herself, Rong Jiusi's patience was nearly exhausted. He spoke coldly, you may now kneel and plead to this prince. Chapter 4. Kneel and plead to this prince. Mu Yunshu gazed at him and inquired, plead for what? A hint of chill flickered in Rong Jiusi's peach blossom eyes. Of course, to beg this prince for a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu laughed, her bright, sparkling eyes questioning. Is there an unforeseen circumstance preventing you from killing me? Rong Jiusi. He regarded her with an even colder gaze. Yet, Mu Yunshu chuckled joyfully indeed. There is. After saying this, she bowed towards the west. May the Buddha bless me. When this believer acquires wealth, I shall reconstruct your golden body. Rong Jiusi. He realized her thought process diverged from that of ordinary individuals. Mu Yunshu seated herself upon a chair, stating, although it is the prince who seeks my assistance now, rest assured, I shall not make any excessive demands, regardless of what you require me to do next. All I ask is for 10,000 taels of silver notes and a decree of divorce. Rong Jiusi was both amused and exasperated by her audacity. Are you negotiating terms with this prince? With an obsequious expression, Mu Yunshu replied, how can this be considered a negotiation? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. The prince harbors such disdain for me that he wishes to avoid my presence entirely. Since we both regard each other with contempt, why must we subject ourselves to this torment? You may dismiss me at any moment, taking to your side a stunning noblewoman from the capital, and indulge in a life akin to that of deities. As Rong Jiusi maneuvered his wheelchair to her chair, an immense pressure enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Yet, the chair offered little space, with the backrest looming before her, leaving her nowhere to escape. He grasped her chin firmly, declaring, Mu Yunshu, your existence is a humiliation to me. You are unworthy of negotiating any terms with me. Suppressing her inner dread, Mu Yunshu seized his wrist and inquired, if that is the case, what compels the prince to reconsider and grant me a chance at life? I am entirely at your mercy. You could extinguish my life at will. Rong Jiusi regarded her with an impassive expression. He was remarkably handsome, but in this moment, his gaze exuded a chilling intent that sent shivers down her spine. Mu Yunshu endeavored to maintain a semblance of a smile, stating, "The fact that you do not kill me implies that I still hold some value. If I am indeed of use, why can we not discuss terms?" Rong Jiusi narrowed his eyes. "Do you truly wish for death? Then I shall grant you that." He shifted his grip slightly, tightening his hold around her slender neck. As a wave of murderous intent descended upon Mu Yunshu. In that instant, recollections of the rumors surrounding Rong Jiusi flooded her mind. He was the youngest son of the late emperor, born in the same year as the current crown prince, gifted with extraordinary intelligence from a young age. At the age of 14, he had participated in the imperial examinations under a pseudonym and was recognized as the top scorer by the examiners. At the tender age of 15, he embarked on a campaign on behalf of his father, never tasting defeat. He became renowned as the formidable war god of the Great Jin, a figure of fear in the hearts of the people. A true polymath, he commanded over half of the military forces of the Great Jin, wielding immense power. A year prior, this undefeated warrior was betrayed by his subordinates and sustained grave injuries. Though he survived, he was left incapacitated. In all honesty, Mu Yunshu held a measure of admiration for such a man, provided he did not seek her life. He struck with ruthless intent, and soon she found herself gasping for breath, the specter of death looming over her. Yet, she understood clearly that if he truly wished to end her life, no amount of struggle would liberate her from his grasp. Thus, she gazed at him with calm, unblinking eyes. Mu Yunshu was wagering her fate. Should she win, she would secure a sliver of hope for herself. If she lost, then death would be her fate. But this opening was undeniably poor, and she felt ill-equipped to navigate it. As fate would have it, she emerged victorious. Just as her vision began to dim, Rong Jiusi's hand relinquished its grip. He smirked, expressing his surprise. "You truly astonish me." Mu Yunshu coughed violently. And once her breathing steadied, she responded with a smile, "Your Highness is merciful." Rong Jiusi regarded her with an appraising gaze. Since her awakening, her responses had belied the foolishness one would expect. He spoke coldly, "A sum of 10,000 silver is negotiable, as is the divorce decree. However, you must demonstrate your worth to me, otherwise, your existence serves no purpose." Mu Yunshu inquired, "How does your Highness wish for me to prove myself?" Rong Jiusi's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes filled with inscrutable depth. "Accompany me into the palace to meet the Empress Dowager." Mu Yunshu believed that merely meeting the Empress Dowager should not compel her to make any concessions. There must be a deeper layer to this matter that she was unaware of. However, she harbored no interest in uncovering that deeper layer. All she desired was to obtain her silver and depart from the Duke's residence, after which these affairs would no longer concern her. She inquired, "Is it sufficient to meet the Empress Dowager just once?" Rong Jiusi nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. But you must heed my instructions on how to converse once you are in her presence." Mu Yunshu felt a twinge of wariness and did not readily acquiesce. The palace, particularly under the influence of the Empress Dowager, who emerged as the paramount victor in the court's intrigues, appeared exceedingly perilous. Should she comply with his directives without question? She feared it might lead to the offense of the Empress Dowager, even if she managed to survive the day and secure both her silver and the divorce decree. It would not guarantee her safe passage out of the capital. Rong Jiusi queried, "What is it? Are you unwilling? Then you truly hold no value in remaining alive." Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, "Your Highness, might you first enlighten me on what I should articulate before the Empress Dowager? If you expect me to expose her shortcomings and publicly insult her, would that not be akin to courting death?" The corners of Rong Jiusi's lips curled slightly. "There is no need for that. You simply need to profess your undying affection for me in the presence of the Empress Dowager, declaring your love for me to the very core of your being." Mu Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. Having just been grasped by the throat, her stomach churned. And upon hearing such words, she momentarily lost control and retched. Rong Jiusi's expression darkened immediately. She hastily suppressed her nausea and clarified, "Your Highness, do not misconstrue my actions. It is not your presence that induces my discomfort, but rather my stomach feels a bit unsettled." Rong Jiusi regarded her with a cold stare. She forced a smile and said, "If that is the case, then I agree. Your Highness, could you please hand me the banknotes and the divorce agreement?" Rong Jiusi regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. He was well aware of her intentions for entering the Duke's residence. It was implausible that she would voluntarily leave. Her actions were likely aimed at lowering his guard to achieve some undisclosed objectives. He was curious to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. The banknotes were readily available, and the divorce agreement was even simpler to procure. It merely required Rong Jiusi to pen it down. He placed these items before Mu Yunshu. But as she reached for them, he intercepted her. Coldly, he remarked, "Your depravity is well known throughout the capital." Upon witnessing his expression, Mu Yunshu realized this was his utmost concession. She replied, "Surely, the Duke's residence does not lack for these 10,000 taels. And I trust your Highness would not take advantage of a weak woman like me. I shall abide by your decision." After speaking, she stood up. But suddenly her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto Rong Jiusi's wheelchair. Everything transpired too swiftly. Rong Jiusi, hindered in movement, could only retreat slightly. The distance of her fall had been meticulously calculated by Mu Yunshu. At most, she would land against his chest. As he recoiled, her face plunged toward his abdomen. Chapter 5. Where do you think you're touching? Thus, Mu Yunshu found herself in the most awkward position upon Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi. Mu Yunshu. She felt utterly vexed. Her intention had merely been to seize the opportunity of her fall to touch his leg. She sought to ascertain whether he was truly a cripple and if he was indeed the scoundrel who had shared her bed the previous night. She had never anticipated such an intimate encounter with him. As she attempted to rise, he sought to push her away, despite her efforts to stand. She lost her balance and fell once more. This time, her face was even more directly pressed against the surface than before, a situation beyond words. Rong Jiusi exclaimed in anger, "Let go." Initially, Mu Yunshu felt quite embarrassed, but upon realizing that he was even more uncomfortable, her own embarrassment dissipated. Her hand swiftly navigated along his leg from his calf to his thigh. Bracing herself against his thigh, she forced a smile and remarked, "Perhaps I caught a chill today. I felt faint just now. Please do not take offense, Your Highness." Rong Jiusi's expression darkened like a stormy sky, the veins on his forehead throbbing ominously. He was indeed offended. He reached for the sword beside him, drawing it partially from its sheath, but Mu Yunshu seized his hand, saying, "The Empress Dowager is still waiting for us in the palace. It would be quite rude to keep her waiting." Rong Jiusi regarded her coldly. His enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with icy disdain. Yet she smiled at him, exuding an air of placation. He forcefully threw her aside and commanded, "Bring me a change of clothes." Mu Yunshu recognized that she had narrowly escaped a dire situation and cheerfully declared, "Your Highness, while you change, I shall wait for you outside." Without waiting for his consent, she hastily exited. Once outside, she patted her chest and took a deep breath. Rong Jiusi's formidable presence was truly intimidating. Fortunately, she had gleaned the information she sought. During their earlier struggle, while he had grasped her, she had taken his wrist to feel his pulse, which revealed a peculiar and sluggish rhythm, indicative of severe poisoning. It is truly miraculous that he has not succumbed to such a potent poison. Though his legs appear normal to the touch, well-proportioned, elongated, and robust, when she places her hand at a specific point on his knee, there is no reflexive response from his legs. His disdain for her is palpable. Had his legs been capable of movement, he would likely have kicked her away in that very moment. This leads to the conclusion that there is indeed a serious issue with his legs, rendering him incapable of standing or stealthily approaching her in the dead of night. So the question arises, who was it that spent the night with her? Before she could fathom even a hint of an answer, Rong Jiusi had already changed into fresh attire and emerged. The back of his hand was crimson from vigorous rubbing, clearly having just washed, and it was the very hand that Mu Yunshu had previously grasped. She overheard him command in a low voice, "The garments from earlier need not be washed. Simply burn them." Jianqi cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yunshu and responded affirmatively, "Yes." Mu Yunshu felt a pang of humiliation. Was it truly necessary for this sycophant to overtly imply her shortcomings? The garments she had touched were incinerated without hesitation, and the hand she had held was scrubbed with fervor. Internally, she vented her frustration. "What is the point of washing your hands? Why not just sever the hand I touched?" However, she maintained a facade of servile cheerfulness. "Your Highness, you are already dressed anew. This ensemble makes you even more dashing and graceful, like a jade tree in the wind." Rong Jiusi's mood was evidently grim. "When I do not wish to hear your voice, it would be wise for you to remain silent. I fear I might be compelled to sever your tongue." Mu Yunshu immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Rong Jiusi let out a cold snort, turning his wheelchair and commanding, "To the palace." In the ensuing moments, Mu Yunshu remained particularly silent. The two of them boarded a carriage, proceeding directly to the palace. Within the carriage, Mu Yunshu occupied the innermost seat while Rong Jiusi sat at the outermost, both maintaining the greatest distance possible. Rong Jiusi harbored disdain for Mu Yunshu. and she reciprocated those feelings towards him. His temperament was intolerably foul, accompanied by a plethora of undesirable habits. Although she had yet to fathom who had shared her bed the previous night, she had already devised a method to counteract Rong Jiusi's poison. In her past life, she had been specially recruited as a military doctor, renowned as the most gifted successor of an esteemed lineage of ancient physicians, proficient in both Eastern and Western medicine. While the noble duty of a physician is to save lives, she had no intention of aiding Rong Jiusi, for his contempt for her was palpable. And the original owner of this body was indeed a subject of much complexity. Should she claim the ability to cure his affliction? His immediate suspicion would be that she harbored ulterior motives, likely resulting in her swift demise at his hands. Given his current physical condition, he had at most 3 months left to live. Contemplating this, she stole a glance at him. He sat there, eyes gently closed. Sunlight streamed through the carriage window, casting a soft glow upon his face, rendering his complexion even more pallid. His long, dark lashes, resembling raven feathers, partially obscured his eyes, creating a shadow that rendered him as ethereal as a figure from a painting, imbued with a haunting beauty. Just then, his eyes suddenly opened, prompting Mu Yunshu to avert her gaze towards the window. Rong Jiusi cast her a cool glance, and the memory of her fall, with her face pressed against his abdomen, surged within her heart once more. That sensation was indeed. At that moment, he beheld her profile, slender and delicate, her features as exquisite as a breathtaking beauty captured in art. A most peculiar sensation blossomed within him, as his heart raced uncontrollably. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether the poison had begun to take effect prematurely. Yet, why was it that this time he did not experience the piercing agony that accompanied previous episodes? The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates, where Mu Yunshu alighted first, while Jianqi carefully assisted Lord Rong Jiusi from the carriage in his wheelchair. Mu Yunshu gazed at the grand and magnificent palace, letting out a gentle sigh. Jianqi, being a guard, could not enter the palace. A eunuch approached, intending to push Rong Jiusi's wheelchair, but he waved his hand lightly, addressing Mu Yunshu. "My beloved consort, would you assist me in pushing the wheelchair?" Mu Yunshu was taken aback, glancing around to confirm that he was indeed calling her. She felt a flutter of embarrassment. My beloved consort? Such a term was excessively intimate. Rong Jiusi smiled at her with a genteel warmth. "The Empress Dowager awaits us. We must not keep her waiting. I shall take you on a tour of the palace later." His voice, imbued with tenderness yet laced with playful teasing, sent a shiver down Mu Yunshu's spine. What was his intention? She looked at him. His eyes sparkled with mirth, and his already handsome features appeared as gentle as the dream lover longed for by every maiden. Were it not for his intention to end her life today and wield his sword against her, she might have entertained the notion that he had fallen for her. It seemed he too was a master of performance. She inquired with her eyes whether she could speak now, to which he gave a slight nod. She immediately donned a shy smile, reaching out to lightly pat his chest twice. "There are many people here, my lord. Such endearments might cause me to feel rather bashful." Jianqi. He gazed at Rong Jiusi with an intense, almost desperate inquiry. She was so repugnant that he contemplated whether to strike her down with a single sword. Chapter 6. Is this to your liking? Rong Jiusi. Although he initiated this performance, her compliance had swiftly pushed him to the limits of his tolerance. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Yet he spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. "Do not be mischievous." Mu Yunshu, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed his reaction and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. She delicately covered her lips and feigned a more exaggerated demeanor, saying, "Your Highness. The title of beloved concubine is far too sentimental. Why not simply call me by my given name, Shushu?" She elongated the final syllable in a soft, almost spoiled manner, once again testing the boundaries of Rong Jiusi's patience. Regret washed over him at his decision made earlier that day. He ought to have permitted Jianqi to dispose of her back at the palace. Yet they had already arrived at the palace gates, surrounded by countless onlookers. And this charade must continue. The throbbing of his veins intensified, but he managed a faint smile, replying, "Very well, as you wish." Mu Yunshu beamed with joy and swiftly placed a kiss on his cheek. Her face flushed with shyness as she remarked, "Your Highness is truly mischievous." The eunuch. Jianqi. Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi. He yearned to strike this woman down with a single blow. Yet, Mu Yunshu, in high spirits, pushed his wheelchair towards the palace, asking, "Your Highness, is this to your liking?" Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the eunuch trailing beside them and forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. "I like." Mu Yunshu was as joyful as a child, swiftly pushing his wheelchair. "Seeing the prince so happy makes me even happier." Her demeanor radiated youthful innocence. Sitting in the wheelchair, Rong Jiusi remarked. Enough. Mu Yunshu leaned closer to his ear and gently exhaled. Will you maintain this tone when you meet the Empress? Rong Jiusi turned to look at her. And in their proximity, his lips brushed against her cheek. Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi. Both swiftly withdrew slightly, maintaining a flirtatious yet elusive distance. Rong Jiusi gritted his teeth. Mu Yunshu, if you wish to live, refrain from touching this prince again. Mu Yunshu chuckled. Oh, how the prince speaks. I may have kissed you once, but just now, it was you who kissed me. We are even now. Yet inwardly, she mused. Why be so fierce? If you have the ability, go ahead and tear off your own face and lips. At that moment, Rong Jiusi truly grasped her mischievousness. He gazed at her coldly, and she smiled faintly. The play was initiated by the prince. I merely followed your lead. It was you who first suggested that I perform as if I were madly in love with you before the Empress. I am merely adhering to your request. Despite my diligent performance, it is rather excessive for you to scold me. If the prince wishes to adjust the direction of this performance, please advise. All that Rong Jiusi wished to convey was completely thwarted by her. He gazed at her with a look of restrained disdain, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his words fell like frost. Your performance was overly dramatic. Temper it a bit. Mu Yunshu responded with a beaming smile. Very well, I shall heed the prince's advice. At that moment, both harbored a desire to annihilate one another, yet to outsiders. They appeared as a newlywed couple deeply in love. Upon hearing this news, the Empress Dowager momentarily lowered her gaze, taking some time before uttering, a loving couple? How intriguing. She instructed, go to the Empress and summon the third prince and his wife, inform them that I wish to converse. The eunuch acknowledged her command and retreated. Pondering the implications, Rong Jiusi was originally to wed Su Yusin, who had now married the third prince. Their meeting could lead to complications. Yesterday, both Rong Jiusi and Rong Jiusi were wed, and according to tradition, they were to present their brides to the Empress Dowager and the Empress for a tea ceremony. However, Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu lingered at their estate for far too long, arriving at the palace late, while the third prince and his wife had already made their entrance. By the time Mu Yunshu and Rong Jiusi reached the Empress Dowager's quarters, Rong Jiusi and his wife Su Yusin were already present. Rong Jiusi cast a glance at Mu Yunshu, feigning concern in his eyes, recalling how he had coaxed the original owner into marrying Rong Jiusi. Mu Yunshu feared that prolonged eye contact with the scoundrel would compel her to slap him. Thus, she deliberately averted her gaze. This action, however, led Rong Jiusi to mistakenly believe that she was too embarrassed to face him after consummating her marriage with Rong Jiusi. He resolved to exploit this misconception to extract more information from her about Rong Jiusi, using her for his own purposes. The Empress Dowager, now in her 50s, possesses an ageless beauty, appearing scarcely different from a woman in her 30s, thanks to her meticulous self-care. Adorned with an exquisite phoenix crown and clad in the traditional robes befitting her status, she exudes an air of grandeur and authority. As Mu Yunshu journeyed to this moment, she had delved into the memories of the previous owner's encounters with the Empress Dowager. It is noteworthy that she was not the late emperor's primary consort. Rather, she ascended to the rank of empress after the demise of the original empress. It is said that she assisted the late emperor during times of disaster, generously donating silver and steadfastly safeguarding the realm of Dejin alongside him, treating all the princes and princesses in the imperial harem with kindness, thus earning her a reputation for virtue renowned throughout the land. She has become the epitome of the life that every woman aspires to lead. The most esteemed woman in the world. Logically, such a paragon of virtue should not evoke trepidation in Rong Jiusi, unless the tales surrounding the Empress Dowager were merely a fade. The Empress Dowager, seemingly oblivious to Mu Yunshu's presence, spoke gently to Rong Jiusi. Your father always wished for your marriage during his lifetime. Now that you have finally wed, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy if he knew. Rong Jiusi, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, does the Empress Dowager not find joy in my marriage? Mu Yunshu discerned the Dowager's intentions to assert her authority. She sighed inwardly, realizing this would be a challenging encounter. Surely, the Dowager would not insist she remain kneeling indefinitely? With a smile, the Empress Dowager replied, of course, I am pleased. You are my youngest son, and your marriage alleviates a concern that has weighed upon me. Rong Jiusi extended a hand to support Mu Yunshu. I had mentioned before my departure that although your marriage to me came about through unforeseen circumstances, the Empress Dowager would surely be delighted. Mu Yunshu. As soon as his words fell, the Empress Dowager's gaze pierced through her like a knife, sending a chill down her spine. The Empress Dowager, feigning gentleness, remarked, "Of course, I am delighted by your marriage. However, I cannot help but feel that something is amiss with this bride of yours. Kneel." Rong Jiusi smiled slightly. "It is she who stands before me in the wedding ceremony. It is she who partakes in the ceremonial wine, and it is she who shares the bridal chamber. What, may I ask, does the Empress Dowager find amiss?" Upon finishing, he extended his hand to support her with a gentle smile. Mu Yunshu glanced at Rong Jiusi. He appeared tender-hearted, yet his eyes brimmed with mockery and menace. Mu Yunshu understood that if she stood up now, it would be a slap in the Empress Dowager's face. Inciting her wrath could very well lead to dire consequences, leaving her with little hope of escaping the palace alive. Chapter 7. Love at First Sight. Mu Yunshu ground her teeth in frustration. She had suspected that Rong Jiusi would not let her off with just a single visit to the palace. That treacherous man sought her demise, yet she would not grant him his wish. Her mind raced as she suddenly embraced Rong Jiusi, sobbing loudly, "Wangya, I am so frightened." Upon hearing her exclaim, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to speak, the Empress Dowager, intrigued, inquired, "What is it that you fear?" Mu Yunshu wept. "Before entering the palace today, Wangya mentioned that I should not be his princess. When the Empress Dowager sees me, she will surely be enraged and call for my execution." The Empress Dowager regarded her with a smirk. "You are now the designated princess. So long as you do not commit any grave offenses, I shall not order your execution. Why are you so fearful? Have you committed some transgression?" The unfortunate incident of Mu Yunshu and Su Yusin's mistaken marriages is, upon reflection, a scandal of the royal family, now widely circulated throughout the capital. The entire city is condemning Mu Yunshu as shameless for her audacious act of swapping the bridal veil and marrying into the Duke of Ding's household. Regardless of her actual involvement, this disgrace will forever be attributed to her, for her reputation is already tarnished. In the eyes of the Empress Dowager, she serves merely as a pawn to humiliate Rong Jiusi. The more absurd her behavior, the more satisfaction the Empress Dowager derives. She did not respond to the Empress Dowager's words, but instead remarked, "Your Majesty once stated that the most beautiful thing in this world is love. All women who pursue love at any cost are courageous and deserving of respect. Does Your Majesty still endorse this sentiment?" This proclamation was made by the Empress Dowager when her beloved daughter, Princess Zhaohua, eloped, and the royal family could no longer conceal the scandal. This statement is well known throughout the capital, transforming the royal family's disgrace into a romantic narrative, a fact the Empress Dowager cannot deny. The Empress Dowager nodded and said, "Certainly. But what does this saying have to do with the mistakes you have committed?" Mu Yunshu tugged at Rong Jiusi's sleeve to wipe away her tears and said, "It has everything to do with it. To be candid, I have admired the Duke of Ding since childhood. When he participated in the spring examination, he triumphed over all scholars, securing first place. At the banquet held at Yawalu, amidst laughter and conversation, the winds of the capital shifted. Since that moment, I have longed to become his wife, yet he is the illustrious Duke of Ding, while I am merely a legitimate daughter who has lost her mother." At that time, the noble ladies in the capital who admired him could be counted by the dozens. I, possessing neither talent nor virtue, was utterly unworthy of him. All I could do was secretly inquire about his whereabouts, contenting myself with merely catching a glimpse of him from afar. Until yesterday, when I and Miss Su waited at the Temple of Joy, I realized this was my only opportunity to wed the Prince of Determination. And I resolved to take a gamble. Su Yusin stared wide-eyed at her and exclaimed, "Mu Yunshu, it's truly you. How can you be so shameless?" Mu Yunshu's gaze slightly narrowed, her voice steady yet soft as she replied, "Dear niece-in-law, please do not be upset. This is not shamelessness. The Empress Dowager has said that this is courage." Su Yusin retorted, "That term niece-in-law cuts too deeply." The Empress Dowager thought to herself, "She truly dares to speak so boldly." Rong Jiusi grimaced. The Empress Dowager's protection of Princess Zhaohua had already drawn criticism, yet no one dared to voice it. Yet here she was, directly addressing it in front of the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, should the Empress Dowager choose to hold her accountable for such remarks, it would amount to a slap in her own face. He reached for her hand, gazing at her with deep affection, and said, "What the Empress Dowager does not know is that I have actually cherished Shu Shu for many years. Last night, when I unveiled her, I was overwhelmed with joy." Mu Yunshu quivered slightly upon hearing the name Shu Shu. She looked towards Rong Jiusi, whose gaze was warm, and he appeared genuinely fond of her. However, Su Yusin could not bear the sight of them together, exclaiming loudly, "This is impossible. The prince could never harbor feelings for Mu Yunshu. He is merely deceiving me. Observing her demeanor, Mu Yunshu recognized that today required a more forceful approach to resolve the situation. She declared, though I may not possess the exceptional qualities of my sister-in-law, I am genuine, and that is precisely what the prince admires about me. Upon finishing her statement, she loosened the collar of her garment slightly, revealing the faint red marks on her neck, bashfully stating, these were left by the prince himself. Earlier, when she entered the palace, she had donned a high-necked garment that concealed the imprints from Rong Jiusi's grasp. The pressure of his thumb had been quite firm, while his index finger was gentler, closely resembling the appearance of a kiss mark. Su Yusin's face paled, disbelief etched across her features as she exclaimed, how could the prince possibly touch you? Su Yusin. Rong Jiusi. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, his formidable skills allowed him to hear her clearly. He ground his teeth, suppressing the urge to strangle her. The furrow in Rong Jiusi's brow twitched, and with immense willpower, he restrained himself from casting her aside. Clearly devastated, Su Yusin retorted, if the prince favors Mu Yunshu, what of me? I am her elder. It is exceedingly disrespectful for her to address me in such a manner. Rong Jiusi stepped forward and enveloped Su Yusin in his embrace, his gaze flickering momentarily as he spoke respectfully, indeed. He then turned to Su Yusin, speaking in a gentle tone, Yusin, we are now husband and wife, and I shall treat you with the utmost care. Su Yusin ignored him, her gaze fixed longingly on Rong Jiusi, who had not cast a single glance in her direction all day. Tears cascaded down her cheeks in a sudden rush. She had consummated her union with Rong Jiusi, and it was now inconceivable for her to ever be with Rong Jiusi in this lifetime. The architect of her turmoil was none other than Mu Yunshu, whom she glared at fiercely, wishing she could tear her apart. In her heart, Mu Yunshu sighed. She understood Su Yusin's feelings, yet she felt deeply wronged herself. The misdeeds of the original owner of this body were hers to bear upon her arrival, making her plight the most lamentable of all. Stealing a glance at Rong Jiusi, she noticed his gaze partially averted, his hands gripping the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, as if he were suppressing some inner turmoil. Chapter 8. I do not believe you would favor her. Mu Yunshu sighed internally. Previously, Rong Jiusi and Su Yusin were acknowledged as the golden couple of the capital, a match made in heaven. Su Yusin was renowned throughout the city for both her intellect and beauty. It was no wonder that any man would feel anger at seeing such an extraordinary bride reduced to her tarnished reputation. To outsiders, the disparity between Mu Yunshu and Su Yusin was stark. Su Yusin represented the heavens, while Mu Yunshu was akin to the mud beneath. Initially, the Empress Dowager had been somewhat displeased, but her mood lifted significantly upon observing Rong Jiusi's demeanor. With a sigh that conveyed a facade of benevolence, she declared, I am but an old woman, no longer capable of managing the affairs of the youth. This matter shall not be mentioned again. You may all proceed to the imperial garden to admire the flowers. As her words resonated, the assembly began to withdraw. As they exited, Mu Yunshu caught a faint, elusive fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was peculiar, yet she could not pinpoint what made it so unsettling. As soon as they stepped out, Su Yusin could no longer contain her emotions and rushed before Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, Your Highness, is there someone coercing you into marrying Mu Yunshu against your will? Rong Jiusi, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, In this world, no one can compel me to do anything. Tears welling in her eyes, Su Yusin insisted, I cannot believe it. I refuse to accept that Your Highness would harbor feelings for her. Veins bulged on Rong Jiusi's forehead, and a sharp pain gripped his heart, a harbinger of the toxin's onset. Calculating the timeline, he had anticipated the effects to manifest by the end of the month, yet this time they had inexplicably arrived prematurely. He needed to depart the palace at once, otherwise he feared he might perish here today. Coldly, he stated, Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that my current consort is Mu Yunshu. Moreover, you would do well to recognize your own position. I am now your royal uncle. Su Yusin's face drained of color as disbelief washed over her. Rong Jiusi, with a composed demeanor, supported Su Yusin without uttering a word. Rong Jiusi felt his vision dimming, and suppressing his discomfort, he urged, My dear consort, we must take our leave. Observing from the side, Mu Yunshu was astounded. Intellectually, she understood that Rong Jiusi's actions were justifiable. They were now wed to others, with a generational gap between them. However, on an emotional level, she found Rong Jiusi's cold-heartedness appalling. The bond of childhood friends severed so decisively. How ruthless! As she nudged Rong Jiusi to move forward, Su Yusin broke free from the third prince's grasp, obstructing them. and pleaded, "Jiusi, how can you be so cruel to me?" Mu Yunshu interjected with a gentle cough. "Your Highness just mentioned that you should address him as royal uncle." Su Yusin, with reddened eyes, glared at her and gritted her teeth, saying, "Mu, you have no place to speak here." Mu Yunshu, undeterred, smiled sweetly and replied, "A gentle lady should refrain from using foul language. It tarnishes her image. Moreover, I am not called Mu. My name is Mu Yunshu, but you may refer to me as Aunt Wang." Su Yusin remained silent. Mu Yunshu then addressed her, "Dear niece-in-law, you are blocking the way. Kindly step aside." Su Yusin felt as though she would be driven to madness by her today, grinding her teeth and retorting, "I refuse to move. What can you do about it?" She was aware of Mu Yunshu's temperament and expected her to retaliate in anger. To her surprise, Mu Yunshu merely chuckled, "Do you like standing here? Then by all means stay." She had always been fairly tolerant towards those she loved, yet could not possess. And it was common sense that arguing within the palace was unwise. She was not foolish. She pulled Rong Jiusi's wheelchair back slightly and maneuvered around Su Yusin to continue forward. Mu Yunshu's actions completely exceeded Su Yusin's expectations, causing her to momentarily freeze before positioning herself in front of them once more. She looked at Rong Jiusi and declared, "You shall not leave until you clarify everything today." At that moment, Rong Jiusi was engulfed in excruciating pain in his chest, teetering on the brink of losing his sanity, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity. He commanded Mu Yunshu, "Leave." Noticing his peculiar condition, Mu Yunshu inquired, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Rong Jiusi lifted his gaze to her, causing her to gasp in alarm, for his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating the onset of poison. She cursed silently, momentarily disregarding Su Yusin and pushing Rong Jiusi away. To her surprise, after only a few steps, Su Yusin blocked their path again, declaring, "Jiusi, I refuse to believe that you genuinely care for Mu Yunshu. Speak clearly, or one of us shall perish today." Mu Yunshu initially felt a twinge of guilt for having taken Rong Jiusi from the original owner. But Su Yusin's relentless pursuit felt increasingly inappropriate. At that moment, Rong Jiusi was on the verge of a crisis, whether through death or a violent outburst. It would inevitably implicate her. All she desired was to accompany Rong Jiusi through the palace briefly, and then leave with her reward. She certainly did not wish to meet her end here. She retorted, "If you wish to die, do so on your own. My lord and I are destined for a love that endures until old age." After stating this, she adjusted the direction of the wheelchair, preparing to exit the palace. Su Yusin lunged at Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Do not leave me." In the next instant, Rong Jiusi forcefully shoved Su Yusin away, clenching his fist tightly and commanding, "Leave." Mu Yunshu dared not delay. She attempted to push the wheelchair, only to find it immovable. Looking down, she realized that Rong Jiusi had obstructed the wheelchair with his foot. She glanced at him, but he ignored her, instead addressing Rong Jiusi, "Uncle Wang. What is happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, Rong Jiusi's arm shot out, gripping Rong Jiusi's throat. Mu Yunshu was left speechless. Such a ruthless individual. Rong Jiusi gasped for breath, "Help." As Mu Yunshu witnessed Rong Jiusi's eyes rolling back, and then glanced at Rong Jiusi's bloodshot gaze, she silently exclaimed, "What on earth?" Su Yusin rose from the ground, alarmed by the scene before her. "Jiusi, what has happened? Release him at once." She reached out to grasp Rong Jiusi's hand. But instead of breaking free, she was forcefully flung aside by a slap. Mu Yunshu gasped in shock. Is he out of his mind? Even striking his childhood companion. She knew the severity of the poison afflicting Rong Jiusi, yet she was unprepared for his ruthless behavior during its onset. Had he committed murder within the palace, she too would face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely withdrew the embroidered needle from her skirt and swiftly pricked several acupoints on Rong Jiusi's body. After a few punctures, he regained some semblance of awareness. "Your Highness, you must release him. If you do not, a life may be lost." Despite the lingering pain in his chest, Rong Jiusi found it more bearable than before. He cast a dubious glance at Mu Yunshu, his eyes shadowed with depth. During each episode of the poison, he endured not only the agonizing pain, but also an uncontrollable fury, only to be quelled once his strength was depleted. This was the first instance his affliction had been interrupted by an external force. Mu Yunshu felt a shiver of unease under his gaze, uncertain if he could master his emotions and whether he might turn his wrath upon her as well. Chapter 9. On the brink of suffocation, Rong Jiusi was nearly suffocated by his grip. Without hesitation, she pressed the embroidery needle into a specific acupoint on his arm. Instantly, His entire arm went numb, rendering him powerless, and the hand that had clutched Rong Jingshi's neck slackened. Surviving the ordeal, Rong Jingshi collapsed to the ground, coughing desperately. In the midst of such tumult, the palace maids and eunuchs arrived belatedly, assisting Rong Jingshi as they inquired, "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" Rong Jingshi, still struggling to suppress his cough, soon had someone dispatched to summon the imperial physician. With a look of astonishment, he addressed Rong Jiusi, saying, "If my uncle harbors grievances against me, he may strike or scold me, but how could he resort to such nefarious means?" Rong Jiusi, dismissing him with barely a glance, fixed her enchanting gaze upon Mu Yunshu, sensing the day's events were far from ordinary. Internally, she mused, "If you are to perish, let it be outside the palace. Then perhaps I might inherit your fortune." All eyes turned towards them, and a shadow of malice flickered in Rong Jingshi's gaze. Meanwhile, Su Yusin silently raged, "Mu Yunshu, you wretched woman, release Jiusi." Rong Jiusi sought to push her away, yet the poison had taken its toll, leaving him utterly drained. He could only feel the delicate warmth of her presence and the faint fragrance of orchids that enveloped him. Never before had he been so close to a woman, causing him to feel both rigid and disoriented. Her breath, mingled with her voice, reached his ears, igniting a flush upon his cheeks and causing his heart to skip a beat. Uncomfortably, he coldly commanded, "Step aside." Mu Yunshu turned to him, asking, "Having faced adversity together, how do you intend to communicate with me?" Rong Jiusi cast her a frosty glance. She slightly shifted her stance, but continued, "I did not consent to enter the palace merely to meet my demise. It is clear that someone intends to harm you, and should you come to harm, I too shall perish." Rong Jiusi coldly remarked, "You may perish, but I shall remain unscathed." Mu Yunshu, contemplating, thought to herself, had she anticipated his despicable nature, she would have urged him to strangle Rong Jingshi earlier, ridding the world of two nuisances. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, exchanging glances. Yet no one dared utter a word. Rong Jiusi, with an impassive expression, continued, "Fear not, it was merely a jest between me and my junior." Rong Jingshi, pointing at his bruised neck, retorted, "Uncle Wang certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. Was that truly a jest? You clearly intended to strangle me." Rong Jiusi slightly tilted his gaze. "And yet, are you dead?" Rong Jingshi remained speechless. Rong Jiusi adjusted his sleeves, raising an eyebrow. "You can still speak and breathe. Thus, it is evident that I was jesting with you." Rong Jingshi's face turned a shade of deep displeasure. Rong Jiusi's lips curled into a faint smirk as he coolly remarked, "Today's juniors possess no sense of propriety. They cannot even accept a jest from their elders. Truly unfilial." Rong Jingshi, though of similar age to Rong Jiusi, felt an insurmountable generational gap, unable to retort amidst the reprimand. The Empress Dowager coldly interjected, "Prince Ding, though you are an elder, one must exercise caution when jesting with juniors." Rong Jiusi lazily replied, "In the future, let those juniors who cannot appreciate humor refrain from presenting themselves before me, lest they embarrass themselves." Mu Yunshu, upon hearing this, acknowledged with a soft "oh," and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, gently guided Rong Jiusi away. She had anticipated that the Empress Dowager would intervene, yet as they turned the corner, the Dowager remained silent. Mu Yunshu could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. She resolved to overlook Rong Jiusi's brazen demeanor in her presence, after all. He was the one who had nearly throttled the third prince and dared to confront the Empress Dowager herself. This was indeed an audacious character. Admirable. Once they departed, the Dowager instructed her attendants to assist Rong Jingshi to a nearby hall for rest, and to summon the imperial physician for a thorough examination. Su Yusin followed the Dowager into the side chamber, and when they were alone, the Dowager spoke coldly, "Strike her." Several matrons rushed forward and delivered a series of slaps to Su Yusin. Their technique was such that her cheeks bore no redness, yet the pain was unbearable. After the assault, Su Yusin wept. "I have already heeded the Empress Dowager's command to thwart the Duke of Ding." The Dowager turned to the matron beside her, who hastily replied, "The poison has been placed at the entrance. The Duke of Ding will surely suffer its effects today." The Dowager scoffed, "You have not erred." "Nor has she. Is it then my fault?" The individuals in the room promptly knelt, exclaiming, "We dare not." The Dowager rebuked, "Incompetent fools. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. To let such a prime opportunity slip by and allow the Duke of Ding to escape, you were truly worthless." She understood that failing to incite Rong Jiusi into a frenzy of violence within the palace today would render him cautious in the future, making any further attempts more difficult. What had gone awry? Su Yusin lay prostrate on the ground, declaring, Next time, I will devise a scheme that will surely bring him to justice." The Empress Dowager cast a sidelong glance at Su Yusin and remarked, having grown up alongside him, "How could you possibly harbor such a ruthless heart?" Upon hearing these words, Su Yusin immediately realized the Dowager's suspicions regarding her involvement in today's endeavor to save the Crown Prince. She hastily declared her loyalty, saying, "I approached the Crown Prince under the command of your Majesty. Everything I have done was solely to gain his trust, in order to serve you, devoid of any romantic sentiments." The Dowager's gaze was profound, and she replied gravely, "I believe you wouldn't dare otherwise." Su Yusin quickly prostrated herself, pleading, "I beseech your Majesty to grant me another opportunity to atone for my sins." The Dowager, adjusting her exquisite armor, spoke in a measured tone. "He has likely grown suspicious by now, so it is prudent for you to refrain from any rash actions. After all, he has but 3 months to live. There is no need for haste." She had exerted immense effort to poison Rong Jiusi, not only to torment him to death, but also to ensure his utter disgrace. Su Yusin felt a quiet relief and affirmed, "Yes." The Dowager waved her hand, signaling her to rise and withdraw. Once Su Yusin had departed, old Madame Chen softly inquired, "Does your Majesty harbor doubts about Su Yusin?" Chapter 10. A love deeper than the sea. The Dowager replied calmly, "It is still too soon to tell. The Crown Prince did not experience any symptoms of poisoning today. Something is amiss. Dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly." Old Madame Chen acknowledged, and then took her leave. At this moment, Mu Yunshu had already exited the palace with Rong Jiusi. Once they settled into the carriage headed for the Crown Prince's residence, she gently placed her hand over her heart. "I told you, the most perilous place in the world is the Imperial Palace." At this moment, she had come to a realization. The fragrant aroma she had encountered upon exiting the Empress Dowager's palace was none other than the catalyst for Rong Jiusi's poisoning. The Empress Dowager possessed such a poison, which likely linked her to the affliction plaguing Rong Jiusi. Though she had previously suspected a discord between Rong Jiusi and the Empress Dowager, she never anticipated the rift would be so severe, bordering on open hostility that could lead to fatal consequences. This conviction solidified her determination to depart the capital immediately upon receiving her silver notes. The princess' residence was perilously treacherous. Both the Empress Dowager and Rong Jiusi were formidable adversaries, and she had no desire to wade through such murky waters. Quietly, she shifted to the side, attempting to distance herself from Rong Jiusi. His enchanting, deep-set eyes darkened as he observed her movement, and he coldly inquired, "Where did you acquire that needle?" Mu Yunshu hurriedly replied, "I was not attempting to harm His Highness, but rather to save him." Rong Jiusi regarded her with a frosty gaze. She had initially intended to mention his poisoning, yet recalled that the original owner of this body was rather inept, making her sudden proficiency in medicine implausible. Moreover, the secret of Rong Jiusi's poisoning was precisely that, a secret. She wished to avoid any entanglement with him. Revealing this information would only invite trouble upon herself. Clutching her chest, she feigned a look of lingering fear, saying, "Your Highness appeared quite frightening today. Fortunately, I had a needle on me, and I was able to rouse your Highness, preventing a potential catastrophe. Otherwise, we would not have been able to leave the palace today." Rong Jiusi snorted softly. "By your reasoning, you have become this prince's savior?" Mu Yunshu smiled. "I cannot accept such a title as savior. However, if His Highness truly feels grateful, might you consider bestowing upon me an additional 10,000 taels of silver?" Rong Jiusi's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous intent spilling forth. "Does this king harbor gratitude towards you? Grateful for the green hat you bestowed upon me on our wedding night?" Mu Yunshu replied. After clearing her throat, she continued, "Let us consider this matter settled. Forget what I just said." Rong Jiusi closed his eyes, as if merely gazing upon her would tarnish his sight. She made a face at him, thinking, "You insufferable man, I cannot navigate this hellish beginning. It is best to escape if I can." Upon arriving at the royal residence, Rong Jiusi kept his word, presenting her with a banknote of 10,000 taels. Mu Yunshu beamed with delight as she accepted the note, cheerfully exclaiming, "Your Highness is truly a good man. May you live a long and prosperous life." Rong Jiusi regarded her with an expressionless gaze. Undeterred by his lack of amusement, she smiled and added, "I have also secured the divorce papers. From this moment on, the prince and I shall have no further ties. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Your Highness." A hint of mockery appeared at the corners of Rong Jiusi's lips, prompting her to quickly correct herself. "No, wait. I meant never to see you again." With that, she joyfully departed. Jianqi inquired of Rong Jiusi, "Your Highness, are you truly allowing her to leave?" Rong Jiusi leaned back against his chair, exuding an air of calm confidence. "She cannot leave." Jianqi, bewildered, asked, "Why is that?" Rong Jiusi shot him a cold glance, causing Jianqi to promptly fall silent. After Mu Yunshu exited the royal residence, she made her way to the nearest horse stable, purchasing a carriage to make her escape from the capital under the cover of night. The prospect of a future filled with freedom brought a smile to her face. On her first day in this unfamiliar realm, though somewhat tumultuous, she found herself at a favorable juncture. Once she departed from the capital, she would assume a new identity. Using the 10,000 taels of silver bestowed by Rong Jiusi as a foundation to establish a modest medical practice, thus paving the way for a blissful life. As twilight descended, the city gates would soon close, and it would take merely a quarter of an hour to reach them. Upon alighting from the carriage to inspect the situation, she discovered that a wooden stick had lodged itself in the wheel. Sensing something amiss, she heard someone call her name, Mu Yunshu. A gleaming blade narrowly grazed her nose, descending with lethal intent. Had she reacted even a moment slower, she would have been cleaved in two. The assailant, missing with the first strike, swung again. Anger surged within Mu Yunshu. What grievances could warrant such immediate violence? With a swift motion, she seized her attacker's wrist and, employing a deft twist, forced the blade from their grasp. The weapon clattered to the ground as she swiftly delivered a kick to the assailant's chin, sending them sprawling backward. Sumin. She recognized the individual now, the only legitimate heir of the Grand General's household, notorious throughout the capital as a dandy. Their previous acquaintance had been minimal. Sumin rose from the ground, finger pointed accusingly at her as he exclaimed, "Mu Yunshu, how could you be so ruthless? You forsake the third prince, only to exchange your bridal veil for one destined for the Duke of Ding, stealing away Yu Xian's beloved." With a smile, Mu Yunshu retorted, "And what business is it of yours?" Su Min, momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, was met with her follow-up. "Could it be that you harbor feelings for Miss Su?" Su Yusin and Mu Yunshu were renowned in the capital for their starkly contrasting reputations, one basking in unparalleled praise, the other mired in deep disdain. After a day filled with the incessant mention of Su Yusin's name, Mu Yunshu found herself increasingly exasperated. Upon observing the expression on Su Min's face, her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that I have truly hit the mark? Su Min, furious, pointed an accusing finger at her. "Who I choose to marry is none of your concern. You are but a wretched soul who seeks to ruin the happiness of others. Today, I shall take it upon myself to deliver justice and rid the world of your vile presence." As he spoke, he reached to retrieve the knife she had kicked away, but Mu Yunshu, acutely aware of the rising murderous intent around them, sensed imminent danger. The sound of a whistling arrow sliced through the air, narrowly missing Su Min's head. Had he not bent down to pick up the knife, that arrow would have pierced his heart. Drenched in cold sweat, Su Min rose to his feet, shouting, "Who dares to shoot at me in the shadows?" The response came in the form of another arrow, and it dawned upon him that his assailant was indeed intent on killing him. With remarkable swiftness, Mu Yunshu tackled him to the ground. "If you must perish, do so elsewhere. Do not drag me into your demise. Who could possess such cruelty?" Chapter 11. Do not lick the soles of my shoes. It was only then that Su Min realized Mu Yunshu had just saved his life. The effects of alcohol, which had previously clouded his mind, dissipated in an instant due to the shock. As clarity returned, he caught a whiff of the delicate, ethereal fragrance of orchids emanating from her. He abruptly pushed her away. "Keep your distance." Mu Yunshu rolled her eyes at him. "I shall remain here, motionless. If you wish to move, do so on your own accord." However, upon realizing the ambiguity of her words, she swiftly kicked Su Min aside. Su Min stood up, cursing, "How dare you kick me?" Before he could finish his words, another sharp arrow came flying toward him. Mu Yunshu struck his calf, sending him sprawling to the ground, while the arrow narrowly grazed his scalp as it flew by. With a playful smile, she taunted, "I've kicked you again. Why don't you stand up and scold me some more?" Su Min, rendered speechless, realized that even he, despite his foolishness, understood that those outside sought his life. Mu Yunshu doused his hopes with cold water, saying, "I fear you won't live to see your father arrive. Your fate is already sealed." Su Min glared at her, indignantly exclaiming, "They let a menace like you live while coming after me? It's utterly unjust." Mu Yunshu replied with serene composure, perhaps, in their eyes, "You are the greater menace." Su Min shot her a furious glare, but she paid him no heed, instead crawling forward along the dark edge of the corner. After a moment's contemplation, Su Min followed her lead, asking, Do you know who wants me dead? He wore a confused expression, insisting, I don't know. How could I possibly know? Mu Yunshu sifted through the memories of the original owner regarding Su Min, categorizing him as a foolish buffoon, relying on his illustrious lineage without a shred of intellect. It was evident how foolish one must be to be deemed a fool by the original owner. Upon realizing that from the moment Su Min sought her out, they were bound together in this perilous situation. Either they would perish together, or one would survive at the expense of the other. Mu Yunshu understood she had to make him aware of this grim reality. She patiently analyzed with him. The person who led you to drink and, when you were somewhat intoxicated, incited you to kill me is indeed your murderer. Su Min retorted angrily, impossible. Yuxian would never do such a thing. Mu Yunshu paused, turning to him. Was it Su Yuxian who incited you to kill me? She felt something was amiss when she encountered Su Yuxian in the palace today, for the Su Yuxian she met was not at all like the rumors suggested. Realizing he had misspoken, Su Min quickly added, Of course not. She is too kind to ever do something like that. Mu Yunshu cast him a glance, and he, stiffening his neck, added, She is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. People like you truly deserve to die. Mu Yunshu, uninterested in his tirade, continued to crawl forward. She needed to devise a way to escape this secluded alley. Otherwise, even if she were not killed by someone else, she would certainly perish due to Su Min's foolishness. Su Min recalled the events of the day. Though he kept his mouth shut, doubt lingered in his mind. Displeased, he attempted to rise and move to the other side, only to find a sharp arrow suddenly shot towards him. Terrified, he immediately dropped to the ground, his mouth colliding with the sole of Mu Yunshu's shoe. Mu Yunshu exclaimed, Don't lick the bottom of my shoe. Su Min. The two of them shared an uncomfortable silence, and Su Min had no desire to utter a single word. He simply wished to feign death. Footsteps echoed from behind. Likely the assailants outside, having grown impatient with the delay and seeing the two emerge, were preparing for a close-range attack. Noticing that they were near the mouth of the alley, Mu Yunshu seized Su Min and swiftly stood up, dashing toward the alley's exit. As they reached the mouth of the alley, a gleaming blade came slicing through the air. Su Min, in a flurry of panic, dodged frantically, cursing aloud. Dare to kill me? Do you even know who my father is? If Mu Yunshu were not acutely aware that her life was intertwined with Su Min's at that moment, she would have relished the thought of slitting his throat with a knife. Suppressing her irritation, she thrust her weapon into the chest of the black-clad figure blocking the alley, blood splattering onto Su Min's face, eliciting a cacophony of his cries. Grasping him, Mu Yunshu hastily fled towards the alley's exit. Su Min queried, Where did you get that knife? Stunned, he added, So you were crawling forward with a knife all this time? How was I not aware of that? Mu Yunshu found his incessant chatter wearisome and, without hesitation, snatched a cloth hanging on a wall from an unknown household and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Min exclaimed in muffled protest. As he attempted to dislodge the cloth, another black-clad assailant charged at them. Seizing a brick from the wall, he struck the assailant's head, causing the latter to crumple to the ground. Before them lay a fork in the road, and Mu Yunshu, unwilling to continue with him, declared, Let us part ways. May each find their own fate. Su Min, with a haughty demeanor, retorted, Those individuals are undoubtedly here to kill you. They merely mistook me for someone else. Once we separate, I shall surely be safe. With that, he chose one path and departed. In less than a breath's time, Su Min came barreling back, frantic. Help? Mu Yunshu watched, bemused, as he dashed past her, perhaps feeling that her presence offered him some semblance of safety, and pulled her along in his flight. The two individuals were pursued relentlessly, their pursuers seemingly having exhausted their patience. They narrowly escaped death several times, thanks to Mu Yunshu's astuteness, employing methods that Su Min could never have anticipated, either vanquishing their foes or incapacitating them, but securing their escape. Initially, their flight led them to a secluded alley. Although it was not entirely devoid of inhabitants, no one appeared to assist them. It became evident that they were deliberately being cornered, leading them further astray. And soon they found themselves in a desolate area devoid of shelter, with a river obstructing their path. Su Min, feeling overwhelmed, lamented, Will this chase ever end? He cast a pitiful glance at Mu Yunshu, inquiring, What should we do now? Unbeknownst to him, during this frantic escape, his perception of Mu Yunshu had shifted entirely, and he had developed a certain reliance on her. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yunshu remarked, Truly, when the tiger refrains from showing its might, they presume I am merely a harmless kitten. Su Min, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Without responding, Mu Yunshu swiftly retrieved a handful of various crumpled leaves from her bosom. Su Min recognized these leaves as one she had picked earlier. Yet he was unaware of when she had gathered so many. Hearing footsteps approaching from a distance, he urged, "Stop fiddling with those leaves. Think of a way out." Mu Yunshu handed him a handful of leaves, instructing, "Enough chatter. Quickly crush these leaves and store them in this bottle." In times past, Su Min would have resisted her commands, but now he instinctively complied, crushing the leaves as he asked, "What do we do next?" Chapter 12. Is he your lover? Mu Yunshu ignored him, focusing instead on extracting the juice from the leaves, while producing a length of hemp rope and several embroidery needles from her pocket. She heard footsteps approaching, yet displayed no sign of panic. The hemp rope danced deftly in her hands, as if imbued with life. Su Min, on the verge of tears, urged, "Speak to me." Mu Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly, and as the figures clad in black drew nearer, she hurled the hemp rope towards the leader among them. The rope seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring one of the black-clad assailants. In his desperate struggle, he inadvertently tugged at the embroidery needle attached to the rope, which pierced into his flesh, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Simultaneously, Mu Yunshu flung the juice that Su Min had extracted over the black-clad figures. As the liquid splattered, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air. Su Min inquired, "What is that scent?" No sooner had he posed the question than the ensnared black-clad man, seemingly driven mad, let out a wild shriek and lunged at his companions with his knife. With the leader engaged, the others faltered momentarily in their pursuit. But it was evident that the leader could not withstand the chaos for long. Su Min, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A dog-eat-dog scenario, splendid." Before he could finish, an eerie rustling sound echoed around them. "What is that noise?" Su Min asked, his face a mask of confusion. Mu Yunshu grasped his arm, saying, "On the count of 3, jump with me." Su Min, bewildered, queried, "Jump? What are we jumping for?" Without responding, Mu Yunshu prepared herself, and in the next instant, a swarm of hornets surged into view. "Su Min!" Mu Yunshu exclaimed, "Jump!" And she dragged Su Min into the river. "Su Min, is it really necessary to be this thrilling?" In the span of a single day, Mu Yunshu had been thrown into a lake and had voluntarily leaped into a river. She too felt quite distressed. Su Min surfaced from the water and saw a swarm of wasps approaching from the horizon, causing the men in black to cry out in agony. Terrified, he plunged back into the depths. After Mu Yunshu and Su Min swam to the opposite bank, they were utterly exhausted, while the cries of the men in black echoed behind them. The sound of splashes followed, as some of the men, unable to withstand the wasp stings, also jumped into the river. Mu Yunshu glanced at the scene across the river and urged, "Hurry." Without needing further encouragement, Su Min followed her into the narrow streets. Having both fallen into the water, they now shivered from the cold. The spring night was frigid, and Mu Yunshu realized that if she did not find some warm clothing soon, she would either be killed or freeze to death. As she prepared to scale a wall and search for something to wear, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and arrows flew towards them. Even with her calm demeanor, Mu Yunshu felt a surge of despair. Not again. When will this end? Su Min, already in tears, cried out, "Father, I miss you so much. If I survive this time, I promise to train diligently." The guards responsible for maintaining order in the capital had run all night and encountered not a single one of their number. It was clear that someone had deliberately reassigned the guards. By this point, Mu Yunshu had a clear understanding. There were far too many who wished for her demise within the capital. It was impossible for them to allow her to leave alive. She felt utterly desolate. In a state of panic, the two individuals ran without a clear sense of direction, completely unaware of where they were headed. Upon spotting an imposing mansion ahead, she thought to herself that since death was inevitable, she might as well take a chance by entering. With that resolve, she leapt over the wall into the courtyard. Su Min, emulating her, followed suit but slipped as his foot landed on the wall. In a flurry, Mu Yunshu grabbed him to steady him, only to be pulled down alongside him. At the moment they fell, lights ignited within the courtyard, casting a brilliant glow that made Mu Yunshu squint, momentarily disoriented. She heard the sound of a wheelchair turning, her eyes widening in surprise. Could it be mere coincidence? As she looked up, she beheld Rong Jiusi, expressionless in his wheelchair, sword in hand, disdainfully observing her and her sword. "Chi." Mu Yunshu exclaimed internally. Rong Jiusi's lips curled slightly in a mocking smile as he addressed her. "My dear consort, are you clandestinely meeting a lover in the dead of night?" It was only then that Mu Yunshu realized she had fallen directly onto Su Min when they tumbled from the wall. Mu Yunshu thought, "What a chaotic scene this is." She hurriedly scrambled to her feet. Su Min, upon seeing Rong Jiusi, was momentarily stunned and quickly exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding. Rong Jiusi glanced at Su Min and asked, "Could he possibly be your little Tom?" Just as Mu Yunshu was about to refute, Su Min, with a look of astonishment, replied, "How does the prince know my nickname is Tang Tang?" Mu Yunshu thought, what an absurd twist of fate. In Rong Jiusi's eyes, a hint of scorn flickered. Mu Yunshu exclaimed anxiously, "No, this has nothing to do with him. He is not Tom Cruise." Rong Jiusi tapped his fingers against the armrest of the wheelchair, questioning, "Is this a protective measure?" Mu Yunshu retorted, "Protect? What nonsense. Perhaps the prince should just kill him." Su Min interjected, exasperated, "Do you have no heart, woman? After everything we've endured tonight, you still contemplate murder." Mu Yunshu chose to ignore him. The night breeze swept through, and she could not suppress a tremendous sneeze. The most alarming realization was that the current situation was even worse than when she had departed. She knew with clarity that her life would be forfeit the moment she left the Duke's residence. If she wished to survive, she must devise a way to remain there. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Min and took a deep breath, stating, "I stepped out to procure a remedy for the prince." Standing tall with newfound resolve, she declared, "I possess a method to restore the prince to his feet." Upon her pronouncement, an immediate hush fell over the courtyard, as if the very wind had ceased its movement. Rong Jiusi gestured lightly, prompting several guards to approach and escort Su Min away. Even Su Min, despite his usual foolishness, discerned the lethal intent Rong Jiusi harbored towards Mu Yunshu. Thus, his removal could very well be a pretext for her assassination. Unable to restrain himself, he explained, "Although I have been with her all evening, having leaped into the river together and become drenched, our relationship is utterly innocent, at most. She merely grasped my hand and earlier pinned me to the ground." Mu Yunshu snapped. Silence. Su Min, unable to contain herself, turned to Rong Jiusi and said, "I used to harbor a strong dislike for her. However, after facing life and death together today, I find her rather agreeable. Although she shamelessly changed her veil to marry you, now that you are wed, do treat her with a bit more kindness." Chapter 13. "I can help you rise again." Rong Jiusi cast a frosty glance in her direction, his fingers barely twitching before Jian Qi soared into the air, delivering a swift kick that sent Su Min flying. In a calm voice, Rong Jiusi remarked, "If your father has failed to educate you properly, then allow me to teach you how to behave." The guards unleashed a brutal assault upon Su Min, eliciting a pained gasp from Mu Yunshu, who could not help but wince at the scene. A sense of dread enveloped her, as she realized she had but a single chance for self-preservation. A single misstep in her words could lead to her immediate demise at the hands of Rong Jiusi. Resolutely disregarding the cries of agony outside, she boldly declared, "Your Highness is unable to rise not due to injury, but because of poison." Rong Jiusi's countenance remained austere as he regarded her with a chilling gaze. "What else do you know?" At that moment, she was drenched to the bone, her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her delicate curves. Her lips, tinged with a bluish hue, contrasted starkly with her pale complexion, devoid of any color, as her slender neck emerged, fragile yet exquisite. Rong Jiusi's scrutinizing gaze deepened as he questioned, "How do you know this?" Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, "How I came to know is of little consequence. What matters is that I possess the knowledge and the confidence to help your Highness rise again." As she paused to catch her breath, the chill of her wet clothing clung to her, making her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Rong Jiusi's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity. Mu Yunshu shivered slightly before inquiring, "Does the prince wish to rise anew?" Rong Jiusi remained silent. Mu Yunshu understood that her words alone were insufficient to instill trust in him. She tore the last embroidered needle from the hem of her dress and approached him, poised to act. Just then, Rong Jiusi grasped her hand, which felt as cold as ice. His palm radiated warmth, a tantalizing sensation for Mu Yunshu, who was nearly frozen. Instinctively, she inched closer to him. With a reassuring smile, she said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we are in the Duke of Ding's residence. I would never dare to harm you. I merely seek to demonstrate that I can alleviate your poison and heal your leg." She was on the brink of freezing, and if he continued to hesitate, she might truly succumb. She continued, "Your Highness, you must have exhausted every possible method to detoxify. Given your current state, it seems you are at a loss. Why not allow me to attempt it?" Though cautious still, Rong Jiusi gradually released his grip. Without a moment's delay, Mu Yunshu lifted the hem of his trousers and swiftly targeted an acupoint on his leg with the needle. After completing the puncture, she pressed down on a specific spot several times, causing a few drops of dark blood to seep from the needle's entry. Rong Jiusi's leg had long lost sensation, and he felt no pain from the needle. However, as the dark blood was expelled, he distinctly sensed a newfound relaxation in his leg. even experiencing a slight twinge of pain. For him, such sensations were exceedingly rare. He gazed at her in astonishment. Upon observing his expression, she instinctively knew that her efforts had borne fruit. She retracted her neck, tucked her hands into her sleeves, and trembled as she asked, "My lord, may I take a hot bath?" Rong Jiusi inquired, "When did you acquire such medical knowledge?" Mu Yunshu replied weakly, "That is of little importance. What truly matters is that I possess a means to heal you. If you deny me the chance to bathe, the one person capable of saving you may very well perish from the cold." Rong Jiusi remained silent, unable to endure any longer. Mu Yunshu staggered and fell heavily to the ground. His brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively maneuvered his wheelchair and reached out to catch her. She felt far lighter than he had anticipated, lying pale and fragile in his embrace, as though she might vanish at any moment. Rong Jiusi commanded coldly, "Summon the physician." The physician arrived promptly, only to find Mu Yunshu already burning with fever. After taking her pulse, he remarked, "She has overexerted herself and contracted a chill. Treating her will be rather troublesome." Rong Jiusi cast a frosty glance at the ailing Mu Yunshu and ordered in a grave tone, "Find a way to save her. Do not let her die." The physician acknowledged his command. While he could not remedy Rong Jiusi's poison, treating a chill was within his capabilities. Rong Jiusi nodded, and Jian Qi wheeled him towards the front courtyard. Upon seeing him, Jian Shi saluted and recounted the events that transpired after Mu Yunshu had ventured out that day. When he recounted how Mu Yunshu had dragged Su Min into the river, a shiver ran down his spine. At that moment, the area had been swarming with hornets, attacking their pursuers with wild fervor. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a multitude of hornets. At that time, I was quite distant from them. Yet I was still affected. I was caught off guard and stung multiple times by wasps, and the areas where I was stung still throb with pain. Jian Qi could not help but inquire, "Where did so many wasps come from?" Jian Qi clicked his tongue. Wasn't she labeled a fool and a worthless person? Today, she not only untied knots with her bare hands, but also attracted wasps to sting others. Can such feats be accomplished by a fool or a waste? Rong Jiusi's gaze was profound as he coldly asked, "Was it she who saved Su Min?" His slender fingers gently tapped against the chair's backrest, his expression contemplative. Earlier, while Mu Yunshu was using a needle to press on his acupoints in the palace, he discovered her knowledge of medicine and her ability to suppress the toxins within him. He had intended to extract information from her, yet he knew she would never speak the truth in his presence. Therefore, after leaving the palace, he refrained from questioning her. He allowed her to depart from the royal residence, fully aware that survival outside the capital was improbable for her. Only by making her understand that her desire to live necessitated remaining in the Duke of Ding's residence would she eventually speak honestly. However, the commotion she caused tonight far exceeded his expectations, displaying remarkable cleverness, entirely contrary to the rumors. He observed her with an intensely profound gaze. When Mu Yunshu awoke, it was already dusk. The events of the past 2 days felt like a dream, leaving her in a state of disorientation regarding the present moment. She looked at the elegantly carved antique bed and promptly closed her eyes, murmuring, "I must still be asleep." Chapter 14. They embraced each other. She had yet to open her eyes when the icy voice of Rong Jiusi echoed, "You had better prove your worth to live, otherwise I can swiftly send you to your demise." Upon hearing his voice, Mu Yunshu sprang upright, only to behold Rong Jiusi seated at the table, engrossed in a book. The flickering oil lamp cast a dim light upon his face, illuminating his profile, which resembled a finely chiseled statue, exquisitely handsome yet devoid of warmth. Rong Jiusi coldly inquired, "Where did you acquire your medical knowledge?" Mu Yunshu felt unwell both physically and emotionally. Aware that he would not kill her at this moment, she decided to abandon all restraint. "I possess innate talent and have taught myself. I require no one's instruction." Rong Jiusi retorted, "Who do you think you are to claim such?" Rong Jiusi. He cast aside the book in his hand onto the table and glanced at her askew. Mu Yunshu instinctively wrapped her blanket tighter around herself, exclaiming, "Ah, it's so cold. I feel so dizzy. Am I on the brink of death? My demise is trivial. But what matters is that no one will be left to treat the princess leg, and he would be confined to a wheelchair for life." Rong Jiusi remained silent. Were it not for her earlier demonstration of her ability to decipher his condition, he would have already drawn his sword against her. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I shall grant you 3 days. Should you fail to alleviate my poison, you will find yourself beneath the osmanthus tree at the entrance, serving as fertilizer." Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, "My lord, are you jesting? These physicians are utterly helpless against the poison afflicting you. Some were misguided from the outset, while others showed initial promise, only to prove ineffective later." She raised an eyebrow slightly as she spoke. In the initial stages of your poisoning, your legs were still capable of walking. Among these doctors, some attempted to suppress the toxins, yet their methods were ineffective, rendering your legs immobile at that time. Rong Jiusi regarded her with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Upon noticing his expression, Mu Yunshu chuckled softly. It seems I have guessed correctly. These individuals have been treating you for quite some time. Although they have temporarily preserved your life, they have allowed the toxins to spread throughout your entire body. I believe the physician currently tasked with detoxifying you must have informed you that you can survive no more than 3 additional months. Rong Jiusi narrowed his eyes slightly. Who conveyed this information to you? Mu Yunshu draped the blanket over herself and sat in the center of the bed, gazing at Rong Jiusi as she replied. No one told me. I deduced all of this from your pulse. Suddenly, Rong Jiusi recalled the moment when she had taken the opportunity to lean close to him, grasping his wrist. If she could ascertain so much merely by taking his pulse, her medical skills must far surpass those of the doctors he had consulted previously. Yet, her past was marred by folly, and the person before him was entirely different from the rumors he had heard. He asked coldly, "You are not Mu Yunshu. Who are you?" Mu Yunshu, having resolved to reveal her medical expertise before him, had already contemplated her response. If I am not Mu Yunshu, then who else could I be? My mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me, and less than a year later, my father remarried. If I had not feigned ignorance, I would not have survived to this day. Rong Jiusi's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Mu Yunshu sighed softly. Everyone wears a mask before others. And I merely wish to survive. Rong Jiusi's gaze was no longer as frigid as before, yet her countenance remained devoid of any expression. From whom did you learn your medical skills? Rong Jiusi replied. She must be joking. Mu Yunshu smiled faintly to the prince. Does it truly matter who taught me, as long as I can cure your poison? Rong Jiusi's brows furrowed slightly. Mu Yunshu continued. The poison has already infiltrated your vital organs. Had it not been for your profound internal strength, you would have succumbed long ago. Under such circumstances, it will require at least half a year to cleanse the poison from your body. At this point, she flashed a sweet smile at Rong Jiusi. So, Prince, will you spend half a year allowing me to help you detoxify, or will you choose to end my life now? The decision is yours. Rong Jiusi replied impassively. Why should I trust you? Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow. How should I know? I've said all that I needed to say. Whether you choose to believe me or not is entirely up to you. If you do not wish to believe, then feel free to kill me now. Rong Jiusi realized that she was as slippery as an eel, with no apparent vulnerabilities. Just then, Mu Yunshu's stomach let out a growl, prompting her to say, If you do not wish to kill me right now, could you perhaps procure some food for me? She had run all night and had been working tirelessly all day. Although her appetite was minimal, her stomach was indeed hungry and needed sustenance. Rong Jiusi ignored her and began to wheel himself away. Mu Yunshu hurriedly exclaimed, Wait. Don't leave just yet. She rose to stop him, but having endured a day of fever and hunger, she was immediately overcome with dizziness and stumbled forward, collapsing into Rong Jiusi's embrace. In that moment, he caught a faint whiff of orchid fragrance. Instinctively, he glanced down and noticed that she was clad only in a sheer nightgown, which was loosely tied, now slipping further open due to her fall. From his vantage point, he beheld the exquisite orchid-patterned undergarment, and her skin, pale as jade. His ears flushed slightly as he reached out to push her away. His hand met her shoulder, which felt delicate and smooth. Mu Yunshu was oblivious to her state of partial exposure, interpreting his reaction as mere disdain for her presence. She lightly shook her head, attempting to regain her composure, inadvertently causing his shirt to part at the chest. Her soft hair brushed against his firm torso, igniting a sensation both delightful and irritating, causing his ears to turn crimson. At that moment, Jianqi entered, having heard the commotion. Your Highness, is everything all right? Rong Jiusi swiftly turned his wheelchair to shield Jianqi's view and coldly commanded, Leave. From Jianqi's perspective, the two were entangled in an embrace. Jianqi was taken aback. Your Highness was utterly disdainful of Mu Yunshu in the morning, yet here they are together in the evening? How fickle. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered, Your Highness, leave. Rong Jiusi's voice grew even colder. Jianqi scurried away in haste. Taking a deep breath, Rong Jiusi addressed Mu Yunshu. Is this how you typically entice men? Alas, even if you were to bear all, this prince would not spare you a glance. Chapter 15. The missing divorce document. At this moment, Mu Yunshu finally regained her composure. She stood up unsteadily and realized that her clothing was disheveled. Aware of his disdain for her, she felt no inclination to explain and simply stated, Rest assured, Your Highness, I harbor no interest in you. After speaking, she clutched her stomach and lamented, I am quite famished, on the verge of starvation. At the instant she rose, Rong Jiusi swiftly adjusted her inadvertently loosened garments. With a dark expression, he commanded, Jian Qi, have the kitchen send a bowl of congee. Jian Qi outside responded promptly. Mu Yunshu's face brightened, Your Highness. With your handsome demeanor and kind heart, you shall surely wed a breathtaking princess in the future. Rong Jiusi's countenance darkened further. Unable to contain himself, he warned, If you continue to stare, I shall have your eyes gouged out. Jian Qi immediately bowed his head and stood in the corner. Rong Jiusi cast a cold glance at him, prompting Jian Qi to hastily exit, taking care to close the door behind him. By this time, Mu Yunshu had consumed every last drop of the congee and felt revitalized. As she enjoyed her meal, Rong Jiusi also regained his calmness. He spoke in a deep voice. Within 6 months, cleanse the poison from your body. During this time, I shall ensure your survival. Mu Yunshu dabbed her mouth delicately with a handkerchief and retorted, Let us add one more condition. Rong Jiusi replied impassively, You lack the standing to negotiate terms. She reclined in her chair, declaring, If I perish. Rong Jiusi's temples throbbed with suppressed fury as he insisted, Speak, and if it is not excessive, I may acquiesce. Mu Yunshu smiled mischievously. Then let us add 6 more conditions. Rong Jiusi cast a cold glance at her. She rested her chin on one hand and said, Your Highness, you must understand one thing. It is you who is seeking my assistance now. The distinction between a physician who treats with diligence and one who does not yields entirely different outcomes. Rong Jiusi scoffed. Are you threatening me? I would not dare. Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow. I am merely reasoning with you. After all, a comfortable environment and a harmonious life can significantly enhance a physician's skills. Rong Jiusi's expression remained frosty, while a subtle smile played at the corners of Mu Yunshu's lips. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that, apart from me, no one in the world can cure your poison. Taking a deep breath, Rong Jiusi replied, Speak. First, I require a private courtyard for my residence. Second, my fee is 100,000 taels. Third, once I have healed you, you must ensure my safe passage out of the capital. The conditions she proposed were not unreasonable, while the fee was steep. Rong Jiusi deemed his life to be worth far more than 100,000 taels. Both of them harbored mutual distrust, leading them to draft a formal contract. Mu Yunshu picked up the document and admired the strong, vigorous characters inscribed upon it. Your Highness, your handwriting is quite impressive. Rong Jiusi, lacking patience, seized her hand and pressed it onto the ink pad before signing the contract. Mu Yunshu smirked and extended her hand toward Rong Jiusi. May our collaboration be fruitful. Rong Jiusi shot her a sidelong glance. If you cannot cure me within 6 months, you may as well prepare for your demise. Mu Yunshu remained unperturbed. I have confidence in my medical skills. Such a day shall never come. Rong Jiusi observed her radiance as she sat there, exuding an aura of self-assurance. Narrowing his peach blossom eyes, he folded the contract and turned to leave. Mu Yunshu recalled another matter. Did you kill Su Min? Rong Jiusi halted his wheelchair, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. Are you feeling remorse? Mu Yunshu shook her head. What I mean is, if he is still alive, I shall deliver the final blow. Rong Jiusi let out a cold laugh, to indulge in an affair and then resort to murder to silence him. Truly, a wasp's sting is nothing compared to a woman's treachery. Mu Yunshu remained silent. After Rong Jiusi departed, she clenched her fist and directed it at his retreating figure. Having never encountered a man more detestable than him, since her arrival in this world, she had been seeking ways to preserve her life. Now that she realized her life was temporarily secured, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although her journey began in hellish circumstances and her future would be fraught with difficulties, at least she was not facing imminent death. Fortunately, she had engaged Rong Jiusi to draft a divorce decree, thereby freeing herself from the title of his princess. Otherwise, given his temperament, the mere act of donning a green hat on their wedding night could have led to her demise. Suddenly, the thought of the divorce decree jolted her. She then noticed that all her garments had been changed, and the decree was nowhere to be found. She immediately began rummaging through her room, searching every nook and cranny. In a drawer, she discovered the silver notes Rong Jiusi had previously given her, yet the divorce decree was conspicuously absent. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that the decree had been lost during her escape. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Should the divorce papers fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. She contemplated searching for them, yet recalled the extensive distance she had traversed the previous day, with no certainty of where the papers might have been misplaced. Furthermore, after having spent an entire day in bed, the likelihood of someone having picked them up was quite high. Rubbing her temples, she ultimately resolved to conceal the loss of the divorce papers from Rong Jiusi. After all, he had already pinned the document, and they were no longer husband and wife. Rong Jiusi unwrapped the divorce papers, which had been carefully wrapped in oil paper, his gaze chillingly cold. The papers had fallen from Mu Yunshu while her maid was assisting her with a change of garments. The maids, unsure of how to handle the situation, had brought them to him. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting him to hastily tuck the papers into the innermost drawer. His expression softened considerably as he invited the visitor to enter. Yin Changshu, whose full name was Yin Xiaofeng, served as the chief minister of the duke's residence and had previously been Rong Jiusi's military strategist during his service in the army. Their relationship, though formally that of master and servant, was akin to that of brothers. On the day of the wedding, Yin Xiaofeng had opted to remain at the military camp to prevent any disturbances, fearing that trouble might arise in his absence. Soon, Yin Xiaofeng entered, expressing his frustration. In just 3 days away from the duke's residence, so much has transpired. Had I known that chaos would ensue, I would have remained here. The duke's residence was typically well guarded, yet on the day of the wedding, with Yin Xiaofeng at the military camp, Rong Jiusi had suffered a poisoning incident, leaving the residence vulnerable to intrusion. If the news of the duke's wife losing her virtue on their wedding night were to spread, Rong Jiusi would become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire capital. Rong Jiusi nonchalantly remarked, "This king has been disgusted before. One more instance matters not." Yin Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. He was acutely aware that since the demise of the former emperor, Rong Jiusi had faced considerable hardships. The late emperor had once contemplated bestowing the throne upon him, rendering the Empress Dowager and Emperor Yuanming both resentful adversaries. Chapter 16. You are this king's cherished treasure. Previously, due to Rong Jiusi's command over 200,000 troops, they dared not act against him lightly. However, after the disastrous defeat a year prior, nearly half of his forces had been decimated. It was during that fateful time that Rong Jiusi failed to administer the antidote in a timely manner, allowing the poison to permeate his organs, thus confining him to a wheelchair. They not only wished for his demise but sought to tarnish his reputation, turning him into a laughingstock within the capital. Yin Xiaofeng felt indignant on his behalf. You have valiantly guarded the borders for the Great Jin and achieved remarkable military feats over the years. Now that the borders are secure, they treat you thus. It is simply a fate worse than that of swine or dogs. Though he refrained from uttering these words, they encapsulated his innermost sentiments. Gazing at the figure of Rong Jiusi, who could only survive for 3 more months in his wheelchair, he reflected upon the once mighty warrior who had soared across the battlefield like a celestial being, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "This king has never contemplated marriage. Whether Mu Yunshu has lost her virtue is of no consequence." Yin Xiaofeng sighed again. Mu Yunshu has long been notorious in the capital, her heart belonging to the third prince, Rong Jiusi. For someone of her standing to commit such outrageous acts on her wedding day is simply unfathomable. Rong Jiusi's gaze sharpened slightly. She may not be as reprehensible as the rumors suggest. Yin Xiaofeng gazed at him in surprise, exclaiming, "Is it true that the prince speaks on her behalf?" Rong Jiusi's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "You discern that in just a few days of acquaintance." Yin Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards him, and he continued, "Xiaofeng, she possesses the ability to cure my poison." This revelation left Yin Xiaofeng utterly astonished. "She can cure your poison? Who is she? Is it Mu Yunshu?" "That is inconceivable." The reputation of Mu Yunshu in the capital was notoriously poor, known to all. Rong Jiusi's voice was calm yet profound. "Does it sound absurd? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe in her capabilities." Yin Xiaofeng inquired, "You witnessed it?" Rong Jiusi pointed to his leg, stating, "This leg, after having a drop of poisonous blood extracted by Mu Yunshu, is still capable of feeling pain." Yin Xiaofeng remained reluctant to accept this notion, asking, "Could it be mere coincidence?" "It is no coincidence." Rong Jiusi succinctly recounted how she had suppressed the toxin within the palace and diagnosed his ailment through pulse examination. Yin Xiaofeng pondered deeply. "Few are aware of your poisoning. If she is not aligned with the Empress Dowager, then she possesses genuine talent. Yet, how could she possibly have such abilities? What if she is indeed a pawn of the Empress Dowager?" He added, "Moreover, she has affections for the third prince. And having substituted Su Yusin's bridal veil to marry into the Ding Wang residence, she must have ulterior motives." Rong Jiusi's long fingers lightly tapped on the back of the chair, She endured great hardships to enter the Ding Wang residence. If she were scheming, she would not have left yesterday. What if she retreated to advance? Yin Xiaofeng posited. Rong Jiusi countered. What significance would such an action hold for her? This statement rendered Yin Xiaofeng momentarily speechless. Rong Jiusi continued. I have searched far and wide for renowned physicians. It is only a matter of 3 months at most before my time is up. What is there to fear? Yin Xiaofeng sighed. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are destined to live a long life. Yet, even he could not convince himself of this, so he added, let Mu Yunshu have a try. She is under our watchful eyes. Should she harbor any ill intentions, we shall eliminate her. Rong Jiusi nodded. Let us observe first. Mu Yunshu understood that her very life was a prize she had fought fervently to secure from Rong Jiusi. She had yet to commence her treatment, and without evidence of its efficacy, she held no bargaining power. The disparity between her and the original owner of this identity was vast. Rong Jiusi likely did not trust her words from yesterday and was merely testing her. Seated gracefully, she remarked, if it is the prince's wish, then I shall abide by it. A maid approached to assist her with her grooming, and once she was ready, she followed the maid to meet Rong Jiusi. Upon her arrival, he did not spare her a glance, merely raising a hand for Jian Qi to assist him into the carriage. The carriage of the Duke of Ding was specially crafted, featuring a ramp suitable for wheelchairs, which proved to be exceedingly convenient due to Rong Jiusi's limited mobility. Just as Mu Yunshu was about to board the carriage, General Su arrived with Su Min. She was somewhat surprised to see Su Min alive, initially suspecting that he had come to cause trouble for the Duke's residence. However, to her astonishment, General Su approached Rong Jiusi and performed a deep bow, saying, My son has been reckless. It is thanks to the prince's intervention that he is safe. Were it not for your timely assistance, he would have undoubtedly perished this time. Mu Yunshu gazed at the battered Su Min, her expression rife with confusion. He merely shrugged and gestured towards Rong Jiusi, his face a portrait of despair. Mu Yunshu's astonishment deepened. What had Rong Jiusi done to Su Min that this fool would come to express his gratitude after being soundly thrashed? Rong Jiusi's voice was tinged with an icy detachment. It was merely a trifling effort. General Su need not be courteous. General Su clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, Your Highness's small act has saved my entire family. Such profound kindness requires no formal thanks. Should you ever require my assistance, simply send word. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, General Su presented gifts and took his leave with Su Min. As Su Min passed by Mu Yunshu, he slipped her a note. Wishing to sever any ties with him, she discarded the note onto the ground. Young Master Su, you've dropped something. Su Min shot her an impatient glance, silently urging her to retrieve the note. She took a step back, smiling at him, prompting him to mutter, Thank you for the reminder. General Su then playfully tapped Su Min's forehead, admonishing, I've told you countless times, don't be so reckless. After saying this, he bent down to pick up the note, causing Su Min to panic. He hastily snatched the note from Su Min's hands, exclaiming, What is this? As he prepared to read it aloud, Su Min, well aware of his father's tendency, swiftly snatched it back and consumed it in one bite. Chapter 17. The Heartless Ruler General Su. Mu Yunshu. At this moment, her curiosity was piqued. What could he have written that rendered him so reluctant to reveal it? Su Min, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, awkwardly remarked, The note contains a delightful snack. Sweet and delicious. The crowd. Mu Yunshu's lips twitched uncontrollably. General Su playfully tapped the back of Su Min's head, chiding, always indulging in food. He then turned to Rong Jiusi and added, My son is quite mischievous. I apologize for the embarrassment. Rong Jiusi cast a cold, piercing glance at Su Min, who involuntarily shuddered. In a calm voice, Rong Jiusi replied, It is of no consequence. After a brief pause, he inquired, I have heard your son's nickname is Tang Tang? Mu Yunshu. She felt that Su Min would forever bear the title of the paramour. If he were to incur Rong Jiusi's ire, he would have only himself to blame. General Su, somewhat taken aback, responded, Indeed, how did the prince come to know? Rong Jiusi replied nonchalantly, Your son mentioned it himself the other day. It is quite an amusing name. General Su chuckled. He adored soup as a child. So his mother bestowed upon him this charming nickname. A humble name is easy to nurture. Rong Jiusi nodded slightly and inquired about another matter. Has your son discovered the identity of the assailant from that night he was pursued? Upon finishing, he muttered a curse. The capital guards are utterly incompetent. Despite the ruckus that ensued, they were unaware, and the Jingzhou prefecture, completely oblivious. If they fail to uncover the true culprit this time, I shall dismantle their plaque myself. As Mu Yunshu listened to their conversation, it appeared that Su Min had informed General Su about the assassination attempt that night. Yet she was not mentioned. It was understandable. If the news of her and Su Min being pursued at night were to spread, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer tremendously. This must have been the intention of Rong Jiusi. She cast a glance at him, but he did not spare her even a sidelong glance. He was advising General Su, stating that Su Min had claimed a swarm of hornets had been pursuing him that night. Hornets are venomous creatures, and their stings can lead to prolonged swelling and redness. General Su slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten this? Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I shall send someone to the clinic at once." I refused to believe that those stung by hornets would not seek medical attention. Unable to contain herself, Su Min interjected, "Father, I reminded you of this at home as well." General Su retorted, "When did you remind me?" "Nonsense." Su Min sought to defend himself further, but General Su twisted his ear and led him away, causing him to cry out, "Easy now. Father, gentle. It hurts." Mu Yunshu glanced at Su Min, whose demeanor was truly pitiful to behold. This incident revealed to her the cunning nature of Rong Jiusi. He struck a person while deftly employing another's hand to deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. A classic case of using a feather to move a mountain. Such individuals were the very ones she wished to avoid. In the past, she would have taken every measure to distance herself from him. However, contemplating her current predicament, it seemed that such a boundary was no longer distinctly drawn. After Mu Yunshu boarded the carriage, Rong Jiusi cast a glance in her direction. With a smile, she remarked, "This is the first time I've witnessed a fool eating a piece of paper." Rong Jiusi, with a stoic expression, replied, "It is said that 3 months ago, someone publicly consumed a couplet penned by the third prince in front of the entire capital." He turned to look at her. "Do you know that person?" Mu Yunshu hesitated. That was one of the foolish acts committed by the original owner. She recalled the memory, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her stomach at Rong Jiusi's words. With a cold demeanor, she replied, "I do not know him." Rong Jiusi raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems you truly wish to survive. You even dare not accept notes from your suitor." Mu Yunshu took a deep breath and insisted, "He is not my suitor. I have no relations with him." Rong Jiusi casually picked up a book from the cabinet and began to read leisurely, just as Mu Yunshu thought he would remain silent. His cold voice pierced the air again. "Whether you are related to him or not is of no concern to me. However, given your status as the princess consort, it is best that you refrain from actions that would bring disgrace upon me." Mu Yunshu looked at him as he turned a page in the book. He continued, "Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take your life at any moment." With a smile, Mu Yunshu reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall devote myself solely to you and will not cast a glance at any other man." Rong Jiusi turned his head to regard her, and she added, "We have already played the part of a loving couple before the Empress Dowager. I shall continue to perform this role to the end." Rong Jiusi snorted disdainfully and subsequently ignored her, prompting her to silently exhale in relief. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage came to a halt before the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis. Mu Yunshu gazed at the 4 characters inscribed on the gate and let out a light chuckle. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, she was regarded as inferior to even the maidservants within the household. This was certainly a consequence of the original owner's misdeeds, however. The root of her foolish actions could ultimately be traced back to the machinations of her stepmother, Su. Last night, Mu Yunshu meticulously perused the memories of the original owner and discovered that Su was an exceptionally formidable stepmother. She employed a strategy of undermining while appearing benevolent, feigning kindness towards the original owner while secretly orchestrating her isolation by alienating her from everyone within the entire loyal and brave Marquis residence. From the matriarch to a 3-year-old illegitimate daughter, everyone harbored a deep-seated disdain for her. At that moment, the doorman spotted Rong Jiusi, who was being pushed in a wheelchair by Jian Qi, and swiftly rushed inside to announce their arrival. Rong Jiusi spoke in a calm tone. "Your parents have cultivated your beloved consort to such an admirable degree. I must express my gratitude to them." He added, "To leave without partaking in lunch would be exceedingly improper. One must at least finish the meal before departing." Upon hearing these words, Mu Yunshu realized that Rong Jiusi was likely seizing the opportunity to scrutinize her. She raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "As long as the prince is pleased." As they approached the second gate, the loyal and brave Marquis and Su hurried towards them. Although both the Emperor Yuanming and the Empress Dowager currently held a disfavor towards Rong Jiusi, his previous achievements were too significant, and his abilities too formidable for them to openly offend him. "This girl has been spoiled by us since childhood. She has grown exceedingly bold." Whatever punishment the prince wishes to impose upon her, our household has no objections, the Marquis declared. Su interjected, Yunshu, your usual antics may be tolerable, but how can you behave so recklessly regarding such a significant matter as marriage? Chapter 18. The prince's affection for me. The incident of Mu Yunshu and Su Yusin mistakenly switching wedding palanquins at the Joy Temple had long since spread throughout the capital. Upon learning of this, the loyal and brave Marquis raged at home, denouncing his wayward daughter and publicly declaring his intention to sever their father-daughter relationship. On the surface, Su Shi advised him not to be angry with Mu Yunshu, but privately, she was overjoyed. Su Shi believed that Rong Jiusi and Su Yusin had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. Thus, Mu Yunshu's marriage into the Duke of Ding's residence was certain to lead to her demise. She was elated and even had the kitchen prepare a feast to celebrate. After lunch, she contemplated sending someone to the Duke of Ding's residence, ostensibly to express her concern for Mu Yunshu, but in reality, to ascertain whether she had met her end. As she observed Mu Yunshu, who was adorned in splendid attire, exhibiting no signs of distress and instead radiating joy, Su Shi felt a pang of discomfort. This was not how it should be. Mu Yunshu caught a glimpse of Su Shi's expression and smiled gently, saying, "The prince enjoys my antics." Rong Jiusi, maintaining a cool demeanor, remarked, "Yunshu is delightful. I cannot bear to punish her." With a blush, Mu Yunshu replied, "Your Highness, please do not speak so plainly. It makes one feel shy." Rong Jiusi glanced at her and said, "We are all family. There is no harm in it." The loyal and brave Marquis and Su Shi were left dumbfounded by the exchange between the two. What was happening? Was it not said that the Duke of Ding shared a deep affection for Su Yusin? Why was he not angered by Mu Yunshu's substitution? Rong Jiusi observed the couple and confirmed that Mu Yunshu's situation within the loyal and brave Marquis' estate was indeed quite precarious. He cleared his throat, and the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor promptly said, "Your Highness, please come inside." Once they entered the main hall, the Marquis accompanied Rong Jiusi, while Su Shi took Mu Yunshu to the courtyard. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Su Shi inquired, "How could you possess such audacity? You boldly exchanged Miss Su's bridal veil. Do you wish to court danger?" Mu Yunshu looked at Su Shi with a smile that bordered on mockery. "Madam, are you reveling in my misfortune or genuinely concerned for my well-being?" The corners of Mu Yunshu's lips curled slightly. "If you are indeed concerned, why did you not seek me out at the Wangfu upon hearing of this matter?" Su Shi was momentarily at a loss for words and could only respond, "I only learned of this today and intended to visit you at the Wangfu this afternoon." Mu Yunshu smiled brightly. "Madam, your sources of information seem rather unreliable, as you only received this news today." Upon hearing this, Su Shi glanced at Mu Yunshu. She retained her previous appearance, yet her demeanor and aura had transformed entirely. In the past, she would never have spoken with such a tone of sarcasm, only expressing her impotent rage. Mu Yunshu spoke softly. "This matter is somewhat awkward to discuss." Su Shi hastily replied, "I am your mother. What could possibly be too difficult for you to share with me?" With a bashful expression, Mu Yunshu confessed, "On the night of our wedding, the prince was exceedingly pleased with me, resulting in my inability to rise from bed yesterday." Su Shi. This was the last piece of news she wished to hear. Yet, the gravity of this revelation caused her face to flush crimson. She spoke in a somber tone. "The Crown Prince harbors deep feelings for Su Yusin. How could he possibly remain unperturbed by your marriage into the Wangfu?" Mu Yunshu thought to herself, "He is undoubtedly very angry." With a shy demeanor, she remarked, however. Upon noticing Su's gaze upon her, she chuckled softly, saying, "As a woman of experience, Madam should understand that men are inherently lustful. It is quite natural for the prince to favor me over Su Yusin, for I possess greater beauty." Su. Once again, Mu Yunshu's words left Su astounded. In the past, Mu Yunshu was merely bold. She would never have uttered such statements. Although Su was aware of Mu Yunshu's extraordinary beauty, her previous foolish behavior, coupled with Su's guidance, had rendered her appearance mundane and unrefined. Thus, while others knew her to be foolish, they remained oblivious to her stunning allure. Su took a deep breath and replied, "That is good." Upon seeing her radiant smile, Su felt a pang in her heart. Such breathtaking beauty indeed has the power to captivate a man's heart. Observing Su's expression, Mu Yunshu's lips curled into a subtle smile. If Su sought to provoke her, it would depend on Su's ability to do so. She was no longer the original owner and would no longer allow Su to manipulate her. Mu Yunshu welcomed this change. She took a careful look around the room she had inhabited for over a decade. The chamber appeared opulent. Yet the truly valuable items were scarce, only the gilded Nama bed and wardrobe, both of which were immovable. The remaining decorations were the most ordinary of items, collectively worth no more than 100 taels of silver. The curtains were darkly hued, and the arrangement of the room was exceedingly illogical, giving it a chaotic, cramped, and gloomy atmosphere. From the moment she entered, she felt discomfort, let alone the fact that the original owner had lived there for so many years. Footsteps echoed at the entrance, and as she turned her head, she beheld a strikingly handsome youth standing at the door. He was her twin brother, Mu Yunshu. If there was anyone in the loyal and valiant duke's residence who genuinely cared for her, it was indeed Mu Yunshu. However, the relationship between the siblings had never been particularly harmonious. The original owner had been spoiled by the Su family, becoming arrogant and overbearing. In contrast, Mu Yunshu was taciturn, often correcting her when Mu Yunshu erred. The original owner had been incited by the Su family and their cohorts, and given Mu Yunshu's tendency to meddle in her affairs, she harbored considerable annoyance towards him. Previously, she had taken pleasure in bullying Mu Yunshu, while the children of the Su family grew closer to her. As she noticed Mu Yunshu gazing at her, his silence revealed concern, helplessness, and disappointment, yet devoid of disdain. She waved her hand and said, "Qingdi, it has been a long time." Mu Yunshu retorted coldly, "Mu Yunshu, you are truly beyond redemption. You originally relied on our mother and the imperial consort's marriage decree to marry the third prince, which was already inappropriate. Now you are turning around to marry the Ding Wang. Are you courting death?" Before she could respond, he continued his tirade. "The Ding Wang is not someone you can provoke. If you perish, I will not retrieve your body." Mu Yunshu was taken aback. It was the first time she had been reprimanded so fiercely. She, too, recognized the folly of the original owner. Applauding, she exclaimed, "Well said." Mu Yunshu stared at her, his eyes wide with astonishment. She smiled and added, "Do not look at me like that. I have merely had an epiphany. Rest assured, I shall no longer engage in foolishness henceforth." Mu Yunshu furrowed his brow as he gazed at her, inquiring, "What are you scheming this time? If you engage in mischief within the duke's residence, no one will come to your aid." Mu Yunshu remained silent, recalling how, when Mu Yunshu had earnestly offered advice to the original owner, she had found it bothersome, always responding with eager agreement yet never heeding his counsel. Perhaps her overly enthusiastic acquiescence today led Mu Yunshu to believe she was merely being dismissive once again. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "I am genuinely serious this time." Mu Yunshu scoffed, "When have you ever said otherwise?" Mu Yunshu sighed, pressing her fingers to her temples. "Very well. You may observe how I proceed from now on." Seeing her demeanor, Mu Yunshu felt not only dismissed but also irritated. He coldly retorted, "I must have been extraordinarily unfortunate to have you as my sister. I have shown you more than enough kindness. If you choose to court disaster, I will no longer concern myself with you." With that, he retrieved a pouch from his cloak and tossed it to her. "May you find your own fortune." Mu Yunshu fumbled to catch it, noting its substantial weight. "What is this?" she asked, but Mu Yunshu offered no reply, striding out the door. Upon opening the pouch, she discovered it was filled with silver coins and copper cash. In her memories, Mu Yunshu, though a legitimate scion of the loyal and valiant Marquis, faced considerable hardships. Moreover, the original owner had persistently caused trouble, compelling him to transcribe books to earn silver to settle debts for her. She realized this bag of silver must represent countless hours of labor he had endured. His garments, faded and worn, were a testament to his frugality, and his hands bore the calluses of diligent work. Mu Yunshu felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a resounding slap to the original owner. Noticing something amiss in his gait, she inquired, "What is wrong with your leg?" Mu Yunshu disregarded her question, but she stepped forward and grasped his arm, only to find his skin scorching. He was feverish. Mu Yunshu paused for a moment, intending to check his pulse, but he forcefully shook her off, retorting, "My affairs are none of your concern. Tend to your own business." He staggered forward, his form swaying precariously as if he might fall. Irritated, Mu Yunshu seized him once more, compelling him to sit in a chair. Although he towered over her and possessed far more strength, his illness rendered him powerless against her insistence. Leaning back against the chair, he groaned, "What do you intend to do now?" Yet, Mu Yunshu paid him no mind. After taking his pulse, she abruptly pulled up his trouser leg, gasping in shock. A lengthy wound marred his right leg, stretching from his heel to the bend of his knee. Due to improper care, the wound was inflamed and festering, with pus seeping out. Mu Yunshu asked, "How did you sustain this injury? Why haven't you sought treatment?" "Mind your own business." Mu Yunshu snapped back. Mu Yunshu, however, had already surmised part of the truth. Those scoundrels from your academy bullied you again, didn't they? Mu Yuan glared at her and retorted, what does that concern you? With a slight smirk, Mu Yunshu replied, if you were merely an annoyance, then it does concern me. Mu Yuan fell silent. A pang of sorrow welled within her. He had neglected his wounds, hoarding all his resources for her sake. This was not the first instance of such selflessness. Yet the original owner of this body had always rebuffed his kindness, deeming him meddlesome. With impatience, Mu Yuan exclaimed, do you even know how to treat wounds? Get away. Perhaps it was the sheer force of her shout that rendered him momentarily speechless. Mu Yunshu understood that if his wound remained untreated, he might end up with a crippled leg at best, or lose his life at worst. Internally, she cursed the original owner for being so careless. She retrieved a small knife from the drawer, sterilized it with fire, and then took out an embroidery needle to do the same. After preparing, she looked at him and said, it may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Mu Yuan observed her meticulous approach with a hint of skepticism, remaining silent. Mu Yunshu began by excising the necrotic tissue from his leg with the knife, then used the silver needle to extract the pus and blood, finally stitching the wound closed. Once she completed the procedure, she took paper and pen to write a prescription, handing it to him. Take this to the pharmacy to get the medicine, both for external application and internal use. In no more than 3 days, your wound will heal significantly. Mu Yuan gazed at her in astonishment as she executed the task with such proficiency. When did you learn to do all this? He inquired, recalling her frequent injuries in the past, which made her explanation plausible. Yet, she had always been like a lump of mud against a wall. And today she appeared somewhat different. He glanced at the prescription, noting it was in her handwriting. Mu Yunshu discerned his thoughts and earnestly stated, I have promised to change. And I will indeed change. From now on, I shall no longer be a burden to you. We will support each other as siblings. Mu Yuan regarded her with a mixture of confusion, recalling how she had previously devised various ways to solicit money from him. Could it be that she genuinely wished to improve? He was skeptical, for similar promises had been made before, and her fleeting improvements had always served as a prelude to greater mischief. With a cold expression, he remarked, Mu Yunshu, are you concocting some mischief again? Mu Yunshu swiftly delivered a playful slap to his head, retorting, address me as sister. Mu Yuan, cradling his head in disbelief, gazed at her, exclaiming, you dare to strike me. She defiantly placed her hands on her hips and declared, indeed, I shall. Now, go fetch the medicine and prepare it for consumption, or I shall break your legs. She had just administered a needle to him, alleviating some of his fever. With a few more doses, he would soon recover. Feeling considerably better, Mu Yuan grasped his purse and warned, I am taking the silver. Do not regret it. Mu Yunshu playfully slapped him again, asserting, I am now the princess consort of the duke, possessing everything I desire. Who cares for your meager silver coins? Depart quickly, lest I become vexed at the sight of you. Strangely enough, this tone was familiar to Mu Yuan, dissipating the flicker of doubt that had briefly ignited within him. He was now even more convinced that she was scheming something grand, though he could not yet fathom her intentions. Based on his experience, it was nearly impossible to extract any information from her. Within 3 days, he was certain she would execute some astonishing act. With a cold smirk, he limped away. Chapter 20. Has she stolen another man? Once he departed, Mu Yunshu patted her chest, relieved to have navigated this encounter successfully. Initially believing herself to be unencumbered in this world, she now realized the warmth of having someone who genuinely cared for her. It was a rather pleasant feeling. She resolved in her heart that before she escaped the capital, she would devise a path for Mu Yuan as a gesture of gratitude for his care. At that moment, she caught a whiff of an oddly peculiar scent. With a slight raise of her brow, she quickly discerned the source of the aroma. Was it merely a few words exchanged with Madame Su that provoked such a response? What intentions did Madame Su harbor? A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. A rather unsavory-looking man crouched by the back door of her courtyard. Due to Madame Su's desire to showcase her favoritism as a stepmother, she had previously occupied a solitary residence. After her marriage, the maids and servants had all dispersed, leaving only Mu Yunshu in the courtyard today. The man, straining to listen, perked up at the sound of someone collapsing, and his eyes gleamed with interest. He stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside. A subtle smile played at the corners of Mu Yunshu's lips. The show was about to begin. A quarter of an hour later, the loyal and valiant Marquis, accompanied by Madame Su, walked with Rong Jiusi toward Mu Yunshu's courtyard. The Marquis remarked to Rong Jiusi, Yunshu is my first child, and I have always held high hopes for her. Alas, she has consistently disappointed me. In both character and appearance, She cannot compare to Mu Yunshu, the second daughter of the Marquis, born of Madame Su. I am truly distressed. Mu Yunshu, trailing behind, spoke softly. Father, although my sister has a rather fiery temperament, it is her genuine nature. However, she added, casting a furtive glance at Rong Jiusi, her actions do tend to be a bit headstrong. Rong Jiusi's profile was chiseled as if outlined by an artist's brush, strikingly handsome and unparalleled, which Mu Yunshu found immensely appealing. Previously aware of Mu Yunshu's engagement to the third prince, she had contemplated seizing that marriage for herself. Unfortunately, despite Mu Yunshu's lack of intellect, she remained resolute and unyielding in this matter. After she married into the residence of the third prince, she would devise a scheme to eliminate Mu Yunshu, thereby securing her position as the rightful consort. However, upon hearing that Mu Yun had audaciously exchanged her bridal veil for Su Yusin's and entered the Duke of Ding's household, she felt an ill omen. After all, the Duke's status was precarious, and he was also lame, making him an unsuitable match. Thus, she dismissed such thoughts. Yet today, after witnessing the Duke's appearance, her heart was stirred once more. Upon learning of the Duke's unwavering support for Mu Yunshu, she felt a surge of anger. That foolish Mu Yunshu was utterly unworthy of marrying into royalty or receiving adoration. She revised her previous plan and resolved to bring about Mu Yunshu's disgrace today. Mrs. Su sighed beside her, saying, "It is all my fault. I once thought Yunshu was pitiable without her mother, so I indulged her in everything. Over the years, I spoiled her, which is why she now behaves so recklessly." Rong Jiusi listened impassively to their incessant chatter, filled with disparaging remarks about Mu Yunshu. Feeling as though 1,000 flies buzzed ceaselessly in his ears, he found it vexing and chose to ignore them. Just then, a maid hurried over, exclaiming, "Master, madam." "It's terrible." The Duke of Zhongyong rebuked her. "How can this maid be so ill-mannered, disturbing the prince with her loud cries?" The maid quickly bowed, her face anxious as she replied, "It's the eldest young lady." Mrs. Su inquired, "What has happened to the eldest young lady?" The Duke's expression shifted. "What is going on inside?" The maid knelt on the ground, saying, "The sounds coming from within are truly unbearable." The Duke of Zhongyong kicked the maid, sending her sprawling. "The prince is here. What nonsense are you spouting?" The maid knelt on the ground and said, "I dare not speak recklessly. If the lord and lady do not believe me, they need only to see for themselves." Mu Yunshu sighed, "Sister is being foolish again." After speaking, she covered her mouth, as if regretting her words. She softly addressed Rong Jiusi, brother-in-law, "Although my sister is a bit confused, please exercise your magnanimity and do not hold it against her." Rong Jiusi understood that they had been performing for him all this time, and he was intrigued to witness how this grand drama at the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence would unfold. He said coldly, "Lead the way." Su Shi gently interjected, "Your Highness, Yunshu was merely momentarily confused. She surely will not err again." The Duke of Loyalty and Valor's face contorted with anger. This ungrateful daughter, even after marriage, she remains so restless. Do not speak in her defense. Should she truly commit any shameful act today, I shall sever all ties with her. He was determined to distance himself from Rong Jiusi, and the best way to do so was to renounce Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi, being astute, saw through the Duke's intentions with ease. He had previously regarded Mu Yunshu as arrogant and irksome, yet now he found himself sympathizing with her, given how her family treated her. He too was curious to see how she would navigate this predicament. They soon arrived at the courtyard where Mu Yunshu resided, and anguished cries resonated from within. The Duke's expression darkened significantly as he cursed, "This ungrateful daughter." Su Shi and Mu Yunshu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with triumph. This time, they were utterly confident that they would completely ruin Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Shi exclaimed loudly, "Yunshu, how could you be so foolish? How could you commit such a blunder?" Mu Yunshu sighed, saying, "Sister, you promised me before that you would sever ties with that person, yet today." After speaking, she looked at Rong Jiusi with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Your Highness, I beseech you to spare my sister this once for my sake." Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open. A screen obstructed the view, rendering the scene inside unclear. Su Shi and Mu Yunshu shouted in unison, "Yunshu, you are breaking my heart. Sister, how can you be so unrepentant?" The two had prepared a barrage of slander to hurl at Mu Yunshu, but upon realizing the situation inside, they were left speechless. There, suspended from the beam, was a man, his feet dangling about 2 feet off the ground, his body marred with wounds. In Mu Yunshu's hand was a whip, which she was wielding with fervor against the man. Upon seeing the newcomers, she smiled sweetly and said, "You arrived just in time to be my witnesses." I was resting in my room when this rogue dared to approach me inappropriately. Chapter 21. Her affair. Mu Yunshu beamed at Su Shi, saying, Madam, you often boast about your prowess in managing the household. It seems, however, that your skills may not be as remarkable as you claim. Su Shi was left momentarily dumbfounded by the scene before her. Upon seeing them enter, the man suspended in the air cried out, Second miss, save me. Mu Yunshu's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? I do not recognize you. The man was covered in wounds, his body racked with excruciating pain, howling in agony. The sounds they had heard outside moments ago were indeed his cries. Rong Jiusi observed Mu Yunshu, whose skin bore not a single blemish, and a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries with him, Mu Yunshu turned to Mrs. Su and inquired, Madam, you just mentioned that I have wounded your heart. How have I done so? Mrs. Su. Mu Yunshu. Mrs. Su was the first to regain her composure, tears welling in her eyes as she said, Yunshu, dear child, why do you always act this way? We all know this man. He has had an ambiguous relationship with you in the past. Even if you wish to sever ties, you need not resort to such brutality. Mu Yunshu concurred. Indeed, sister, in the past, we could turn a blind eye when you aided in reckless deeds. But now that you are wed to the prince, how can you still engage in such absurdity? Hearing this, Mu Yunshu chuckled, disregarding their concerns as she addressed Rong Jiusi. Your Highness, I presume you are quite curious about the events unfolding here? Rong Jiusi leaned back against the wheelchair, his expression calm as he replied, Indeed. The corners of Mu Yunshu's lips curled slightly, then let us hear what he has to say. With that, she seized the whip and struck the man fiercely, declaring, Before you speak, allow me to introduce you. She pointed at Rong Jiusi and said, This is the Prince of Ding, the embodiment of righteousness for our great Qin. Dare to lie in his presence, and he shall sever your tongue. Rong Jiusi cast her a cool glance. Was she attempting to wield power through intimidation? The man before them was in such agony that he wished for death, and Mu Yunshu showed no intention of aiding him. He recalled Mu Yunshu's words before they entered. Today, you have but one chance to speak the truth. If you fail to do so, prepare to endure unimaginable pain. This man, with ulterior motives solely seeking gain, had no desire to suffer. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he exclaimed, I will speak. I will speak. He then turned to Mu Yunshu and confessed, It was the second miss who gave me 100 taels and silver notes to bed the eldest Mississippi. I feared trouble and initially hesitated to comply. She promised to have someone open a side door for me, and even to drug the eldest Mississippi. Nonsense. Mu Yunshu interrupted, That is not true. I have always held my sister in high regard. How could I possibly act in such a disgraceful manner? After saying this, she looked at Mu Yunshu with tears in her eyes and added, Sister, engaging in such dishonorable acts in your room, and then framing me. How heartless you are. Su Shi chimed in, Yunshu, you have gone too far this time. Even if I usually indulge you, it cannot excuse your wrongful actions. Bring someone. What is the rush? Mu Yunshu interjected, The prince has yet to speak. Rong Jiusi, with a neutral expression, stated, Let him continue. With his words, Mu Yunshu and Su Shi, no matter how impatient, could only endure the moment. The man, in a fit of anguish, lamented through tears and snot. The second young lady promised that if I were to bed the eldest young lady, the prince would certainly divorce her. After the prince cast her aside, they would bestow her upon me as my bride. Upon reaching this point, he berated Mu Yunshu, exclaiming, You are a deceiver. The eldest young lady was never drugged. When I entered, she was vibrant and spirited, delivering a thorough beating to me and even suspended me. I no longer desire your 100 taels of silver. Release me at once. Mu Yunshu, taken aback by his audacity, felt a surge of panic within but retorted, You speak nonsense. I do not know you at all. The man raised his voice. What do you mean you don't know me? I am clearly your paramour. During your moments of solitude and yearning, you sought me out to fulfill your desires. You cannot simply don your trousers and deny our connection. Mu Yunshu's face twisted with fury. You are talking nonsense. What do you mean by calling me your paramour? The man, fully committed to his stance, declared, I have been with you for over half a year. You praised my prowess and claimed you could not do without me. Yet, you disdain my humble origins, believing them unworthy of you. You wish only to indulge in our trysts without any responsibility. You look down upon the eldest young lady, envious of her marriage into royalty, and thus sought to have me ruin her, which is why you allowed me into the estate. Though his words were somewhat disjointed and logically flawed, the explosive nature of the revelation struck deeply, leaving Mu Yunshu on the verge of fainting with indignation. However, Mu Yunshu inquired of the man, You claim my younger sister has been involved with you. Do you possess any evidence? Mu Yunshu trembled with rage. Although she was vicious, she was still a young lady of the boudoir, and her skin was not thick enough. She never anticipated that her scheme to harm Mu Yunshu would ultimately backfire upon herself. Su Shi grew anxious, declaring, "This person is deliberately tarnishing the second Mrs.'s reputation." "Silence him." Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, "Madam, why are you in such a hurry? Just have my second sister remove her clothing and check if she has a red mole on her chest. If not, then he is merely spreading rumors." Both Su Shi and Mu Yunshu's expressions soured simultaneously. Mu Yunshu blinked innocently, asking, "Could it be that my second sister truly has a red mole on her chest? Is she really involved with this man?" Mu Yunshu's face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, "I do not." Mu Yunshu smiled gently. "Then why not remove your clothing for me to see, to prove your innocence?" Mu Yunshu was at a loss for words. Indeed, she possessed a red mole on her right breast, leaving her unable to clarify her situation. She had plotted against Mu Yunshu countless times without failure. Yet today she found herself ensnared by her own traps. How could she swallow this indignation? Turning to Rong Jiusi, she pleaded, "Your Highness, my sister has consorted with another, yet the blame has fallen upon me. I ask you to intervene on my behalf." Mu Yunshu was taken aback by this audacious plea. Mu Yunshu's audacity exceeded her expectations as she sought Rong Jiusi's support. The most striking aspect was Mu Yunshu's tearful demeanor, which made her appear as though she had suffered a grave injustice, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. This tactic had served Mu Yunshu well in the past. However, Rong Jiusi paid her no heed, simply calling out, "Jianqi." Jianqi acknowledged with a nod, while Rong Jiusi, his expression devoid of emotion, stated, "Someone has maliciously slandered the princess. They must die." Chapter 22, the prince's ferocity having accompanied him for many years. Jianqi possessed an extraordinary understanding of Rong Jiusi and promptly responded, "Understood." In a flash, Jianqi drew his sword and swiftly severed the man's head with a speed that was almost imperceptible. Blood splattered across Su Shi and Mu Yunshu, while the severed head fell into Mu Yunshu's embrace. Instinctively, she clutched it, but as the realization of what she held dawned upon her, she screamed and cast aside the gruesome object. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. Was Rong Jiusi truly this fierce? Rong Jiusi, observing her reaction, grasped her hand and declared, "My princess shall not be defamed by anyone. Should anyone dare to sully her name, I shall take their life." Mu Yunshu, overwhelmed by his protective words, felt an urge to kneel. In that moment, she recalled her arrival in this realm, when Rong Jiusi had merely ordered her to be submerged in the pond rather than directly ending her life. She perceived it as a tremendous act of mercy. Rong Jiusi turned his gaze towards the Duke of Zhongyong, remarking, "Your residence is in such disarray that it reflects poorly on your capabilities." The Duke and Su Shi were rendered speechless, having previously executed servants, but such actions were always carried out by subordinates, never before their eyes. This was their first encounter with such brutality. Trembling, the Duke stammered, "I assure you, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide the prince with an explanation." Rong Jiusi cast a sidelong glance at him and stated, "Regardless of Mu Yunshu's past, now that she is wed to me, she is indisputably the princess. Whoever dares to humiliate or conspire against her is, in essence, doing the same to me, the prince. Do you understand, Lord Ho? Mu Yunshu now bears the title of the princess of the Ding Wang, and thus, only he has the right to mistreat her, should anyone else wish to harm her. They must first seek his consent." The loyal and courageous Marquis nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "Understood, understood." At this moment, Mu Yunshu dared not voice any dissent and quickly followed him out of the Marquis's residence. As they departed, the Marquis raised his hand and struck Su Shi across the face, exclaiming, "You fool! Who gave you the authority to act so recklessly? Yunshu is now the princess of the Ding Wang. If you dare to lay a finger on her and bring calamity upon this Marquis, be wary of the consequences." With a fierce glare, the Marquis pointed at Mu Yunshu, chastising, "Look at what you have done to our daughter." Su Shi had initially believed that she could eliminate Mu Yunshu today, but instead, she found herself in a predicament, brimming with frustration. She simply could not fathom why. After employing such underhanded methods to marry into the Ding Wang's household, Yunshu would receive such unwavering protection from Rong Jiusi merely 2 days later. She found it difficult to believe Yunshu's words from earlier. However, apart from those words, she could not conjure any alternative explanations. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I acted today solely for the benefit of the Marquis. With the Ding Wang status, neither the Emperor nor the Empress will tolerate him. If Yunshu enjoys his favor, the Marquis may ultimately be implicated. The loyal and courageous Marquis, perturbed by this matter, replied coldly, "Let us proceed cautiously and see how things unfold. Do not provoke Yunshu lightly, lest you incite the wrath of the Ding Wang." Without needing further admonition from the Marquis, Su sure understood well what was required of her. Merely the thought that Mu Yunshu would lead a prosperous life in the Duke of Ding's residence unsettled her entirely. Once the loyal and brave Marquis departed, Su inquired of Mu Yunshu, "What are your plans for today? Why isn't he that wretched girl fainted?" Mu Yunshu, equally perplexed, replied, "I have arranged everything meticulously, and the fragrant incense in the room was used in double the quantity. Mother, today Mu Yunshu seems rather different than before." Su scoffed disdainfully, "What of it? Even if she escapes this time, she remains ensnared in my grasp." Mu Yunshu concurred with her sentiment. This time, it must be the Duke protecting her, otherwise, she would surely have fallen victim. With bitterness, she added, "I never anticipated the Duke would be so protective of her." Su's eyes glinted with frost. The Duke's protection is merely because she is the Duchess. If her scandal were to spread, it would tarnish the Duke's reputation. Mu Yunshu bit her lip. If the Duke continues to shield her, will we have no opportunity to act? Su replied coldly, "I've heard the Duke has at most 3 months to live. So his protection can only last that long. 3 months hence, her demise is inevitable." Unaware of this information, Mu Yunshu asked, "Mother, how do you know the Duke has only 3 months left?" Su's gaze flickered. "That is of no concern to you. Simply take note." A hint of regret appeared in Mu Yunshu's eyes. The Duke is such a fine figure. It is indeed a pity he has such a short life. After her lamentation, she recalled another matter. If the Prince of Ding were to perish in 3 months, the Ding Prince's residence would belong to Mu Yunshu. "Mother, before we eliminate Mu Yunshu, we must first persuade this fool to vacate the Ding residence, ensuring that all valuable possessions are transferred to the Marquis of Zhongyong's estate." Su nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall prepare a generous dowry for Yunshu, securing her a match with a worthy family." Although the Marquis of Zhongyong held a title, his generation lacked any distinguished figures. The entire Marquis was merely a facade of grandeur, as it was financially strained. With only the Marquis serving in an idle 5th-rank position at court, Mu Yunshu had reached the age for marriage proposals. Yet her prospects were either too lofty or too humble, causing delays. She believed that since Mu Yunshu could marry into royalty, with her own intelligence and a more substantial dowry, she would certainly secure a better match. After Mu Yunshu boarded the carriage, Rong Jiusi inquired, "My beloved, are you moved by the lengths I have gone to protect you today?" She dared not move an inch. Trembling, she responded, "This is the first time in my life that someone has defended me so fiercely. The prince treats me with such kindness, even more than my own father." Had he previously threatened her with punishment, she might have brushed it off, not believing he would act upon it. However, after witnessing his decisive actions today, she understood that he was not merely intimidating. He would indeed follow through. "Before that man entered, I extinguished the incense, then waited behind the door to subdue him, giving him a thorough beating before you arrived." Rong Jiusi sensed something was amiss. "You struck him, and he confessed everything?" Chapter 23, My Lord. Please disrobe. Rong Jiusi gazed at her. "The Duke of Loyalty and Valor claimed you have never acquired any skills, nor have you studied medicine." Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow. "He has never truly cared for me, never fulfilled a father's duty for a single day. He scarcely understands me at all." Upon finishing her words, she offered a faint smile. "To you, my lord, it matters not whether I have studied medicine or where I may have learned it. What is paramount is my ability to heal your leg. I am currently powerless and at your mercy, unable to escape your grasp." Rong Jiusi lightly tapped the back of the chair. "It is sufficient that you are aware." Mu Yunshu obediently replied, "I have always been aware, my lord. And you need not worry. I shall devote myself entirely to your treatment, harboring no other intentions." Rong Jiusi cast a glance her way, his eyes deep and inscrutable. He understood that she was far from the docile persona she projected, nor was she the incompetent individual spoken of in whispers. He found her perplexing. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and he spoke in a low tone, "If you can cure me, I shall fulfill my promise." Mu Yunshu smiled. "Thank you, my lord." She was aware that his probing visit to the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence had reached its conclusion, though he still harbored doubts about her. His lack of alternatives compelled him to give her a chance. She then stated, "Today is not feasible." The cold light of Rong Jiusi's gaze fell upon her, and she continued with a smile, "The poison within you has permeated your very organs. Mere medication is insufficient to eradicate it. A combination of herbal remedies, acupuncture, medicinal baths, and massage is required to gradually expel the toxins. Before the formal treatment commences, I require a set of 108 silver needles, varying in length and thickness. Additionally, a bathtub must be procured, one that envelopes the neck upon seating, along with certain rare medicinal herbs that need to be prepared. Rong Jiusi's gaze softened somewhat. Please provide a list of these items, and I shall arrange for their acquisition. The bathtub is readily available within the royal residence, and the physician can procure the silver needles. However, the herbs she mentioned include a few exceedingly precious varieties that may be challenging to source at this moment. Mu Yunshu then remarked, these particular herbs will only be applicable in the later stages of detoxification. Their absence is not a pressing concern as long as they are obtained within 3 months. Just then, the royal physician entered, and Rong Jiusi inquired, holding the prescription. What is your assessment of this formula? Mu Yunshu was not averse to his questioning in her presence, as the original owner of the body was indeed inept. And it was peculiar for her to suddenly possess medical knowledge. Were it not for his lack of alternatives, he would not have risked allowing her to treat him. After examining the prescription thoroughly, the physician stated, the combination of herbs is remarkably precise. This formula is exceptionally refined and surpasses my own. He then inquired, may I ask, Your Highness, where did this formula originate? Rong Jiusi did not respond directly, but posed a counter-question. Can this formula eliminate the poison from my body? The physician pondered seriously before replying, this single formula cannot entirely expel the poison from your Highness. However, it can significantly reduce its toxicity and prove beneficial to your health. Upon hearing this, Rong Jiusi turned to Mu Yunshu, who then queried, let us assume someone possesses the capability. To what extent could the poison afflicting His Highness be treated? Mu Yunshu lightly raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rong Jiusi. The palace physician, with a face full of excitement, exclaimed, it is said that this set of acupuncture techniques can revive the dead and restore the bones, snatching souls from the grasp of Yama himself. While this claim may seem somewhat exaggerated, ancient texts do document its miraculous life-restoring effects. Should there still be a practitioner of this technique in the world, the prince would be saved. Rong Jiusi waved his hand, signaling the physician to withdraw. Mu Yunshu nodded, indeed. This acupuncture method may not be as extraordinary as the physician suggests, but it possesses its own unique merits. The requirements for the practitioner are rather high. Given my current constitution, I can only apply it once a day at most. Rong Jiusi inquired, where did you learn this technique? Mu Yunshu settled into her chair, crossing her legs, and replied, I have previously mentioned to the prince that my medical skills were taught to me by an elderly man with a white beard in my dreams. I know the prince may not believe this, yet it is the truth. Rong Jiusi picked up a folding fan and tapped her leg, scolding, your posture is improper. Mu Yunshu retorted, I was merely crossing my legs. Must you be so harsh? Rong Jiusi's voice turned cold. What you were like before is of no concern to me. But as the designated princess consort, you must maintain a proper demeanor. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to me. Mu Yunshu defended her position. We are in the royal residence, with no outsiders present. Surely, I can be a little more relaxed. Rong Jiusi replied icily. I do not care how you behave in private, but in my presence, you must conduct yourself like a dignified individual. Mu Yunshu. She was merely crossing her legs. How could that render her less human? This insufferable man is far too particular. Aware that rational discourse was futile with him, she conceded. Very well, I shall defer to the prince. Jianqi huddled in the corner, striving to diminish his presence. He and Yin Xiaofeng shared the same skepticism regarding Mu Yunshu's purported healing abilities. How could someone so inept possibly possess medical knowledge? Yet, since Rong Jiusi was inclined to allow her a chance, they dared not voice their doubts. On one hand, he hoped Mu Yunshu could indeed cure Rong Jiusi. On the other, he silently wished for her failure, hoping it would provide an opportunity to eliminate her. After all, this disloyal princess consorting within the royal residence was quite an eyesore to him. That evening, he dispatched a missive to Yin Xiaofeng in the military camp, informing him of Rong Jiusi's determination to let Mu Yunshu attempt treatment. In the letter, he expressed his profound skepticism regarding her capabilities, believing that Rong Jiusi had been deceived by her. The following morning, silver needles, a bathing tub, and all the herbs from the initial prescription were meticulously prepared. Following the treatment plan, Mu Yunshu was set to administer her first acupuncture session on Rong Jiusi. Clearing her throat gently, she instructed, might I trouble the prince to remove his outer garment? Rong Jiusi turned to her, and she reiterated, a healer's heart knows no gender. Jianqi interjected, in my view, You simply wish to take advantage of the prince. Chapter 24. No unseemly intentions. Rong Jiusi shot a glance at Jianqi, who promptly fell silent. Slowly, Rong Jiusi unfastened his outer robe, revealing a lithe upper body. His chiseled chest and defined abs displayed an immaculate physique. He exemplified the adage of looking slim in clothes yet robust when undraped. Mu Yunshu's gaze became transfixed. Young Jiusi struck a fan and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you," Mu Yunshu replied candidly. Young Jiusi, unfazed, lifted his garment and called out, "Jianqi." The sword Jianqi immediately unsheathed, its blade directed at Mu Yunshu. Realizing her verbal misstep, she hastily clarified, "What I meant was that I am observing the acupoints on the prince's body to determine the optimal locations for acupuncture." Young Jiusi regarded her coldly, skepticism evident in his gaze. She raised the silver needle in her hand and declared, "I swear, everything I just said is true. I harbor absolutely no improper intentions towards His Highness." She forced a smile towards Young Jiusi, playfully pinching the tip of Jianqi's blade, and added, "Weapons are blind." With a casual flick of his hand, Young Jiusi commanded Jianqi to return to its sheath. He warned icily, "If you gaze at me again with such eyes, I shall take your life without hesitation." Mu Yunshu found this man overly sensitive. After all, it was merely a fleeting glance. Surely he would not suffer for it. Yet, she feigned humility, saying, "I would not dare, absolutely not." Young Jiusi snorted dismissively, prompting Mu Yunshu to jest. "Might I trouble His Highness to loosen his garments slightly for the acupuncture?" Upon finishing her request, she tentatively extended 2 fingers to tug at his clothing. Her face wore a smile, but internally she felt disdain. How could a grown man be so bashful? Should she erect a monument to his chastity? He gazed at her with frigid eyes, grasping his own collar. As she exerted a slight pull, she smiled at him once more, and he slowly relaxed his grip. Jianqi, witnessing the scene, stood in disbelief. The prince was truly allowing this woman, who disregarded propriety, to loosen his garments? Never before had any woman been permitted to approach the residence of the prince. Mu Yunshu dared not gaze at him directly, nor did she have the audacity to probe his acupoints with her fingers. Instead, she resorted to the use of needles. As she performed the acupuncture, a closer inspection revealed numerous deep and shallow scars adorning his upper body, remnants of battles fought in the past. These scars did not detract from his striking handsomeness. Rather, they endowed him with an additional aura of masculine vigor. Her eyes swiftly traversed his chest and abdomen, revealing no signs of scratches or even the faintest mark. A fleeting change in her gaze hinted at an emotion she could not quite identify. Was it disappointment or something else? She sighed inwardly, contemplating that the man from that fateful night was truly not him. Who, then, had shared her bed that evening? Doubts clouded her mind, leaving her uncertain whether the visage she beheld that night was real or merely a figment of her imagination. Rong Jiusi, with his keen perception, noted the quick flicker of her gaze, his own eyes dark with contemplation. The source of the scratches remained a mystery, had it not been for his inability to stand. He might have believed her accusations, thinking he was the one who had been with her that night. Uncertain and feeling a twinge of guilt, he wished to conceal the mark from her view. Consequently, he had been applying the finest ointment to that wound over the past few days, rendering it virtually invisible. After completing an entire set of acupuncture on Rong Jiusi, Mu Yunshu was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead. She instructed Jianqi, "Please assist the prince by applying pressure to his acupoints, starting from the Tian Shu point and moving downward through the Xianzhong, then to the Tian Ke, and finally to the side of the leg at Zhu San Li, before entering the Tai Shi point. Continue down along the ankle, pushing through to the big toe." Jianqi, a practitioner of martial arts with knowledge of acupressure, was acquainted with the point she mentioned. He intended to massage Rong Jiusi through his clothing. Mu Yunshu interjected, stating that it was necessary to remove his garments. Both Rong Jiusi and Jianqi turned their gazes towards Mu Yunshu, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes and exclaim, "I promise I won't peek." Rong Jiusi had never experienced the act of disrobing in the presence of others and was particularly averse to anyone touching his body. Even Jianqi. He replied coldly, "I shall manage on my own." Mu Yunshu cleared her throat gently, expressing concern. "This method of massage may cause considerable pain, Your Highness. Are you certain you can endure it?" Rong Jiusi dismissed her with a scoff, choosing not to respond. He refrained from removing his attire, instead raising his index and middle fingers to press down along the acupressure points. Upon reaching the Tian Ke point, he felt a sharp pain. Though not as intense as the agony from a poison's onset, it was still quite intolerable. Mu Yunshu, having turned her back, could nonetheless surmise where his fingers were applying pressure. She urged, "Do not cease." Despite the excruciating pain, Rong Jiusi pressed onward, guiding his fingers down his unresponsive leg. Though his leg lacked mobility, his prior martial training allowed him to persevere, albeit with discomfort. As Mu Yunshu's fingers reached his big toe, she swiftly turned around, utilizing a prepared triangular needle to pierce the tip of his toe. In an instant, dark blood oozed from the puncture. The moment the black blood flowed forth, a nauseating stench permeated the room, causing everyone present to pinch their noses. Although Mu Yunshu had anticipated this situation, the overwhelming stench was still unbearable. Pinching her nose, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, ugh, could you please apply the same method to the other leg?" Ugh. Unable to endure any longer, she dashed outside. Jianqi could not help but remark, "Your Highness, you smell terrible." Rong Jiusi, who was fastidious about cleanliness, found the odor maddening. Yet he had to suppress his discomfort. He cast a cold glance at Jianqi, who promptly smacked his own mouth, saying, "This subordinate was mistaken. Your Highness is quite fragrant." Ugh. Rong Jiusi. He seized the inkstand from the table and hurled it at him. Jianqi did not evade, covering his head as he ran away. Mu Yunshu's voice echoed from outside, "Your Highness, hurry. After the acupuncture, you must expel the toxic blood within the span of a tea break." Taking a deep breath, Rong Jiusi recognized the importance of the matter regarding his health and reluctantly complied. He proceeded to force out the toxic blood as she instructed. Just as before, when his fingers touched the big toe, Mu Yunshu rushed in, pinching her nose. After pricking his toe with a three-edged needle to extract the toxic blood, she swiftly fled. Calling back, "Today's treatment concludes here. Jianqi, remember to brew medicine for His Highness. Your Highness, do not forget to take your medicine." The room, already reeking, was further tainted by the expelled toxic blood. Gritting his teeth, Rong Jiusi commanded, "Jianqi, come push this prince out." Jianqi, not daring to disobey, quickly rushed in and promptly pushed Rong Jiusi outside. When the master and servant entered the courtyard, they both instinctively inhaled a deep breath of fresh air. Chapter 25. Will the prince sleep with me tonight? Jianqi stealthily glanced at Rong Jiusi and, pinching his nose, inquired, "My lord, would you care for a bath?" Rong Jiusi, having just administered acupuncture and purged poison, appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray, exuding an unprecedented sense of disarray. His feet were still stained with toxic blood, and his overall scent was rather unpleasant. Just as he was about to agree, Mu Yunshu peered from the side, saying, "My lord, you have just completed the acupuncture. You cannot bathe. The earliest you may wash will be tomorrow." Since the wedding night, Mu Yunshu had taken residence in the chamber where they were married, while Rong Jiusi, as before their nuptials, resided in Songhan residence. It was there that he had detoxified himself moments ago. Rong Jiusi scoffed, well aware that one cannot bathe after acupuncture. He instructed the servants to tidy the room and open the windows. Jianqi softly remarked, "The odor is too strong. It may linger for days. Where will the prince stay tonight?" This was indeed a pertinent question. Having finished her dinner, she was preparing for rest, and just as she had removed her outer garment, Rong Jiusi arrived. She inquired, "What brings you here, my lord?" The maids were busily handling bedding and pillows. Observing them swiftly gather the lavish red wedding quilt and mattress, replacing them with fresh linens and pillows, she smiled, "I am quite capable of managing these tasks myself. There is no need to trouble them." With a gentle wave of his hand, Rong Jiusi dismissed all the maidservants and attendants. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the edge of the bed, gently supporting himself with his hands before shifting his form to sit on the bed's edge. It was at this moment that Mu Yunshu sensed something amiss. She softly inquired, "Does your Highness intend to sleep beside me tonight?" Rong Jiusi's cold gaze settled upon her. "This prince grants you the privilege of sharing a bed. Do you dare to accept?" Mu Yunshu. She hesitated, yet his words ignited a spark of defiance within her. She replied with a smile, "Since your Highness has granted permission, what is there for me to fear?" Rong Jiusi beckoned her closer with a flick of his finger, "Then come here." Mu Yunshu decisively retreated 3 steps. She shifted the topic, "How does your Highness's leg feel?" Rong Jiusi regarded her and remarked, "If my leg had not noticeably improved, do you think you could stand here conversing with me?" This was a sensation he had not experienced since the poisoning. After she administered acupuncture earlier, he not only felt his leg lighter than before, but also enveloped in a comforting warmth. In truth, prior to her formal treatment today, he had harbored doubts about her capabilities. Yet, at this moment, he recognized her genuine skill. Mu Yunshu approached him. Taking 6 steps in his direction, I trust your Highness understands that I possess the ability to heal you. It would be wise to treat me with a touch more courtesy. Rong Jiusi replied, Courtesy? You ought to have anticipated this outcome when you deliberately made my chamber reek. Mu Yunshu countered with reason. What do you mean by me deliberately making your Highness's room smell foul? Clearly, it is you who is the source of the stench. In Rong Jiusi's eyes, a hint of sharpness emerged. Mu Yunshu added, It cannot be solely attributed to the prince's odor. Anyone who has been poisoned for such an extended period would undoubtedly emit an unpleasant scent upon recovery. Rong Jiusi scoffed, If you are aware. Why did you not inform me? He had lost face before the guards today. Mu Yunshu took a few steps closer to him, after being ill for so long. Do you not comprehend such a simple matter? At that moment, she was merely 3 steps away from the bed. She kicked off her shoes and rushed towards it. Rong Jiusi extended his long arm to block her, causing her to bounce back, her feet landing on the bed's edge. Exhausted from the day's trials, she yearned for a restful slumber. If he were to seize her bed, where would she sleep? This was utterly unacceptable. Thus, she lunged at him once more, only to be thwarted again. Taking a deep breath, she said, Your Highness, I shall bear the brunt of this. Is it not rather unkind to take my bed? Rong Jiusi replied with a calm demeanor, The entire prince's residence belongs to me. I shall sleep wherever I please. Mu Yunshu retorted through gritted teeth. We had previously signed an agreement. I have a separate courtyard to reside in. You cannot go back on your word. A hint of nonchalance crept into Rong Jiusi's tone. The agreement does indeed state that you have a separate courtyard. However, it does not specify that this entire courtyard is solely for your occupancy. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the aloof Rong Jiusi would engage in a game of semantics with her. She inquired, You occupy my room and sleep in my bed. Where? Then, shall I rest? Rong Jiusi pointed to the footboard of the bed and replied, You shall sleep here. Mu Yunshu exclaimed in disbelief as she observed that the platform barely measured 2 feet in total and lacked any bedding. Is this how the prince treats a doctor who could save your life? She demanded. Rong Jiusi replied with a calm demeanor, I have not breached our agreement. After circling the platform barefoot, Mu Yunshu pointed at him and said, Prince, I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. Rong Jiusi, uninterested in her outburst, declared, I wish to rest. If you do not wish to sleep here, you may find another place to do so. Mu Yunshu realized that no one in the entire Ding Wang mansion regarded her as the princess. If she left this place tonight, she would have nowhere to sleep. Sleeping on the platform was out of the question. Resolutely, she smiled and unfastened her garments, saying, Your Highness, after all this talk, you merely wish to share a bed with me. There is no need for such subtlety. Just say it outright, and I shall not refuse. Rong Jiusi turned his head slightly, questioning, What do you intend to do? In that fleeting moment when he turned, Mu Yunshu swiftly found a gap and climbed onto the bed. Rong Jiusi narrowed his eyes slightly, as she hurriedly lifted the covers, attempting to burrow inside. He seized her by the collar, commanding, Get down. Understanding that after this display, he would be dependent on her and unlikely to act against her, Mu Yunshu's courage surged. She defiantly wrapped her arms around his waist, asserting, I will not, as Rong Jiusi once again caught the faint fragrance of orchids emanating from her. Her breath gently brushed against his chest, evoking sensations that were both delightful and tantalizing. His ears flushed crimson in an instant. Release me. Mu Yunshu, undeterred, tightened her embrace. I shall not. Rong Jiusi's breath quickened considerably. His voice turned frigid. If you do not let go, do not blame this prince for being impolite. Chapter 26. If you have the ability, in my life, Mu Yunshu pressed her entire body against his, defiantly challenging. If you have the ability, then in my life. Rong Jiusi was momentarily speechless. He had long been aware of her audacity, yet her boldness exceeded his expectations. The more he attempted to push her away, the tighter her grip became. Rong Jiusi had never before experienced such intimacy with a woman. The sensation of warm, fragrant softness enveloping him was entirely novel. His heart raced uncontrollably, and rather than feeling repulsed, he found himself delightfully captivated. Even his body began to respond in ways he had not anticipated. Rong Jiusi felt an embarrassment more profound than when he had nearly suffocated himself earlier that afternoon. His hand trembled slightly as he loosened his hold on her. Fearing he might cast her away, she seized the opportunity to latch onto him with both hands and feet. With his legs immobilized, he could only reach out to pull her. She buried her head in his chest and declared loudly, This is my bed. You shall not drive me away. The veins on Rong Jiusi's forehead throbbed. If she continued to hold him in such a manner, he would no longer be able to control his body's reactions, and he feared he might humiliate himself. He understood that any words exchanged with her would be superfluous. Though his legs were immobile, his strength far surpassed hers. With considerable effort, he pulled her down, and as he prepared to cast her aside, she clung desperately to the fabric of his chest. In a fit of rage, Rong Jiusi rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his hand securing her arm. Mu Yunshu struggled briefly, only to realize that escape from his grasp was futile. Accepting her predicament, she ceased her resistance, gazing up at him with her strikingly clear eyes. At that moment, Rong Jiusi's face flushed slightly. The stray locks of hair falling across his forehead softened his usually icy demeanor. Paired with his strikingly handsome features, he resembled a celestial being who had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. While he was initially filled with anger as he held her down, he soon sensed that their current tableau was rather incongruous. She lay amidst the dark silk bedding, her snow-white skin and rose-red lips reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach blossoms. In that fleeting instant, an impulsive thought took root in his mind, to taste her lips and discover whether they were as sweet and delectable as he had imagined. When this notion invaded his consciousness, he was struck by the madness of harboring such desires for her. His throat involuntarily bobbed as he gazed into her deep, ocean-like black eyes. Having come over with his hair loosely tied back, it now cascaded partially around his face, creating a mesmerizing effect as it brushed against her cheek, eliciting a faint tickle that prompted her to absent-mindedly sweep it aside. A splendid aura permeated the air, drawing Rong Jiusi uncontrollably closer to her. Mu Yunshu felt his gentle breath caressing her face, imbued with the distinctive, cool fragrance of cedar that captivated the soul. This scent was reminiscent of that frenzied night, intoxicating in its familiarity. Suddenly, the voice of Jianqi broke through the reverie. "Your Highness, it is time for your medicine." He was taken aback by the scene before him, quickly turning to exit with the medicine bowl in hand, declaring, "I have seen nothing." Once Rong Jiusi regained his composure, Mu Yunshu promptly withdrew her legs, which had been pinned beneath him, resolutely deciding to remain there. Had it not been for the significant humiliation she had inflicted upon him on their wedding night, he might have genuinely believed that Rong Jiusi had developed feelings for Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi coldly inquired, "Where are you looking?" Jianqi immediately lowered his gaze, standing obediently while fixating on the medicine bowl, secretly indulging in wild speculation reflected in its surface. Of course, Rong Jiusi had no intention of explaining anything to Jianqi. He simply lifted the bowl and consumed the bitter concoction in one swift motion. The taste was excruciatingly bitter, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Jianqi then asked, "Your Highness, would you like some candied fruit?" In the past, Rong Jiusi would temper the bitterness of his medicine with sweets, but with Mu Yunshu present, he felt that resorting to such indulgence would only invite her mockery. Thus, he replied, "No need, you may leave." Jianqi complied, but as he departed, he couldn't resist casting one last glance at Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu. In response, Rong Jiusi seized a book from the small table beside the bed and hurled it in Jianqi's direction. He quickly retreated, pulling his head in as he hastily exited. Upon closing the door behind him, he locked it tightly, yet his mind was awash with a multitude of unanswered questions. After he stepped outside, cradling the empty medicine bowl, he collided with someone. Yin Xiaofeng shot him a glare and inquired, "How do you walk?" Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Yin Xiaofeng attempted to leave, only to be seized by him. "Where are you headed, Yin Changshe?" Jianqi firmly held him back. "You cannot go now." Bewildered, Yin Xiaofeng questioned, "Why not?" Jianqi sighed, "I understand your skepticism. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not believe it either." He gestured towards the empty medicine bowl in his hand. "I just delivered medicine to the prince and saw him pin her down, indulging in his desires." Yin Xiaofeng replied, "Is there something wrong with your eyes? How could that be possible?" Mu Yunshu. "Ah." Jianqi sighed once more, "I wish it were merely a flaw in my eyesight. It baffles me how the prince, so wise and formidable, could possibly be attracted to a woman like Mu Yunshu." Leaning closer to Yin Xiaofeng, he continued, "This is not the first instance. I have previously seen them entwined, exchanging kisses." Yin Xiaofeng gasped in disbelief. He recognized that Jianqi would not fabricate such rumors, yet he was resolutely unwilling to accept the reality. Jianqi, with an air of mystery, added, "For some reason, I have an unsettling feeling about Mu Yunshu." After a brief silence, Yin Xiaofeng said, "I am aware of this matter now. Do not spread it frivolously." Jianqi immediately reassured him, "I am tight-lipped. I shall confide only in you, and it will remain confidential." Yin Xiaofeng nodded slightly, casting a wistful glance at the courtyard ahead as he sighed softly. Chapter 27. Astonishing Secret Sword 11, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What secret?" After glancing around to ensure no one was present, Sword 7 whispered, "I witnessed the prince and the princess." Mu Yunshu had already been quite obedient, nestled in the innermost part of the bed, with her eyes closed, seemingly in slumber while Rong Jiusi took his medicine. At that moment, Rong Jiusi's body had settled, and he coldly commanded, "You should lie down and sleep." Mu Yunshu pulled the blanket over her head, asserting, "I am already asleep." Rong Jiusi responded with silence. With her eyes still shut, Mu Yunshu added, "I forgot to mention to the prince that I prefer to sleep in the nude. If the prince wishes to play the rogue, he is welcome to lift the covers. I am not afraid of losing out." Rong Jiusi had never encountered a woman quite like her. He retorted icily, "Mu Yunshu, could you not have a semblance of modesty?" He contemplated lifting the blanket but hesitated, fearing she might indeed be without a stitch. Mu Yunshu gently remarked, "Your Highness, I expended much of my vitality administering acupuncture for you today. I am truly quite fatigued. I need ample rest to restore my strength to continue treating you. To expel all the poison from your body, I will require at least 91 sessions. If I do not recuperate properly, I will be unable to proceed with the treatments." Rong Jiusi was aware that she often spoke in riddles, and within her words, there were likely only a few grains of truth. Yet, her face was indeed marked by fatigue, making it difficult for him to force her out of bed. As he lay there, retreat was not an option. He coldly asserted, "Keep your distance from me. Wherever you dare to touch this prince tonight, I shall have it severed." Mu Yunshu obediently acquiesced. However, she was accustomed to sleeping alone and had a restless disposition. Upon awakening the following day, her eyes fluttered open to behold the strikingly handsome visage of Rong Jiusi. As she instinctively recoiled, she realized that his hand was firmly clasped around her waist. Mu Yunshu thought, it was merely a night's slumber. How have I ended up entwined in this manner? Rong Jiusi, now awake, found himself confronted by her accusation. "Your Highness, you were the one who embraced me to sleep last night. Shall you not consider severing your hand?" Rong Jiusi was momentarily at a loss for words. As he attempted to retort, he found that indeed, his palm rested against her delicate waist. Her form was slender and supple, offering an exquisite sensation. He could feel her warmth and the smoothness of her skin even through the fabric. At that moment, Mu Yunshu was nestled entirely within his embrace, a stark contrast to the distance that had existed before she had succumbed to slumber. She managed a playful smile, declaring, "This is not my fault. It is merely the attraction between the sexes." Without waiting for his rebuttal, she added, "Your hand around my waist serves as evidence." With that, she swiftly cocooned herself in the blankets, retreating to the corner of the bed, her timid eyes peering at him, exuding an air of fragility and vulnerability. Rong Jiusi, both amused and exasperated, replied, "What other absurdities do you possess? You might as well articulate them all at once." Mu Yunshu lightly sniffled. "I simply wished for a good night's rest. How is that an absurdity? Moreover, my recuperation is not solely for my benefit, but to better attend to your ailments." "Your Highness, as a healer dedicated to saving lives, do I truly err?" Rong Jiusi could discern the subtle implications woven throughout her words. He harbored a desire to strike her. However, the moment his hand was raised, she began to sob pitifully. Other doctors treat their patients so well that the patients nearly worship them. Here I am, capable of healing the prince. Yet I lack even a place to sleep. I am truly wretched. Rong Jiusi, irritated by the commotion, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Silence." Mu Yunshu, wishing only to evade his wrath, promptly ceased her lamentations, her tearful eyes gazing at him with a look of desperate innocence. Were it not for Rong Jiusi's knowledge of the circumstances, he might have been led to believe that he had committed some unforgivable act against her, judging solely by her appearance. After dressing, he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the courtyard, where Yin Xiaofeng awaited him. Publicly, it was said that Yin Xiaofeng had gone to the military camp. In reality, he was assisting Rong Jiusi with a personal matter. Rong Jiusi's gaze deepened as he sighed softly. Noticing Yin Xiaofeng hesitating to speak, he inquired, "What troubles you? Is the task not going smoothly?" "It is not that." Yin Xiaofeng pondered before responding, "The prince's personal matters are not typically within my purview. However, Mu Yunshu's unique status complicates things, aside from her notorious reputation. She may very well be a spy for the third prince, even if she were to genuinely reform and serve the prince diligently. Her past renders her unworthy of his attention." Before Rong Jiusi could respond, Mu Yunshu interjected, "Do you think your prince is merely a breeding swine? If I am deemed unworthy, shall you fetch a more beautiful maiden to serve as his mate?" Rong Jiusi, he was left in profound doubt. suspecting she was, in essence, insulting him as a mere beast of burden. Yin Xiaofeng, how vulgar her words are. Mu Yunshu, disregarding the gazes of the two, approached with a smile and asked, Your Highness, who is he? Rong Jiusi, his expression darkened, remained silent. Yin Xiaofeng gently inclined his head and introduced himself. I am Yin Xiaofeng, the Grand Historian of the Wangfu. I have the honor to refer to her as the Princess Consort. Rong Jiusi interrupted. Regardless of her past transgressions, she has paid her respects before heaven and earth. Until she formally departs from the Wangfu, she remains the Princess Consort. This declaration took Mu Yunshu by surprise. The events of her wedding night, though ordered to be kept under wraps by Rong Jiusi, were known to only a few. However, the commotion that ensued the following day had made it somewhat notorious within the Wangfu. The guards and servants regarded her with a peculiar gaze, devoid of any respect. Many believed Rong Jiusi would inevitably take her life, thus no one considered her as the princess consort. Yin Xiaofeng glanced at Mu Yunshu, noting her captivating features and the vibrant aura she exuded, which contradicted the foolishness rumored about her. He composed himself and softly stated, I have the pleasure of meeting the princess consort. Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, I am merely residing temporarily in the Wangfu. There is no need for you to stand on ceremony, Grand Historian. This matter had been made clear between her and Rong Jiusi beforehand. Once she healed his leg, she would depart from the Ding Wangfu immediately, thus her stay could only be deemed temporary. Yin Xiaofeng stepped back, choosing not to respond to her. Mu Yunshu was utterly unfazed by his demeanor. With a light laugh, she remarked, though it is somewhat of a disservice for the prince to marry me. This situation is merely a serendipitous twist of fate. I perceive that your esteemed prince possesses a countenance that suggests he shall one day be blessed with a virtuous wife, fostering a loving union that lasts a lifetime. Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, silence. He regarded her words as mere folly, akin to the ramblings of a charlatan. Mu Yunshu remained unperturbed, merely arching an eyebrow as she stated, Today, the prince shall partake in a medicinal bath. I shall prepare the herbs for him. After her departure, Yin Xiaofeng jested, Your Highness, it seems she holds a slight disdain for you. Rong Jiusi cast a frosty glance in his direction, prompting Yin to hastily shift the topic. I heard from Jian Qi about her treatment of your leg yesterday. How did it fare? Rong Jiusi remained silent, plucking a leaf from a nearby tree and tossing it, the leaf embedding itself into the trunk beside him. Yin Xiaofeng exclaimed in delight, Your Highness, you were able to utilize your internal energy. Previously, Rong Jiusi had devoted all his internal energy to suppressing the toxins within him, rendering him unable to wield it freely. Rong Jiusi replied in a measured tone, I cannot employ much of my internal energy, but I can muster a little. After she administered the acupuncture yesterday, I felt significantly lighter, and there is a slight awakening in my leg. Yin Xiaofeng expressed his joy. That is truly splendid. If she can restore the princess' health, I would not hesitate to call her anything, even grandmother. Rong Jiusi shot him a glance and said, There is no need to overly flatter her. As you have witnessed today, should you dare to call her grandmother, she would readily oblige. Yin Xiaofeng chuckled lightly. Indeed. Rong Jiusi commanded coldly, Come out. No sooner had his voice faded than several shadow guards emerged from behind the trees and the houses, approaching to pay their respects. Rong Jiusi inquired, What are you doing here? One shadow guard replied, Nothing. Under the piercing gaze of Rong Jiusi, the guard had no choice but to confess. Jian Qi said that the prince spent the night with the princess, so we came to investigate. Rong Jiusi was momentarily speechless. Jian Qi, terrified, knelt on the ground, pleading, Your Highness, spare me. He then glared at the other shadow guards. I only told Jian Qi. How did you all find out? Jian Qi trembled. I only mentioned it to Jian Shisan. Jian Shisan hastily joined Jian Qi on the ground. The veins on Rong Jiusi's forehead throbbed as he took a deep breath. You all have such audacity to pry into my affairs. Go to the punishment chamber and receive 20 strokes of the rod. Jian Qi immediately wore a mournful expression and shot a glare at Jian Qi. Did I not tell you not to share this with anyone? Jian Qi replied softly. But Jian Shisan is not just anyone. He is a brother who has fought alongside me. Jian Qi fell silent. As a result of this incident, nearly half of the shadow guards in the prince's residence were penalized. When they were being punished, Mu Yunshu happened to pass by. Witnessing the striking sight of over 10 shadow guards, stripped to the waist, lined up in a row, a truly spectacular scene, her eyes brightened at the sight. Captivated by their perfectly sculpted muscles, firm chests, and defined 8-pack abs, each one possessed an impressive physique, handsome features, and long, sturdy legs. Such a stark contrast emerged between their usual aloofness and indifference. She held in her hand freshly fried pumpkin seeds from the kitchen. And against the backdrop of exquisite male beauty, the seeds became particularly fragrant. Jianqi and the others felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze and remarked, "Princess, the execution may be somewhat bloody. You might want to step aside." After cracking a seed, Mu Yunshu replied, "It's fine. I don't mind." The dark guards exchanged glances, thinking, "She may not mind, but we certainly do." She inquired of them, "What have you been punished for?" The dark guards looked at one another before pointing in unison at Jianqi, declaring, "It's all his fault." They were not typically gossip mongers, and the royal manor upheld strict decorum, so such mistakes were uncommon for them. However, due to Rong Jiusi's stern demeanor, they found themselves undeniably curious about the gossip related to him, believing it was worth sharing with their good brother. The outcome, however, was that they all faced punishment together. Mu Yunshu curiously asked Jianqi, "What did you do to drag all your brothers down with you?" Jianqi remained sullen and silent. The dark guards observed Mu Yunshu's expression with a hint of intrigue. Noticing their demeanor, Mu Yunshu assumed it concerned a secret of the royal manor, thus she said, "It's all right. If you can't speak of it, then don't." Afterward, she smiled brightly and added, "Next time you face punishment, do call for me. I relish such lively scenes." The dark guards were taken aback, realizing that her focus lay there, due to the remarkable effectiveness of Mu Yunshu's treatment this time. Though the people of the manor still held little respect for her, at least they no longer overtly cast her disdainful glances. Observing these changes, Mu Yunshu felt a sense of relief, silently acknowledging that her initial efforts in treating him were not in vain. In the days that followed, she diligently attended to Rong Jiusi's ailments. Although the subsequent results were not as striking as on the first day, overall, the progress was indeed favorable. He remained exceedingly busy, making it quite difficult for her to see him outside of her treatment sessions. She found satisfaction in this arrangement, for he was rather challenging, and she wished to avoid encountering him unless absolutely necessary. At the Wangfu, her sole responsibility was to tend to Rong Jiusi's health, allowing her days to unfold with a certain leisure. One day, she approached Rong Jiusi with a note in hand, inquiring, "My lord, may I be excused from attending?" After finishing the review of the documents in his hands, Rong Jiusi replied, "The Empress Dowager has long sought to exploit my shortcomings. As the designated princess consort, your absence from such gatherings is simply unacceptable." A cold smile graced his lips as he continued, "Should you feign illness, rest assured the Empress Dowager will send someone to inquire after you. When the truth is unveiled, she will perceive it as a sign of my fear. You may bear the shame, but I cannot." As he spoke, a chilling glint appeared in his eyes. "Thus, you must attend the flower appreciation banquet." Chapter 29. She calls us rabid dogs. Mu Yunshu questioned him, "My lord, are you not concerned that my presence might further tarnish your reputation?" Rong Jiusi regarded her thoughtfully, responding, "In truth, I am not. You need only exhibit the same audacity you display towards me within the Wangfu when confronting them. You shall undoubtedly emerge victorious." Mu Yunshu replied with a slight smirk, "Is your grace praising me or reprimanding me?" Rong Jiusi delicately grasped his pen, resuming his review of official documents. "Of course, there are compliments. After all, few possess the ability to evoke such disdain as you do." Mu Yunshu, incensed, felt an urge to retaliate. Yet the subtle lift of his eyelids drew her attention, causing her to immediately relent. Her hand, suspended in midair, fell to scratch her head. "I suddenly find my scalp quite itchy." Rong Jiusi, disinterested in unraveling her ruse, merely stated, "You are to attend the banquet tomorrow. I have but one request. Do not tarnish my reputation or bring disgrace upon me." Mu Yunshu inquired, "As long as I can preserve the princess' dignity and reputation, I may act as I please, correct?" Rong Jiusi nodded affirmatively. She pressed further, "Regardless of whom I might offend or the calamities I may instigate, the prince will ensure my safety, will he not?" At this juncture, Rong Jiusi's understanding of her was still limited. He casually nodded, "Indeed." Elated, Mu Yunshu declared, "With the prince's assurance, I am at ease. Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon you at tomorrow's flower viewing banquet." Observing her exuberant countenance, Rong Jiusi sensed an underlying discord. Yet, he rationalized that in the perilous environment of the palace, her very survival would be commendable. It was unlikely she would incite further chaos. Thus, he permitted her departure and returned to his duties. Having previously witnessed the Empress Dowager's treachery within the palace, Mu Yunshu was acutely aware that a formidable challenge awaited her the following day, necessitating thorough preparation. Jianqi, having been previously identified by her as a scoundrel, approached her affairs with utmost caution. Consequently, he sought Rong Jiusi's counsel regarding the medicinal prescription. Upon a cursory examination of the ingredients listed and finding no poison, Rong Jiusi authorized Jianqi to proceed with the procurement. At noon, Jianqi observed her in a flurry of activity, and by evening, she remained equally occupied. He discreetly remarked to Yin Xiaofeng, "I can't shake the feeling that the princess intends to make a significant move at the palace tomorrow." Yin Xiaofeng dismissed the notion with a scoff. With her mediocre skills and simplistic mind, it would be a blessing if she merely avoids being harmed. Despite Mu Yunshu's ability to concoct an antidote for Rong Jiusi, in his eyes, she remained a woman of ill repute in the capital. Jianqi, however, held a differing perspective. "She is not as simple as you perceive. I believe she may very well emerge unscathed." Yin Xiaofeng replied coolly, "A little hardship would not be amiss, as long as it does not bring misfortune to the Wang residence." Rong Jiusi had already instructed him to make certain arrangements within the palace to shield her from those with malicious intent. As Rong Jiusi's antidote relied on her, her survival was paramount. Jianqi stroked his chin, recalling the day she had awoken and falsely accused him of being her lover, and earnestly stated, "It's possible she might astonish everyone this time." Yin Xiaofeng shot him a glance, convinced that such an outcome was altogether improbable. The following morning, Jianqi escorted Mu Yunshu to the palace gates. As she gazed at the entrance, a slight arch of her brow revealed her thoughts. Rong Jiusi's demands were rather blunt, granting her ample room to maneuver. With such latitude, she could secure a path to her own survival. Moreover, donning the title of the princess consort afforded her a measure of protection. Those with ulterior motives would hesitate to act openly against her. As long as they refrained from overt aggression, she felt little to fear. Upon arriving at the imperial garden, Mu Yunshu noticed that many ladies had already gathered. Yet both the Empress Dowager and the Empress had yet to make their appearance. Before her arrival, they gathered together, sharing laughter and whispers. However, upon her entrance, a momentary hush enveloped the imperial garden, and soon everyone distanced themselves from her. Mu Yunshu, sensing the atmosphere, understood their intention to ostracize her. She smiled, unperturbed by isolation, for it signified freedom from those with ulterior motives. Thus, she cheerfully sought out a pavilion to settle in, requesting a maid to serve her tea and delicacies. The palace's tea and snacks were exquisite, and she relished each bite, feeling fortunate for the day. Yet, while she savored her joy, those who wished to witness her humiliation found no delight. One individual approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is it true that the princess of the Ding Wang was caught in an affair, leading to her confinement and deprivation?" Another woman chimed in, "Indeed. She appears as though she hasn't eaten in ages. How embarrassing." Mu Yunshu raised her gaze and beheld a sharp-featured woman wielding a round fan standing before the pavilion. This woman, whom Mu Yunshu recognized from the memories of her predecessor, was Sun Qingyan, the granddaughter of Grand Tutor's son, who shared a good rapport with Su Yusen. Behind Sun Qingyan stood several other women, including Su Yusen herself, who stood there with an indifferent expression, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain towards Mu Yunshu. Due to the previous incident involving Su Min, Mu Yunshu harbored a poor impression of Su Yusen. If Su Yusen was dissatisfied with her, she could have directly confronted her instead of dragging an unrelated person like Su Min into the fray. With a light chuckle, she leisurely picked up a piece of cake, savoring it with deliberate slowness, before calmly sipping her tea. After completing her tasks, she called out to the palace maid outside the pavilion. "A few vicious dogs have entered the imperial garden. Are you not going to take action?" Mu Yunshu smiled and replied, "Whoever acknowledges it is." Sun Qingyan, her face flushed with anger, contemplated confronting Mu Yunshu, but was held back by Su Yusen, who advised, "Today is the flower appreciation banquet. Do not pay her any mind." The last time Su Yusen had schemed against Rong Jiusi in the imperial garden, she noticed that Mu Yunshu had changed, yet she could not pinpoint how. Thus, today she casually incited a few words to provoke Sun Qingyan into confronting Mu Yunshu. In the past, Mu Yunshu would have reacted vehemently to such remarks, but today, she remained remarkably composed, which only served to infuriate Sun Qingyan further. Su Yusen observed Mu Yunshu with a deepening gaze. Sun Qingyan gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "She insulted us as vicious dogs." Su Yusen furrowed her brow slightly, while Mu Yunshu clapped her hands and remarked, "The world has indeed become quite peculiar. Some forsake their humanity, eagerly choosing to play the role of a dog. How bizarre." Enraged, Sun Qingyan retorted, "Mu Yunshu, don't think that just because you married the crown prince, everything is settled. The entire capital knows you are a disgraceful wretch who cheated on your wedding night. The crown prince will surely cast you aside. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu narrowed her eyes slightly. She was aware of the events of the wedding night. With Rong Jiusi's temperament, he would suppress the matter, ensuring it did not leak out. However, Sun Qingyan's tone suggested that the entire capital was indeed aware of the incident, implying that someone had orchestrated her downfall that night and disseminated the information. She gazed at Sun Qingyan and remarked, "Miss Sun, as an unmarried young lady, why do you incessantly speak of matters between men and women? Is Master Sun aware of your behavior?" Sun Qingyan's expression faltered. Mu Yunshu turned to Su Yusin and inquired, "Dear niece, what punishment should befall one who slanders the princess consort?" Upon hearing the term "dear niece," Su Yusin instinctively clenched her fist. Mu Yunshu, having married the crown prince, held a superior status over her. Suppressing her indignation, she recognized that in a battle of wits, Sun Qingyan was no match for Mu Yunshu and needed to escalate her approach. Ignoring Mu Yunshu, she addressed Sun Qingyan, saying, "Miss Sun, regardless of the unsavory deeds the princess consort may have committed, she remains the princess consort. Engaging in a dispute with her would be unwise given her position. You would only find yourself at a disadvantage." Mu Yunshu's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. The provocation was all too evident. As anticipated, in the next moment, Sun Qingyan exclaimed, "If she dares to commit such disgraceful acts, how can I remain silent? The entire capital knows that she was unfaithful on her wedding night. The things she has done are deserving of the most severe punishment." Initially, Mu Yunshu found no merit in quarreling with Sun Qingyan. However, as Rong Jiusi had advised her not to tarnish his reputation and dignity, she believed that such infidelity would indeed reflect poorly upon him. Thus, Mu Yunshu smiled slightly and retorted, "You claim I was unfaithful on my wedding night. Were you an eyewitness? Did you hide in the bridal chamber with me and the prince that night?" "I did not," Sun Qingyan immediately countered. "The tale of your infidelity has spread throughout the capital. It is common knowledge." Mu Yunshu cradled her hands before her chest and remarked, "That is merely hearsay. You have not witnessed it firsthand." Sun Qingyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Is there any need for fabrication? With your character, what deed is beyond your reach?" Mu Yunshu replied calmly, "No matter how flawed my character may be, it pales in comparison to Miss Sun's preoccupation with the private affairs of others, despite being unmarried." Su Yusin interjected, "Princess of the Ding Wang, it seems rather inappropriate for you to malign Miss Sun in such a manner." Sun Qingyan retorted, "Mu Yunfei, even if you become the princess of Ding Wang, you remain as venomous and repugnant as ever." Mu Yunshu raised her voice. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month last year, Sun Qingyan accompanied her cousin to the Linhu Pavilion, and they spent 3 hours alone together. Sun Qingyan's complexion turned ashen. "That is a lie. You speak nonsense." Mu Yunshu continued, "On the 3rd day of last month, someone witnessed you entangled with a man in the carved flower tower, and he called you little darling." Sun Qingyan, in a fit of rage, flung Su Yusin's hand away and charged at Mu Yunshu. "You wretched woman. You lie. There is nothing of the sort." Her gaze, fixed on Mu Yunshu's delicate and beautiful face, was tainted with malice. She yearned to tear apart that visage. As her hand drew nearer, mere inches away, a frenzied look filled her eyes. Su Yusin felt a surge of satisfaction, hoping that Sun Qingyan would indeed mar Mu Yunshu's face. With a subtle upward curl of her lips, Mu Yunshu gracefully bent backward, lifted a foot, and deftly hooked Sun Qingyan's ankle, sending her stumbling forward with a firm push. Sun Qingyan's body collided violently with the branch of a wisteria tree at the edge of the pavilion. In an instant, blood flowed profusely, and Sun Qingyan let out a piercing scream. The entire turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye, catching everyone completely off guard. Meanwhile, a shrill voice echoed from a distance. "The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress has arrived." Mu Yunshu straightened her back and turned to Su Yusin, catching a fleeting glimpse of malice in her eyes. Mu Yunshu understood that she no longer needed to accommodate Su Yusin. Even if the original owner had erred in covering her head, the series of traps and schemes she had endured could be considered a form of retribution. Ignoring Su Yusin, she dashed towards the Empress Dowager and the Empress, exclaiming, "Mother, sister-in-law, save me." The pavilion had descended into chaos, with numerous hands attempting to lift Sun Qingyan from the thicket of rose bushes. Mu Yunshu hastily recounted the events, wiping her tears as she spoke. "I do not know where those rumors originated. However, if I were truly capable of such actions, how could the prince ever tolerate my presence? A young lady of the inner chambers would dare utter such vile words, slandering the current princess consort in the royal family. I implore the Empress Dowager to vindicate the royal lineage." Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager's temples throbbed. The purpose of today's flower appreciation banquet was originally to humiliate Mu Yunshu, yet she had not anticipated that Sun Qingyan would prove so fragile. She exchanged a glance with Mu Yunshu and then turned to the palace maids and eunuchs nearby, asking, "Is what the princess consort says true?" However, it diverged somewhat from what the princess consort had stated, for it was not Sun Qingyan who had slandered the princess consort, but rather the princess consort who had maliciously defamed Sun Qingyan. She found herself unable to contend with Miss Sun, so she forcefully pushed her into the thicket of flowers. And the servants present could attest to this. The extent to which they fabricated evidence was indeed remarkable. Su Yusin also stepped forward, asserting, "This matter can be corroborated by the son-daughter-in-law. It was the princess consort who thrust Miss Sun into the flowers." Upon finishing her statement, she turned to Mu Yunshu with a face full of helplessness, saying, "Princess consort, even if you have grievances against Miss Sun, it is unthinkable to cast her into the flower bed. Her face has been marred by thorns, and she may suffer disfigurement." As soon as these words left her lips, the ladies and gentlewomen surrounding them began to whisper and point at Mu Yunshu, insinuating her maliciousness. Mu Yunshu felt that she had truly gained insight from this encounter. Sun Qingyan, disheveled and bloodied, knelt before the Empress Dowager, pleading, "I beseech your majesty to grant me justice." The Empress Dowager, with a stern countenance, inquired of Mu Yunshu, "Do you have anything further to say?" In such a situation, a typical person would either tremble with rage or falter under the Empress Dowager's scrutiny. However, for Mu Yunshu, the more furious she became, the calmer she felt. Moreover, she had her own strategies to counteract today's events. Maintaining an outward appearance of indignation, she declared, "I shall not acknowledge actions I did not commit. I respectfully request a moment to prove my innocence." Su Yusin's face was rife with disdain. All present had conspired to fabricate evidence, rendering it impossible for Mu Yunshu to clear her name. This time, Mu Yunshu was bound to face utter ruin. Chapter 31. Her renown was established in battle. The Empress Dowager and Su Yusin shared the same sentiment. Thus the Empress Dowager replied, "Very well. Let us see how you intend to prove your innocence. If you cannot prove that you did not provoke Miss Sun, even if you are the wife of Jiusi, I shall not hesitate to impose severe punishment upon you." She has already devised a plan to exact the most grievous penalty upon Mu Yunshu. Last time, Mu Yunshu thwarted her ambitions, and this time, she intends for Mu Yunshu to pay a harrowing price, implicating Rong Jiusi as well. She aims to render the Duke of Ding's residence a target of scorn throughout the capital. Mu Yunshu had been awaiting the Empress Dowager's pronouncement. She pointed at the eunuch who had just testified falsely. "From your earlier testimony, you claim to have witnessed the entire confrontation between Miss Sun and me. May I inquire, where did the altercation take place?" Mu Yunshu pressed further. "Who entered the pavilion first?" This lie could not be fabricated, as there were too many witnesses when Mu Yunshu was dining within the pavilion. A faint smile graced her lips. "Very well, since I entered the pavilion first. It follows that Sun Qingyan arrived subsequently. This indicates that they sought me out, does it not?" The eunuch nodded in affirmation. Mu Yunshu continued, "They came to me voluntarily, and disregarding the content of our conversation, I occupied the innermost position, correct?" The eunuch nodded once more. Mu Yunshu smiled. "Do you recall when I stood up?" The eunuch, sensing the trap in her words, replied. This servant was preoccupied and did not pay close attention to that matter. Mu Yunshu's cold laughter echoed. "You can remember the details of my dialogue with Miss Sun, yet you cannot recall when I stood up?" The eunuch felt a twinge of anxiety, and Su Yusin beside him remarked, "This eunuch has been preoccupied," with his back turned to the pavilion. Hearing the commotion without witnessing when the princess stood up is entirely plausible. Mu Yunshu then inquired of Su Yusin, "Since you have been in the pavilion, you must have seen when I got up, correct?" Mu Yunshu's tone turned icy as she added, "Did I push Miss Sun after I stood up?" Su Yusin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Standing centrally in the pavilion," Mu Yunshu questioned, "Is this how I pushed Miss Sun?" Su Yusin's gaze flickered momentarily. "Yes." Mu Yunshu then chuckled. "Here I stand, with Miss Sun before me. How could I possibly push her all the way to the far corner? The direction seems rather amiss." Su Yusin momentarily faltered in her breath. "I don't recall clearly, but you should have been positioned here." Mu Yunshu gestured to the eunuch from earlier. "You shall temporarily assume the role of Miss Sunday." After instructing, she pointed to a nearby guard. "Would you kindly give him a push?" The guard nodded and forcefully shoved the eunuch, who fell to the ground, yet remained at least 10 steps away from the flower bed. Mu Yunshu clapped her hands, exclaiming, "I truly possess innate strength. With just a single push, I can send Miss Sun flying so far." In that instant, the surroundings fell into a heavy silence. Everyone was acutely aware that Mu Yunshu lacked any martial prowess. Her skills were utterly abysmal. It was inconceivable that her strength could surpass that of the guard, and the eunuch, being frail and diminutive, bore a weight remarkably similar to that of Sun Qingyan. If the guard could not push the eunuch into the flower bed, it was utterly impossible for Mu Yunshu. Given her physicality, to achieve such a feat, these events are sufficient to illustrate that the eunuch is indeed lying. Terrified, the eunuch knelt before the Empress Dowager, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life." Mu Yunshu spoke calmly. "If he has lied about pushing someone, Your Majesty, may I not justifiably question the veracity of his other statements?" The Empress Dowager turned her gaze towards her, and Mu Yunshu immediately burst into tears. "Regardless of how I married the Prince of Ding, I have become the rightful Princess of Ding. As the princess, I have been so maliciously framed and humiliated. These individuals have shown utter disregard for the royal family. If this continues, will any random person feel entitled to insult me?" At that moment, the Empress Dowager felt a sudden throbbing in her temples. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Impudent servant! How dare you deceive your master? Guards, take him away and execute him." The eunuch was silenced and dragged away, while wiping her tears. Mu Yunshu remarked, regarding the third princess consort, "I must admit, I did not see clearly earlier." Su Yusin interrupted her, saying, "The princess has acted in a rather unconventional manner, and I may have been prejudiced." Su Yusin truly had not anticipated that Mu Yunshu's resilience would be so formidable, ensnaring them step by step and proving her innocence. At this moment, her priority was her own safety, leaving no room to concern herself with Sun Qingyan. Mu Yunshu scoffed. "As a junior, to slander your elder without grasping the truth. Does this reflect the qualities of the capital's foremost talented woman?" She continued, "Having erred, you offer no apology. Is this how the third prince instructs his wife?" Su Yusin, reluctantly, uttered, "I'm sorry." Mu Yunshu responded with a cold huff, "Who are you apologizing to?" Su Yusin's expression was an epitome of difficulty. The Empress Dowager, standing nearby, spoke in a solemn tone. "Enough." She turned her gaze towards Mu Yunshu. "What kind of decorum is this ruckus?" Mu Yunshu, feeling wronged, replied, "I have been slandered in my efforts to uphold the dignity of the royal family. May I inquire?" "Your Majesty, where have I erred?" The Empress Dowager remained silent. She had previously heard of Mu Yunshu's reputation as a simpleton and had dismissed the last incident as a mere misunderstanding. However, this time, Mu Yunshu stood her ground, engaging in a verbal duel with the crowd, showing no signs of retreat, even if the Empress Dowager sought to find fault with her. It was not easy to do so, for she had to maintain her dignified and benevolent image in public. She cast a glance at Mu Yunshu and remarked, "There are numerous ways to uphold the royal family's honor, yet you have chosen the least appropriate method." Mu Yunshu boldly questioned the Empress Dowager. "May I ask where I have acted inappropriately?" "I humbly seek your guidance, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager was taken aback by her audacity. Mu Yunshu had previously sensed the discord between Rong Jiusi and the Empress Dowager. Once fearful of Rong Jiusi's retribution, she now understood that Rong Jiusi was her protector, willing to go to great lengths to safeguard her life, and thus she no longer feared the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager coldly replied, "You ought to reflect on your actions." After delivering her words, she departed with the others to the flower pavilion in the imperial garden. Mu Yunshu scoffed at the notion of reflection, fully aware that this entire situation was instigated by the old witch, the Empress Dowager herself. It was the first time the Empress had witnessed the Empress Dowager confronted so boldly, rendered speechless, and she cast a meaningful glance at Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu smiled at the Empress. "Greetings, sister-in-law." The Empress appeared to be in her 30s, with a dignified demeanor. The Queen smiled faintly, remarking, "Sister-in-law and Prince Ding appear to share a deep affection for one another." Chapter 32. The Empress Dowager faces repercussions. Mu Yunshu blushed and replied, "Though my bond with the prince is strong, it pales in comparison to that of the Emperor and Empress." The Queen's gaze subtly shifted as she followed the Empress Dowager's departure. Mu Yunshu, already infamous, gained notoriety with today's events. The noble women of the capital, who had previously been reluctant to engage with her, now kept their distance even more. However, there was an exception. A spirited young lady approached Mu Yunshu and exclaimed, "You were truly impressive just now." Mu Yunshu turned to her and inquired, "Who are you? May I ask your relation to Su Min?" She responded, "He is my cousin." Su Ying replied with a dismissive smirk, "His judgment is poor. He is utterly captivated by Su Yusin, behaving like a simpleton." Mu Yunshu chuckled at this. "You do not care for Su Yusin?" Her laughter revealed an intriguing connection with the girl. Su Ying continued, I had heard tales of you before, and the rumors painted quite an unpleasant picture. Yet upon meeting you today, I find you quite fascinating. Unlike what I had been led to believe. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Yunshu listened as Su Ying leaned closer. I witnessed the argument today. Your waist is remarkably graceful. And Sun Qingyin deserved every bit of it. I had intended to testify on your behalf, but my sister insisted otherwise, warning me to keep my distance due to your conflict with the Empress Dowager. Her words were remarkably candid, catching Mu Yunshu off guard. Since you are aware that I have offended the Empress Dowager, do you not fear that she may turn her wrath upon you by coming to see me? Mu Yunshu gazed at her, and Su Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile as she softly replied. This is the first time I've witnessed someone confront the Empress Dowager so boldly. It is truly exhilarating. I have been punished by her before, and I must say, her eyes darted around, ensuring there was no one within a 6-meter radius. Before she whispered, she is not as benevolent and magnanimous as the rumors suggest. Mu Yunshu's lips twitched. Even she found it challenging to respond to such a statement. Su Ying continued, she holds grudges quite well. So you must be cautious in the future. Mu Yunshu nodded, and Su Ying inquired, may I still come to visit you? Considering her awkward status at the residence of the Duke, Mu Yunshu decisively shook her head. That would not be possible. Su Ying, taken aback by her forthright refusal, soon burst into laughter. I truly admire your character. I have resolved to be your friend, and your objections are futile. Mu Yunshu was at a loss. It was her first encounter with a woman of Su Ying's disposition. Such a personality was either refreshingly straightforward or fade to gain her favor. Unsure of which was the case, she deemed it prudent to maintain her distance. However, Su Ying appeared unperturbed by her demeanor, engaging her in light conversation. As they chatted, a eunuch approached and announced, Princess of the Duke, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. Concern flickered in Su Ying's eyes. But Mu Yunshu merely smiled softly before following the eunuch to meet the Empress Dowager. Upon her arrival, she realized it was nearly noon, and the imperial garden was preparing for a banquet. The Empress Dowager instructed Mu Yunshu to stand there and arrange the dishes. By virtue of their familial hierarchy, the Empress Dowager was essentially Mu Yunshu's mother-in-law, making it difficult for her to refuse the request. Consequently, throughout that midday, Mu Yunshu found herself standing beside the Empress Dowager, ultimately without even a morsel to eat. Observing her plight brought a sense of satisfaction to the Empress Dowager, who, with a smile, remarked, I have finished my meal. You may sit. You are still young and in need of nourishment. Do indulge a bit. No sooner had she spoken than a eunuch was summoned to bring Mu Yunshu some utensils. At that moment, the table was strewn with remnants of food, appearing quite unappetizing and hardly fit for consumption. Mu Yunshu understood that the Empress Dowager was attempting to belittle her. She smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I have just enjoyed a fair amount of pastries and am not hungry at all. The Empress Dowager glanced at her and said, You young people tend to snack before meals, neglecting your proper dining. Mu Yunshu discerned that the Empress Dowager's invitation was not merely for casual conversation. It was likely an opportunity for subtle manipulation. Initially, she considered that given the Empress Dowager's advanced age, she need not engage in pettiness. However, now that this elderly woman had chosen to intimidate her, the situation warranted a different approach. With utmost humility, she replied, Very well. The Empress Dowager cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yunshu, feeling that she had effectively diminished her spirit. Internally, she harbored disdain. Over the years, she had dealt with countless palace concubines, each possessing greater cunning than Mu Yunshu. With such a novice before her, she would not allow any disturbances. Her intention had merely been to use Mu Yunshu to vex Rong Jiusi, never to eliminate her entirely. Currently, Rong Jiusi holds a significant concern for Mu Yunshu, which inevitably leads to her demise. She is determined to obliterate all that Rong Jiusi cherishes. Just as she is about to speak, a sudden, excruciating pain radiates through her abdomen, causing her complexion to pale. The palace maid in charge, Ci Chio, quickly perceives her distress and inquires, Your Majesty, what troubles you? The Empress, suppressing her agony, replies, Assist me in changing my attire. The term changing attire subtly alludes to the act of relieving oneself. Ci Chio promptly, alongside another maid, supports the Empress into the inner chamber. A faint smile graces the corners of Mu Yunshu's lowered gaze. This is merely the beginning. After a brief moment on the chamber pot, the Empress feels a significant alleviation of her discomfort. However, just as she steps back into the grand hall, a fresh wave of pain courses through her. Mu Yunshu seizes the moment to inquire, Your Majesty, are you unwell? The Empress casts a discerning glance at her, instinctively linking her current affliction to Mu Yunshu. Yet, throughout the day, Mu Yunshu has remained docile, simply standing by to serve the dishes, wielding designated chopsticks with the food having been previously tasted by others. In the presence of so many individuals, she had no opportunity to act, despite the Empress's cunning. She remains uncertain whether Mu Yunshu has indeed plotted against her or if she is simply a victim of illness. Ignoring Mu Yunshu, the Empress commands, summon the imperial physician. Upon completing her orders, she allows Cai Chio to assist her back into the chamber. True to her reputation as a master of palace intrigue, upon sensing something amiss, the Empress immediately instructs that all utensils used during the midday meal be collected for examination by the physician. The physician arrives almost simultaneously with the maid carrying the utensils. The Empress Dowager fell ill, and although the palace maids and eunuchs were skilled in their duties, a moment of chaos ensued when the imperial physician arrived. Lasting approximately the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, Mu Yunshu silently entered the adjacent chamber, discreetly retrieving a glimmering object from her bosom, which she concealed in a sun-drenched corner, a blind spot to the onlookers. Beneath this object lay a soft, flammable fabric. Her brows arched slightly, and the corners of her lips curled in a subtle smirk. Chapter 33. So you do have your human moments. A glance was cast in her direction. Yet she remained steadfast in her previous stance, her form unchanged. Meanwhile, the imperial physician had already taken the Empress Dowager's pulse and declared, "Your Majesty is suffering from stagnation of qi and cold pain. It seems you have consumed some chilled food in recent days. I shall prescribe some medicine and recommend a warm soup, which should alleviate your discomfort." The Empress Dowager, unaware of having ingested anything cold, harbored suspicions that Mu Yunshu had poisoned her. She then instructed the physician to examine the utensils for any traces of poison. After a thorough inspection, the physician reported, "These utensils are perfectly normal, without any issues." Initially, the Empress Dowager did not believe that Mu Yunshu could poison her in front of so many witnesses. Today, this incident seemed to be mere coincidence. "Proceed with the prescription," she commanded. Mu Yunshu entered, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what did the physician say? Are you unwell?" At that moment, the Empress Dowager was indeed suffering from intense abdominal pain, her complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Mu Yunshu, feigning shock, remarked, "Your complexion is quite poor. Previously, I perceived you as regal and dignified, believing you would never fall ill, nor would you ever have such human needs. It appears you are not only ill, but as relatable as an old woman on the street, and yes, you too engage in the most mundane of bodily functions." Empress Dowager, how dare she speak like that? Others, silence enveloped the room. Such words could not be uttered by a person of sound mind. However, in the eyes of the court, Mu Yunshu had never been regarded as a person of normalcy. The Empress Dowager, already suffering from severe abdominal pain, found her discomfort exacerbated by these utterances. Cai Chio spoke in a grave tone, "Your Majesty is unwell. It is best for the princess to wait outside." The Empress Dowager could wield her seniority to exert pressure on Mu Yunshu, yet Cai Chio, merely a palace maid, held no sway in Mu Yunshu's eyes. With a fade of concern, Mu Yunshu gazed at the Empress Dowager and remarked, "Your Majesty is ill. As a junior, it would be inappropriate for me to leave while you suffer. I must stay and attend to your needs." Following this, she lamented, "Your Majesty has lost considerable weight. The hollows in your cheeks could harbor fish. Fear not, for under my diligent care, you shall recuperate splendidly in a few days." The Empress Dowager's face turned even paler, her abdominal pain intensifying. Mu Yunshu pushed past Cai Chio, who stood vigil by the Empress Dowager's side, and began to massage the Empress Dowager's abdomen. "When I experience stomach pain, a gentle rub followed by a few hearty releases brings relief." The Empress Dowager. She attempted to pry Mu Yunshu's hands away, but found herself too weak to muster any strength due to the excruciating pain. As a mere servant, Cai Chio could not intervene without the Empress Dowager's command. In the next moment, a resounding and unpleasant sound echoed throughout the room, followed by an exceedingly foul odor that permeated the space, leaving all present with expressions of profound discomfort. Mu Yunshu immediately pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Empress Dowager, your flatulence is quite resounding, and the stench is unbearable." The Empress Dowager. She felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Mu Yunshu. The others in the room instinctively pinched their noses at Mu Yunshu's audacious remark. At this moment, the pain in the Empress Dowager's abdomen subsided somewhat. She pointed toward the door and commanded, "Get out. I want you to leave." Mu Yunshu sensed that the Empress Dowager was genuinely infuriated, having abandoned her usual self-reference. Internally, she reveled in delight. yet maintained a fa of concern on her face, inquiring, "Empress Dowager, do you feel any better?" The Empress Dowager's voice grew even louder. "Leave." With a look of feigned difficulty, Mu Yunshu replied, "But you are unwell at present, and as a dutiful descendant, I must remain to attend to your illness." The Empress Dowager suspected that her presence was merely an attempt to further infuriate her. The pain in her abdomen returned, prompting her to press her hand against her stomach and instruct Cai Chiu, "Escort the Princess of Ding out." Cai Chiu stood and addressed Mu Yunshu, "Princess of Ding, please." Mu Yunshu, still pinching her nose, acquiesced, "Very well, Empress Dowager, do take care of your health. I shall return to visit you soon." With that, she hurriedly exited, fearing that remaining any longer might compel her to retch upon the Empress Dowager. As Cai Chiu escorted Mu Yunshu out, she too could not help but take a deep breath. If possible, she would prefer not to re-enter the Empress Dowager's chamber. Mu Yunshu strode out of the palace with an air of confidence and joy. The old hag, the Empress Dowager, had resorted to coercing others into providing false testimony, and now, after having her schemes exposed, dared to employ such blunt tactics to trouble her. If she does not show the Empress Dowager a glimpse of her true self, it is likely that the Empress Dowager will find ways to torment her in the future. As Mu Yunshu exited the palace, her spirits were exceptionally high. However, upon encountering Rong Jiusi at the palace gates, her mood swiftly soured. When Rong Jiusi caught sight of her, he offered a gentle smile, inquiring, "Yunshu, how have you fared during your time at the Duke of Ding's residence?" Mu Yunshu had no desire to engage with him and casually responded, "Quite well." Observing her demeanor, Rong Jiusi's eyes darkened with a cool detachment, yet he managed to muster a smile. "You need not deceive me. Given your marriage into the Duke of Ding's household and your uncle's disposition, it is certain you are not being treated well." He sighed with a tone of regret, adding, "It is all my fault for having spoken to you, leading you to commit such an audacious act." This was the first time Mu Yunshu had encountered a living embodiment of a male White Lotus. His demeanor, while potentially charming, held no allure for her, as she was not the original owner of his affections. Rong Jiusi's eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. Were it not for this foolish individual entering the Duke's residence and still being alive, he would not have to endure the task of soothing her. Suppressing his irritation, he spoke softly, "In truth, after our conversation that day, I regretted my words. I intended to seek you out, but opportunities eluded me." Mu Yunshu smiled as she gave him time, retorting, "You mentioned this matter 3 days before your wedding. I waited in the for you during those 3 days, yet you never came. May I inquire, third prince, did your legs break during that time?" Rong Jiusi, upon hearing this, did not exhibit anger, for he was well acquainted with Mu Yunshu's unyielding nature. He further perceived that her expression of discontent at that moment stemmed precisely from his affection for her. Gently, he remarked, "I did not seek you out, believing that this matter was beyond your capability and that you would surrender. Yet, unexpectedly, you have succeeded." He continued, "I have heard that Uncle Wang treats you well, and it genuinely brings me joy." Chapter 34. The palace set ablaze, however. Mu Yunshu found his words utterly nauseating. With a sardonic laugh, she replied, "In fact, I am quite pleased as well, for I have become your elder. Henceforth, you should adhere to propriety and address me as Aunt Wang." Upon expressing this, she attempted to leave, yet Rong Jiusi once more obstructed her path, speaking softly, "I understand that you are angry. Regardless of how well Uncle Wang treats you, he is still a cripple. Alas, it is all my fault. I am aware that there is a shop nearby renowned for its delightful pastries. I assume you must be hungry. Shall we go and partake together?" His words flowed with such ease that he could not fathom Mu Yunshu declining. After all, she had previously endeavored to remain in his company, and any opportunity he afforded her to share moments together filled her with elation. Rong Jiusi believed he had granted her a considerable favor today, and she ought to comply with his wishes. Conversely, Mu Yunshu found him quite repugnant. Had she adhered to her usual methods, she would have sought a secluded spot to break his legs. Resolutely, she wrenched her hand from Rong Jiusi's grasp, declaring, "Who would wish to share pastries with you?" Upon uttering these words, she attempted to depart, but Rong Jiusi deemed her lack of appreciation intolerable. He had exerted immense effort to bring her to the Duke's residence, and this move could not be wasted. He seized her once more, exclaiming, "Yunshu, do not overstep your bounds. If you continue in this manner, do not expect to see me again." Mu Yunshu, amused by his audacity, retorted, "What do you mean by saying I should not come to see you again? It is you who sought me out today. Step aside and do not obstruct my path, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Rong Jiusi felt belittled for having condescended to approach her, and her insolence only deepened his displeasure. Have you had your fill of this farce? Should you persist? Even if you were to kneel before me, I would not grant you a second glance. Mu Yunshu, her patience entirely depleted, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face, declaring, "You shameless wretch, daring to flirt even with your own aunt." Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by at the palace gate, particularly those near the residences of high-ranking officials. Rong Jiusi was taken aback by her unexpected aggression, standing there in stunned silence. Mu Yunshu, pointing a finger at him, continued to chastise, "Though I was once your betrothed, I am now wed to the Duke of Ding. My marriage is filled with affection and harmony, and I have severed all ties with the past. Your visit today, under the pretense of our former engagement, suggests lingering feelings. I am aware that I surpass Su Yusin in beauty, but as a prince, should you not possess a modicum of decorum? To publicly engage in such antics is disgraceful for you, while I still maintain my dignity." Rong Jiusi was rendered speechless by her scathing remarks. Previously, she had been utterly inept, often struggling to articulate her thoughts, let alone hurl insults. The crux of the matter was her audacity to publicly humiliate him, as if to draw a line between them. Despite his lack of disdain for her, she dared to disdain him. At that moment, a crowd began to gather, whispering and pointing, yet Mu Yunshu was unperturbed by her notorious reputation. In contrast, Rong Jiusi had always maintained an air of refined elegance in the capital, known for his courteous demeanor and respect towards others. He could not afford to sully his name with such ignoble associations. With a darkened expression, he addressed Wang Xuan, "There has been a misunderstanding. It is merely that Yu Xin wished to converse with you and sent me to extend the invitation." "Utter nonsense," Mu Yunshu retorted vehemently. "Is Su Yusin devoid of hands or feet? Or perhaps her tongue is withered? How could you claim she sent you to invite me? Has she lost her wits?" Rong Jiusi was left aghast. She had the audacity to curse in public. Mu Yunshu found a certain advantage in her tarnished reputation. It liberated her from the constraints of propriety, allowing her to insult without hesitation, free from the fear of judgment. Rong Jiushi's face flushed crimson, his gaze toward her fraught with complexity. He prided himself on his intellect, yet at that moment he found himself at a loss. Just then, a thick plume of smoke billowed into the sky. A voice rang out, "Fire! The palace is ablaze." The crowd erupted into chaos, momentarily forgetting the discord between Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu as they rushed to witness the flames. Rong Jiusi shot a venomous glance at Mu Yunshu before seizing the opportunity to escape. Observing his retreat, Mu Yunshu arched an eyebrow. After all, there would be ample opportunities to deal with him in the future. No need to rush. She turned her gaze towards the inferno engulfing the palace, feeling a sense of triumph in her actions. Moreover, the altercation she had with Rong Jiusi at the palace gate earlier provided her with an alibi. Thus, the scoundrel, though seemingly worthless, possesses its own utility. The crux lies in how to wield it. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the palace, visible throughout the entire capital. Seated in his wheelchair, Rong Jiusi gazed at the ominous smoke and the raging flames within the imperial palace, inquiring, "Has the princess consort left the palace? However, our information is delayed. It is possible she has already departed." Rong Jiusi narrowed his eyes, observing that the source of the fire appeared to be Xinang Palace. Yin Zhaofeng's expression shifted slightly. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was the direction of Xinang Palace. He clicked his tongue softly, pondering. Could this be the handiwork of the princess consort? Rong Jiusi's countenance darkened, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Yin Zhaofeng continued, "In the realm, those daring enough to set fire within the palace are few and far between." After saying this, he looked at Rong Jiusi and remarked, "Your Highness, your princess consort is truly extraordinary." Rong Jiusi recalled the question Mu Yunshu had posed to him before entering the palace, and he suddenly felt that his previous words had been somewhat presumptuous. He had never anticipated her audacity to such an extent, daring to ignite a fire within the imperial palace. Should this incident escalate, Rong Jiusi feared he might not be able to protect her. He commanded in a low voice, "Jianqi, accompany me into the palace." Rong Jiusi was somewhat taken aback and promptly added, "Have her come to see this prince." Mu Yunshu's voice resounded, "I am coming." Rong Jiusi turned his gaze towards her, noticing that she appeared completely composed and unruffled, devoid of any signs of distress typically associated with arson. He gestured lightly with his hand, instructing everyone excepting Zhaofeng to withdraw. Rong Jiusi inquired directly, "Did you set the fire at Xinang Palace?" Mu Yunshu, of course, would not confess, replying, No, how could I possibly commit such an act of arson? Rong Jiusi regarded her with a cold stare, to which she responded with a smile. Does your highness consider those in the palace to be fools? If I had truly set the fire, would they have allowed me to leave the palace? Although Rong Jiusi found her reasoning somewhat plausible, his instincts told him that she was indeed involved in this matter. He scrutinized her with a chilling gaze, causing her to feel uneasy, yet she jested. Your highness looks at me in such a way. Could it be that you find me beautiful and have developed feelings for me? Chapter 35. This man is quite devious. As soon as Mu Yunshu finished speaking, Rong Jiusi's folding fan struck her shoulder. Yin Zhaofeng's lips twitched in disbelief. Never before had anyone dared to speak to Rong Jiusi in such a manner. It was the first time he regarded Mu Yunshu seriously and observed her lively eyes and exquisite features, realizing that the notorious woman of the capital possessed such striking beauty. Without a word, he swiftly departed. Mu Yunshu was left bewildered, pondering, what was that about with mastering? Rong Jiusi cast her a frosty glance, warning. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame this prince for not protecting you when the palace comes searching. Mu Yunshu remained remarkably composed, assuring him, rest assured. Your highness, they will not uncover the truth. Rong Jiusi smirked. So you are admitting that the fire in the palace was indeed set by you? It was then that Mu Yunshu realized she had been ensnared in his words and deemed this man truly cunning. Fortunately, they were allies now, so sharing this information with him was of no consequence. She remarked, in truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely found an item capable of concentrating light and heat, harnessing the sun's radiant energy, which ignited the drapery. Rest assured, my lord, the fire was kindled only after I left the palace. That object will melt away in the flames, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, when I placed this item, the Empress Dowager was afflicted with a bout of illness, causing chaos throughout the Xianing Palace, and no one witnessed my actions. Rong Jiusi was astutely aware of the crux of the matter. What could have caused the Empress Dowager's sudden ailment? Mu Yunshu shrugged. This truly cannot be blamed on me. During my last visit to the palace, I detected a peculiar fragrance within her chambers, which sparked my curiosity. Today, I applied a special concoction to myself. Had she not sought to trouble me and kept me close, the effects of the potion would not have manifested. However, her persistent efforts to ensnare me today have led her to reap what she has sown. Rong Jiusi was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone who wielded the art of poisoning with such profound understanding of human nature. He was at a loss whether to commend or chastise her. Mu Yunshu leaned closer and whispered, I shall confide in you a secret. But you mustn't divulge it to anyone. Rong Jiusi felt a sense of deja vu. Mu Yunshu continued in hushed tones. The Empress Dowager was unable to control her own ailment today. The scent was far more potent than the toxic blood you expelled that day. Rong Jiusi's veins throbbed at his temples. In a moment of indecision, he found himself torn between joy at the Empress Dowager's disarray, following her treatment, and the urge to reprimand her. She had compared the scent of his blood to that of the Empress Dowager's excrement. Upon witnessing his expression, Mu Yunshu chuckled, surely. The prince is pleased to hear of this. I am aware of the torment you have endured at the hands of the Empress Dowager over the years. Yet, due to her status as an elder, you have been unable to retaliate. This time, however, I not only inflicted great pain upon her, embarrassing her thoroughly, but I also set her quarters ablaze. Is that not immensely satisfying? Rong Jiusi remained silent, his gaze toward her fraught with complexity. Before her entrance into the palace today, he had harbored some concern. He was well aware of the Empress Dowager's insidious and meticulous methods of dealing with others. Even with a modicum of cleverness, she would hardly stand a chance against the Empress Dowager. Yet, he now realized his worries were unfounded. She appeared to be relishing the experience, even taking the opportunity to teach the Empress Dowager a lesson. Mu Yunshu grinned mischievously, saying, I know you wish to commend me, but what is our relationship? There is no need for such pretense. Should there be any matter that you find inconvenient to handle in the future, simply call upon me, and I shall surely protect you. Rong Jiusi's expression shifted several times before he finally retorted, this prince does not require your protection. Having been intelligent since childhood, he had always been the one to safeguard others, and no one had ever claimed the need to protect him. He understood that her words might not carry genuine sentiment, yet there was an inexplicable delight in hearing them. Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, indeed, indeed. The prince is so formidable that naturally, you do not need my protection. Our identities may differ, and we possess distinct strengths. There are matters that the prince cannot conveniently address, yet I am able to. Mu Yunshu, perplexed, inquired, is there a need to learn this? Isn't it simply a matter of having a brain? Rong Jiusi cast her a cold glance, but she merely smiled at him. With a disdainful snort, he chose to ignore her. Undeterred, she leaned closer and asked, "Aren't you curious about how I managed to leave the palace?" Rong Jiusi turned his gaze toward her, and she continued to beam at him. He then queried, "So, how did you escape the palace?" Mu Yunshu chuckled. "Isn't it simply a matter of having feet?" Rong Jiusi felt that her brief visit to the imperial palace had greatly bolstered her confidence, emboldening her to provoke him now. With her bright, inquisitive eyes, Mu Yunshu asked, "Aren't you curious about how those medicinal powders were concocted?" Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "Are you implying that it simply requires hands?" Mu Yunshu gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Prince, you truly are remarkable. How did you guess that?" Rong Jiusi swiftly drew the long sword from beside his wheelchair. She immediately dashed away, exclaiming, "Prince, do refrain from drawing your sword so casually. It is perilous." He shot her a frosty glance, to which she responded with a laugh. "I was merely jesting. There's no need to take it so seriously. Moreover, life is fraught with challenges. One can either choose to be joyful for a day or sorrowful for a day. Why wear a long face? Embrace joy." It was the first time in his life that he had been so reprimanded, and he raised the sword in a gesture as if to throw it away, prompting her to swiftly hide behind the wall. He ultimately hurled the sword in his hand, piercing through a tree trunk and causing it to tumble down. Along with the tree trunk fell Jianqi, who, upon landing, scratched his head and endeavored to muster a faint smile. "Today, I shall stand guard here." His frigid visage softened slightly as his wheelchair turned, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, a hint of mirth unconsciously glimmering in his eyes. Mu Yunshu, alerted by the tremendous noise, peeked out from the corner, only to witness Jianqi descending alongside the tree trunk. She compared the thickness of the trunk to her own head, concluding that the trunk was indeed sturdier. Observing Rong Jiusi's departure, she approached Jianqi with a smile, declaring, "Your insatiable curiosity is no surprise. It's why you often find yourself in trouble." Jianqi retorted defiantly, "Who says I'm curious? I merely happen to be on duty here today." Chapter 36. What a humiliation it is. Mu Yunshu shot him an understanding glance. Curiosity comes in many forms. You might consider a different approach, one that not only spares you from punishment but also grants you greater insights. Jianqi quickly inquired, "What approach?" He regarded her with suspicion, asking, "Tell me, would you actually share?" Mu Yunshu replied with a playful smile, "We're not well acquainted. Why would I divulge anything to you?" Jianqi. She leaned closer, adding, "However, if we were to become familiar in the future, I would be inclined to share everything." Jianqi's gaze towards her grew somewhat intricate. Deep down, he believed she was far from a trustworthy individual. Mu Yunshu let out a light laugh and remarked, "I am aware that you several shadow guards have placed bets on how many days I can survive in the Wangfu." Jianqi was taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" Mu Yunshu gazed at him and replied, "Is it truly the case? Quickly tell me, how long did you wager? I shall cooperate and win all their silver." Jianqi was rendered speechless, his expression growing more complex. Mu Yunshu inquired, "You wouldn't have bet that I would be driven away the very next day, would you?" Jianqi was astonished once again. "How do you know that?" Mu Yunshu chuckled. And Jianqi, observing her expression, realized she was merely toying with him. He retorted with irritation, "Why are you so cunning?" Mu Yunshu shrugged, "There is no choice. The capital is fraught with dangers and deceit. If one is too naive, they might meet their demise. I simply wish to survive." Unable to restrain himself, Jianqi asked, "You're not foolish, so why did you tarnish your reputation so?" After a moment of silence, Mu Yunshu replied, "If I hadn't tarnished my reputation, I would have long since perished." Jianqi reflected on the circumstances of the loyal and valiant Marquis's residence. Although he still harbored disdain for her, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. His tone softened unconsciously. "If you can truly cure the prince's ailment, and refrain from causing trouble in the Wangfu thereafter, the prince will not make things difficult for you." Mu Yunshu sighed, "Given the events of that night, I am the disgrace of the Wangfu. The prince will inevitably seek my life." Jianqi cast a glance her way. "Had I known this day would come, why act as you did back then?" Mu Yunshu sniffed, "If I were to claim that I was framed, would you believe me? A wise person would hardly engage in such actions." He leaned closer to her and inquired, "Who was that man from that night?" Mu Yunshu, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "I truly do not know." Jianqi regarded her thoughtfully, contemplating the veracity of her statement. Mu Yunshu, filled with indignation, insisted, "If I discover who has tarnished my honor, I will surely take his life." After a brief pause, she continued, As soon as I entered the bridal chamber that day, I fainted and lost all awareness. Did the guards on duty notice anything unusual? The prince was incapacitated, and Minister Een was absent from the residence. Although we were all present and vigilant, there were inevitably some oversights. That night, 11 indeed saw someone enter the bridal chamber. He assumed it was the prince and paid no further attention. Mu Yunshu's gaze flickered as she inquired, "Does the prince have any biological brothers? Or is there anyone in the capital who resembles him?" Jianqi scoffed. "Concubine Shu has borne only the prince. His grace and martial prowess are unmatched in the capital, not to mention anyone who might resemble the prince. There is not a single individual in the capital who can rival his demeanor and charm." Mu Yunshu, feeling disheartened, thought to herself, "What a waste of time. He is merely a deluded admirer of Rong Jiusi." She had initially hoped to glean some information about that fateful night from Jianqi, but after much effort, her findings were scant. Frustrated, she vowed that if she were to locate the wretched man who had wronged her, she would ensure he met a most gruesome fate. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the palace. When the Empress Dowager's chamber caught fire, everyone present gathered around her, and by the time they realized the flames had erupted, the fire had already grown fierce. No one knew how the blaze had started, nor did anyone take the time to investigate. They hurriedly assisted the Empress Dowager to safety. The palace attendants and guards were preoccupied with battling the flames, which were unfortunately too intense to extinguish in that moment. The only course of action was to contain the fire and prevent it from spreading to other parts of the palace. When the Empress Dowager was finally brought outside, she appeared disheveled, and she was in considerable pain in her abdomen. Unable to maintain control over her body, she felt something escape her, trickling down her thigh and dripping onto the ground. At that moment, Emperor Ming and the Empress happened to arrive. The Emperor, being dutiful, sought to assist the Empress Dowager, but as he drew near, he was taken aback by a foul odor that compelled him to step back. What was that smell? The Empress Dowager's face stiffened. Upon noticing her expression, the Emperor quickly grasped the situation, and his countenance darkened as well. The Empress Dowager was equally curious. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Though I possess no evidence, this incident must be connected to Mu Yunshu. After all, her daily routine had always been orderly, and with the onset of such turmoil, the only variable was Mu Yunshu." However, the imperial physician had examined the utensils and found nothing amiss. Furthermore, Mu Yunshu was not even in the palace at the time of the fire, making it implausible to attribute the incident to her. The emperor furrowed his brow. "Mu Yunshu? Why does mother feel this way? Who is unaware that despite her lack of education, she possesses no such capability?" The Empress Dowager could only ponder. She could hardly claim it was merely her intuition. She gritted her teeth and said, "Some individuals are exceptionally skilled in disguise. What they present is merely what they wish others to perceive." The emperor reassured her, "Mother, you are overthinking. If Mu Yunshu were truly that formidable, she would not have been so thoroughly deceived in recent years." Upon reflection, the Empress Dowager found his words to possess merit. After all, if Mu Yunshu were capable of such feats, she would not have been wed to Rong Jiusi. Her expression shifted, prompting the emperor to inquire, "Mother, what troubles you?" With a scowling visage, she commanded, "Assist me to the palace ahead." She had initially believed that after consuming the medicine prescribed by the court physician, her affliction would have subsided. To her dismay, not only did it not cease, but it emerged without her awareness. It was truly astonishing. He had never anticipated that his dignified and noble mother would find herself in such an embarrassing predicament. Chapter 37. Their newlywed bliss. A fire ignited within the palace, capturing the attention of the capital's populace. The court officials, aware that the blaze originated from the Empress Dowager's quarters, grew increasingly curious. It was springtime, not the arid autumn. How could a fire possibly erupt? They dispatched individuals to inquire further, but given the scandal surrounding the Empress Dowager, they were unable to uncover any details. It was merely reported that a young eunuch had accidentally overturned a candlestick, sparking the conflagration. The eunuchs on duty in the Empress Dowager's palace that day were subsequently executed by the punishment chamber, thus resolving the matter. When Mu Yunshu received this news, she was momentarily taken aback. She was acutely aware of how the fire had originated. She sought to discuss the empress, yet she did not anticipate the empress's cruelty, as she had ordered the execution of all who witnessed her disgrace that day. It was only at this moment that Mu Yunshu truly comprehended the value of life within the feudal society's imperial power. Human life seemed utterly worthless in this era. Unable to contain her indignation, she exclaimed, "They are treating lives as mere weeds." Rong Jiusi regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. stating, "Given the magnitude of this incident, someone must bear the blame. Moreover, considering the humiliation you have caused the Empress, she will inevitably seek to slay a few to vent her wrath. You pride yourself on your intelligence, yet you failed to foresee this outcome." He had initially worried about her being exposed and had prepared to clean up after her. However, her approach proved far more cautious than he had anticipated. She had not left a single trace for the adversary to grasp. Mu Yunshu remained silent, plucking a leaf and tearing it to shreds. Rong Jiusi cast her a scrutinizing glance, sensing a stark contrast between her and the rumors that surrounded her. He had instructed Jianxi to investigate her thoroughly, and the materials concerning her past still lay upon his desk. The Mu Yunshu depicted in those documents was a far cry from the one before him, as if they were two distinct individuals. Jianxi approached, announcing, "My lord, someone from the palace has arrived, claiming the Empress wishes to bestow a reward upon the princess." Unable to restrain herself, Mu Yunshu retorted, "Is that old witch unwell? What could she possibly want to reward me for at this juncture? If I am not mistaken, all those who witnessed the Empress's disgrace, save for her trusted confidants, are now dead. Her identity placed her in a position where she could not take action. Thus, she could only offer you some benefits to silence you." Mu Yunshu smiled and said, "I am not so easily swayed." Upon arriving at the flower hall, a smiling eunuch came to present a gift and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Consort Ding." Mu Yunshu replied with a cheerful smile, "There is no need for such formalities. Your Excellency, when I left the palace the other day, I witnessed Her Majesty the Empress in a rather compromising situation. Has she recovered since then?" The eunuch's countenance stiffened, and he forced a strained smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Princess Consort Ding. The Empress is in good health." Mu Yunshu patted her chest and remarked, "As long as the Empress is well, I can rest easy. I was quite worried about her during my time in the palace, and hearing about the fire at Xining Palace only heightened my concern. Should she return to the palace, I assure you, she will discreetly put an end to that wretched Empress." The eunuch chuckled and said, "Your filial piety will surely bring great comfort to Her Majesty. Now that the prince and princess have just married, how could the Empress dare to disrupt their happiness? Knowing of your devotion, the Empress has sent a reward through her servants." Mu Yunshu responded with feigned modesty, "Oh dear, how can I accept such kindness? I have yet to pay my respects to Her Majesty." The eunuch complimented her further, and after a pretense of refusal, she ultimately accepted with a smile. The eunuch finally looked at Mu Yunshu and cautioned, "The princess consort, being both wise and filial, should understand that certain matters are best kept private." With a smile, Mu Yunshu assured him, "Rest assured, I would never disclose the incident regarding the Empress's age and her unfortunate predicament." The eunuch departed, leaving Mu Yunshu to glance at the items sent by the Empress Dowager. Aside from some jewelry, there were several bolts of shoe brocade. Although the craftsmanship of the jewelry was commendable, the designs were rather antiquated. The precious shoe brocade, while exquisite, bore colors that were decidedly drab, entirely unsuitable for a young lady. She crossed her arms and remarked, "Is this meant to silence me or to disgust me?" Rong Jiusi replied with an impassive expression, "Perhaps it serves both purposes. After all, she has always excelled in such underhanded dealings." Mu Yunshu earnestly sought Rong Jiusi's counsel. "If I were to infuriate the Empress Dowager to the point of her demise, would the prince's capabilities be sufficient to protect me?" Rong Jiusi's gaze turned frigid. "Protect you? I would be the first to present you before the emperor, directly seeking a reward." Mu Yunshu responded, "True, had she not revealed her exceptional medical skills, he would have eliminated her long ago." She smiled and said, "My lord, do not be so heartless. The Empress Dowager will make things difficult for me. And if we trace it back, it all stems from you. I am now aligned with you, facing the Empress Dowager's oppression together. This surely makes us allies." Rong Jiusi, with a darkened expression, queried, "Since when have I considered you an ally?" Mu Yunshu, adept at bending and yielding, quickly retorted, "I misspoke. We have never been allies." After a long pause, Rong Jiusi finally said, "Mu Yunshu, if you wish to preserve your life, heed my advice. Do not provoke the Empress Dowager." Mu Yunshu acquiesced readily. "I will abide by your counsel, my lord." Upon hearing her swift agreement, Rong Jiusi felt reassured that she had comprehended his words. Yet, she posed another question. "What if the Empress Dowager seeks to provoke me again?" Rong Jiusi shot her a glare, to which she promptly responded, "I shall endure her provocations." "Feigning weakness like the prince." Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "Feigning weakness?" Mu Yunshu quickly corrected herself. "I misspoke. I meant to say bearing humiliation in silence. Following the recent events, Rong Jiusi perceived that she was indeed, as the rumors suggested, constantly flirting with danger and adept at inciting ire. As evening approached, it was time for Mu Yunshu to perform acupuncture on Rong Jiusi to detoxify him. This time, Rong Jiusi was more experienced, proceeding directly to her chamber for the treatment. Mu Yunshu thought to herself. She was aware he was no ordinary man, yet she truly did not anticipate him to be this insidious. She proposed, "My lord, shall we not select an unused courtyard for the acupuncture?" Chapter 38. Where shall I massage? Rong Jiusi inquired. Are you directing me? Mu Yunshu sighed. I would not dare. As before, after the acupuncture session, Rong Jiusi took it upon himself to expel the toxic blood towards his toes. She utilized a triangular needle to pierce the tip of his toe, but this time, instead of allowing the toxic blood to spill onto the floor, she directed it into a bottle, swiftly sealing it with a cork. Rong Jiusi cast her a frosty glance. This situation had been entirely avoidable. Last time, she had carelessly allowed it to spill in his room, and the odor lingered even now. She was deliberately attempting to repulse him. Mu Yunshu pretended not to notice. After she had finished extracting the toxic blood, she remarked, "My lord, your legs have not been utilized for a prolonged period. The muscles must have begun to atrophy. From this moment forth, it would be prudent for the prince to undergo a massage daily. This way, once the poison in your legs is purged, you shall be able to rise unassisted." After today's session of acupuncture, Rong Jiusi felt a warm sensation coursing through his legs. The physician had previously advised this, and Jianqi would meticulously assist him each day. He nodded lightly, beckoning Jianqi to approach. However, as soon as Jianqi's hands made contact, Mu Yunshu frowned and remarked, "Your technique is flawed. This method lacks efficacy and fails to stimulate the acupoints." Jianqi inquired, "Then what is the correct approach?" Mu Yunshu gestured with her hand, explaining, "This way yields far superior results." Jianqi attempted her suggestion, but Mu Yunshu shook her head again, stating, "Still incorrect. You cannot begin from this point. It must start from this acupoint." Growing somewhat anxious, Jianqi suggested, "Perhaps the princess could demonstrate?" Without further contemplation, Mu Yunshu reached to apply pressure to Rong Jiusi's thigh. The moment her fingers made contact, his expression darkened as he seized her hand, questioning, "Where do you think you are pressing?" Only then did Mu Yunshu realize the nature of her touch, striving to maintain her composure as she replied, "In the presence of a healer, there is no distinction of gender. Please do not take offense, Your Highness." Rong Jiusi coldly responded, "No, I am offended." Jianqi cast a wary glance at Rong Jiusi, retracting his neck as he muttered, "I dare not." In the past, when giving massages, he had only ventured as far as 2/3 up the thigh. He would never dare to approach the upper leg region. Mu Yunshu crossed her arms and declared, "If you do not follow my prescribed method for the massage, even if the poison is completely removed, it will take you at least another month to stand again." Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "This prince has already been confined to a wheelchair for so long. I am not concerned about sitting for an additional month." With a sigh, Mu Yunshu responded, "If that is how you feel, then I am at a loss. However, the area around your legs is where toxins tend to accumulate most readily. Acupuncture can alleviate some of it, but if combined with massage, the detoxification process will be expedited and made more effective." Rong Jiusi lifted his gaze to her and inquired, "You continually emphasize the need to massage the roots of the legs. Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Confounded, Mu Yunshu retorted, "What ulterior motives could I possibly have?" Rong Jiusi remained silent, his expression clear. She was scheming against him. Mu Yunshu was exasperated. How could he be so narcissistic? True, he was exceptionally handsome with a remarkable physique, yet she would not dare entertain any such thoughts about him. Taking a deep breath, she swore, "I swear to the heavens that I only wish to heal the prince's ailment as swiftly as possible. If I dare to harbor any thoughts towards you, may the heavens strike me down." No sooner had she uttered these words than the once clear sky erupted with a resounding clap of thunder. Mu Yunshu stood there, dumbfounded. Is the heavens out of its mind? Jianqi coughed lightly and remarked, "In this case, can I interpret this as the princess consorting with the prince? So much so that even the heavens cannot tolerate it?" Mu Yunshu retorted angrily, "Get lost. You talk too much." Jianqi was never intimidated by her. In fact, after becoming more acquainted with her recently, his resolve only strengthened. "I refuse to leave. I shall remain here, vowing to fiercely protect the prince's virtue, lest he fall prey to your wicked charms." Mu Yunshu. Has she been mistaken for a seductress? Rong Jiusi. He picked up a book and struck Jianqi on the head. "Get out." Jianqi scampered away in a flash. With Jianqi gone, Only Mu Yunshu and Rong Jiusi remained in the room. While Jian Qi was present, the atmosphere felt different. His departure left an air of awkwardness between the two. From outside, Jian Qi shouted, "What a heavy rain!" Mu Yunshu opened the window for a glance, revealing a tempestuous storm. Jian Qi, resembling a monkey, leaped about to evade the rain as he dashed away. Mu Yunshu couldn't help but chuckle at his foolish antics. Jian Qi looked so silly. Rong Jiusi turned to her, noticing the gentle glow of the wall lamp illuminating her face. As she smiled, it was as if a flower had blossomed, radiant and enchanting. She usually wore a mask of false smiles, rarely allowing such genuine joy to surface. It was then he realized how captivating her smile truly was. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his usually stern expression softened considerably. The rain cascaded into the room, the spring chill penetrating the air, causing Mu Yunshu to shiver. She hurriedly closed the window. Remembering something, she turned and draped a blanket over Rong Jiusi. The prince has just undergone treatment and cannot endure the cold. He must be cautious of his warmth. Rong Jiusi cast her a glance, pulling the blanket closer around him. Surrounded by rough men, he was unaccustomed to being cared for. And it was the first time someone had reminded him to keep warm. His fingers were long and well-shaped, and such a simple gesture in the dimly lit room appeared exceedingly delightful. Mu Yunshu thought to herself that had she not been deprived of her purity on her wedding night, a man like him would certainly have piqued her interest. Possessing the soul of the 21st century, she was indifferent to the significance of the first night. However, men of this era placed great emphasis on a woman's chastity. Not to mention, Rong Jiusi, a prince of high standing, would undoubtedly be particularly concerned about such matters. She feared that should she dare to entice him, he might retaliate with lethal severity. With this thought, she quickly suppressed the stirrings of her desires. Smiling, she inquired, "Will the prince be staying here tonight?" Rong Jiusi glanced at her. Although her smile was radiant, it was merely a facade. An inexplicable anger welled within him, and he coldly replied, "No." Mu Yunshu was accustomed to his chill demeanor and was not perturbed by his attitude, maintaining her smile. "Then we shall wait until the rain lessens before departing. It would not be pleasant to have our clothes soaked in such heavy downpour." Rong Jiusi remained non-committal and asked her, "Are you expressing concern for me?" Mu Yunshu, considering his difficult temperament, quickly retorted, "Of course not. What right do I have to concern myself with the prince? I merely stand from a physician's perspective, wishing to see your ailment treated promptly." Rong Jiusi scoffed, "You possess quite the sense of self-awareness." Just as Mu Yunshu prepared to respond, a thunderous roar erupted outside, accompanied by a blade infused with overwhelming malice, slicing towards her. Chapter 39. This matter is quite mad. Mu Yunshu was momentarily taken aback when Rong Jiusi swiftly struck her down to the ground with a single palm. She rolled several times before lifting her head to see Rong Jiusi engaged in a fierce battle with the assassin. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Good heavens! Help!" No sooner had her words escaped than another intruder burst through the window, lunging at her once more. In her previous life, Mu Yunshu had trained in military boxing and combat techniques, making her reasonably capable of dealing with petty thugs, but against true masters, her skills fell short. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in peril, narrowly avoiding several lethal strikes. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have surely met her demise. Rong Jiusi managed to slay one assassin and hurried to rescue Mu Yunshu. Yet, confined to a wheelchair and still suffering from residual poison, he felt dizzy and disoriented after exerting his internal energy. Before he could reach Mu Yunshu, an assassin intercepted him. Seeing the dire situation, Mu Yunshu realized she must take matters into her own hands. Just as the assassin swung his blade again, she rolled away, fortuitously landing beside Rong Jiusi's wheelchair. He raised his hand to deflect a sword aimed at her, but his complexion turned ghastly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Understanding his condition all too well from her healing experience, Mu Yunshu recognized this as a sign that excessive use of internal energy had allowed the poison to seep into his heart meridian. If it penetrated further, he might not survive the day. In that moment, her life was intertwined with his. Resolutely, she seized a silver needle from the table, swiftly tore open his chest, and shielded his heart meridian. Rong Jiusi cast a glance at her, yet his sword lunged towards her. Startled, she assumed he was repulsed by her previous actions of stripping him of his garments and intended to slay her. Unable to restrain herself, she began to speak, "I am." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, she felt the chilling blade pressed against her ear. The excruciating cold of the sword sent an uncontrollable shiver through her, rendering her speechless. In the next moment, she sensed warm liquid splattering upon her neck. The juxtaposition of icy coldness and viscous warmth sent tremors through her heart, causing her legs to weaken, and she collapsed into his embrace. Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow and commanded, "Get up." Mu Yunshu, her face drawn with despair, replied, "My legs are weak. I cannot rise." Rong Jiusi remained silent. Meanwhile, more assassins closed in, leaving him no time to dwell on her predicament. An assassin stealthily approached from behind Rong Jiusi, brandishing a dagger. Preoccupied with the adversaries in front of him, he failed to notice Mu Yunshu, who had regained some composure. She swiftly drew a hairpin from her hair and plunged it into the assassin's eye. Her angle of attack was particularly cunning, piercing through the eye and into the brain, and the assassin fell to the ground without a sound. At that moment, his initial intention to push her away transformed. He instead supported her body upon his lap. In such a life-and-death scenario, no one pondered the propriety of their shared position. Among the 6 assassins who had come to kill him, 4 had already been slain. The remaining 2 assassins were left in disbelief, questioning how Rong Jiusi, a man so ill he required a wheelchair, could still engage in combat. Did this signify an improvement in his condition? There was also Mu Yunshu, who, despite being utterly inept, surprisingly possessed commendable skills and had even slain one of them. The 2 individuals realized that continuing the fight was futile. Although they had failed to kill Rong Jiusi today, they had nonetheless achieved something. They turned to flee. Rong Jiusi understood that if they escaped, news of his improving condition would inevitably leak. However, his legs were still unable to support him, rendering pursuit impossible. The assassins were aware of this as well and fled with great speed. Rong Jiusi hurled his sword, piercing one of the guards cleanly through. The other had already reached the window, poised to leap outside. Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow. He had no weapon at hand. At that moment, Mu Yunshu swiftly leapt from his side, seizing the rope at the corner of the wall, causing the wide-open window to slam shut abruptly. The assassin, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face, momentarily dazing him. In that fleeting instant, Mu Yunshu leapt high, deftly inserting her hairpin into the only gap in the assassin's skull with remarkable precision. Rong Jiusi was taken aback. This was the 2nd time she had taken a life that night. As the assassin crumpled to the ground, Mu Yunshu sat down heavily, gasping for breath. Rong Jiusi inquired, "Are you all right?" This was the 2nd time he had heard her express fear that evening. Yet, each time she spoke of her trepidation, her actions were remarkably decisive beforehand. The door was suddenly thrust open again, and both turned to see who had arrived. This time, it was Jianqi, not an assassin. Jianqi was taken aback by the scene before him and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me, Your Highness." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at him and remarked, "You are absent when there are matters at hand, yet present without fail during idle times. It is only just that you should be punished." Jianqi hung his head in acquiescence. This marked the 5th time he had faced punishment since Mu Yunshu entered the royal residence. In the past, wherever Rong Jiusi was, shadow guards would be stationed nearby. However, with Mu Yunshu's arrival, these guards had become insatiably curious, engaging in eavesdropping. Annoyed by their incessant meddling, Rong Jiusi ordered them to remain at a distance, forbidding their entry into the courtyard. On this day, a sudden torrential downpour allowed an assassin to breach their defenses from the periphery. The thunder and rain masked the commotion, causing Jianqi to arrive too late. The room was in disarray, with several lifeless bodies sprawled in chaotic disarray. It was uninhabitable for the time being. Consequently, Mu Yunshu accompanied Rong Jiusi to his quarters. This was not Mu Yunshu's first visit to his abode, yet she had never taken the time to scrutinize it closely. Upon careful inspection, she noted that the furnishings were exceedingly simple, with an overall dark palette that exuded an air of solemnity and coolness, much like Rong Jiusi himself. As Mu Yunshu entered, her body trembled slightly. Rong Jiusi noticed and instructed Jianqi to bring a pot of hot tea. He personally poured her a cup, and it was only after she embraced the warmth of the tea and finished the cup that she began to regain her composure. In the illustrations, it is said that those with ulterior motives often prefer to climb through windows, so I have arranged a cord by the window. Before I retire for the night, I tie the cord to the headboard. If anyone attempts to enter through the window, I will be alerted at once. Rong Jiusi. Chapter 40. To whom did she ultimately yield her virtue? Rong Jiusi found himself at a loss as to whether to commend her meticulous foresight. This was the first time since their grand wedding that she proactively brought up the matter before him. He inquired, "Was the man that night not your beloved?" Tears streamed down Mu Yunshu's face as she replied, Your Highness is aware of my tarnished reputation. No gentleman in the capital would deign to look my way. If I must name a suitor, it would only be the third prince, who was once my betrothed. That night, he too was married, to Su Yusin. As she recalled the deep bond between Rong Jiusi and Su Yusin, she realized she had spoken unwisely. She lightly struck her lips and continued. Regardless of whether your Highness believes me, I did not change the bridal veil that day. I never intended to separate your Highness from Miss Su. The one I cherish is the third prince. Rong Jiusi regarded her, and she inhaled deeply, stating, I am aware of my poor reputation. Uttering such words will hardly earn your Highness's belief. Rong Jiusi then asked, did you not agree to assist the third prince in entering the duke's residence, seeking to marry into the duke's household? Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu. He actually knew of this matter. Upon seeing her expression, Rong Jiusi let out a cold laugh. Why do you not defend yourself? Mu Yunshu pressed her fingers to her forehead and admitted, I did agree to him, but, taking a deep breath, she continued, if he truly held feelings for me, he would never have made such an absurd request. Thus, after he uttered those words, I lost all hope. Rong Jiusi poured himself a cup of tea and, after taking a delicate sip, remarked, so you chose to embarrass the third prince at the palace gates, intending to draw a clear line between you two? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu realized that every move she made was under his scrutiny. She felt unable to provoke him and hurried to flatter him, saying, considering what transpired that night, your Highness did not take my life. That is a testament to your magnanimity. My existence, whether in life or death, rests solely on your will. I would never dare to betray you. Rong Jiusi lightly blew on the froth atop his tea, his tone indifferent. I am not a man who acts without reason. If you diligently assist me in detoxification, refrain from stirring trouble, and do not tarnish my reputation, I will not make things difficult for you. As for whom you have lost yourself to, he let out a cold laugh. That matter does not concern me in the slightest. After all, a woman of your caliber is hardly worthy of my regard. You are not fit to be my woman. To his surprise, rather than feeling anger, Mu Yunshu felt a surge of joy upon hearing his words. Your Highness is absolutely correct. I am not deserving of you. Rest assured, I would never harbor even the slightest thought of you. Rong Jiusi cast a glance at her, observing her genuine happiness in response to his words. His intention was to gauge her reaction, yet her delight stirred an indescribable feeling within him. He snorted coldly, get some rest. After administering his treatment and enduring a recent skirmish, Mu Yunshu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she finally relaxed. This is merely Rong Jiusi's chamber, and she does not possess the same audacity as when he previously intruded upon her bed. This time, she obediently retrieves a quilt from the wardrobe and lays it upon the foot of the bed, preparing to sleep there. Observing her actions, Rong Jiusi feels a peculiar sensation reminiscent of earlier. Yet, fundamentally, he cannot find fault with her behavior. As Mu Yunshu reclines, she inquires, Your Highness, who dispatched today's assassin? With curiosity, Mu Yunshu notes, these are clearly three distinct individuals. Why is there no discernible difference? Rong Jiusi closes his eyes and replies, to me. All those who wish for my demise are part of the same faction. Mu Yunshu is momentarily taken aback. The reasoning seems valid yet oddly peculiar. She persists with her inquiries, Your Highness, do you often find yourself targeted for assassination? Rong Jiusi, reminded of past experiences by her question, adopts a cooler tone. Assassinations are not to be feared. No matter how many come, I shall vanquish them all. Mu Yunshu softly reflects, I wonder who is on the verge of death tonight. Rong Jiusi opens his eyes. What did you just say? Detecting the menace in his voice, she quickly responds, I said that Your Highness risked everything to save me. And I am deeply moved. You spat blood earlier. Allow me to check your pulse. Upon finishing her statement, she sits up again, and Rong Jiusi turns his head to look at her. At that moment, she kneels by his bedside, appearing exceedingly docile. He extends his hand toward the edge of the bed, and she promptly checks his pulse, which seems rather weak. She inquired about his current feelings and then stood up, saying, Your Highness, you must take another dose of medicine tonight. After she spoke, she summoned Jianqi to come in and prepared a prescription for him to fetch the medicine immediately. Rong Jiusi thought to himself that he had witnessed far more severe situations over the past year, and today's matter was nothing in comparison. Mu Yunshu climbed onto his bed and said, I still need to administer a few needles to His Highness. Could you please loosen your garments? Do it yourself. Rong Jiusi replied in a calm tone. After all, you have already done it before and are quite adept at it. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. She sensed a hint of flirtation in his words, yet she dismissed the notion as unlikely. Stealing a glance at him, She found his expression as frigid as ever, his face as cold as ice. Thus, she set aside her whimsical thoughts and smiled, saying, "If I hadn't treated you in time, Your Highness, you might have perished." Rong Jiusi snorted softly, loosening the ties of his nightclothes to reveal his solid chest. Recently, due to her medical duties, Mu Yunshu had seen him undress more often than usual, and she felt confident in her ability to maintain composure. However, today, her hands felt weak from exertion during her earlier tasks, making it difficult to perform the acupuncture as she had before. As her fingertips touched his chest, he felt her fingers were soft and delicate, sending tingling sensations throughout him. He tried to endure it, but soon found it unbearable. Grasping her hand, he demanded, "What are you doing?" Mu Yunshu explained her current weakness and added, "Today is an exceptional circumstance. I kindly ask for Your Highness's patience." Rong Jiusi could only feel the places that Mu Yunshu had touched burning intensely, a sensation that was both torturous and accompanied by a secret delight. In Chapter 41, as he slumbered against her chest, Mu Yunshu noticed the areas she had caressed turning red. Believing she had been too forceful, she felt a pang of guilt and lightened her touch. Yet, as she softened her movements, it transformed into another form of torment for Rong Jiusi, causing the redness to deepen. Perplexed, Mu Yunshu concluded that his skin must be exceedingly delicate. She found it puzzling. How could a grown man possess such tender skin? After a taxing session of administering acupuncture, she was utterly exhausted. As she withdrew the needle, her movements were slightly abrupt, causing her vision to blur, and she collapsed onto Rong Jiusi's chest. Her long hair cascaded over him, intensifying the itchiness. When he called out to her and received no response, he looked down to discover she had fainted. Frowning, he observed her for a moment, ultimately unable to bring himself to push her away, instead reaching for the blanket to cover them both. When Jianqi arrived with the medicine he had prepared, he was met with the sight of the two entwined in slumber. His eyes widened in disbelief. If there had been any misunderstanding before, this was irrefutable evidence. Rong Jiusi glanced in his direction, prompting Jianqi to immediately declare, "I saw nothing." Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, "Silence." Jianqi, intimidated, fell silent as Rong Jiusi reluctantly added, "She has fainted." Jianqi's eyes darted around the room erratically. "My lord, there is no need for explanations," he remarked. Rong Jiusi glanced at Jianqi, who, startled, knelt on the floor and replied, "If the lord wishes to explain, it is certainly not impossible." "Get lost," Rong Jiusi retorted with annoyance. Jianqi hastily fled outside, declaring at the door, "I shall remain here, my lord. Should you require anything, a mere call will suffice." Rong Jiusi pondered earnestly in his heart whether it was wise to keep such an imbecile as Jianqi by his side as a guard. He cast a glance at Mu Yunshu, who lay resting on his chest. He contemplated pushing her away, but, upon his hand brushing against her face, instinctively softened his touch and gently shifted her aside. After finishing his medicine, he turned to look at her. She was utterly oblivious in her slumber, appearing adorably innocent. A faint smile graced Rong Jiusi's eyes as he settled back down to sleep. In her dream, she was fleeing desperately from a giant python that pursued her. Just as she believed she was on the verge of escape, her roommate dashed out from the side, running directly towards the serpent. Mu Yunshu, filled with panic, shouted loudly, "A Tang, run!" Her emotions surged too intensely, jolting her awake from her nightmare. Sitting up abruptly, Rong Jiusi's voice broke the silence. "Who exactly is a Tang that you cannot forget even in your dreams?" She glanced outside, where the faint light of dawn began to filter through the window. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she sighed and said, "If I were to say a Tang is a woman, a friend of mine, would you believe it?" "My lord." The voice of Rong Jiusi resonated with an unusually cold clarity in the early morning. "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu realized that her lengthy explanations from the previous night had been in vain. Fortunately, he harbored disdain for her, and they had already separated. Otherwise, it could have been quite troublesome. She deftly shifted the conversation. "How are you feeling today, Your Highness?" She intended to check his pulse once more, but he uncooperatively withdrew his hand, declaring, "Dirty." Mu Yunshu paused, only to comprehend that he was referring to her uncleanliness, deeming her unworthy of touching him. After a moment of silence, she looked at him, ready to speak, but he pointed at the bedding she had arranged on the floor and commanded, "Get down." Mu Yunshu had never intended to sleep in his bed. She had merely collapsed there from exhaustion the previous night. She smiled and remarked, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy last night in not tossing me out." Rong Jiusi closed his eyes, adopting an air of disinterest in further conversation. She was indifferent to his demeanor and climbed down from the bed. The dawn was still early, and she felt a lingering fatigue, wrapping herself in the quilt to continue her slumber. Meanwhile, Rong Jiusi found himself wide awake, inwardly cursing liars. He had, in fact, believed her words from the night prior. Yet, she had called out the names of other men in her sleep, urging one to flee as if fearing for her life from a vengeful lover. Reflecting on his rare moment of compassion from the previous night, he felt utterly foolish. How could he expect a woman of such a scandalous reputation as Mu Yunshu to utter a single truthful word? Hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing from below, he turned to see that she had fallen asleep once more. As he gazed at her peaceful face, a surge of anger welled up within him. He was seized by an impulse to cast her aside, yet he found such an act to be utterly juvenile, compelling him to stifle his emotions. The fury that surged within him extinguished any remnants of sleep, prompting him to rise and summon Jianqi. Have the bodies of those assassins been dealt with? He inquired coldly. Carve a few words into the backs of those corpses, then dispose of them at the third prince's residence, Rong Jiusi commanded. Jianqi, intrigued, asked, why the third prince's residence? Because these men belong to him, Rong Jiusi replied icily. Only he would stoop to such a despicable act. If he seeks to disgust me, I shall not only return the sentiment but also instill a profound fear within him. Upon hearing this, Jianqi responded with delight. I shall attend to it at once. Over time, the people of the capital might forget how formidable their lord was in the past. He was not someone who could be trifled with by such a lowly scion. In the western part of the capital, at the third prince's residence, Rong Jiusi had been granted permission by the Yuanming emperor to establish his own household even before his marriage. Although he had not been officially conferred the title of a prince, his status was equivalent to that of any other lord, save for the absence of a fief. This house, bestowed upon him by the Yuanming emperor, was constructed to the specifications of a princely residence. To this day, the Yuanming emperor had yet to designate an heir, and among the princes, the third prince was the one he favored most. Rumors circulated throughout the court that the third prince was destined to become the crown prince. Rong Jiusi's brow furrowed. Since that day when Mu Yunshu had humiliated him, he harbored resentment, believing that a person as uncontrollable as her was no longer worth keeping. Coupled with his pre-existing intent to eliminate Rong Jiusi, he dispatched his most skilled team of assassins to infiltrate the Duke of Ding's residence under the cover of a rainy night. In his normal state, Rong Jiusi would never dare to lay a hand on Rong Jiusi. However, he had recently heard that Rong Jiusi's health had significantly deteriorated, though he was unaware of the extent. Chapter 42. She wants to sleep with him. Rong Jiusi sought to seize this opportunity to test the waters. If his men could eliminate Rong Jiusi, it would be splendid, but even if they failed, acquiring some valuable intelligence would suffice. A sense of foreboding brewed within him. A servant rushed in, exclaiming, Your Highness, 6 corpses have inexplicably appeared in the backyard. The number 6 struck a sensitive chord with Rong Jiusi at this moment. He hurried over, and upon opening the courtyard door, he was met with the sight of bodies sprawled in disarray across the ground. The corpses bore various wounds. Clearly having been exposed to the rain for an extended period, their injuries were festering and ghastly to behold. He recognized these individuals as assassins he had dispatched. Their silent emergence here served as a warning from Rong Jiusi. He could not fathom how, in such a short span of time, Rong Jiusi had discerned that these men were sent by him, nor how they had been stealthily introduced into his courtyard. A chill of fear gripped his heart. If Rong Jiusi's men could infiltrate his residence so effortlessly, was she subtly indicating that should she wish to end his life, she could do so with ease? Rong Jiusi's face turned ashen as he coldly inquired, Who discovered these bodies first? He bellowed in fury, Where are the guards? Where are my guards? Are you all dead? How could someone dispose of corpses within the royal residence without your knowledge? The guards knelt in silence, too terrified to utter a word. Rong Jiusi gritted his teeth and declared, Each guard on duty last night shall receive 30 strokes. The guards bowed their heads in acquiescence, and the steward promptly dispatched individuals to remove the corpses. However, during the process, they discovered that on the backs of the bodies were inscribed several words with a sword. Those who offend the king shall perish. Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi. The characters were etched with a flourish, bold and unrestrained, reminiscent of Rong Jiusi before his grave illness. The steward softly reassured him, Your Highness need not be angered. The Ding Wang is a man of military background and excels in such matters. Rong Jiusi clenched his teeth and retorted, He is far too arrogant. To kill my men and cast their bodies upon my doorstep is an affront beyond measure. This statement left the steward at a loss, particularly since it was Rong Jiusi who had initiated the conflict. Yang Jingche was regarded as the most distinguished among the princes, often exuding a sense of superiority in his interactions with the others. Yet, when faced with Ding Wang, he found himself utterly overpowered. Su Yusen approached with her maid. Already aware of the recent events, she gazed at the third prince and remarked, "Ding Wang is but a dying man. Why must your highness engage with him?" Yang Jingche looked at her and said, "Are you lamenting for him, given your childhood acquaintance?" Su Yusen laughed. "Is your highness feeling jealous?" Yang Jingche snorted coldly, and Su Yusen took his arm, saying, "What bond could there possibly be between him and me? My affections have always been for you, your highness. It is Rong Jiusi who shamelessly clings to me." Upon hearing these words and gazing upon her flower-like visage, Rong Jingche felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. He gently caressed her face and remarked, "Rong Jiusi harbors profound affections for the beloved concubine, yet her heart has always belonged solely to me. Each time I ponder this matter, I cannot help but deem him utterly foolish." Su Yusen, with a subtle smile, replied, "If he were not so foolish, how could your highness's brilliance be so apparent? Furthermore, regarding the upcoming marriage, it is likely that the entire realm will believe it to be a ruse orchestrated by Mu Yunshu." Rong Jingche concurred with her perspective, stating, "Indeed." After a brief sigh, he continued, "It is a pity for that simpleton Mu Yunshu, who, in her recent folly, dared to publicly humiliate me." His engagement to Mu Yunshu had been arranged by her mother and the empress. Given that Mu Yunshu's mother had passed away many years ago and the third prince had long been reputed for his virtue, it would not be appropriate to simply annul the engagement. Previously, he and Su Yusen had covertly communicated, and together they devised an exquisite plan. They would persuade Emperor Yuanming to bestow a marriage between Rong Jiusi and Su Yusen, then, under the guise of double happiness, have them wed simultaneously. Mu Yunshu, already notorious, would find her name further tarnished as Su Yusen and Rong Jiusi were childhood companions. The entire capital would believe it to be her machination. Rong Jingche felt that this alone was insufficient. He intended to exploit Mu Yunshu further, utilizing her as an informant within the duke's residence. Every aspect of this scheme was meticulously crafted, successfully deceiving the entire capital. According to his design, Mu Yunshu was meant to be deceived by him until her last breath, drained of every ounce of value before he eliminated her. However, the situation has evolved, and Mu Yunshu is no longer under his control. This is an utterly intolerable circumstance for the third prince, who possesses an overwhelming desire for domination. Su Yusen nestled against him and remarked, "The last time I encountered Mu Yunshu in the palace, I sensed she was no longer the same as before. Rong Jiusi appears to treat her well on the surface. It must be an act, for his heart belongs solely to me." With a sense of pride, she continued, "Mu Yunshu has taken my place in marrying into the Ding Wangfu. Rong Jiusi must loathe her, and I can only imagine the torment he inflicts upon her in secret." Hearing this, Rong Jingche felt a sense of relief. "I believe she cannot simply forget about me." Her actions at the palace gate that day were likely intended for Rong Jiusi's observation, aimed at lowering his guard. Su Yusen harbored a strong dislike for Mu Yunshu, convinced she could not possess such cunning. Yet, as Rong Jingche spoke, she refrained from disputing his assertion and merely replied, "That is indeed a possibility. When surrounded by many, she may conceal her true feelings, but in solitude, she should be able to express them. Perhaps your highness should seek an opportunity for a private meeting with her. It may yield unexpected results." Rong Jingche agreed with Su Yusen's perspective but was reminded of another matter. "In that case, will my beloved become envious?" Su Yusen smiled faintly. "Your highness, do you perceive me as someone lacking in magnanimity? Besides, I could never feel jealousy towards Mu Yunshu." She raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes brimming with disdain as she remarked, "Because she is unworthy." After a refreshing slumber, Mu Yunshu felt invigorated. Yet, Rong Jiusi regarded her with palpable disdain, indifferent to her presence. Aware of his long-standing aversion towards her, she chose not to provoke him. However, her dwelling had been utterly destroyed, and with a life lost within its confines, she felt an unsettling dread residing there. That night, she instinctively sought refuge by laying on the floor of Rong Jiusi's chamber. "Get out," Rong Jiusi commanded coldly. Mu Yunshu, not one to be easily obedient, pleaded pitifully, "Someone died in my place. I am too frightened to stay there. I fear ghosts." Rong Jiusi, his expression impassive, countered, "You dare to take a life, yet tremble at the thought of spirits?" She sniffled. "It is precisely because I have taken a life that I fear they might return as ghosts to torment me." Rong Jiusi replied, "Nonsensical. Leave." Mu Yunshu leaned against the edge of his bed, Your Highness, if I leave now, I shall have no choice but to seek out Jian Qi and the others. Though my reputation is rather tarnished, I cannot tarnish yours, can I? Though we are divorced, outsiders remain oblivious, believing us to still be wed. Rong Jiusi pushed her head away from the bed's edge. She chuckled softly, repositioning herself at the foot of his bed. Your Highness, you cannot treat me this way. When you require my assistance for your ailments, you wish for me to share your bed, yet when you do not, you cast me out. Others may merely destroy bridges after crossing, yet you hasten to expel me while I am still recovering from my affliction. Such behavior seems rather inappropriate. Rong Jiusi glared at her, and she sniffed, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, Your Highness, I am truly frightened. Captivated by her tear-filled gaze, he found himself momentarily at a loss for the harsh words he had intended to utter. He turned away, pointing towards the door, and commanded, Leave. Compared to his previous tone, this command carried a hint less of coldness. In that moment, she resembled a peony drenched by spring rain, delicate, fragile, yet exuding an undeniable charm. Rong Jiusi felt the frantic beating of his heart once more. Mu Yunshu whispered softly, Just let me stay in your room. I promise to be very obedient. She gently tugged at his sleeve, appearing utterly pitiful. Rong Jiusi, known for his strict military discipline and having countless souls under his command, seldom interacted with women. The noble women of the capital were predominantly gentle and composed. Even if they harbored feelings for him, their expressions were always exceedingly subtle. Never had he encountered such an open display of emotion before him, although he still felt a twinge of annoyance towards her. It was difficult for him to summon the resolve to cast her out. Instinctively, he said, Then you may stay. Mu Yunshu's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing her exude such joy inexplicably lifted his spirits as well. After receiving his consent, Mu Yunshu cheerfully spread her bedding on the platform beside his bed. Noticing Rong Jiusi's gaze upon her, she beamed and remarked, Your Highness, since you are currently unable to move about easily, it would be more convenient for you to have me close by if you wish to drink water at night. Rong Jiusi couldn't help but feel she was becoming increasingly audacious. He let out a cold snort and ignored her, yet she continued. Regarding the massage I mentioned to the prince yesterday, it is imperative that he takes it seriously. Your use of internal energy yesterday has made it easier for toxins to linger within you. Massage not only activates the muscles, but also facilitates detoxification. After employing his internal energy the previous day, Rong Jiusi had felt some discomfort in his legs, realizing she was not speaking frivolously. Concerned for his own well-being, he inquired, How should it be done? Mu Yunshu then seated herself on the platform, demonstrating with her own legs the areas the prince can reach. He may massage himself. For those less accessible, Jian Qi can assist. After attending to the upper regions himself, Rong Jiusi turned to Mu Yunshu and requested, Please assist me with my calves. Mu Yunshu chuckled, I fear the prince may find me unclean. Rong Jiusi cast her a cold glance, prompting her to lightly laugh and declare, As long as the prince does not mind, I am more than willing. With that, she began to massage his calves. As she worked, she marveled inwardly at how pleasing and exquisite his legs were, although he had not walked in quite some time, leaving his leg muscles somewhat soft and weak. The long bones and faintly visible muscle lines hinted at a former strength. The act of massage proved quite laborious, and by the end, both were perspiring lightly. Mu Yunshu fetched a basin of warm water, wrung out a cloth, and handed it to Rong Jiusi. As he accepted the towel, he glanced at her, and feeling his gaze, she offered him a slight smile. Their interaction had transformed. The previous tension had dissipated, replaced by an ineffable sense of understanding. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Rong Jiusi felt that the interactions of ordinary couples were likely akin to this. Couples? The mere thought startled him. A woman of her caliber could not possibly be his wife. His expression, which had been composed moments before, suddenly shifted. Had she done something amiss? She tossed her head slightly, attributing his mood to a temporary ailment, and resolved to be more accommodating. Sleeping on the footboard was hardly comfortable. She sighed inwardly, reflecting that had it not been for the unfortunate incident in her residence, she would never have consented to share this space with him. The following morning, feeling rather bored, Mu Yunshu noticed a bag of chestnuts tucked away in a corner of the Wangfu kitchen. She decided to take it out and prepare roasted chestnuts. Midway through her task, she discovered a letter at her feet. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, she opened it to find it was from Rong Jiusi, inviting her to a temple fair 2 days hence. After reading the letter, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. Was her previous refusal not sufficiently resolute? Or had she not slapped him hard enough? How dare he extend another invitation? Moreover, how had this letter found its way to her? She shivered at the thought. All she wished for was to preserve her life, with no desire for any ambiguous entanglements with him. In a fit of frustration, she tossed the scissors aside and hurried to seek out Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, help." At that moment, Rong Jiusi was engaged in a game of chess with Yin Zhaofeng in the pavilion. Noticing her hurried approach, he furrowed his brow. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Mu Yunshu handed him the letter, saying, "Rong Jiusi has written to invite me out." Rong Jiusi placed his chess piece down, ignoring her. Yin Zhaofeng chuckled. "I have lost." "Your Highness, forgive my petty thoughts," he remarked, standing and offering a courteous bow to Mu Yunshu. At this moment, Mu Yunshu found herself grappling with clarity. Was this letter placed beside me by your machinations? She had suspected as much. Rong Jiusi governed the Wangfu with the discipline of a military command, rendering it as impenetrable as a fortress. How could Rong Jiusi possess such capabilities? Yin Zhaofeng nodded affirmatively. This very morning, the third prince dispatched a message without any semblance of discretion. Given that the princess has an engagement with him, I am concerned that she may still harbor feelings for him and might undertake actions detrimental to the Wangfu. Chapter 44. Do you still harbor affection for Rong Jiusi? He chuckled lightly at this juncture, continuing, "If the prince believes that the princess would not engage in such behavior, we have wagered on it." Mu Yunshu inquired, "If I were to keep this letter and remain silent, would you not resort to killing me?" "That would not be the case," Yin Zhaofeng candidly replied. "If the princess chooses to conceal this letter, the prince and I will observe your response. Should you seek to elude the Wangfu and rendezvous with the third prince in 2 days, we shall not intervene. However, once you have cured the prince, your fate will be sealed. Conversely, if you choose to remain in the Wangfu and keep this matter to yourself, once you heal the prince, he will render you mute and offer you to the third prince." Mu Yunshu felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Was she merely dancing on the precipice of demise? These men of the Wangfu were far too cunning. She managed to force a smile and asked, "Does my current approach indicate that I have passed your test?" She then turned her gaze towards Rong Jiusi, who queried, "Do you still have feelings for Rong Jiusi?" "Such a man, I vow never to encounter him again in this lifetime." "That simply will not do." Rong Jiusi spoke calmly. "You shall attend the temple fair in 3 days as promised." Mu Yunshu exclaimed in astonishment, "Why?" Rong Jiusi's slender fingers lightly tapped the back of the chair as he replied, "Is he not intent on uncovering the secrets of the Ding Wangfu? You must convey this to him." Mu Yunshu gasped. She sniffed, saying, "You are clearly attempting to use me as bait, leading him into a trap and then toying with him." Yin Zhaofeng chuckled. "Your Highness's description is rather amusing." Mu Yunshu lamented. "Such a method of entrapment rarely yields favorable outcomes for the bait. If things go awry, you may suspect that I have divulged information that ought to remain concealed, and then I might find myself in dire straits. Furthermore, I have many enemies outside. It is perilous out there, and I refuse to go." Her words, a blend of cowardice and wisdom, elicited a faint smile from Rong Jiusi. He replied softly, "You need not worry. I shall accompany you." Mu Yunshu felt their schemes were too cunning, and she, alone, could not outmaneuver them. Clinging to the pillar of the pavilion, she resolutely declared, "I will not go." Rong Jiusi was not surprised by her reaction. "This time, you are acting on my behalf. I assure you, regardless of what transpires, I shall not hold you accountable. Moreover, I can offer you an additional reward of 1,000 taels of silver." Mu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, and Rong Jiusi continued, "Once you have healed me, there will be numerous opportunities to spend silver after I leave the royal residence. If you do not prepare a sufficient amount of silver, your later years may be filled with hardship." Mu Yunshu retorted, "No matter how dire, it cannot be worse than my current situation." Rong Jiusi cast the chess piece he held into the basket, stating, "The Duke's residence is on the brink of disaster, and there are many in the capital who seek my demise. Once the Duke's residence falls and I perish, do you truly believe you would survive?" Hearing this, Mu Yunshu realized she had no choice. She took a deep breath and said, "I have 3 requests." "Speak." Rong Jiusi replied calmly. Mu Yunshu raised 2 fingers, reconsidered, and then raised 3, ultimately holding up all 5 fingers. "First, regardless of success or failure, my appearance fee must be 5,000 taels of silver." Yin Zhaofeng could not help but exclaim, "That is exorbitant." Mu Yunshu smiled. "This task can only be performed by me. It is a unique venture, and 5,000 taels is not excessive." Rong Jiusi nodded, agreed. Mu Yunshu chuckled, "Your Highness is quite agreeable. Second, I have many enemies, and the risks of going out are considerable. I require a shadow guard for my protection." Rong Jiusi replied, very well. Mu Yunshu added, as for the information regarding Rong Jingche, the prince must clarify beforehand. How to utilize it will be determined by me. Rong Jiusi inquired, similar to how we dealt with the Empress Dowager last time? Mu Yunshu waved her hand. I would not dare. I assure you that as long as he does not trouble me, I will not strike first. After a moment's contemplation, Rong Jiusi conceded, very well. This matter is also agreed upon. Mu Yunshu extended her hand before him, stating, first, the payment, then, the task. Yin Xiaofeng interjected. To demand payment before the work is done seems rather excessive. Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow and replied, this endeavor is quite perilous. Perhaps you could pay half upfront, with the remainder settled upon completion. This way, both parties are held accountable. Just as Yin Xiaofeng was about to protest further, Rong Jiusi interjected, grant her request. Reluctantly, Yin Xiaofeng had the steward retrieve 2,500 taels in silver notes and handed them to her. Upon receiving the notes, she joyfully exclaimed, Your Highness is generous and magnanimous. May Your Highness enjoy a long and prosperous life. I assure you, I shall accomplish this task and not let you down. She then resumed her work, using scissors to make incisions in her chestnuts. Observing her demeanor, Yin Xiaofeng could not help but remark, Your Highness, she clearly relishes this task. This feels like extortion for silver. Rong Jiusi replied calmly, if she can execute this task well, she need not resort to such measures. Yin Xiaofeng looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Your Highness, you seem to treat her rather differently. In what way? Rong Jiusi inquired. His gaze was distant, and he spoke softly, the present circumstances are unlike those of the past. Even Rong Jingche now dares to bully the Duke's residence. Yin Xiaofeng gazed at him with concern. Your Highness, the only reason to preserve this frail life is to avenge my wronged brothers. Now that Rong Jingche has come to us as his elder, I must teach him a lesson. Yin Xiaofeng's voice quivered with emotion. Your Highness speaks truly. The battle was exceedingly brutal, with countless elite warriors falling under Rong Jiusi's command. The Yuan Ming Emperor and the Empress Dowager contemplated attributing the defeat to him. But had it not been for his foresight in delivering incriminating evidence against the Empress Dowager to the Emperor's dragon table, he might have faced charges. Rong Jiusi gazed outside the pavilion, watching the wind rustle through the treetops, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Mu Yunshu, before cutting the chestnuts, scrutinized the stack of silver notes once more. Since her transmigration, each step had been fraught with peril. Only the presence of money afforded her a modicum of security. Today, in front of Rong Jiusi, she feigned disinterest in meeting Rong Jingche, though in truth, she was quite eager to go. Chapter 45. My lord, am I beautiful? Mu Yunshu perceived that opportunities to earn money while gathering intelligence and assessing the external situation were rare indeed. Rong Jiusi was capricious, and the events of their wedding night would forever remain unspoken. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to leave the Duke's residence as soon as possible. However, the previous danger had made her acutely aware of the lack of safety in the capital, and she required a free bodyguard. With her wish now fulfilled, she felt an overwhelming urge to sing. Yet, she understood that excessive displays of joy might arouse Rong Jiusi's suspicion, leading him to devise ways to withhold her silver. Consequently, she adopted a long face, appearing quite unhappy as she prepared the chestnuts. Observing her demeanor from the pavilion, Rong Jiusi's lips curved into a faint smile. 3 days later, Mu Yunshu rose early, donning a set of narrow-sleeved trousers, and packed a considerable number of items she deemed potentially useful. Upon seeing her appearance, Rong Jiusi inquired, Are you dressed like that to go out and fight? Mu Yunshu shook her head. Of course not. She finished speaking and retrieved a beautifully intricate long dress from the wardrobe, draping it over herself and cinching it with a belt, transforming into an ethereal vision. Rong Jiusi thought to himself. He had never considered that a woman's garments could be worn in such a manner. Observing her demeanor, he wondered if she was preparing for a brawl today. Mu Yunshu, with a playful smile, inquired, Your Highness, do I appear beautiful? At that moment, her face was lightly adorned with makeup, her features exquisite and picturesque. Even though Rong Jiusi rarely paid attention to a woman's beauty, he could not deny that she appeared breathtakingly radiant, surpassing all others. He averted his gaze slightly and replied, SOSO, barely passable. Mu Yunshu glanced at her reflection in the mirror and concluded that Rong Jiusi clearly possessed no discerning eye for beauty, colloquially termed blind to aesthetics. She chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in any further debate, and accompanied him as they stepped outside. The temple fair was being held outside the city today, and as they made their way there, Mu Yunshu occasionally lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. Numerous individuals were en route to the fair. including young men and women, as well as mothers wandering with their children. Unlike the desolation of the Ding Wangfu, the lively essence of the human experience enveloped them, invigorating Mu Yunshu's spirit. Upon arriving at the fair's location, the crowd had swelled, accompanied by various vendors' cries. A cursory glance revealed an array of delicacies she had never tasted before, and she yearned to sample each one. Given Rong Jiusi's mobility constraints and the overwhelming throng, he opted to remain in the carriage, allowing Mu Yunshu to seek out Rong Jiusi on her own. Mu Yunshu nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, my lord. I will take good care of myself. You should rest now." Rong Jiusi gazed at her and remarked, "Do not forget the purpose of your visit today." Mu Yunshu earnestly nodded, "Of course I want tea." Yet, as she spoke, she melded into the throng of people. Rong Jiusi watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, his dark eyes concealing inscrutable thoughts. He addressed Jian Qi, "Let us proceed to the meditation chamber." At the moment Mu Yunshu integrated into the crowd, a sense of liberation washed over her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could seize this opportunity to escape today? However, as soon as the notion surfaced, she suppressed it. She had yet to heal Rong Jiusi, and he would never allow her to flee. With a sigh, Mu Yunshu resolved to genuinely explore the temple fair. Following the flow of the crowd, she advanced until a sudden loud crash startled her. She heard someone bellow, "Aren't you skilled at painting? Show me now." Turning her head, she beheld several flamboyantly dressed young men appending a table, surrounding a slender boy. The boy had his head bowed, obscuring his features. Concerned for her own safety, she intended to feign ignorance and slip away. Yet, as she turned, the boy raised his head, revealing her younger brother, Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu halted in her tracks. After casting a glance at the young men harassing him, Mu Yunshu bent down to retrieve a fallen pin. Just as his fingers brushed the pin cap, the green-clad young man standing before him crushed the pin beneath his foot. Mu Yunshu's movements froze, and he coldly lifted his gaze to confront the green-clad man. The man in green lifted his foot and kicked her to the ground, saying, "You little brat, you've grown quite bold to glare at me." Mu Yunshu coldly replied, "You broke my pen. You must compensate me." The man in green laughed heartily. "It's merely a worthless pen, and you dare ask for compensation. Mu Yunshu, have you truly lost your senses?" Mu Yunshu regarded him with an icy stare and reiterated, "Compensate me for my pen." The man in green, with a look of disdain, retorted, "You are indeed desperate. If you want me to compensate you for your pen, you must crawl through my legs first." His companions jeered loudly. "Yes, crawl through. Crawl like a dog." They mocked him, suggesting that he was akin to a dog. And if Li Xiao fed him excrement, he might just secure his dinner for the night. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, reveling in their mockery. In their eyes, despite Mu Yunshu being the legitimate son of the loyal and valiant marquis, he was hardly favored, living a life worse than that of a stray dog. Yet, they were envious of his exceptional academic performance at the academy. Their resentment deepened after Mu Yunshu had previously intervened when they were bullying a young girl. The academy had strict rules against fighting, preventing them from taking action. Today, however, they had finally cornered Mu Yunshu at the temple fair, and they were determined to humiliate him thoroughly. Ideally, they would break his limbs to prevent him from thwarting their schemes. Furious, Mu Yunshu exclaimed, "Li Jin, do not go too far." Li Jin smugly replied, "I am already going too far. What can you do about it? Do you dare to strike me?" Mu Yunshu clenched his fist, fully aware that any attempt to retaliate would only provoke them further. He was no match for them alone. He endured the torment. Yet the assailants seized his hands and kicked at his knees, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Li Jin, with a sneer, gestured toward his own groin and proclaimed, "If you obediently crawl through today, I shall spare you." He continued, "You are merely a useless wretch, born of parents yet uncared for. To crawl beneath me would be a stroke of fortune from your past life." Mu Yunshu replied coldly, "You shall not succeed." Li Jin, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Mu Yunshu, this is not the academy. There are no mentors to defend you here. Today, you will crawl, whether you like it or not, and afterward, I shall make you taste shame." The men forced Mu Yunshu towards Li Jin's groin, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free. Chapter 46. He was humiliated just as Mu Yunshu was about to be compelled to crawl beneath Li Jin. A stool flew through the air, striking Li Jin squarely in the face and sending him sprawling. In the next instant, the stool's trajectory shifted, crashing down upon the heads of the two henchmen restraining Mu Yunshu. Blood splattered, accompanied by their cries of agony. When Mu Yunshu looked up to see Mu Yunshu, He was momentarily taken aback. In his heart, he believed her to be a harbinger of trouble, yet timid. No matter how he was tormented, she would not intervene. The henchman Li Jin had brought, realizing the tide had turned, rushed over to assist, intent on attacking Mu Yunshu. Although she was no match for those trained assassins, dealing with these few indulgent scions was well within her capabilities. As she struck, she berated, "You scoundrels who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Haven't your parents taught you how to behave? Today, I shall impart some lessons on conduct." With her chair swirling through the air, she felled two more, prompting the remaining two to retreat into the crowd after hurling threats. Mu Yunshu stepped onto Li Jin's chest, demanding, "Did you just make my brother crawl through your legs? Do you wish for him to eat filth?" Li Jin recognized Mu Yunshu and exclaimed, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, this shameless woman." Before he could finish, she seized him and delivered several slaps, transforming his face into a swollen mess. With a cold smirk, Mu Yunshu declared, "You possess quite the audacity to publicly insult the royal consort." Turning to Mu Qingyuan, she commanded, "Come here." This was the first time Mu Qingyuan had witnessed such ferocity from Mu Yunshu, and instinctively, he obeyed. She instructed him, "Spread your legs and stand firm." He complied. Then, Mu Yunshu delivered a kick to Li Jin, forcing him to crawl through Mu Qingyuan's legs. Mu Qingyuan was left speechless, as was Li Jin, who yelled in frustration, "Mu Yunshu, how dare you insult me in such a manner?" Mu Yunshu retaliated with another kick, stating, "Those who humiliate others are invariably subject to humiliation themselves. Do you not comprehend this simple truth? You are indeed a worthless being, born of parents, but raised without a mother. To crawl through my brother's legs is merely the fortune of your past life." Li Jin felt a sense of satisfaction when he previously insulted Mu Qingyuan, but now, in the position of being the one ridiculed, he found it profoundly unpleasant. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Mu Yunshu, do not overstep your bounds. My aunt is the esteemed consort Li." Mu Yunshu chuckled, "Are you attempting to leverage your connections against me? In the royal family, consort Li is but a concubine, while my husband is the esteemed Duke of Ding." Li Jin, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, "Everyone in the capital knows how you married into the Duke's residence. To put it bluntly, you are nothing but a shameless wretch. What have you done to me?" Mu Yunshu playfully slapped a piece of oiled paper, soiled with excrement, against Li Jin. With a mouth so foul, you must have consumed too much filth. Since you enjoy such delicacies, as a considerate person, I must ensure your desires are met. A nauseating taste surged in Li Jin's mouth. He wished to hurl more insults, but found himself unable to utter a single word. Collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching, Mu Yunshu approached the two individuals who had just restrained Mu Qingyuan and remarked, "You seem to enjoy helping others with their humiliations, such a peculiar hobby. How about you try experiencing it for yourselves today? You will gain a deeper understanding of its essence." The two men hesitated, but Mu Yunshu remained silent, raising a bloodied stool in her hand. Instantly, they acquiesced. "We will do it." She had dared to strike Li Jin. Their status was far inferior to his, and refusal would surely result in punishment. Turning to Mu Qingyuan, Mu Yunshu instructed, "Spread your legs a bit wider." Mu Qingyuan instinctively spread his legs, allowing the two lackeys to slip through beneath him. Mu Yunshu spoke softly. "Today's lesson is about the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated. Have you both grasped this concept?" The two lackeys hurriedly replied, "We have learned." Mu Yunshu glanced at them and remarked, "Since you have learned, why not promptly pay the tuition?" The lackeys paused, confused. What tuition? Mu Yunshu lifted the stool in her hand and continued, "Whether we are learning a craft or any other skill, does it not require a fee for the master? You surely do not expect to acquire such vital lessons in morality without cost, do you?" The lackeys were left speechless. What sort of twisted reasoning was this? They contemplated defending themselves, but Mu Yunshu once again lifted the stool, stating, "It appears your understanding is still quite superficial." The lackeys finally comprehended the situation, hastily producing a silver ingot and presenting it. "Is this sufficient?" Mu Yunshu smiled. "As the princess consort of the crown, the only one of my rank in this dynasty, I hold the highest status. Do you think my personal instruction is worth merely this amount of silver?" They looked at her, and as her patience waned, she demanded, "Hand over everything of value you possess." The two were aghast. Was she robbing them? Yet they dared not protest a word, for her notorious reputation preceded her, and they could not match her strength. Reluctantly, they surrendered all their valuables. Mu Yunshu glanced at the few frivolous youths sprawled on the ground. "Who? displaying an unexpected sense of propriety, promptly surrendered their valuables without her needing to utter another word. A faint smile graced Mu Yunshu's lips as she remarked, "You all are quite eager to learn. Perhaps next time, I shall impart further knowledge." The others responded with a collective sense of dismay. There is truly no need for that. Their brazen display of arrogance had backfired spectacularly, and the prospect of this incident becoming public knowledge was utterly humiliating. With little time for their complaints, Mu Yunshu coldly commanded, "Be gone." The crowd, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily turned to leave, only to have her call them back. "Take that pile of filth with you, lest it tarnish the environment." Though they begrudged the foul stench emanating from Li Jin, they could not neglect him and helped him to his feet. At that moment, Li Jin was on the verge of expelling his bile and pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Yunshu, declaring, "We shall see about this." Mu Yunshu, maintaining her composure, replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall await your arrival at the Duke's residence." Li Jin was momentarily speechless, realizing that her every utterance revolved around the Duke, as if she had found a formidable ally and aspired to the heavens. Just as he prepared to voice another protest, one of his companions urged, "Young Master Li, let us depart." They feared that further discussion might provoke Mu Yunshu into action once more. In light of today's events, Rong Jiusi had made considerable preparations. He was already aware that Mu Yunshu would set up a stall during the temple fair, offering to write letters or create portraits for patrons. The moment Mu Yunshu spotted Rong Jiusi emerging at this juncture, she instinctively surmised his intentions, and her hands tingled with anticipation. Chapter 47. Please call me Aunt Wang. Rong Jiusi's initial plan was to allow Li Jin to humiliate Mu Yunshu, all the while observing Mu Yunshu's reaction. If she wished to protect Mu Yunshu, he would come forth as the savior, rescuing him. Conversely, if she chose not to shield him, then let Mu Yunshu be bullied to death by Li Jin and his ilk. Everything unfolded seamlessly. He merely indulged in some affectionate moments with Su Yusin in the carriage, and the matter was resolved. Mu Yunshu ignored him, while Li Jin seemed to have found a pillar of support. "Third Prince, you must stand up for me. That wretched Mu Yunshu dared to lay a hand on me, leaving me in this state, even forcing me to consume filth." Though he had retched for quite a while, the foul remnants lingered stubbornly in his mouth. As he spoke, spittle flew, enveloping the air with an unpleasant stench. Rong Jiusi's expression soured considerably as he turned to Mu Yunshu and inquired, "Is this true?" Mu Yunshu regarded Rong Jiusi with a cool demeanor, replying, "When addressing one's elders, one should adopt a more courteous tone rather than such an accusatory manner." Rong Jiusi, he was accustomed to being haughty in her presence, but upon reflecting on their respective standings and noticing her stern visage, he perceived a semblance of elder authority about her. Despite his dissatisfaction, he maintained a respectful facade, stating, "Aunt Wang speaks wisely." Li Jin was taken aback by Rong Jiusi's unexpected concession before Mu Yunshu, his frustration mounting. "Third Prince." "Silence." Rong Jiusi retorted coldly. "Aunt Wang's reprimand of you must surely be justified. At this juncture, you still seek to play the victim, which is truly despicable." Li Jin, chastised by his words, dared not utter another complaint, yet his animosity towards Mu Yunshu intensified. Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow at the scene before her, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After Rong Jiusi instructed his men to disperse the onlookers, he softly inquired of Mu Yunshu, "Did they dare to offend you?" Taking a couple of steps to the side to maintain a respectful distance, Mu Yunshu replied, "Offend me? With them? Are they worthy?" Mu Yunshu, having righted the table that had been toppled by Li Jin and his cohorts, positioned it squarely between Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu. He murmured, "Sister, I am hungry." Mu Yunshu glanced at him and smiled. "What would you like to eat? I shall buy it for you." With that, she handed him all the money she had just confiscated from those rascals, saying, "Take this and buy some sweets." Mu Yunshu was taken aback. He had already been astonished when she previously refused his silver, and now she was thrusting money into his hands. He attempted to decline, but Mu Yunshu, with a stern expression, warned, "Hurry and accept it. Disobedience will earn you a beating." Mu Yunshu felt a peculiar mix of familiarity and change in her demeanor. He cast her a glance and obediently pocketed the silver. Yet, Mu Yunshu snatched a few coins back from him and dashed off to buy noodles. After her departure, Mu Yunshu shot a cold glance at Rong Jiusi and declared, "You have never truly cared for my sister. Now that she is betrothed to the prince, I advise you to keep your distance." Rong Jiusi replied coolly, And who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Mu Yuan's hands clenched into fists. Rong Jiusi let out a light chuckle, saying, do not presume that just because Mu Yunshu has taken an interest in you today, she will continue to care for you like a sister. You are merely the least favored legitimate son of the Duke of Loyal and Brave. And no matter how well you perform in your studies, you remain nothing but a useless individual. You will not inherit the title, nor will you attain any distinction. You cannot become her support, nor do you possess the capability to elevate her standing. Mu Yuan's chest heaved violently. Rong Jiusi's gaze narrowed slightly as he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and Mu Yunshu, or you may find yourself unaware of how your demise will come to pass. After finishing his words, he reached out and patted Mu Yuan's face. His disdain and arrogance unmasked. In truth, Mu Yuan had sought out Rong Jiusi several times previously, imploring him to call off the engagement. Although he was humiliated each time, he persisted in his efforts. Sharing the same mother, he wished for Mu Yunshu to marry well, yet her reckless behavior proved insurmountable. Despite his utmost efforts to obstruct the union, he ultimately alienated Rong Jiusi. Mu Yunshu approached, holding a bowl of noodles, and inquired, why are you touching my brother's face? The tone of her question struck Rong Jiusi as akin to jealousy, filling him with unexpected delight. He replied gently, I have always regarded your brother as my own. I was just contemplating that at his age, he should not waste his days idly and ought to be given some responsibilities. There is a vacancy for a junior clerk in the government office, and I believe he would be quite suitable. Mu Yuan, fearing her agreement, quickly protested, I won't go. Rong Jiusi regarded him and remarked, gaining entry into the Ministry of Personnel is no simple feat in your esteemed position. Gaining entry into the Ministry of Personnel is indeed commendable. Mu Yunshu inquired with a smile, what is my brother's status? Rong Jiusi replied in a calm tone. He claims to be the legitimate son of the loyal and brave Marquis, yet he is profoundly disliked by the Marquis himself. He will inherit no title and has no promising future ahead of him. A person of his caliber must be pragmatic, should he enter the ministry. I would find someone to assist him. If he conducts himself diligently, he may one day secure a modest position as a ninth-rank official. Mu Yunshu's face lit up with delight. He can still become an official. Rong Jiusi nodded. Were he not your brother, I would have no interest in his affairs whatsoever. Given his abilities, a ninth-rank official is the utmost he can aspire to. His expression was one of condescension, radiating an air of superiority. Mu Yunshu chuckled, while Mu Yuan felt a pang of anxiety, fearing her acquiescence. Having just declared his refusal, he was taken aback as she seized the bloodied stool and hurled it towards Rong Jiusi's head. Caught off guard, Rong Jiusi was left dazed. Mu Yunshu pointed at his neck and rebuked, isn't your highness meddling a bit too much? The inheritance of the marquisate is none of your concern. Furthermore, what do you mean by saying my brother lacks the capability to serve and cannot hold an official position? Is it because of his appearance or his abilities? Is this truly the assessment your highness has of him? Rong Jiusi, infuriated, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he stared wide-eyed at Mu Yunshu. A guard approached to support her, and one even attempted to draw his sword. Rong Jiusi restrained the guard with a firm hand, coldly asserting, I only wish to offer my assistance. Mu Yunshu directly retorted, you dare suggest that the legitimate son of the Ho residents take a minor position in the Ministry of Personnel, and you claim it is out of goodwill? If you have time to meddle in my brother's affairs, you might as well attend to your own brother-in-law. Rong Jiusi was left speechless. Mu Yuan had initially worried that she would attempt to curry favor with Rong Jiusi by persuading him to serve in the Ministry of Personnel, but he was taken aback by her fierce demeanor. At this moment, he could ascertain that she was indeed different from her former self. Chapter 48. Her genuine affection in a gentle tone, Mu Yunshu said to Mu Yuan, in my heart, you are the best. Devote yourself to your studies. If the loyal and brave Marquis does not permit you to inherit the title, then rely on your own abilities to excel in the imperial examinations. When you achieve the highest honors, you will dazzle them with your brilliance. A slight smile curved Mu Yuan's lips. All right. Mu Yunshu smiled at him from now on. If anyone bullies you, simply invoke the name of the Duke of Ding. He is your brother-in-law. Anyone who wrongs you is wronging the Duke of Ding. Mu Yuan glanced at her, somewhat perplexed by her intentions, yet he nodded in agreement. Curiously, he inquired, and what about you? Mu Yunshu cast a sidelong glance at Rong Jiusi, a faint smile gracing her lips. I shall continue to wander at my leisure. Previously, Mu Yuan was concerned that the Duke of Ding might not treat her well. However, After witnessing the Duke's protective demeanor during their last visit to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence, and seeing her confidently brandishing the Duke's banner to intimidate others today, he felt reassured that the Duke must hold her in esteem. He wished to escort her to Rong Jiusi's side, but alas, he had been splattered with ink when the inkwell had toppled, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. He did not wish for Rong Jiusi to think less of him due to his predicament, so he said, "Take care of yourself. I shall visit you at the Wangfu in a few days." Mu Yunshu did not believe that Rong Jiusi would permit Mu Qingyuan into the Wangfu. Yet she smiled and nodded, "All right." After Mu Qingyuan departed, Mu Yunshu noticed Rong Jingche with blood seeping from his forehead and a dark expression on his face. Finally recalled the task assigned by Rong Jiusi that day. Having inflicted such injuries upon him, how was she to fulfill the task? Her eyes darted around, and soon a plan formed in her mind. With an air of arrogance, she approached Rong Jingche and whispered, "The people of the Duke of Ding are watching not far from here. They are monitoring me. Your injuries bring me heartache. I am quite saddened at this moment. I have something of great importance to entrust to you. We shall meet at the agreed place shortly." After uttering this, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. And then she declared loudly, "Remember well, I am your aunt, your elder. Should you speak to me in such a disrespectful manner again, I shall strike you each time we meet." With a disdainful snort, she turned and walked away. Rong Jingche's guards had already applied salve to his wounds, and his gaze was somewhat somber. One of the guards quietly inquired, "Does His Highness wish to see her?" Rong Jingche replied coldly, "Of course I wish to see her. That vile woman has struck me again. Once I obtain the information I seek, I shall rid myself of her." The guard lowered his head, hesitant to speak further. The events that transpired here were entirely recounted to Rong Jiusi by Jianqi. Upon hearing it, she let out a soft scoff. She truly knows how to stir animosity towards the Duke of Ding. Jianqi asked, "Shall we confront her to quell her antics?" Rong Jiusi replied solemnly, "She is the Duchess of Ding." Jianqi was somewhat perplexed by his intentions. "I will confront her now and impart an unforgettable lesson." Jianqi gazed at him as he pressed his fingers to his brow, reflecting on how he had ever deemed Jianqi suitable for his side. The fellow was truly lacking in intellect. Rong Jiusi inquired, "What of Jianqi?" Rong Jiusi gave a slight nod, and at that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Jianqi opened it to reveal Su Yusin standing outside. The moment Su Yusin laid eyes on Rong Jiusi, her expression transformed into one of sorrowful despair, softly calling out, "Jiusi." Rong Jiusi cast her a stony glance, feeling a wave of nausea rise within him, repulsed by her presence. The entire capital believed them to be childhood sweethearts, deeply intertwined in affection. However, Rong Jiusi felt nothing of the sort. Although Su Yusin's grandfather, the esteemed Su Taifu, had once been Rong Jiusi's mentor, fostering a bond of teacher and student, the dynamics were far from romantic. During Su Taifu's tutelage, Su Yusin had always sought ways to remain close to them. Rong Jiusi, possessing a keen intellect from a young age, discerned her ulterior motives with clarity. In his youth, he regarded her as gentle and well-mannered, and given their long-standing acquaintance, marrying her as his consort seemed a feasible option. Initially, Rong Jiusi believed his demise was imminent, and he could comprehend her other intentions, allowing her to pursue them. Yet, she wept, declaring that she would marry no one but him, and should he perish, she would choose to follow him into death. At that moment, Rong Jiusi felt a flicker of emotion, thinking that if her affections were indeed so profound, he could not treat her unjustly. Aware of his precarious situation, fearing the Empress Dowager and Emperor Yuanming might target her, he discreetly dispatched covert guards to ensure her safety. The result was that the Dark Guard conveyed to him a revelation that shattered his worldview. Su Yusin and Rong Jingche had become intimately involved. Their impending marriage was, in fact, orchestrated by Rong Jingche, who sought not only to repulse him, but also to extricate himself from his engagement with Mu Yunshu. When Rong Jiusi learned of this situation, he coincidentally succumbed to a poisoning episode, falling into a coma and unable to prevent the impending nuptials. Upon awakening, he was confronted with the scene of Mu Yunshu bestowing infidelity upon him. His feelings for Su Yusin had never been romantic. Upon discovering her true intentions, he was consumed by disdain for her. At that moment, witnessing Su Yusin, just moments ago entwined with Rong Jingche in the carriage, now feigning deep affection in front of him, was utterly revolting. He coldly commanded, "Stop her." Jianqi addressed Su Yusin, princess of the third prince. "The Lord wishes to remain undisturbed. Please vacate the premises." Su Yusin, undeterred, collided her body against Jian Qi, relying on her status to compel him to yield. After barging in, she approached Rong Jiusi's side and said, "Jiusi, are you angry with me?" Rong Jiusi's expression remained frosty. "No, please leave." Su Yusin sobbed. "You are indeed upset. You are upset that I married the third prince without choosing to end my life in protest." Rong Jiusi's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes betraying a flicker of restraint. "That is not the case." The sight of Su Yusin inexplicably reminded him of Mu Yunshu from a few days prior, who had insisted on staying with him, pretending to weep and employing various charms to manipulate him. He found himself at a loss against her antics, yet could not help but find her somewhat endearing, nothing like the revulsion he felt towards Su Yusin at that moment. Su Yusin gazed at him with reddened eyes, declaring, "You do." In truth, after awakening that day, she had contemplated ending her life. However, the mere thought of him being alone in this world rendered her helpless. Rong Jiusi squinted at her, genuinely perplexed as to when she had become so insipid. Such insincere words, so patently false, flowed from her lips with a depth of emotion that was bewildering. Did she take him for a fool? Chapter 49. Who is not a master of deception? Seated beside him, Su Yusin wept softly. That day in the temple, not only was my veil replaced, but I was also subjected to a drug. Due to my physical discomfort, I did not wed the third prince. In my heart, there has only ever been you as my husband. Rong Jiusi inquired, "So, you summoned me here for this reason?" That day, it was not only Rong Jiusi who had penned a letter to Mu Yunshu. Su Yusin had also written to Rong Jiusi. She believed that if she did not invite him, Mu Yunshu would depart from the duke's residence, thereby jeopardizing Rong Jiusi's plans. In a gentle tone, she lamented, "Your indifference towards me in the palace deeply saddened me. I arranged this meeting to clarify matters." Upon finishing, she gazed at Rong Jiusi with profound affection, exclaiming, "You are the sun and moon in my heart. You are my everything." Meanwhile, Mu Yunshu had already perused the temple fair. Initially, she found the bustling atmosphere delightful, but after surveying the stalls, she realized the offerings were rather monotonous, causing her interest to wane. Remembering the task assigned by Rong Jiusi, she made her way to the meditation room behind the temple. The temple fair was bustling with activity at the front, yet the rear remained eerily deserted, with the Zen room exuding a serene tranquility. As she approached the entrance of the Zen room, a young monk appeared to guide her inside, ultimately leading her to the innermost chamber. Upon pushing open the door, Mu Yunshu beheld Rong Jiusi, whose head was wrapped in bandages, seated within. She flashed a charming smile at him, inquiring, "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" Before he could respond, she continued, "I truly did not wish to resort to violence against you, but Rong Jiusi has been watching me too closely." After a moment, she sniffled and added, "He is so fierce. He nearly killed me that day." Observing her demeanor, Rong Jiusi felt a sense of familiarity. This foolish Mu Yunshu was indeed in her element. He replied sternly, "I suspect you have your own grievances, yet your audacity is quite remarkable. How dare you strike me with such force?" Mu Yunshu, with a look of feigned innocence, explained, "I had no choice but to act decisively. Otherwise, I would not have been able to deceive Rong Jiusi, and he would have killed me. My death is inconsequential, but I must fulfill my promise to you." Rong Jiusi then inquired, "What have you learned about the crown prince's estate?" She beckoned him closer with a curl of her finger, and he obliged, leaning toward her. In a hushed tone, she revealed, "The crown prince is gravely ill and may only have 3 months left to live." Rong Jiusi had already received word of this development and was not overly surprised, recognizing the truth in her revelation. He asked gravely, "Are you aware of his plans for his troops?" The forces commanded by Rong Jiusi had long been the object of their ambitions, for those soldiers were exceptional warriors, each one a seasoned fighter with formidable combat prowess. The soldiers, accustomed to following only Rong Jiusi's commands, would remain unyielding even in the presence of the Emperor Yuanming. The late emperor had decreed that Rong Jiusi could command an army of 100,000, and thus, even the emperor could not usurp them. With the previous emperor having passed merely 3 years prior, despite any disdain Yuanming might harbor towards Rong Jiusi, he would not dare to openly seize his forces. Instead, he would resort to insidious methods, such as poisoning Rong Jiusi. Should Rong Jiusi perish, the command of his troops would fall to whichever prince seized the opportunity, granting that prince absolute power and a potential claim to the throne. Consequently, several princes within the court cast covetous glances at Rong Jiusi's army, biding their time for his demise to devise a means of acquisition. Mu Yunshu's countenance took on an air of mystery as she spoke softly. "He is rather reticent around me, often refraining from discussing many matters in my presence. Yet, I have promised to gather information for you, and I have managed to glean a few details. A flicker of anxiety crossed Rong Jingshi's eyes as he inquired, "What have you discovered?" "It appears he has made arrangements to transfer his troops to the eldest prince, with whom you have the most discord." Rong Jingshi's expression shifted, for he found this development entirely in line with Rong Jiusi's typical methods. His uncle was domineering by nature, acting with a steadiness that was not devoid of ruthlessness. The union with Su Yusin had irrevocably offended Rong Jiusi. Although he was currently the most favored prince, the eldest prince, possessing a significant advantage, stood as his formidable rival. Should the eldest prince gain control of Rong Jiusi's army, Rong Jingche would find himself in a precarious position. A chill flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "We must not allow him to grant the military to the crown prince." Mu Yunshu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thus, the third prince must swiftly devise a plan. If Rong Jiusi were to truly bestow military power upon the crown prince, it would spell trouble in the future. As long as she was present, Rong Jiusi would remain unscathed. She perceived Rong Jiusi as rather cunning, intending to use her as a pawn to incite a conflict between Rong Jingche and the crown prince while he watched from the sidelines. She harbored disdain for Rong Jingche and was willingly complicit with Rong Jiusi. Rong Jingche nodded. "I understand the situation and will address it." After speaking, he turned to Mu Yunshu and said gently, "I am grateful to you for bringing this matter to my attention. Otherwise, I would have remained in the dark." Mu Yunshu gazed at him with affection and replied, "There is no need for formalities, Your Highness. I find great joy in being of service to you." She then added, with a hint of melancholy, "What pains me is that I shall never be able to be with you in this lifetime." Rong Jingche, witnessing her sorrowful demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Indeed, this foolish girl still harbored deep feelings for him. Her previous aggression towards him had merely been a result of Rong Jiusi's surveillance. He felt like a peacock, strutting with arrogance, and dismissively responded, "This is simply unavoidable. I assure you, once our plans come to fruition, I shall not neglect you." Suppressing her disgust, Mu Yunshu inquired, "Not neglect me? How do you intend to repay me?" Rong Jingche had merely spoken without any real intention of recompense. After all, she had previously attacked him, and once Rong Jiusi was gone, her value would diminish, making her expendable. At this moment, he certainly would not reveal his intentions. He gently remarked, "When the time comes, I shall take you as my secondary consort. Thus, we could be together for eternity." Mu Yunshu, somewhat discontented, responded, "Is it merely as a secondary consort? Had it not been for my selfless assistance, I would be the primary consort." Chapter 50. The Defeat of Rong Jingche. Rong Jingche regarded her as utterly shameless. Did she not consider her own character, daring to aspire to be his primary consort? She tugged at his sleeve and inquired, "Once this matter is resolved, will you dismiss Su Yusin and marry me as your primary consort?" Rong Jingche, perceiving her lack of discernment, knowing he still needed her to gather information, nonchalantly replied, "Very well." She failed to recognize that she was currently Rong Jiusi's primary consort and his aunt, rendering her aspirations to be his primary consort utterly unattainable. Mu Yunshu beamed and declared, "Rest assured, I will swiftly devise a plan to eliminate Rong Jiusi and seize his military power." Rong Jingche smiled in response. "Then it shall be quite a burden for you." The two engaged in discussions regarding their future communication methods, ensuring that Mu Yunshu could disseminate news from the Duke's residence in the shortest possible time. After concluding these matters, Mu Yunshu cheerfully asked Rong Jingche, "Shall we not partake in some meaningful activities?" Rong Jingche, with other plans in mind, felt his objectives had been met and wished to avoid wasting further time with her. Mu Yunshu chuckled lightly, saying, "Now that you are here, how can you simply leave? We must engage in some playful games that adults often enjoy." Upon hearing these words, Rong Jingche turned to her, noticing her smiling at him. It was only then that he realized how strikingly beautiful she appeared when she lifted her head and straightened her posture, a smile dancing on her lips, exuding an enchanting blend of spirit and wildness that surpassed Su Yusin. Contemplating the moment, he felt time was on his side and replied, "Very well. Today, I shall indulge you, my little enchantress." With a smile adorning her face, Mu Yunshu entwined her fingers with his. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she twisted and forcefully brought him crashing to the ground. Taken aback by her sudden action, Rong Jingche stammered, "Mu Yunshu, what madness is this?" In a quick leap, she landed on him, silencing him with a precise strike to his acupoint. rendering him completely numb and unable to utter a word. She unleashed a barrage of blows upon him, showing no mercy, channeling all her earlier frustrations and negative emotions back towards him. Rong Jiusi, overwhelmed and powerless to retaliate, was consumed by rage, left bewildered by the sheer madness of Mu Yunshu before him. The sounds of their struggle echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere that, to outsiders, might have suggested a different kind of intimacy. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Rong Jiusi, have you no shame? You are already betrothed to Yusin. Yet here you're with Mu Yunshu. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he stood frozen in shock as Mu Yunshu forcefully threw Rong Jiusi to the ground by his arm. Spotting Su Min, who stood dumbfounded at the doorway, Mu Yunshu barked, "What are you standing there for? Close the door." Su Min complied with an obedient "oh," promptly shutting the door behind her. Mu Yunshu had repeatedly slapped Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Wretched scoundrel!" Su Min, having previously witnessed her ferocity, felt an unsettling fear as he observed her aggression, despite not being the target himself. Mu Yunshu turned to him and inquired, "Weren't you just about to confront him? Would you like to join?" Su Min timidly asked, "Is it permissible for me to do so?" With a smile, Mu Yunshu replied, "Of course." Su Min harbored considerable grievances regarding Rong Jiusi's marriage to Su Yusin, and seizing the opportunity to vent his frustrations through violence was too tempting to resist. However, the weight of Rong Jiusi's status caused him a moment of hesitation. Would he retaliate against us later? Upon hearing Su Min's concerns, Mu Yunshu found his reasoning valid. Since the situation had escalated, they might as well unleash their anger on Rong Jiusi. Thus, the two launched into a vigorous assault on him. Exhausted from their efforts, they found Rong Jiusi barely conscious. As Su Min prepared to strike again, Mu Yunshu interjected, "Enough? If you continue, you may kill him." Swiftly, she turned the unconscious Rong Jiusi over and administered a few quick needles to the nape of his neck, erasing his memories from the past quarter hour. She calculated that his recollection would halt at the moment she had asked him if he wished to do something. Having vented her pent-up rage while simultaneously fulfilling the task assigned by Rong Jiusi to sow discord, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Curious about her actions, Su Min asked, "What are you doing?" Though he was bewildered, he complied with her instructions. Just as he finished, a knock at the door interrupted them. "Third Prince, the time has come." Mu Yunshu let out a piercing scream. "Your Highness, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Someone, come quickly. The third prince is in trouble." Su Min was taken aback. He knew she was not one to be trifled with, yet he had not anticipated her capacity for deception. The speed with which she altered her demeanor and expressions was nothing short of seamless. Had he not witnessed her actions firsthand, he might have been convinced of her innocence. As the door swung open, just as Mu Yunshu had expected, it was the guards of Rong Jiusi. They were startled to see the third prince covered in blood. "I was speaking with the third prince when a cloaked figure leapt through the window and struck me unconscious. After that, I am unaware of what transpired," she declared. Then turned to Su Min. "Su Gongzi, when did you arrive? Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant's appearance?" Su Min contemplated his response, wishing to exclaim that the true culprits were none other than her and himself. Crafting a narrative was not his forte, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Should he fail to weave a convincing tale, the blame for attempting to harm the third prince would fall squarely on him. Although he harbored intentions of eliminating the third prince, openly attacking him would only invite trouble. His mind raced as he recalled Mu Yunshu's earlier tactics and replied, "It was not a solitary figure, but a tall man clad in black. I encountered him upon my entrance. His martial prowess exceeded mine, and I could not best him. But I did notice a scar on his brow." Chapter 51. Her sole affection for him. Upon hearing these words, the two guards furrowed their brows. Yet they harbored no suspicions that it was Mu Yunshu and Su Min responsible for the incident. One was deeply infatuated with Rong Jiusi, a renowned figure of ineptitude in the capital, while the other was known as a prominent wastrel who, despite his penchant for minor mischief, lacked the audacity to confront the third prince. In the capital, the third prince had numerous adversaries, and such a situation was likely orchestrated by one of them. Under ordinary circumstances, the guards would be fervently investigating any harm done to the third prince. However, given that he had come to the Zen chamber today to meet with Mu Yunshu, the nature of their relationship necessitated discretion regarding this matter. With a gentle sob, Mu Yunshu lamented, "Who could be so cruel as to inflict such injury upon his highness? If I discover the perpetrator, I swear I shall make them pay dearly." Su Min echoed her sentiments, exclaiming, "Indeed, such wickedness is intolerable." The two guards exchanged glances, and one addressed Mu Yunshu, saying, "Princess Consort Ding, We shall handle the situation here. You should take your leave. With a sniffle, Mu Yunshu reluctantly departed. The guard then turned to Su Min, stating, Young Master Su, we kindly ask you to keep today's events confidential. Once His Highness awakens, there will be ample rewards for your discretion. Although Su Min had heard from Mu Yunshu that Rong Jiusi's memories had been erased to some extent, and that he would not recall their involvement in the incident, a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart. What if Rong Jiusi remembered? A shiver ran down Su Min's spine, yet he reassured them, rest assured. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. With his promise secured, the guard allowed Su Min to take his leave. Upon leaving the meditation room, he promptly sought out Mu Yunshu, who had not wandered far and was strolling ahead. He called out to her from behind, Mu. Princess Ding, please halt. Mu Yunshu turned her head to glance at Su Min, who was making frantic gestures at her. He had a myriad of questions to pose, but was wary of prying eyes in the vicinity. Thus, he merely inquired, Princess Ding, are you well? Mu Yunshu replied with a calm demeanor, I am fine. Su Min cleared his throat and began, well. Mu Yunshu interjected softly. The third prince is destined for protection. He will undoubtedly be safe. Su Min discerned the implication in her words and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His previous encounters with her had been limited, yet every solitary meeting left an indelible impression on him. Her audacity was astonishing, yet it perfectly aligned with his preferences. After all, she was the one who had struck Rong Jiusi first, and now they were allies. He leaned closer to her and whispered, Are we truly in no danger? Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow, replying, If you wish to find trouble, then by all means, confess to having struck Rong Jiusi. Su Min chuckled lightly, that would be unwise. Mu Yunshu responded coolly, If you wish to confess, the footprints on the window ledge belong to you regardless. Su Min was momentarily speechless. Although he typically acted with a degree of straightforwardness, he was not foolish. He realized he had been ensnared in Mu Yunshu's scheme. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he murmured, Aren't you afraid I might reveal the truth to them? Mu Yunshu smiled. Go ahead and tell them, and then observe whether they believe you or me. Su Min had just witnessed her ability to change her demeanor, and he humbly acknowledged that he was no match for her. If he were to speak the truth, she could easily place all the blame upon him. He hurriedly declared, How could I possibly engage in such self-destructive actions? I am now yours, and I shall heed your every command. Mu Yunshu shot him a glare and retorted, Leave. Do not utter such ambiguous words. If the prince hears you, I shall be skinned alive. At that moment, a piercing female voice cried out, Help. Both Mu Yunshu and Su Min recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to Su Yusin. Mu Yunshu glanced at Su Min, noticing his sudden pallor, and promptly raced towards the source of the distress. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Yunshu reflected on the presence of Rong Jiusi and Su Yusin at the temple fair, which had turned out to be extraordinarily lively. A quarter of an hour earlier, Rong Jiusi had grown impatient with Su Yusin. She repeatedly lamented her profound feelings for him and how pitiful and helpless her current situation was. Rong Jiusi coldly interrupted her ramblings, stating, If you are indeed so pitiable and helpless, then simply part ways with Rong Jiusi. This marriage was fraught with complications. Given the emperor's favor towards the Su family, you should not face any difficulties. Su Yusin was taken aback by Rong Jiusi's words, her expression turning sour. With a soft sob, she replied, It is not difficult to part ways, but once I do, I can no longer be your princess. Rong Jiusi, with an impassive demeanor, responded, That is easily resolved. I shall divorce Mu Yunshu. She can remarry Rong Jiusi, and you shall marry me. In doing so, we will restore order. Achieving a perfect resolution, Su Yusin's gaze flickered slightly. But I am no longer pure. I do not mind, replied Rong Jiusi, his voice devoid of any emotion. Su Yusin thought to herself, she knew he was deeply infatuated with her. Despite her union with Rong Jiusi, he still wished to take her as his wife. She wiped away her tears, first revealing a look of joy, only to be followed by an expression of helplessness as she said, If Jiusi does not mind me this way, the third prince may not be able to accommodate Mu Yunshu. In that case, my fate would be rather grim. Upon hearing her self-proclaimed kindness, Rong Jiusi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. You need not concern yourself with her. Simply state whether you are willing. If you agree, I can petition the emperor alongside Jiangxiang tomorrow to fulfill this wish. Su Yusin, of course, was unwilling. After exerting so much effort to marry Rong Jiusi, how could she possibly agree to wed Rong Jiusi? All her words today were merely aimed at persuading Rong Jiusi to transfer his military power to Rong Jiusi, yet he never took her hint. Her mind raced as she sniffled, but I am dissatisfied with myself. I cannot present my best self to you, thus I am unworthy of you. Rong Jiusi replied coldly. You do not wish to part ways, yet feel wronged by staying with Rong Jiusi. What is it that you truly desire? With tears streaming down her face, Su Yusin lamented, I feel sorrow in my heart and wish to talk to you. Rong Jiusi coldly responded, we have nothing left to say. You may leave. However, Su Yusin had yet to achieve her objective and, naturally, she would not depart. She approached Rong Jiusi's wheelchair and said, I know that when Jiusi is well, he will undoubtedly find a way to protect me. Yet, Jiusi's health is deteriorating day by day. I fear that soon he may be unable to safeguard even himself, let alone me. Before leaving today, Rong Jiusi deliberately applied some turmeric powder to his face, rendering his complexion a sickly yellow, in hopes of avoiding alarming anyone. Upon hearing Su Yusin's words, he inquired, what do you wish to do? Su Yusin, oblivious to the coldness in his tone, assumed it was merely his usual demeanor. She believed he was yielding, thinking that whatever she proposed would meet his approval. Thus, after a soft sniff, she continued, Jiusi, being of royal blood, must be aware of the relentless turmoil within the royal family. The third prince's position in the palace is inherently precarious, often subjected to the first prince's relentless oppression. Should anything happen to the third prince, my future would undoubtedly become exceedingly bleak. At this juncture, she gazed hopefully at Rong Jiusi and implored, could you possibly spare some of your troops for the third prince to ensure my safety? She was convinced that, given Rong Jiusi's deep affection for her, he would acquiesce. She had already prepared herself to soothe him once he agreed. The number of troops she desired was modest, perhaps 10 to 20,000 would suffice. After all, the soldiers under Rong Jiusi's command were elite warriors, and with them, Rong Jiusi would be able to decisively subdue the first prince. Rong Jiusi replied coldly, no. Su Yusin softly responded, I knew Jiusi would risk everything for me. What do you mean, no? Why? Her voice, rising unconsciously in pitch towards the end, betrayed her mounting frustration. Despite her patient demeanor while conversing with him, he audaciously declared it impossible. The glint of ice and mockery filled Rong Jiusi's eyes as she inquired, what are you to me? Why should I protect you? Su Yusin, in a state of urgency, replied, we grew up together. That is merely your belief. Rong Jiusi interjected, for all these years, it has been you who has sought proximity to me. We are not intimately acquainted. Su Yusin, taken aback, protested, Jiusi, how can you say such a thing? It wounds me deeply. Rong Jiusi scoffed, your sorrow bears no consequence to me. Do not presume that you are the only intelligent one in this world, while others are mere fools. Should you possess the courage to sever ties with Rong Jiusi, I would admire you as a person of passion, capable of love and hate. In consideration of Su Taifu, I might extend you some measure of care. However, if you intend to deceitfully wrest military power from my grasp for Rong Jiusi, it only serves to illustrate your utter baseness and repugnance. He had endured her endless prattle today merely to discern her true intentions. Upon discovering her actual purpose, he felt not disappointment, but rather a sense of vindication. Su Yusin, upon hearing these words, felt her face flush with indignation. For years, she had been exalted by those around her, appearing gentle and composed while harboring a proud and lofty spirit. Rong Jiusi's words nearly transformed her feigned tears into genuine ones as she exclaimed, how can you speak of me in this manner? Rong Jiusi coldly retorted, you are already married, yet you dare to utter such words before me. Is that not shameful? Su Yusin, filled with urgency, implored, you are on the brink of death. Can't you fulfill my wishes? Upon hearing her words, Rong Jiusi realized that reasoning with her was futile. He replied simply no. Astonished, Su Yusin gazed at him in disbelief. Why is that impossible? Rong Jiusi, unwilling to engage further, commanded in a low voice, Jianqi, throw her out. Jianqi acknowledged the order and prepared to act. Unaccustomed to such setbacks, Su Yusin, refusing to wait for Jianqi's intervention, hastily pulled aside her garments, exposing her shoulder, and cried out, help. Rong Jiusi narrowed his eyes, his expression thick with scorn as he regarded her. In a threatening tone, Su Yusin declared, your heartlessness, Jiusi, truly wounds me. If this is the case, I shall escalate matters significantly. She was resolute in obtaining the military power that Rong Jiusi held. If gentleness failed, she would resort to force. Previously, she had conspired with Rong Jiusi, strategizing ways to extract benefits from Rong Jiusi. Should he refuse her demands, she would shed her outer clothing and cry for help, signaling him to burst in and catch them in a compromising situation. Subsequently, she would place the blame squarely on Rong Jiusi, claiming he was unable to forget their past and sought to take advantage of her. Every line of her script was meticulously crafted. This time, She intended to escalate the situation to the very presence of the Yuanming emperor. The emperor had long coveted the military authority of Rong Jiusi, and with a little guidance, she would leverage this incident to coerce Rong Jiusi into relinquishing his power. Rong Jiusi let out a cold laugh, seated confidently in his wheelchair, his expression one of amusement. Then create your commotion. Su Yusin felt an ominous premonition stir within her at his words. It was merely an affair of today. She and Rong Jiusi had conspired well in advance, ensuring that no mistakes would occur. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from outside, she spoke through her tears, "Jiusu, I do not wish for this either. It is you who has forced my hand." With that, she made her way towards the door, which was pushed open from the outside by a man. Su Yusin immediately leaped into the embrace of the man, exclaiming, "Third Prince, Uncle Wang has wronged me." After uttering those words, she cast a defiant glance at Rong Jiusi, who remained seated, exuding an air of utter indifference. Su Min, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, I am not the third prince." Upon turning her head, Su Yusin was startled by Su Min's face and quickly adjusted her clothing. While she had not feared exposing herself to Rong Jiusi in her attempt to ensnare him, she certainly did not wish for someone she had always looked down upon, like Su Min, to see her in such a state. Enraged, she demanded, "How can it be you? Where is the third prince?" Su Min, confronted with the woman he admired, felt a surge of panic, momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively wished to defend Su Yusin, but then recalled the previous analysis by Mu Yunshu and considered Rong Jiusi's formidable prowess, which made him falter. Mu Yunshu had come merely to witness the excitement, not anticipating such a dramatic spectacle. When Rong Jiusi noticed her entering alongside Su Min, his eyes narrowed slightly. Su Yusin, being astute, recognized that Rong Jiusi had been prepared for this moment. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "Jiusi, you have plotted against me. Where is the third prince? Where has he gone?" Mu Yunshu smiled. "The third prince, you ask? Today, he encountered an assassin and narrowly escaped death. Moments ago, his guard came to escort him away." Su Yusin. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "What on earth is an assassin doing here?" Mu Yunshu chuckled softly. "You should ask him. Perhaps he has offended too many people, and someone has taken a disliking to him." Su Yusin turned to Rong Jiusi and questioned, "Did you send someone to harm the third prince?" Rong Jiusi had no intention of engaging with her. Instead, he beckoned Mu Yunshu to come closer. Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining where she stood. Su Yusin, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I know we cannot become husband and wife, and it greatly angers you. However, I too am a victim in this matter. All of this chaos was orchestrated by Mu Yunshu, and you should hold her accountable." Chapter 53. She is the king's woman. Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "She is my royal consort, destined to grow old together with me. Why should I seek retribution from her?" After a pause, he continued, "My beloved, come here." Each time Mu Yunshu heard him call her my beloved, it signified his deep displeasure. Thus, she complied and moved to his side. Rong Jiusi addressed Su Yusin, stating, "I grant you one final opportunity to choose. Either depart now, or remain here and leave in utter disgrace." Su Yusin, heartbroken, pleaded, "Jiusi, how can you treat me this way?" Rong Jiusi coldly retorted, "I will count to 3. If you cannot make a choice, I shall make it for you. 1. Su Yusin's expression slightly altered. "Jiusu." 2. Rong Jiusi continued to count. Su Yusin, understanding his temperament, gritted her teeth, unlatched the door, and stepped outside. Su Min, ultimately concerned for Su Yusin, hurried after her. Mu Yunshu remarked with a hint of lamentation, "Your Highness, must I truly remain offstage for this performance?" Rong Jiusi cast her a cold glance. "Your Tom has run off with another woman. Should you not pursue him?" Sensing the menace in his words, Mu Yunshu quickly aligned herself beside him. "Whom he chooses to chase is his affair. It bears no relevance to me." Observing Rong Jiusi's evident displeasure, she refrained from provoking him. Moreover, with Su Yusin as a comparison today, Rong Jiusi found Mu Yunshu more agreeable. Yet, with Rong Jiusi present, Jianqi dared not utter much, merely exchanging a knowing glance with her. Rong Jiusi queried Mu Yunshu, "You were the one who assaulted Rong Jiusi, were you not?" When Mu Yunshu had entered the meditation room, she had encountered the guiding monk, and despite the ensuing ruckus, no one else had been summoned. This indicated that he had cleared the area or that everything was indeed under his control. Even after she had battered Rong Jiusi for an extended period, it was only then that his guards appeared, undoubtedly a result of Rong Jiusi's machinations. As for how Su Min managed to enter, it was likely a test he had orchestrated. She smiled and replied, "Indeed, Someone like him is simply asking for a beating. Rong Jiusi's voice turned grave. Is this a matter you are entitled to meddle in? Mu Yunshu retorted. Why are you so fierce? Knowing he treasures Su Yusin, I shall refrain from inquiries. She cast a glance at Rong Jiusi, silently retreating a few steps. This was not her first encounter with his cunning, yet she couldn't help but marvel at the depths of his scheming nature. Given a choice, she would certainly prefer to avoid provoking him. Now that the die was cast, she could only devise a means to maintain a favorable relationship with him, hoping that when she healed him, he would graciously allow her to depart. Otherwise, if he chose not to release her, escape from his grasp would be utterly impossible. As she retreated to stand beside Jianqi, he assumed she had come to inquire about the earlier incident, grappling internally with whether to divulge the details. Ultimately, he succinctly summarized, Su Yusin's attempt to seduce the prince had failed, leading her to undress and slander him as lecherous. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. Su Yusin truly dared to go that far. She wished to delve deeper into the matter. But then she heard Rong Jiusi's voice call out, Jianqi. Jianqi immediately rushed over to assist Rong Jiusi into the carriage. Meanwhile, Mu Yunshu reflected that Su Yusin was indeed Rong Jiusi's true love. Despite her outrageous actions, he had not drawn his sword to exact vengeance upon her. Recalling their earlier intrusion alongside Su Min, she noted that Rong Jiusi had shown a degree of protection towards Su Yusin. She resolved that in future encounters with Su Yusin, she should exercise caution to avoid infringing upon Rong Jiusi's sensitivities. As Mu Yunshu climbed into the carriage, she made an effort to sit as far from Rong Jiusi as possible. However, he inquired, will your actions against Rong Jiusi jeopardize my plans? Without hesitation, she replied, absolutely not. I have erased his memories of the encounter. He will not know that I was the one who struck him. Erased memories? Rong Jiusi was taken aback by her revelation. Mu Yunshu smiled and said, the immortal grandpa taught me a set of needle techniques that can erase a person's memory for a quarter of an hour. Rong Jiusi, deep in thought, gazed at her and remarked, you possess quite an array of skills. Mu Yunshu quickly replied, the things I know are hardly grand. They are mere trifles that might amuse the prince. I would not dare to mock you. Rong Jiusi replied, observing her. Such a talent as yours is unparalleled in the entire capital. Mu Yunshu flattered him, saying it is the prince's discerning eye for talent that recognizes my prowess. A person as remarkable as I am is utterly devoted to the prince, unwavering and steadfast. Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, given the slightest opportunity. You would surely eliminate me and then vanish without a trace. Mu Yunshu would not concede, stating, it is true that I yearn to escape this tumultuous capital, yet I would never harbor the slightest treachery against the prince. After all, someone like me would be ruthlessly hunted down upon departure. It is solely thanks to the prince's protection that I survive, and I hold a heart full of gratitude. Rong Jiusi cast her a sidelong glance and inquired, do you truly feel this way? Mu Yunshu obediently nodded. Of course, my sincerity is as genuine as pearls. Rong Jiusi coldly remarked, is it that every woman speaks without a shred of truth? With Su Yusin weaving a web of lies, Mu Yunshu had her share of untruths as well. Mu Yunshu chuckled, Your Highness, please refrain from casting a wide net. I cannot ascertain how much of what the third prince's consort says is true or false, but my words are undoubtedly reliable. Having interacted with Su Yusin on several occasions, she had discerned one truth. Su Yusin harbored little genuine affection for Rong Jiusi. However, upon observing Rong Jiusi's injured demeanor, it seemed that today she had indeed been wounded at heart by Su Yusin. Jianqi, who frequently made mistakes, had not faced her wrath. Alas, due to the misfortunes of her wedding night, she could never truly belong to him. His patience stemmed solely from her ability to alleviate his poison. At this moment, Rong Jiusi's mood was decidedly bleak, and although it was somewhat connected to Su Yusin, it diverged from Mu Yunshu's assumptions. He tapped on the carriage window, and Jianqi approached, inquiring, What are your commands, Your Highness? Rong Jiusi replied in a low voice. To the villa. Chapter 54. The poison strikes again. Jianqi acknowledged and directed the coachman to drive towards the villa on the outskirts of the royal estate, which was not far from the temple fair, making the journey somewhat convenient. For Mu Yunshu, it mattered little where she went. Having dealt with the scoundrel Rong Jiusi earlier that day, she was in high spirits and, upon lifting the window to admire the picturesque scenery outside, could not help but hum a tune. Rong Jiusi cast a fleeting glance at her. The setting sun's rays bathed her in a luminous glow, rendering her radiant and stunning. Bursting with life, an odd sensation stirred within him, prompting him to furrow his brows and avert his gaze. By the time they arrived at the villa, dusk had fallen, and Mu Yunshu could not discern the villa's appearance in the encroaching darkness, though she sensed an air of elegance about the place. The villa was maintained throughout the year. Yet no room had been prepared for Mu Yunshu. Undeterred, she resolved to stay in Rong Jiusi's chamber. The steward approached Rong Jiusi, asking, "The hot spring has been prepared. Would your highness like to take a soak?" Rong Jiusi had previously indulged in hot springs each time he visited, but today he felt somewhat troubled and fatigued. So he merely nodded slightly. The steward glanced at Mu Yunshu, seemingly hesitant to speak. Confused, Mu Yunshu heard Rong Jiusi's calm voice say, "There's no need to prepare anything for her." The steward acknowledged with a nod and guided Rong Jiusi towards the hot springs. Having never experienced a hot spring since arriving in this world, Mu Yunshu was somewhat tempted. However, sensing Rong Jiusi's displeased mood, she refrained from provoking him and remained obediently in her room. Following his poisoning, Rong Jiusi spent nearly half his time in a separate residence, where a row of books adorned the shelves. Mu Yunshu casually perused the collection, noting that most were military and historical texts. She had hoped to find a travelogue to pass the time but found none. Bored, she randomly pulled out a historical book, which was filled with a myriad of annotations. These notes were remarkably incisive, making them far more intriguing than the text itself. She eagerly flipped through several pages until a loud crash outside startled her, suggesting something had toppled over. Straining her ears, she heard Jianqi's panicked voice. "Your Highness, what has happened?" Without hesitation, Mu Yunshu rushed outside, only to find a wall had collapsed, with Jianshi lying unconscious beside it. Her first instinct was that they had encountered an assassin. Gathering her courage, she picked up the sword from the ground and called out, "Your Highness, where are you?" In the next moment, she witnessed Jianqi being violently kicked against the wall, sliding down as a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. The lantern flickered gently before tumbling from the corner, shattering upon impact with the ground, extinguishing its light and obscuring the scene within. Startled, she focused her gaze, only to discover several individuals sprawled on the floor in disarray. Among them were the guards of Rong Jiusi, alongside some cloaked figures. Mu Yunshu's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of assassin was this ferocious? She was well aware that Rong Jiusi's guards were exceptionally skilled, having effortlessly toyed with Rong Jiusi's guards earlier, subduing them with ease. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Rong Jiusi was in dire straits. A flicker of joy ignited within Mu Yunshu. If they all perished, her own freedom would be assured. Yet, she needed to ensure her own survival this night. Once her thoughts were clear, she resolved to devise a means of escape from the secluded residence. The assailant lurked within, and her meager abilities were insufficient for any defense. Striving to minimize her presence, she cautiously began to retreat. However, having visited the residence for the first time under the cover of darkness, she was unfamiliar with the layout. Even if she were to be slow, she recognized that there was a formation in place. Cursing under her breath, she noted the lack of cover around her. The assailant would easily detect her, leading to her certain demise. Hearing the sound of water ahead, she realized a hot spring lay in that direction. The assailant's first target would undoubtedly be Rong Jiusi, making that spot the primary crime scene. Once Rong Jiusi was slain, the perpetrator would likely make their exit. Thus, it would become the safest refuge for her. Determined, Mu Yunshu decided to conceal herself in the hot spring. She listened intently as she proceeded cautiously, only to collide with someone as she rounded a corner. Nearly crying out in fright, she turned to find it was Rong Jiusi. She reached out and gently patted her chest. "My lord, are you all right? You truly frightened me just now." Rong Jiusi gazed at her with an expressionless face, his exquisitely beautiful peach blossom eyes appearing as profound as the ocean, differing slightly from his usual cold demeanor. Mu Yunshu felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze and asked again, "My lord, what is the matter?" Rong Jiusi grasped her chin and drew her closer to the light, an oddly peculiar sensation blossoming within her. The pressure on her chin was painful, prompting her to exclaim, "My lord, you're hurting me." However, Rong Jiusi showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, his other hand caressed her face. This intimate gesture sent a chill down Mu Yunshu's spine, and then she heard him mutter, "It is you." The strange feeling in her heart intensified, and she suddenly recalled the man from her wedding night. Before she could fully comprehend her thoughts, Rong Jiusi forcefully pinned her against the wall. At that moment, Mu Yunshu finally understood the source of her peculiar feelings. The Rong Jiusi before her was no longer seated in a wheelchair. He stood tall. The soft glow of the eve's lantern illuminated his profile, casting half of his face in shadow, accentuating his striking features. It was then she realized he towered over her. blocking all her avenues of escape as he cornered her against the wall. They were in close proximity, his breath brushing against her face, warm and tingling. In the dimness of the night, vision blurred, amplifying her other senses. Mu Yunshu caught the distinct scent of cedarwood that belonged solely to him, while the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat echoed in her ears. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "When will the prince's leg heal?" As she reached out to take his pulse, his lips unexpectedly met hers. Mu Yunshu gasped in shock. His sudden action left her hands at a loss. After all, he had always exhibited disdain towards her, and whenever she approached him, his expression was one of utter aversion. Such an overt display of affection was simply inconceivable. Her mind was a whirlwind as she instinctively pushed him away. Finding her hands bothersome, he seized both of her wrists and pressed them firmly against the wall. Mu Yunshu, slightly flustered, stammered, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, his lips silenced her completely. Chapter 55. Unbearably stimulating, she opened her mouth, intending to scold him, but Rong Jiusi tightened his grip, rendering her nearly breathless. Mu Yunshu thought, "This sensation is overwhelmingly exhilarating." He enveloped her in a confined space. Feeling breathless, she attempted to struggle, but he held her wrists with unwavering strength. The disparity in their power was immense. Despite her desperate efforts, it was as if her struggles were but a gentle breeze to him. Initially perplexed, he only pulled her closer. In her fury, she bit him fiercely, yet he showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he pressed her even tighter against him. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, pushing her towards the brink of despair. Then, as if he had discovered a certain rhythm, he deepened the kiss. Mu Yunshu felt as if she might lose her mind entirely. She pushed him forcefully, causing his movements to momentarily falter before he became even more fervent in his demands. Mu Yunshu felt tears welling up, utterly bewildered by the situation. Where was the culprit? Why not just come and strike Rong Jiusi down? Rong Jiusi gradually became unsatisfied with merely the moment. One hand clasped her waist, pulling her body closer to his. Memories of their wedding night awakened once more, same breath, same visage, same actions. The case was solved. He was indeed that dog of a man from that fateful night. But when had his leg healed? Mu Yunshu was utterly perplexed. Rong Jiusi reached out to tear at her clothing, revealing her snow-white, rounded shoulder. The spring night still bore a chill, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. In the next instant, his lips pressed against hers. Mu Yunshu whimpered softly, cursing inwardly, "That wretched man, that accursed wretch." Yet, Rong Jiusi seemed insatiable, lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the small room beside the hot spring. Originally intended for his rest, it contained a bed. After laying her upon the couch, he pinned her beneath him, his lips descending upon her with the ferocity of a tempest. By this point, Mu Yunshu had come to the realization that there was likely no true assailant tonight. The uncontrollable Rong Jiusi was the real threat. She found herself utterly unable to comprehend the situation, yet she knew she had to devise a means of escape. She pushed against him, pleading, "Your Highness, look closely. It is I, the one you despise the most." Rong Jiusi turned his head slightly, studying her intently before responding, "Indeed, it is you. You had the audacity to humiliate me last time." Mu Yunshu. He acknowledged that the man from that night was indeed himself. However, there was one matter she needed to ascertain. "Who exactly are you?" Rong Jiusi's lips brushed against hers as he replied, "You call me your Highness. How could you not know who I am?" Mu Yunshu gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you Rong Jiusi?" Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, boldly, "You dare to address me by my name." Mu Yunshu. Well, it was now entirely certain, it was indeed Rong Jiusi. Yet, this incarnation of Rong Jiusi was evidently not in his right mind. He typically detested her, so how could he possibly treat her in such a manner? She wished to reason with him further, but alas, Rong Jiusi at that moment had no inclination for discourse. Finding her noisy, he covered her lips with his hand, engaging in an act he would never contemplate while sober. Initially, Mu Yunshu attempted to resist, but soon found herself utterly unable to do so. His vigor was boundless, with no respite in sight. When Mu Yunshu awoke once more, the day was already bright. Yet she felt as if her entire body had been run over by a carriage, on the verge of collapse. The door to the room was gently closed, not locked. She glanced beside her. Rong Jiusi was absent. Feeling the mattress, it was icy, indicating he had departed long ago. She propped herself up and surveyed her body, the multitude of red marks bearing witness to the madness of the previous night. Taking a deep breath, she silently cursed Rong Jiusi's ancestors. Footsteps echoed from outside. She donned her clothes and descended from the bed, but at that moment, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to tumble to the ground. She reached out to steady herself against the wall and slowly walked to the door, pulling it open to gaze outside. Rong Jiusi sat in a wheelchair, his expression devoid of emotion, once again embodying the familiar chill she had come to recognize. Jianqi and Jianshi stood behind him, their faces pale, their eyes casting a look of indescribable complexity upon Mu Yunshu. Upon witnessing his demeanor, she ground her teeth but managed to force a cold smile. Greeting, good morning. Your Highness. Rong Jiusi's gaze fell upon the crimson mark on her neck, his voice frigid. It is no longer early. The sun is already high in the sky. Mu Yunshu inquired, do you still recall what transpired last night, Your Highness? Rong Jiusi, without answering, countered with a question, which incident are you referring to? Jianqi and Jianshi perked up their ears, intrigued by the implication that Rong Jiusi had spent the night with Mu Yunshu. Was it truly that scandalous? Rong Jiusi's icy gaze dismissed them with a subtle wave of his hand, prompting Jianqi and Jianshi to reluctantly withdraw. Given her demeanor, it was evident to anyone with functioning eyes what had occurred the previous night. Yet, the audacity of Mu Yunshu was remarkable. Anyone who shared a bed with a man would inevitably find themselves entangled with Rong Jiusi. Once they had distanced themselves, Rong Jiusi coldly declared, Mu Yunshu, I have already dismissed you. Whether you choose to seek solace in another or become entangled with someone else, I remain indifferent. There is no need for you to attribute these disgraceful actions to me, for I do not care in the slightest. However, as you still bear the title of the princess consort, engaging in such conduct is a disgrace to my name. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yunshu felt a surge of rage threatening to consume her. After the man had so brazenly humiliated her last night, how could he so easily dismiss it? She seethed. Rong Jiusi, do you dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge your deeds? Are you even a man? Rong Jiusi let out a cold laugh, replying, whatever actions I have undertaken, I shall not deny them. If you seek a veil to cover your own licentious behavior, or if you fear I might take your life, there is no need for such pretenses. His countenance remained icy. After all, you committed such shameless acts on our wedding night. I am already well aware of your character. No attempt at concealment will suffice. Furthermore, I have already pronounced our separation. How many men you consort with is of no concern to me. Mu Yunshu gritted her teeth, declaring, what veil? That man is you. The chill in Rong Jiusi's eyes intensified. Before you fabricate lies, perhaps you should engage your mind. With my esteemed position, what could possibly lead me to bed a woman who has been with another man? Chapter 56. Can you touch me? Mu Yunshu felt utterly humiliated. Yet she struggled to find a retort. She cast a cold glance at Rong Jiusi, who was also observing her. The fervor of the previous night had vanished from his gaze, replaced by an unsettling coldness and an air of superiority that was frightening. This was the Rong Jiusi she recognized. His current demeanor seemed far too genuine. Could it be that the man from last night was truly not him? Clenching her fist, Mu Yunshu resolved, very well, I shall prove it to you now. With that, she lunged toward Rong Jiusi, raising her hand to strike below his knee. She knocked vigorously, yet his legs remained unresponsive. Mu Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, then struck his other leg, still to no avail. She reached out to check his pulse, which revealed the accumulation of toxins within him, making it utterly impossible for him to stand. In shock, she exclaimed, how can this be? It's impossible. Rong Jiusi brushed her hand away, questioning, what do you intend to prove? Mu Yunshu's mind was in turmoil, her entire being fraught with confusion. Unlike their wedding night, she was acutely aware throughout the entire ordeal last night. She vividly recalled that it was indeed him. Yet now he could not rise. The man who had shared her bed last night was able to stand firm, and he had openly claimed to be Rong Jiusi, his voice unmistakably his own. With bewilderment and tears in her eyes, she gazed at him, saying, it was clearly you. But why? She had never felt such a profound sense of injustice. Having been wronged and tormented, she could not fathom how the man who was undeniably Rong Jiusi could not be proven as such. The inability to validate his identity was one thing, but he accused her of deceit and deemed her unclean. Rong Jiusi's brow knitted in a tight frown. He was convinced that Mu Yunshu was lying, yet given her intelligence, she should comprehend the precariousness of such a falsehood. It was uncharacteristic of her to resort to such deception. Moreover, her current demeanor bore the marks of emotional turmoil and collapse, rather than that of a liar. Irritation brewed within him, yet he maintained his composure and offered her a single explanation. There exists something in this world known as a human skin mask. Mu Yunshu paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. Upon observing her eyes, which were red and swollen with tears. He noted that she appeared utterly different from her usual quick-witted and lively self, exuding an aura of pitiful fragility. He felt compelled to offer an explanation, stating, "Last night, I suffered from a poisoning incident, during which someone intruded into the secluded residence. I was escorted through the underground passage by the shadow guards and remained there throughout the night without emerging." Mu Yunshu, sniffling slightly, inquired, "Poisoning? I have been assisting you in purging the toxins, and you seem to be recovering well. How could you possibly suffer from poisoning? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that you did not leave the underground passage all night?" Contemplating for a moment, Rong Jiusi replied, "No. But when I awoke this morning, the lock on the passage was secured from the outside. The Sword 7 and the others did not come to unlock the door. And given my limited mobility, it would have been impossible for me to exit." Gritting her teeth, Mu Yunshu retorted, "Who in their right mind would go to such lengths to create a human mask of you just to sleep with me?" Rong Jiusi responded in a calm tone, "There are countless individuals in this world who seek to humiliate me." Mu Yunshu remained unconvinced by his assertion, turning to lean on the armrest of his wheelchair. She gazed at him and asked, "Could you touch my face?" Rong Jiusi scoffed softly and turned to walk away. Mu Yunshu hastily grasped his arm, insisting, "He touched me last night. You touch me just once, and I will discern whether it is truly you." Rong Jiusi glanced at her, her eyes brimming with desperation. His gaze, however, remained icy. "What do you take me for? A woman touched by another man is unworthy of my touch. It is beneath me." With that, he forcefully pushed her away and, maintaining an expression of indifference, turned his wheelchair to depart. Mu Yunshu stood up, blocking his path, exclaiming, "Just once." Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "Step aside." Yet, Mu Yunshu remained resolute, firmly obstructing the way. As Rong Jiusi's patience waned, he drew the sword that hung beside his wheelchair, its tip aimed at her heart. "Move aside, or I shall slay you." Facing the frigid blade, an icy chill enveloped her. She met his gaze, saying, "Just a touch. If you prove it is not you, I shall never trouble you again." Rong Jiusi felt that his overly lenient demeanor today had emboldened her audacity. Daring to bargain before him, he advanced the sword an inch, and as Mu Yunshu took a step forward, the blade pierced her chest, blood gushing forth. She glanced down at the sword embedded in her chest, then at Rong Jiusi's cold visage, letting out a soft laugh. Yet today, through his actions, he conveyed that he would rather kill her and perish from the poison than touch her even once. This incident indirectly suggested that he was either not the man from last night or unwilling to acknowledge their connection. She had been taken advantage of. In a calm voice, Mu Yunshu remarked, "I know the prince despises me, but I did not expect that your hatred would extend to the point of preferring death over even a touch. I now firmly believe that you are not the man from last night." With that, she turned to leave, allowing the blood to spill onto the ground. At the moment the sword pierced her heart, a tremor coursed through Rong Jiusi's heart. However, upon seeing the mockery in her eyes, he began to question whether he had erred. He wished to elucidate a matter or two to her, yet he hesitated. Fearing that such explanations might lead her to become even more demanding, it was best to maintain a certain distance between them. Although Mu Yunshu's injury was not severe, penetrating less than an inch, it served as a stark reminder of her dire predicament. How could she expect Rong Jiusi to treat her with even a modicum of kindness? His intent had always been to claim her life, and it was her medical skills that had secured her a slender thread of hope. Previously, she had instructed Jinqi to procure medicinal materials and had prepared a vial of healing ointment herself. This time, anticipating potential harm during her outing, she had kept it close at hand. Now, it was fortuitously of use. Jinqi knocked at the door, and after Mu Yunshu adjusted her attire, she allowed him to enter. He handed her a bottle of ointment, stating, "I noticed you were injured earlier, so I brought you this." Mu Yunshu turned to him, and he continued softly, "When the incident occurred last night, we ensured the prince was taken into the tunnels. It could not have been him. You should refrain from such fabrications in the future, as they will only incite the prince's wrath, leaving you to bear the consequences." Mu Yunshu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at him, prompting him to retreat several steps, crossing his arms as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 57. The prince is jealous. Seeing his demeanor, Mu Yunshu was at a loss for words. What could she possibly do to him? She shot him an exasperated glance, assuring him, "Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble." Jinqi cautiously regarded her, placing the ointment on the table before her, saying, "You should apply it yourself." With that, he swiftly departed, fearful that lingering too long might provoke her into some unspeakable act. Mu Yunshu gently inhaled as she gazed at the vial of medicine. It was the first time since her arrival at the Wangfu that she sensed the kindness of others. Although she had already treated her own wounds and no longer required the contents of that vial, she still expressed her gratitude to Jianqi. The ruthlessness of Rong Jiusi left her devoid of any illusions. He harbored a deep disdain for her, and once she healed him, he might very well eliminate her to silence her. She needed to find a means of retreat as soon as possible. Rong Jiusi gave a slight nod and waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Jianqi spoke softly. "Your Highness, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice." Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, "Then do not speak." Jianqi fell silent, his courage waning. Yet, Rong Jiusi inquired, "What has become of her?" A frown creased his brow as he inexplicably recalled her tearful visage before him. Jianqi ventured, "Your Highness, perhaps you should visit her? I find her rather pitiable. Last night's incident does not appear to suggest she was complicit. She seems to have been a victim." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at him. And Jianqi pressed on, "It was your Highness who brought her to the other courtyard last night. Her misfortune here reflects our failure to protect her, and it serves as an affront to your Highness." A wave of irritation washed over Rong Jiusi, and he coldly commanded, "Leave." After Jianqi departed, Rong Jiusi pressed his fingers to his temple, the unfolding circumstances surprising him. With his eyes closed, he could only envision Mu Yunshu's aggrieved face, her accusing gaze. She was adamant that the man from last night was he, and her expression bore no semblance of deceit. However, his memories of last night remained frozen before his unconsciousness. He examined his body and discovered a scrape on his right forearm. Apart from that, he felt no other abnormalities. He suspected that someone had donned an identical human mask to his and had. He let out a soft sigh. Regardless of how Jianqi and Rong Jiusi described the events of last night, she felt compelled to investigate for herself. She first ventured to the tunnel where Rong Jiusi had sought refuge the previous night. This tunnel lay behind the hot springs, leading to a small hill in the annex. Indeed, she observed the imprints of Rong Jiusi's wheelchair there, as well as the lock hanging at the tunnel's entrance. After exploring the tunnel, she discovered another path leading outward at its end. However, this path was exceedingly steep, allowing passage for only one person, rendering it impossible for a wheelchair to navigate. Yet, if Rong Jiusi's legs were capable of walking, he could traverse this narrow path and exit the tunnel. Jianqi noticed her fixation on the small path and remarked, "Last night, 11 and the prince entered the tunnel together. After ensuring the prince was settled, 11 emerged through the small path to lend assistance. Hence, the traces left on that path belonged to 11. Mu Yunshu raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence." Jianqi responded, "Let me offer you a piece of advice. The prince will never harbor feelings for you. Given your past, an additional man makes little difference." He fell silent as Mu Yunshu shot him a fierce glare. She then inquired, "Who were the assassins that came last night? With your prowess, how could you have suffered losses?" Mu Yunshu recalled the incident from the previous night when he was struck against the wall and coughed up blood, and she chuckled. "Not only were you flustered, but you also bled." Jianqi replied with a glare, "Better than being bedded by someone else." Without hesitation, Mu Yunshu seized a stick nearby and struck at him, prompting Jianqi to cry out, "If you hit me again, I shall retaliate." Mu Yunshu retorted, "A man who strikes women shall never find a wife." Though Jianqi protested vigorously, he ultimately lacked the courage to fight back, instead fleeing in a flurry. Mu Yunshu hurled the stick in the direction of his escape, exclaiming, "That's for your reckless words." Jianqi was swift in his flight, while Rong Jiusi happened to wheel by at that moment, and the stick struck directly towards his head. Mu Yunshu gasped, "It's over." Jianqi echoed her sentiment. "If I had known, I wouldn't have run." Rong Jiusi reached out, catching the stick effortlessly. He glanced at the two, and Jianqi immediately knelt, saying, "It was my fault for startling the prince. I ask for your punishment." Seeing Jianqi's sense of loyalty, Mu Yunshu felt disinclined to place the entire blame upon him. Replying, "The stick was thrown by me. I bear my share of the fault, so let the prince decide my punishment." Jianqi, recalling that Rong Jiusi had recently threatened Mu Yunshu with a sword, feared for her safety, and reasoned that his own punishment would only amount to a few lashes. He hastily added, "I was the one who spoke disrespectfully first. It has nothing to do with her." Rong Jiusi toyed with the stick in his hand, his expression cold as he listened to their mutual attempts at taking blame. He remembered how, upon Mu Yunshu's arrival at the prince's residence, Jianqi had harbored disdain for her, keeping his distance. When had Jianqi begun to protect her instead, he appeared somewhat nonchalant as he remarked, "If you all desire punishment, I shall oblige. Jianqi, you shall remain in the small dark room for 2 days. after which you will be responsible for the cleaning of the royal residence. From now on, Jianqi will take your place." Jianqi braced himself for a beating, only to find that Rong Jiusi had chosen not to strike him this time, but the penalty was exceedingly severe. Unable to contain himself, he said, "Your Highness, I." A glance from Rong Jiusi silenced him, and he lowered his head, replying, "Yes. I shall go to the small dark room at once." Once Jianqi departed, Mu Yunshu had already prepared herself for punishment and beating, but to her surprise, Rong Jiusi inquired, "What have you discovered?" "I have been deceived and inadvertently offended the prince today. I am ready to face your punishment." Rong Jiusi regarded her. She appeared humble and submissive, yet there was an air of detachment about her. He replied coolly, "You have already been punished. I shall not pursue this matter further." Mu Yunshu instantly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Your Highness is magnanimous. Thank you." After performing a courtesy, she turned to leave, unwilling to meet his gaze. Rong Jiusi called out to her, "Mu Yunshu." With her head bowed, she asked, "Does your Highness have further instructions?" In Chapter 58, Caught in the Act of Infidelity, Rong Jiusi had originally intended to inquire about her injuries, but upon seeing her demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation and said, "In the future, refrain from associating with Jianqi." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu laughed. "Rest assured, Your Highness, as a withered flower, even if I wished to pursue Jianqi, he would not be interested. Moreover, I still bear the title of the crown princess. I would never dare to act in a manner that would tarnish your Highness's reputation." Rong Jiusi spoke in a low voice. "It is sufficient that you are aware." Mu Yunshu replied with a smile. "I have always possessed a keen sense of self-awareness." After her departure, Rong Jiusi let out a soft sigh. He knew that she would visit his chamber once night fell, at which point he would inquire about her injuries. However, as he waited in his room for an extended period, she did not arrive. He called out, "Jianqi." Jianqi entered and asked, "What are your orders, Your Highness?" It was then that Rong Jiusi remembered that Jianqi had been confined to the small dark room. He inquired, "Where's the princess?" Rong Jiusi was somewhat taken aback. "She has gone to the servants' quarters?" Jianqi nodded, "Aside from the main residence. There are no other individual courtyards in the courtyard, so she." Rong Jiusi waved his hand, "I understand. You may leave." After Jianqi exited, Rong Jiusi gazed around his familiar room, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Previously, Mu Yunshu had stubbornly lingered in his chamber, which he found bothersome. Yet now that she was absent, he felt a sense of discomfort. How much time had passed? As Rong Jiusi became aware of this sentiment, a wave of agitation arose within him, prompting him to throw the book in his hands forcefully onto the table. He had always been adept at managing his emotions. Rarely did anyone in the world manage to disturb his composure. Yet, at this moment, he sensed that his feelings were being influenced by Mu Yunshu. This situation was exceedingly unusual. Unable to sleep, he decided to turn his wheelchair and take a stroll outside. In contrast, Mu Yunshu was far from his turmoil. Her sole desire was to survive, to provoke him as little as possible, and to maintain a distance from him. The number of servants in the courtyard was few, allowing her to reside in a single room designated for servants, which she found quite agreeable. After parting ways with Rong Jiusi today, she meticulously explored the hot springs, where she detected an elusive fragrance. This scent had previously graced her senses within the imperial palace, yet it was masked by the mineral essence of the hot spring water, making it nearly undetectable without careful consideration. At last, she discerned the cause of Rong Jiusi's poisoning. He had unexpectedly arrived at the villa, only to succumb to the poison almost immediately, leading to the emergence of assassins, a sequence of events that felt profoundly disconcerting. A daring hypothesis took root in her mind. There was a traitor within the villa. While Mu Yunshu had no particular interest in the notion of an insider betraying Rong Jiusi, she was not about to let the torment she endured last night go unpunished. Even if she could not locate the man who had wronged her, she was determined to unearth the traitor to vent her pent-up fury. Unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the villa and had no desire to seek out Rong Jiusi. The only individual remaining who was well-versed in these matters and willing to assist her was Jianqi. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to seek out Jianqi. During her investigation of last night's events, she had meandered around the villa and had grown acquainted with its layout, knowing that Jianqi's confinement was not far from her own quarters. In the villa, no one would dare to engage in deceit or trickery under Rong Jiusi's reprimands. Thus, Jianqi, locked away in the small dark room, remained unguarded. Mu Yunshu approached the door of the small dark room and softly called out, Jianqi, are you there? Jianqi's voice echoed from within. I'm in the small dark room. Don't bother me. However, Jianqi's disposition instantly shifted upon hearing her. Of course I want to. Do you have a plan? Mu Yunshu recounted her analysis to Jianqi, who then remarked, the prince also suspects there is a traitor within the villa. However, this matter is difficult to investigate, as the prince unexpectedly arrived at the villa, and half of the servants went to clean the hot springs last night. They all harbor suspicion. Yet some among them are seasoned veterans who have been honored from the battlefield. To expel them all from the villa would surely dishearten them. Moreover, to act hastily in this inquiry may easily alert the culprits, which is why the prince has instructed us to bide our time. Mu Yunshu pondered for a moment and said, I have a method to identify the traitor, but I require your assistance. Jianqi eagerly inquired, what is your plan? Mu Yunshu whispered, come closer to the door, and I will explain in detail. The reason this small room is called a small black room is that it has no windows, only a tightly shut door. A minuscule gap at the bottom of the door, covered with black cloth, allows for slightly better sound transmission than other areas. Jianqi pressed his ear against the door. Go on. Fearing eavesdroppers, Mu Yunshu leaned in closer to the gap and said, I have meticulously studied the poison that might afflict the prince. It is a rather unique herb. Jianqi's interest was piqued. How do we proceed? In terms of specific characteristics, we can devise a clever ruse, making it seem quite authentic. When the time comes, you shall gather the individuals. It will be evident after a simple test, as the guilty party will surely hesitate to partake. Jianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened. This strategy is brilliant. The two of them huddled by the door gap, eagerly discussing the method to uncover the traitor. At a particularly exhilarating moment, Jianqi couldn't help but exclaim, I once thought you were foolish, but now I realize you are quite clever. Mu Yunshu also praised him, saying, I previously thought you were rather dull-witted, but now I realize you are quite attentive. Jianqi, brimming with pride, replied, Of course, if I weren't exceptional, how could I serve the prince? Are you truly exceptional? I must admit, I have not noticed, came the voice of Rong Jiusi, startling both Mu Yunshu and Jianqi. A thud echoed from within, likely the sound of Jianqi's head colliding with the door. Mu Yunshu instinctively rubbed her forehead, finding Jianqi's reaction excessively exaggerated. Such a response could easily lead one to believe they were clandestinely meeting under the cover of night. Influenced by him, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if caught in the act of an illicit affair. However, this feeling dissipated almost instantly. What sort of couple were they? Where was the bond or affection? Why should she feel any remorse? As she turned her head, she spotted Jianqi pushing Rong Jiusi, standing not far away. The moonlight illuminated him, rendering his figure ethereal and frosty, his slightly furrowed brows exuding an air of authority that stirred unease in the heart. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Your Highness, what brings you here? Chapter 59. He desires to grow closer to her. Rong Jiusi replied in a calm tone. If I had not come, how could I discern your profound concern for my well-being, fretting over my safety in the dead of night? Mu Yunshu responded, I find your words somewhat peculiar. She cleared her throat gently and added, My life is intertwined with yours. Thus it is only natural that I wish for your longevity and health. Rong Jiusi glanced at her and remarked, It would be far more prudent and effective for you to discuss such matters with me directly. Mu Yunshu acknowledged the truth in Rong Jiusi's words. Although she yearned to unearth the traitor and vindicate herself, the prospect of confronting him was utterly unappealing. Caught in the moment, she smacked her forehead in realization, exclaiming, How could I have overlooked this? Truly, the prince is astute. Rong Jiusi, however, perceived her remark as lacking sincerity. With a measured tone, he instructed, Follow me. Once they returned to his chamber, Rong Jiusi inquired, What is your plan? Mu Yunshu recounted her earlier conversation with Jianqi. In truth, Rong Jiusi had already overheard their exchange, and as she spoke again, the fury that had surged within him began to dissipate. Upon her conclusion, he remarked, This approach is feasible. I shall set matters in motion immediately. Now, Mu Yunshu expressed her surprise. Rong Jiusi replied coolly, The longer we delay, the less credible our actions become. Moreover, a sudden operation at midnight will instill unease in the traitor, thereby increasing our chances of success. Mu Yunshu found his reasoning compelling. Indeed, it was prudent to act swiftly. Rong Jiusi summoned Jianqi, instructing him to fetch a shadow guard who had never revealed his presence in public. Once the individual arrived, Rong Jiusi commanded the steward to rouse everyone in the manor, gathering them before his residence. After a brief interval, all were assembled. the steward approached, requesting guidance from Rong Jiusi, who, with an icy demeanor, declared, "Last night, I was ensnared in a plot and nearly slain. Upon investigation, it has come to light that a traitor dwells among you. Dr. Yu, I entrust this matter to you." Disguised as Dr. Yu, the shadow guard recited the lines meticulously taught to him by Mu Yunshu. "I have thoroughly investigated. The prince has induced the toxicity within him through a peculiar method. This poison is extraordinarily unique. Anyone who has come into contact with it will retain traces of it on their fingers within 3 days. And it possesses the lethal capability to kill a dog. Inside this box lies a dog. If anyone reaches in and allows the dog to sniff their hand, and the dog remains alive, it serves as proof of their innocence." Although this method was somewhat unconventional, with Rong Jiusi backing it, no one dared to challenge its validity. Rong Jiusi declared coldly, "Let us commence." Jian Shi, directing from the side, instructed, "Everyone who has allowed the dog to lick their hand, please stand aside for 10 breaths. If the dog shows no adverse reaction within that time, step over here. I shall go first." Upon finishing his statement, he plunged his hand into the large box. Shortly thereafter, he withdrew his hand, stood still for 10 breaths, and then glanced at the dog. Seeing it unharmed, he moved to the side. Each guard brought by Rong Jiusi repeated the process, followed by the servants from the courtyard. Once they had all completed the task, Jian Shi opened the cage, and a lively dog emerged from within. The steward reported to Rong Jiusi, "Your Highness, there are no traitors among us." Observing the ink stains on the steward's hands, a chill flickered in Rong Jiusi's eyes. "Uncle Zhong, I have treated you well over the years." The steward's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, the guards erupted collectively, pinning several servants and the steward to the ground. The steward exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Rong Jiusi's voice was frigid. "That drug cannot kill a dog. Thus, anyone who harbors guilt would never dare to touch the dog's nose." He placed his hand upon the box that was farthest from the dog, a box that the prince had instructed to be smeared with charcoal powder. The steward gazed at the darkened back of his hand and closed his eyes, murmuring, "Your Highness is astute." Rong Jiusi inquired, "Why would you betray me?" The steward sighed. "Your Highness is gravely poisoned, with no remedy in sight. You will soon perish. You have offended many, and should you die, they will not spare us. I must find a way to secure my own survival." Jian Shi stepped forward, placing a foot upon the steward's face, exclaiming, "You treacherous cur! The prince has treated you with kindness over the years." After a sigh, Rong Jiusi asked, "Whom do you serve now?" The steward replied in a somber tone, "I have already betrayed the prince. To betray my current master would be utterly devoid of righteousness." "Your Highness, please proceed." Jian Shi, filled with rage, retorted, "How dare you utter such words, you shameless wretch?" Rong Jiusi spoke coolly, "There are but a few who wish for my life with the antidote in hand. Even if you remain silent, I can discern the truth. If I am not mistaken, your family is likely under their control. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your family meets their demise in retribution for your betrayal today." The steward's face drained of color, and he knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me." Yet, Rong Jiusi felt no inclination to continue the conversation, instructing the shadow guards to execute those individuals publicly. He addressed the assembled crowd, stating, "I abhor betrayal above all. Those who forsake their masters, regardless of the reason, must face death." The myriad servants knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, "We shall never betray the prince." Rong Jiusi waved his hand lightly, dismissing them. He turned his gaze towards Mu Yunshu and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Mu Yunshu understood that he was intent on uncovering the traitor, ready to bestow rewards for merit. Witnessing his decisive handling of the matter tonight, swiftly identifying the perpetrator and taking immediate action, she felt an increasing apprehension towards him with each revelation. She replied, "I seek the traitor because I too am a victim. Now that the traitor has been revealed, I am satisfied. There is nothing more I wish for." Rong Jiusi regarded her intently, stating, "You have rendered a service. I shall reward you. Name a desire or request, and I shall grant it." Mu Yunshu queried, "Any request can be made?" Rong Jiusi nodded. She had previously wept and implored him to touch her face, hoping to prove that he was not the one who had wronged her. It had taken her considerable effort to devise a means for identifying that person, and he sensed a strong likelihood that she would raise this request. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the thought of her potentially making such a demand filled him with anticipation. Rong Jiusi's hand, resting on the armrest of his wheelchair, stiffened. "You have but this one opportunity. Have you given it due consideration?" Mu Yunshu affirmed, He was punished because of me. I shall consider this a repayment of a favor. Rong Jiusi's hand gripped the back of his wheelchair firmly, a cold smile gracing his lips. I never perceived you as someone so devoted to loyalty and righteousness. Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, such is my nature, I reciprocate kindness with kindness. He snorted disdainfully, turning his wheelchair and departing without another word. Mu Yunshu inquired, Your Highness, do you agree to this matter? As you wish, came the ethereal voice of Rong Jiusi. Gratefully, Mu Yunshu replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Upon learning the circumstances, he made a special trip to express his gratitude, saying, I did not expect you to be so loyal. From now on, you shall be my brother. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it does not harm the prince or the interests of the Wangfu, I shall comply. This affirmation was precisely what Mu Yunshu desired. She smiled and extended her fist, declaring, Good brother. Jianxi reciprocated by lightly tapping her fist with his, saying, Good brother. Following this incident, their bond had grown significantly closer. Through her identification of the traitor, she earned the recognition of the Wangfu's shadow guards, who began to warm to her. Previously, they had deemed her character lacking, but now they found her quite commendable. Upon seeing him awaken, Su Yusin immediately wiped away her tears and exclaimed, Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You have terrified me these past few days. Rong Jiusi, still somewhat dazed, moved slightly and realized he was in pain all over. In his confusion, he asked, What has happened to me? After briefly recounting the events in the meditation room, Su Yusin asked, Do you recall who struck you? Rong Jiusi could only remember his conversation with Mu Yunshu, and beyond that, he only recalled her astonished expression directed towards something behind him. The events that followed remained a complete blank. Su Yusin pressed, Was it Mu Yunshu who sent someone? Rong Jiusi shook his head, adamantly stating, It could not have been her. He firmly believed that Mu Yunshu harbored deep feelings for him and would never resort to violence against him. Su Yusin was eager to attribute the incident to Mu Yunshu. However, her ineptitude and infatuation with Rong Jiusi rendered her accusations implausible. The imperial physician arrived, stating, I shall take the prince's pulse. The palace had already dispatched physicians, and both the emperor and empress had sent their aides to inquire, commanding the Jingyao prefecture to promptly apprehend the assailant who harmed Rong Jiusi. Consequently, the entire Jingyao prefecture was thrown into chaos. That day, Rong Jiusi was also in the meditation chamber when an officer came to the Wang residence for inquiries, but was dismissed by Yin Zhaofeng. They dared not inconvenience Rong Jiusi, thus relentlessly pursued Su Min for answers. Su Min steadfastly maintained his testimony regarding his encounter with Mu Yunshu that day, refusing to divulge an additional word. With his identification, the Jingyao prefecture had been scouring the capital for the so-called suspects for several days, yet yielded no progress. At this moment, upon regaining consciousness, the Jingzhaoyin personally inquired about the perpetrator. However, Rong Jiusi could recall nothing. Hearing this, the Jingzhaoyin was distressed but dared not further disturb Rong Jiusi. After Su Yusin had sent away the physician and the Jingzhaoyin, he softly asked, Have you made any progress that day? Su Yusin looked at him with a hint of reproach, saying, Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, but at the crucial moment, you were absent. This time, we may have alarmed the snake in the grass, and it will not be so easy to devise a scheme against Rong Jiusi in the future. Rong Jiusi too felt it was a missed opportunity. He contemplated another possibility. Could it be that Rong Jiusi sent someone to incapacitate me? Su Yusin considered this a plausible scenario, and Rong Jiusi gritted his teeth, declaring, I must swiftly seize control of Rong Jiusi's military authority and then eliminate him. The mere thought of Rong Jiusi intending to bestow military authority upon the crown prince ignited a profound fury within him. He perceived Rong Jiusi as blind to the merits before her. In every regard, he surpassed the crown prince, yet she obstinately refused to grant him the power, opting instead for the crown prince. Such a situation was utterly intolerable. Fortunately, Mu Yunshu harbored deep affections for him, enabling her to procure information from Rong Jiusi that would allow him to seize the initiative. He resolved to treat Mu Yunshu with greater kindness henceforth. Should she ever discern his true intentions, she might dismiss him as a fool, oblivious to the trap set by Rong Jiusi. Yet, at present, her mind was far from contemplating the feelings of Rong Jiusi, for today she was again to attend to Rong Jiusi's pulse. Following that fateful night, the mere sight of Rong Jiusi's face conjured memories of the previous evening, feelings of embarrassment, discomfort, and humiliation. Thus, she resolved to avert her gaze. As she approached Rong Jiusi's chamber with her medical kit, he was engrossed in reading. With her head bowed, she announced. Your Highness, I am here to take your pulse. Rong Jiusi turned his gaze towards her. Her eyes were cast down, exuding an obedient demeanor yet maintaining a palpable distance. He furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what he awaited. A sense of vexation surged within him, and he spoke in a low voice. Come here. Mu Yunshu obediently approached, retrieving a hand rest and placing a cloth upon his wrist. Rong Jiusi glanced at the cloth, questioning, What is this for? Do you find me unclean? Mu Yunshu, still averting her gaze, replied, Of course not. It is I who am too unclean to touch your Highness's noble form. Rong Jiusi felt a weight constricting his chest, intensifying his inner turmoil. He said with irritation, Since you are aware, refrain from appearing before me in the future to avoid being a nuisance. Mu Yunshu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my lord, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not present myself before you again. Rong Jiusi felt a tightening in his chest. Mu Yunshu earnestly took his pulse, attempting to discern some clues from it. However, to her disappointment, his pulse had not significantly changed from before. She sighed inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor as she said, My lord, this time the poison has seeped further into your heart pulse. The previous effort to expel the toxin was in vain. We must begin anew. Tonight, I will need to use acupuncture to draw out the poisoned blood, so I ask for your patience. Rong Jiusi coldly acknowledged her with a response, awaiting her treatment. What set today apart from previous occasions was her retrieval of a special pair of gloves from her medical box. These gloves were exceedingly thin and fitted, allowing her to perform acupuncture without hindrance. Noticing Rong Jiusi's gaze on the gloves, she explained, Performing acupuncture in midair is quite exhausting and can lead to inaccuracy. I crafted these gloves to prevent my unclean hands from coming into contact with your esteemed person. Rest assured, I will never allow my unclean hands to touch you again. Rong Jiusi shot her a cold glance, feeling as though he might be driven to a heart attack by her words. After completing the acupuncture, Mu Yunshu proceeded with the usual process of expelling the foul, toxic blood. She was somewhat surprised when extracting the toxic blood with a triangular needle, noting that it was even more odorous than before. Today, the effect of the acupuncture was markedly improved compared to before, a fact that perhaps correlates with my mood. In the future, I shall endeavor to maintain this disposition when treating the prince. Chapter 61. Life has become unbearable. Rong Jiusi. He felt as though she was deliberately trying to provoke him. If Mu Yunshu were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly voice her grievances loudly. Her actions this evening, in her perspective, displayed a level of respect towards him akin to textbook examples. Devoid of any intention to irritate, she merely sought to maintain her distance. After completing the acupuncture, she performed a standard farewell gesture, feeling quite proud of herself. Since she hadn't cast a single glance in his direction throughout the night, she felt neither awkwardness, discomfort, nor humiliation. She resolved to sustain this demeanor henceforth. After she exited the room, Rong Jiusi understood that she would not linger in his quarters any longer that night. Frustrated, he flung the book he had been holding onto the table. Uncertain of what he was yearning for, Mu Yunshu adhered to her own words in his presence, making it exceedingly difficult for him to catch even a glimpse of her over the following days, save for the necessary consultations for his pulse and diagnosis. Even during these sessions, she refrained from uttering any superfluous remarks beyond what was essential for her inquiries regarding his condition. She exhibited no further errant behavior in front of him, maintaining strict decorum. Even Rong Jiusi found it impossible to pinpoint her faults. Yet, this only exacerbated his discomfort, leaving his heart feeling desolate. That morning, he could no longer restrain himself and had Jianxi wheel him past her chamber, as she routinely engaged in stretching exercises in the courtyard at this hour. Rong Jiusi. At this juncture, he could ascertain that she truly had no desire to see him at all. On this particular day, Rong Jiusi's temper was exceedingly high, and even the slightest mistake made by the guards around him would result in punishment. Jianxi, who had received 10 strikes of the military stick, felt somewhat aggrieved as he turned to Jianxi, who had been subjected to 5 strikes, and said, Have you noticed that the prince has been in a particularly foul mood lately? Jianxi expressed his concern. What should we do? I can't endure daily beatings any longer. Jianxi was equally at a loss. As Mu Yunshu passed by, she overheard their conversation and felt a deep sense of sympathy for them. She considered herself fortunate for having the wisdom to keep her distance from Rong Jiusi, thus escaping much of the punishment. Reaching into her pocket, she produced freshly made lollipops and handed one to each of them, saying, Have something sweet. It will make the hardships of life seem less bitter. Jianxi, not one to be polite, accepted the lollipop and remarked, So that was why you had me cut bamboo the other day to make these? Mu Yunshu nodded. Indeed. Life has been quite arduous, and without a little sweetness, I fear I might not withstand it. Jianqi increasingly found her to be a commendable person and reassured her. Once you have cured the prince, if you truly have nowhere else to go, I would not mind marrying you. Jianqi elbowed Jianqi gently and cautioned. Don't speak nonsense. From his perspective, despite Mu Yunshu not being favored by Rong Jiusi, she had once been the crown princess. Should she ever marry Jianqi, it would be a direct affront to Rong Jiusi. Although Mu Yunshu was indeed beautiful and possessed an engaging personality, making her quite suitable for a wife, he did not dare to aspire to such a notion. Jianqi, unfazed, replied, I am not speaking frivolously. This is my genuine thought. After saying this, he turned to Mu Yunshu and asked, would you consider marrying me? Mu Yunshu let out a light laugh, finding Jianqi somewhat foolish. Although he was a decent person, he was not her type. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Rong Jiusi's voice. What? Are you already planning to undermine me? Jianqi immediately stood up, while Mu Yunshu crouched down and stealthily moved along the wall. Rong Jiusi called out, Mu Yunshu. Seizing the rare opportunity to confront her, he refrained from banter and simply asked, do you have anything left to give them? Mu Yunshu glanced at the lollipops in the mouths of Jianqi, feeling somewhat speechless. She could not fathom Rong Jiusi's intentions and hurriedly replied, no, there is none. The next moment, a lollipop fell from her small bag, leaving her stunned. Sensing Rong Jiusi's gaze upon her, she quickly stepped on the lollipop, pretending as if nothing had happened. Rong Jiusi commanded, jumped 3 times on the spot. Mu Yunshu felt a sense of resignation. She knew her bag was torn. And with that jump, her secret would be revealed. Yet, under Rong Jiusi's orders, she dared not refuse. After reluctantly jumping 3 times, the contents of her bag tumbled out. Lollipops, candied chestnuts, and various dried fruits spilled everywhere. There were so many items that even trying to cover them with her feet proved futile. In exasperation, she simply stood there. Feigning ignorance, Rong Jiusi maneuvered his wheelchair beside her, bending down to pick up a lollipop. Where did this come from? He was aware that she had spent considerable time in the kitchen these past few days, with several guards assisting her. Mu Yunshu's response was somewhat evasive. I bought the candy with my own money, and Jianqi helped me peel the bamboo sticks. I did not take advantage of the prince. Rong Jiusi cast a glance at her, then turned to Jianqi, inquiring, is it delicious? The two replied ambiguously, not good. Rong Jiusi raised her eyelids slightly, prompting them to hastily pull the lollipops from their mouths, discard them onto the ground, and stomp on them. Mu Yunshu remarked, this is a bit excessive. Rong Jiusi waved her hand, and the two, lacking in loyalty, abandoned Mu Yunshu and departed. She took a deep breath, grinding her teeth. How could Jianqi, with such a despicable nature, dare to propose marriage? As she pondered this, she observed Rong Jiusi unwrapping the lollipop encased in its brown paper and placing it directly into his mouth. Mu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the sight of such a cold and proud individual sitting there, expressionless, consuming a lollipop. Rong Jiusi, typically not fond of sweets, frowned slightly after tasting it, yet took another bite. To Mu Yunshu's astonishment, he continued to eat the lollipop with an air of elegance, savoring it until it was entirely gone. Rong Jiusi, surprised by his own actions, cleared his throat and remarked, it tastes quite good. Is there any more? Mu Yunshu shook her head. There is none left. Rong Jiusi replied nonchalantly, next time you make it, prepare a portion for this prince. Mu Yunshu smiled in response, but had no intention of doing so. She had no desire to grow close to him, nor to seek his favor. Rong Jiusi, wishing to engage her in conversation, found himself at a loss for words, as he was not adept at small talk. Just then, the steward approached and said, Your Highness, a messenger from the Duke of Loyalty and Valor has come to report that their eldest son has been missing for 3 days and seeks your assistance in locating him. Chapter 62. The disappearance of Mu Yunshu, who had initially intended to make her escape, halted her steps. What did you say? She inquired. Upon confirming the timeline, they realized the eldest son had indeed been missing for 3 days. Mu Yunshu was acutely aware of the precarious position Mu Qingyuan held within the Duke's household. They were indifferent to his well-being. The fact that the Duke's messenger had come to the royal residence merely served to formalize the matter. Furious, Mu Yunshu exclaimed. They waited 3 days before reporting his absence. At present, I have no pressing matters, so I shall accompany you, remarked Rong Jiusi in a calm tone. Although Mu Yunshu was somewhat reluctant to have him join her, The uncertainty surrounding Mu Qingyuan's fate weighed heavily on her. Her own abilities were limited, and there were numerous threats lurking outside, eager to harm her. Thus, she conceded, "In that case, I am grateful for your assistance, Your Highness." Rong Jiusi instructed the steward, "Prepare the carriage." With a single command, the carriage was soon ready, and several guards, including Jian Qi, quickly gathered to accompany them. During this time, Mu Yunshu summoned the young servant who had brought the news from the duke's household to inquire further about the situation. The servant, upon entering the royal residence, appeared disinterested and merely stated, "I have relayed all that I know. Beyond that, I cannot assist you." Given his demeanor, it seemed likely that the young master had simply wandered off to indulge in some frivolous escapade. After uttering these words, he clutched his stomach and asked, "Where's the restroom?" Observing his behavior, Mu Yunshu realized he was not one to remain composed. The young servant, irritated by the beating, sought to retaliate but was swiftly sent sprawling by a guard's kick. "How dare you think of disrespecting the princess?" Only then did the servant realize the gravity of his situation and refrained from further provocation. This incident transpired at the entrance of the royal residence, and upon witnessing the commotion, a bystander hastily fled the scene. Rong Jiusi, seated in his wheelchair, observed with a contemplative expression, a glint of chilling intent flickering in his eyes. He and Mu Yunshu soon arrived at the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery's estate, which remained as orderly as ever, devoid of any sign of chaos due to Mu Qingyuan's absence. Once the carriage came to a halt, Mu Yunshu leapt down and hurried into the estate. Noticing her swift departure, Rong Jiusi opted to wait in the carriage. "The Duke happens to be away these days, and I am unable to seek out your brother," she remarked. Accompanying her was Mu Yunshu, who was adorned in a vibrant and eye-catching manner. She urged Su Shi, "Mother, why do you waste so many words on her? The Qianglin banquet hosted by the third prince's consort is about to commence. We shall be late if we delay any further." Su Shi replied with a nod. Smiling as she addressed Mu Yunshu, "As you can see, both Xinjin and I are exceedingly busy and cannot spare the time to search for Qingyuan. Since you are free at present, why not seek him out yourself? I have heard he has offended quite a few individuals recently. If you do find him, you must act swiftly, lest you worry about his safety." Mu Yunshu interjected, "Qingyuan is missing, and you still wish to attend the banquet?" Su Shi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Precisely because he is missing, we must attend the banquet to celebrate. The Marquis's residence has yet to establish a legitimate heir, primarily due to his holding the position of the eldest son, making it improper to bypass him for the title. However, should he meet an untimely end, my son would be able to rightfully petition for the title of heir." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu's eyes blazed with anger, yet Su's voice rang out tearfully, "I am deeply concerned for Qingyuan as well. However, I must attend to the invitation from the third prince's consort. To neglect it would be utterly disrespectful. Yunshu, I entrust the matter of finding Qingyuan to you. If anything unfortunate were to befall him, it would be a reflection of your failure as an elder sister. His demise would be on your conscience." Mu Yunshu had endured countless shameless remarks, yet none could eclipse Su's words. Mu Yunshu could barely contain her disdain, rolling her eyes as she scoffed. "You two siblings are truly without shame. Your mother has been deceased for many years. It's one thing not to have met the same fate, but to cling obstinately to the titles of legitimate son and daughter is utterly revolting. You ought to depart this world, allowing my brother and me to take our rightful places." Su, having wed the loyal and brave Marquis, bore one son and one daughter. This time, when Rong Jiusi did not alight from the carriage, she assumed he was absent and felt no need to feign civility. She had long been incensed over her brother's inability to secure the title of heir, believing that Mu Yunshu and Mu Qingyuan were exceedingly lacking in awareness. They were well aware that they did not garner the Marquis's favor, yet they persisted in loitering at home, consuming resources without merit, an irksome situation indeed. Upon hearing the news of Mu Qingyuan's capture, they were nearly jubilant enough to set off firecrackers in celebration. It was Su who insisted that this matter must be communicated to Mu Yunshu, as she currently bore the identity of the princess consort of Dingwang, and any ensuing turmoil would reflect poorly upon her. They informed Mu Yunshu of Mu Qingyuan's disappearance, suggesting that if Mu Yunshu failed to locate him, it would be a testament to her incompetence, and they would bear no blame for it. Upon hearing Su and Mu Yunshu's remarks, Mu Yunshu began to comprehend why the original owner's psyche had become so distorted. Anyone subjected to such relentless mental manipulation would find it exceedingly difficult to retain their sanity. She inquired in a subdued tone, "So, the Hofu of Zhongyong is aware of Qingyuan's disappearance, yet has made no effort to search for him? What is there to search for?" Mu Yunshu retorted coldly. The capital is vast. Searching for a single individual would require immense effort and expense. With the time and resources needed for such a pursuit, it would be far more prudent for me to simply sit and rest, perhaps acquire a few exquisite hairpins. Moreover, if he were to perish, it would be a momentous occasion indeed. Once he is gone, your demise would not be far behind, for the Prince of Ding cannot possibly have much longer to live. With his death, yours would surely follow. After uttering these words, she cast a disdainful glance at Mu Yunshu and added, if you wish for him to be found promptly, do not obstruct my path or impede my affairs. With that, she reached out to push Mu Yunshu. In response, Mu Yunshu seized her hand, executing a deft maneuver that sent her crashing to the ground. Following the fall, Mu Yunshu ruthlessly removed the hairpin from her head, the necklace from her neck, and the bracelet from her wrist in one swift motion. Mu Yunshu, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? She screamed. Chapter 63. The men of the Duke's residence dared to do anything. Mu Yunshu scoffed. When you plotted against me last time, I longed to strike you. But alas, the opportunity eluded me. Today, you have willingly presented yourself. If I do not retaliate, it would be an affront to justice. Su Shi screamed as she rushed to restrain Mu Yunshu, simultaneously berating her. Mu Yunshu, what madness has overtaken you? How can you even strike your own sister? With a swift motion, Mu Yunshu delivered a resounding slap to Su Shi's face and followed up with a sweeping kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Su Shi fell face first, and as she did, Mu Yunshu seated herself upon her back, ruthlessly yanking out all the hairpins adorning Su Shi's head. After completing this act, she delivered a kick to Su Shi's face, just as the household servants of the Marquis rushed to intervene, holding a hairpin against Su Shi's throat. Mu Yunshu regarded the servants with a composed demeanor, causing them to hesitate. With a slight smile, she proclaimed, I extend my gratitude to the madam and my second sister for presenting me with all your valuables to seek out Qing Yuan. I am aware that my father holds no affection for Qing Yuan. Even if he were to go missing, you would be powerless to command the Marquis's men to search for him. I recognize your limitations in this matter, yet your intentions are appreciated. As she spoke, she stuffed the gathered items into her bosom, then seized Su Shi by the hair, yanking her upright. Su Shi, seething with rage, retorted, Mu Yunshu, I am your stepmother. Beware, lest heaven strike you down for this insolence. Mu Yunshu coldly replied, the wrath of heaven is far more likely to befall a stepmother who mistreats her legitimate daughter. Before the heavens strike me, they shall surely smite you first. After she spoke, she forcefully slammed Su's head against the wall, producing a resounding thud akin to that of a large watermelon being struck. Su immediately lost consciousness. Mu Yunshu, who had initially intended to pounce on Mu Yunshu, was rendered speechless in shock, her face a mask of disbelief as she exclaimed, how dare you? Mu Yunshu, in a state of fear, threw Su backward and exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. Seizing the moment when the house servants rushed to attend to Su, she swiftly fled. Mu Yunshu, in a fit of urgency, shouted, stop her. The house servants pursued Mu Yunshu as she ran, calling out, help. The wife of the loyal and brave Marquis has sent people to kidnap the legitimate son born of the legal wife, and plots to harm the legitimate daughter born of the legal wife. The house servants hesitated, uncertain whether to continue the chase. After all, the Marquis's residence was surrounded by noble officials from the capital. Should they pursue her and be seen, it would appear as though the Marquis's household was bullying Mu Yunshu. Amid their indecision, Mu Yunshu, exasperated, cried out, what are you waiting for? Go after Mu Yunshu and kill that wretch. Upon hearing her command, the house servants hastily followed suit. Inside the carriage, Rong Jiusi heard the commotion and knew that Mu Yunshu often acted unpredictably, yet the disturbance was far greater than he had anticipated. As he lifted the curtain to allow Jianqi to assist, he caught sight of Mu Yunshu dashing out, pursued by a throng of household servants. Rong Jiusi. The guards. Mu Yunshu tumbled into the carriage, weeping uncontrollably. Your Highness, they not only refuse to search for the missing Qing Yuan, but they also intend to kill me. She shouted fiercely, yet kept her distance from Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi glanced at her before lifting the curtain of the carriage. The swords of the guards, led by Jianqi, were drawn, causing the approaching servants to hesitate and halt in their tracks. Rong Jiusi merely cast a cold glance at them before commanding, strike. The guards promptly descended upon the advancing servants, delivering a thorough beating. The guards of the Duke's residence were seasoned warriors, skilled in combat, far surpassing the ordinary servants of the loyal and brave Marquis's estate. In mere moments, all the servants were left sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Mu Yunshu rushed out, her hair disheveled and looking rather disheveled herself. "Your Highness, you must uphold justice," she exclaimed. "Mu Yunshu has gone mad today, rampaging through the Marquis's residence, attacking both me and my mother." She believed her current appearance, delicate and fragile, was captivating enough to elicit sympathy from Rong Jiusi, who would undoubtedly defend her. To her dismay, Rong Jiusi replied, "My princess is gentle and virtuous. She would never act in such a manner. It must be that you have wronged her, prompting her to retaliate. The servants pursuing her is undeniable proof. Your slander against her is unforgivable. Seize her and silence her." As his words fell, Jianqi delivered 2 resounding slaps to Mu Yunshu. It was evident that she had been bullying Mu Yunshu. Jianqi, considering himself a loyal brother to Mu Yunshu, felt compelled to act on her behalf without mercy. The 2 slaps left Mu Yunshu's face swollen like a pig's head, leaving Mu Yunshu in stunned silence at the sight. She was aware that Rong Jiusi, this troublesome man, was not easy to deal with. However, when he did not bully her but instead dealt with others, it was an exhilarating sight to behold. She gave Rong Jiusi a thumbs up. "What the prince says is true." He casually waved his hand and instructed Jianqi, "Go find Qin Yushi and inform him that the Duke of Loyalty and Valor has permitted his second wife to mistreat the children born of the first wife and has incited his servants to brutally assault the princess of the state. Such behavior is unworthy of a father or a minister." Qin Yushi and the Duke of Loyalty and Valor had a long-standing grudge against each other. Their discord was well known. By providing Qin Yushi with incriminating evidence against the Duke, Rong Jiusi was confident that he would seize this opportunity to vehemently report to the emperor. If things went awry, the entire Duke's household would face dire consequences. Mu Yunshu felt disheartened by the people of the Duke's household, as they were all scoundrels. Her concern for Mu Yunshu grew deeper. With him missing and without any leads, where could she possibly search for him? Rong Jiusi interjected, "Go to Ziyuan Academy." Noticing Mu Yunshu's gaze upon him, he continued in a calm tone, "Your brother is a student at Ziyuan Academy and has consistently performed well. The scholars there hold him in high regard. Given his current disappearance, the scholars may have some clues." Mu Yunshu inquired, "How does the prince know all this?" Rong Jiusi looked at her and replied, "Since I have married you, it is only natural that I must understand what kind of person you are and who surrounds you." Mu Yunshu was taken aback. She found it rather remarkable that he spoke so confidently about having investigated her affairs, relying on his assistance to find Mu Yunshu. She flattered him, "There is nothing in this world that can escape the prince's notice. You are truly formidable." Rong Jiusi. His companion's insincere flattery struck him as peculiar. They soon arrived at Ziyuan Academy, where the headmaster, having heard of their arrival, hurriedly came to greet them. Mu Yunshu cut straight to the chase and inquired, "Headmaster, when was the last time Qin Yuan was seen at the academy?" The headmaster regarded her with a glance. Previously, the opinions of those in the capital about her were rather unfavorable, yet her demeanor at this moment appeared to diverge from the rumors. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Man. He replied, "Mu Yunshu maintains a remarkably regular schedule, visiting the scripture pavilion every evening to study with his master. The last person in the academy to have seen him was indeed his master." Mu Yunshu expressed her surprise. "Master?" In the academy, the term for teacher is typically fuzi, and master is quite rare. The headmaster elucidated during the last visit. The national master was invited to the mountain to deliver teachings and found a remarkable affinity with Mu Yunshu, believing him to possess considerable talent, thus taking him as a disciple. However, the national master is known for his discretion and instructed us not to disclose this matter publicly. So only I and a select few teachers are aware of it. The national master is aware of your impending visit and is already waiting for you in the scripture pavilion. Allow me to escort you there." Mu Yunshu was taken aback by this revelation. National Master Shi Wuxing undoubtedly stands as the most enigmatic figure of this dynasty, without exception. He resides in the Wenxing Pavilion, seldom concerning himself with court affairs. Even when the Emperor Yuanming sought his astrological insights, he had to personally extend the invitation, as few have had the privilege of encountering him in person. She hurriedly sought to uncover the matters concerning Mu Yunshu, oblivious to the slightly furrowed brow of Rong Jiusi. At this moment, the academy had dismissed its students, who were now making their way outside. Upon spotting Mu Yunshu and Rong Jiusi, curious glances were cast in their direction. The headmaster led them into the scripture pavilion, gently knocking on the door. A refined male voice echoed from within, inviting, "Please enter." As the headmaster opened the door, Mu Yunshu beheld a graceful man clad in white, seated on a mat, his back turned towards them. With a subtle gesture, Shi Wuxing signaled for the headmaster to leave, who closed the door behind him. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Shi Wuxing and casting a golden glow about him. Even from behind, he appeared ethereal, as if the light were painting the very essence of the mountains. Mu Yunshu respectfully bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the national master." The headmaster mentioned, "I know you have come for Qing Yuan," Shi Wuxing replied in a calm tone. "This is a tribulation destined for him. Presently, you are the only one capable of saving him." As he spoke, he slowly turned to face her, and Mu Yunshu was taken aback by his extraordinary appearance. His features were striking, rivaling those of Rong Jiusi, yet lacking the latter's somewhat aggressive edge. Instead, his visage exuded a gentle warmth. His demeanor was impeccable, exuding a refined elegance intertwined with an ethereal quality. Every movement he made carried an indescribable charm, calming even the most restless of souls. Remarkably, he was quite young. Mu Yunshu had long heard of his renowned name, assuming he must be in his 40s or 50s. However, his current appearance suggested he was at most 25. A pair of hands covered her eyes. It was Rong Jiusi. He spoke coldly. "It has been years since we last met, yet you still delight in playing tricks." His voice was frigid, brushing against Mu Yunshu's heart. Shi Wuxing's lips curled into a faint smile. "How does it feel, Jiusi, to have tasted the flavor of affection for the first time? Could it be that he had developed feelings for Mu Yunshu?" The thought rushed into his mind, making his breath quicken involuntarily. Observing Jiusi's expression, Shi Wuxing chuckled. It seems Jiusi is still unaware of his own feelings. Naturally, it was entirely normal for someone of Jiusi's temperament to be bewildered by matters of the heart. Mu Yunshu cast a curious glance at Rong Jiusi. Hadn't he already taken a liking to Su Yusen? How could he be oblivious to his own sentiments? Feeling her gaze upon him, Rong Jiusi slowly turned to look at her. His eyes were deep as the ocean, swirling with hidden storms that seemed capable of engulfing her. Shi Wuxing, witnessing their interaction, appeared to understand, and leisurely picked up a teacup, pouring tea for both of them. Mu Yunshu, observing his unhurried movements, grew anxious and directly inquired, "I heard from the mountain master that Qing Yuan has taken the national master as his mentor. Might the national master enlighten us on the last time he saw Qing Yuan? Did he mention his destination?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Shi Wuxing's clear eyes. "People often seek my counsel, requesting a divination or inquiring about fortune and misfortune." Mu Yunshu inquired, "Master of the nation, can you divine the exact location of Qing Yuan?" Shi Wuxing replied, "I cannot." Mu Yunshu pressed on, "If I directly ask about Qing Yuan's fortune, will you provide me with an answer?" Shi Wuxing responded, "I cannot." With a glance at him, Mu Yunshu questioned, "Then why am I asking you these things?" Shi Wuxing remained silent. After all, as the nation's master, he was the most knowledgeable in the art of divination, and those who sought him out invariably had matters of great importance. They desired answers from him rather than seeking them independently. Rong Jiusi observed Shi Wuxing, noting that it was the first time he had witnessed him rendered speechless by someone's challenge. He remarked softly, "Some individuals, having feigned mystique for too long, come to believe they are attuned to the supernatural, feeling invincible. Yet, they forget that there exist individuals with clarity of mind, unblinded by the trivial." Shi Wuxing resumed pouring tea. Mu Yunshu, growing impatient at his leisurely manner, urged, "Since the master is willing to meet with me, he surely intends to share news regarding Qing Yuan. Could you please finish your words before indulging in tea?" Had she not sought his assistance, she feared she might have snatched the cup from his hands. Shi Wuxing regarded her, noticing the urgency and sincerity in her eyes, and thus set the cup down. He spoke softly, "Do you realize that even the emperor would not address me in such a manner?" Mu Yunshu took a deep breath and replied, "That is because he does not have a missing relative. When one harbors concerns and attachments, a sense of urgency inevitably arises." Shi Wuxing sighed gently, "Indeed. I have learned much from you." Mu Yunshu urged, "Could you please get to the point?" If Qing Yuan had not gone missing, his graceful demeanor would have been a delight to her. However, with each passing moment, Qing Yuan's peril increased, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Shi Wuxing observed her anxious disposition and sighed. "Qing Yuan once told me that his sister treats him exceptionally well. I was skeptical then, but I believe it now." Seeing him ramble on with trivialities, Mu Yunshu grew even more impatient. How could he be like this? Chapter 65, he has developed feelings for her. Shi Wuxing smiled gently. "Do not fret. Qing Yuan is currently safe and out of danger. Have you consulted the divination for Qing Yuan?" Mu Yunshu inquired. Shi Wuxing nodded, prompting Mu Yunshu to ask Rong Jiusi, "Is his divination accurate?" She held a degree of skepticism towards such superstitions, as she had never fully embraced them. Shi Wuxing chuckled softly at her expression, Once you find Qingyuan, if time permits, you may seek me at the Star Pavilion. He continued, the last time I saw Qingyuan, he appeared normal. After class that day, he departed as usual, without mentioning any destination. He did express his determination to study harder and achieve success, to become your pillar of support. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. Although Mu Qingyuan had a reserved nature and had shown concern for her, he had never uttered a word of genuine care before her. Such sentiments had never been voiced in her presence. Master Wu Xing spoke softly, after his disappearance. I once divined for him, whether it be auspicious or not. Mu Yunshu, unfamiliar with the significance of the divination, inquired, what does that mean? Previously, I was unaware of who had ensnared him, but upon seeing you today, I comprehend. Are you implying that he has been implicated by me? Mu Yunshu asked. Wu Xing replied with a serene smile. That is not my implication. It is the meaning of the divination. Mu Yunshu, feeling that further conversation was futile, immediately rose to her feet. Wu Xing calmly stated, his study is the one marked with the character Jia, the room on the far right with walls overrun by climbing ivy. How do you know I intend to visit his study? Mu Yunshu queried. Wu Xing responded with a gentle smile, it is merely a guess. Mu Yunshu said nothing further and turned to leave. Rong Jiusi wished to follow, but Wu Xing interjected, it has been a while since we last met, Jiusi. Do you not have any questions for me? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu remarked at the door, the prince is here reminiscing with the national master. I shall return shortly. Rong Jiusi did not perceive any shared history between himself and Wu Xing worth recalling. However, having just realized his feelings for Mu Yunshu, he felt a tinge of awkwardness in her presence and chose not to pursue her. Wu Xing observed him with a smile. What is it that you fear, Jiusi? Rong Jiusi replied coldly. There is no need for you to feign mystery before me. In my eyes, you are merely a slightly more sophisticated charlatan. Wu Xing, unfazed by this remark, sighed softly. What does it matter if I see through the affairs of this world? I am merely a scholar, powerless and feeble. Aware that there are certain matters beyond my ability to alter, it is perhaps wiser to feign ignorance. Rong Jiusi replied with a stoic expression. There is no need to present your complicity in wrongdoing with such grandeur. Sure, Wu Xing offered a self-deprecating smile. If you must frame it in that manner, I shall not contest it. You were originally destined for demise, yet after numerous struggles, you have procured a slender thread of survival. How does that feel? Rong Jiusi's countenance grew even colder. What are you insinuating? The mirth in Sure Wu Xing's eyes deepened. What is it like to harbor affection for someone? Rong Jiusi retorted coldly. You cannot possibly believe I have feelings for Mu Yunshu? Is it not so? Sure Wu Xing replied calmly, given Jiusi's temperament. It is quite extraordinary that you would endure such patience in her company. Rong Jiusi's expression hardened further. At present, I am but a useless individual, with time being my only companion. He continued, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. No matter her shortcomings, she remains my consort, chosen personally by the Empress, upon thrust upon me by various factions eager to witness my downfall. He turned to Sure Wu Xing. On what grounds should I allow them to revel in my misfortune? Sure Wu Xing chose not to respond, instead sipping his tea. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from a distance, causing Rong Jiusi's expression to shift dramatically as he swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair towards the sound. Sure Wu Xing drained his cup and chuckled softly, commenting, you are ever so contradictory. Just as Rong Jiusi exited, Jian Shi promptly pushed him towards the study. As they arrived, they were met with the sight of the library door wide open, books strewn across the floor, and no sign of Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded, pursue. Upon their exit, they witnessed someone carrying a woman scaling the wall. Jian Shi immediately employed lightness skills to give chase. When his subordinates followed, they discovered several individuals at the entrance, each bearing a woman, hastily loading them into carriages. Upon catching up to one carriage for inspection, they realized the woman was not the princess, and it was too late to pursue the others. Rong Jiusi comprehended the situation upon hearing this. Mu Qingyuan's abduction was merely a ruse, the true target being Mu Yunshu. He coldly inquired, were you involved in this affair? Sure Wu Xing offered a faint smile. You know well that I never engage in court disputes, nor do I entangle myself in any consequences. Rong Jiusi's gaze was frigid. You have been residing in the academy. It is impossible for you to be unaware of the happenings. Are you questioning me? Sure Wu Xing's tone was languid. Even if I were aware, these matters remain entirely unrelated to me. He then turned to Rong Jiusi. Having known you for many years, this is the first time I have witnessed you in such a state of panic. Rong Jiusi's voice was icy. You claim to be an observer. untouched by any consequences. Yet, the moment you accepted Mu Yunshu as a disciple, you became entwined in the very fabric of this worldly turmoil. True detachment is an impossibility. Shi Wuxing paused in his tea drinking, and Rong Jiusi turned to leave. Shi Wuxing remarked behind him, "Her disappearance can so profoundly stir your emotions. Dare you claim you are untouched by her?" Rong Jiusi tightened his grip on the wheelchair, yet chose to disregard Shi Wuxing's words. After he exited, he instructed Jianqi, "Convey the order, spare no effort. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, we must locate Mu Yunshu." Jianqi cast him a glance, acknowledged the command, and promptly set about making the necessary arrangements. Rong Jiusi had maintained a notably low profile over the past year. Few were aware of his true capabilities, which he seldom employed. However, for Mu Yunshu, he was now willing to disregard all caution. This was not in line with Rong Jiusi's usual manner of conduct. Once Jianqi had completed the preparations, he could not suppress his curiosity and quietly inquired, "Your Highness, could it be that you truly harbor feelings for the princess?" Chapter 66. Actions speak louder than words. Rong Jiusi shot him a sidelong glance, responding, "Regardless of whether I engage with her or choose to dismiss her, she remains the designated princess. From the moment she bore that title, this foundation is not something you can undermine." Upon hearing this, Jianqi realized he had been overheard, and in fright, knelt before him, declaring, "I would never dare to undermine your Highness." Rong Jiusi, vexed by his foolishness, coldly retorted, "If anything were to befall her, I shall be the first to have your head." Jianqi, he was rather perplexed. He could not comprehend why, should something happen to Mu Yunshu, Rong Jiusi would hold him accountable, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Mu Yunshu had been rendered unconscious the moment she entered the study room. When she eventually regained consciousness, she found herself in a dark and damp place. She reached to touch the back of her head, feeling a sharp pain that made her involuntarily gasp. "Are you all right?" came the voice of Mu Yunshu. Turning her head, Mu Yunshu saw him sitting not far away. A look of concern etched on his face. She noticed the relief wash over him. As long as he was unharmed, everything was fine. "Where are we?" she inquired. "I have called out as well, yet no one responded. This place seems quite remote, desolate, and devoid of life." As Mu Yunshu rubbed her neck and surveyed her surroundings, she observed moss growing on the ground, but the area was surrounded by brick walls forming a circular structure. If her instincts were correct, they had found themselves in an abandoned brick kiln. Such kilns were typically situated outside the city. They must have been taken to some forsaken spot. After scanning the vicinity, she confirmed Mu Yunshu's assertion. They were indeed encircled, trapped by towering walls that stood at least 10 feet high, with a flat terrain below. The walls were broad at the base and narrow at the top, slanting inward, effectively thwarting any attempts to climb out. The opening that should have been used for stacking firewood was also bricked up, immovable. Grinding her teeth, she pondered. "The masterminds behind our abduction have gone to great lengths to bring us here. What is their intention?" Mu Yunshu admitted his ignorance. Mu Yunshu recalled another matter. "You mentioned you had been confined here for 3 days. Has anyone come to deliver sustenance during that time?" He shook his head. "No. They provide neither food nor water. I usually have a habit of keeping some provisions and water in my bag, and it is those supplies that have sustained me through these days. However, the provisions are nearly depleted. If this continues, we shall starve to death in this place." Mu Yunshu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Their intention in imprisoning us cannot solely be to let us perish from hunger. There must be other ulterior motives." Mu Yunshu concurred with her assessment, yet he perceived this as a potential opportunity for escape. Mu Yunshu, however, was less optimistic. "The very fact that they dared to confine us here indicates their considerable strength surpasses ours. Between the two of us, who possesses the capability to fight?" Mu Yunshu. Indeed, this is a sobering and melancholic subject. Upon noticing his expression, Mu Yunshu chuckled softly. "Although our combat skills may be lacking, we can compensate for our deficiencies in strength through alternative means." Mu Yunshu inquired, "How can we compensate?" "We are surrounded by walls, devoid of even a stick. In such a place, enhancing our combat prowess seems implausible. Surely, we cannot dismantle the walls and wield bricks against our captors." As she had anticipated, the following morning, sounds echoed above them. A voice resonated from overhead. "Mu Yunshu, today is your day." Mu Yunshu looked up to see Li Jinping's head peering down. She had contemplated the identity of her captor, but had never suspected Li Jin, for in her mind, he was nothing short of a complete fool. It was difficult to envision a fool concocting such a meticulous scheme or possessing the formidable prowess of the guards. Yet, it was indeed Li Jin who appeared before them now. A heavily powdered, wrinkled visage leaned in close to Li Jin, and the woman, with a piercing voice, inquired, "Is this the enchanting beauty you spoke of?" After uttering her words, she directed a command at Mu Yunshu, "Stand up and take a few steps." Mu Yunshu dismissed him as if he were speaking nonsense, paying him no heed. Li Jin scoffed, "Mu Yunshu, you are merely a prisoner now. How dare you put on airs in my presence?" With a languid demeanor, Mu Yunshu retorted, "I shall put on airs indeed, if you have the guts. Come down and strike me." Li Jin remained silent, for she spent her days confined within the walls of the Dingwang mansion, and he lacked the courage to create a disturbance there. Now that she had offended a noble and fallen into his grasp, he intended to torment her mercilessly. He let out a cold huff, stating, "I shall not engage in a war of words with you. Now that you are in my grasp, I will ensure you find no escape, nor solace in death." Mu Yunshu yawned lazily. "Don't merely speak. Come down and prove it." Li Jin was convinced she had lost her wits. A normal woman would be in a state of panic under such circumstances, yet she remained remarkably composed, as if the one in peril was not her at all. A woman accompanying her burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Now, here is a spirited one." I do adore women with character. It was known that spirited women had fiery temperaments and made quite the stir in bed, making them particularly appealing to men. Earlier, Mu Yunshu had been contemplating the identity of this woman, and upon hearing her words, she recognized her as the madam of a brothel. Mu Qingyuan's voice cut through the air coldly. "Li Jin, if you have business with me, release my sister." Li Jin sneered, "Release your sister? You must be dreaming. That wretched Mu Yunshu humiliated me in public last time, and I will not let this matter rest. I intend to sell her into a brothel, to be trampled by 1,000 men and degraded to the lowest depths of disgrace." Mu Qingyuan's anger was palpable, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "She is the princess consort of the Dingwang. Do you not fear the retribution of the Dingwang for treating her in such a manner?" Li Jin dismissed him with a wave. "That princess consort is nothing but a fade. Everyone in the capital knows how she came to marry the Dingwang. He likely loathes her to the core. If I assist the Dingwang in selling her off, he might even be grateful to me." Mu Qingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on Li Jin and tear him apart, but Mu Yunshu restrained him, saying, "There is no need to waste energy on such a fool. Let us sit and rest." Li Jin, incensed, shouted, "Mu Yunshu, whom are you calling a fool?" Chapter 67. Sending you to heaven. Mu Yunshu smiled. "Whoever admits it is one." Li Jin was furious, shouting in exasperation. He immediately turned to the madam, declaring, "I will sell this pair of siblings to you. Take them away at once." The madam inquired, "How much silver?" Li Jin glanced at the composed siblings sitting within, his anger boiling. "1 copper coin." The madam burst into laughter, retrieving a copper coin from her pocket and handing it to Li Jin. "They are mine now." Li Jin cautioned the madam, "These siblings have quite the temper. Do be careful with them." The madam dismissively remarked, "No matter how furious they are, I can easily strip them of their anger." After speaking, she turned to confirm with Li Jin, "Will their family truly not come to seek them?" Li Jin assured her, "Although they appear to hold high status, they're among the least favored individuals." The madam was merely going through the motions of inquiry. In any case, she would whisk them away from the capital, leaving them to call out to heaven in vain and earth unresponsive. She suspended a cigarette with a string, covering it afterward. Inside, Mu Yunshu inquired loudly, "What is this?" The madam smiled, "This is something to excite you. Since you are siblings, you should first bond well inside. Ha ha." Had Mu Yunshu not been married, the madam would have contemplated preserving her virginity. Now that she knew Mu Yunshu was wed, it mattered little how many men she had slept with. Earlier, when she witnessed Mu Yunshu confront Li Jin, she indeed displayed some spirit. Dealing with such individuals was a forte of the madam, who knew precisely how to obliterate them. Despite Mu Yunshu considering herself worldly, she still underestimated the malice of human nature at this moment. A mere whiff revealed the composition of that alluring scent, potent aphrodisiacs. Her fist clenched as she coldly stated, "With all the wicked deeds you commit, do you not fear retribution?" Li Jin, initially intending to leave after selling the individuals, found renewed interest upon hearing the madam's words. "I have yet to share a bed with Mu Yunshu. Although she is quite detestable, her beauty is of unparalleled grace. You wait here. I shall descend and indulge in some play with them." As a prominent scion of the capital, he had never engaged in such an amusing spectacle. The matron chuckled, All right, but Li Xiao must wait a moment until this pair of siblings concludes their business. Then you may proceed. By that time, she will be utterly languid, at your disposal. Li Jin grinned lecherously. Excellent. You possess quite the clever methods. After speaking, he turned to Mu Yunshu and remarked, haven't you always prided yourself on being a scholar, holding yourself in high regard? Once you have been with your sister, you will be no better than a beast. Mu Yunshu retorted furiously, Li Jin, you are utterly inhuman. Li Jin laughed heartily. You ought to be grateful to me today, were it not for my intervention. You would not have the opportunity to be with your sister. Mu Yunshu was so disgusted by these two that she felt she might vomit. If she did not rid herself of these two wretches today, she would no longer be Mu Yunshu. She retrieved 2 pills from her bosom, swallowed one herself, and handed the other to Mu Yunshu. She spoke softly to him. Hold your breath and position your nose toward that small opening. Leave the rest to me. Mu Yunshu looked at her with some apprehension, to which she responded with a light laugh. I have not been a particularly exemplary sister. Previously, I was easily swayed into coveting things beyond my reach, failing to care for you, and instead demanding your care for me. This time, allow me to be a qualified sister. Mu Yunshu inquired, what do you intend to do? Mu Yunshu smiled faintly. Why? To present them with a grand surprise. Mu Yunshu was at a loss regarding the kind of surprise she intended to bestow upon those scoundrels. Given their current predicament, they had reached a dead end, and he could not fathom her intentions. The scent of the incense in the brick kiln grew increasingly oppressive. He initially felt somewhat dizzy, but after consuming Mu Yunshu's medicine, he felt considerably better. The madam had already sealed the lid. Once the lid was tightly fastened, the toxic fumes would permeate the space, ensuring they would succumb to poisoning swiftly. Soon, distressing sounds emanated from within. Li Jin pressed his ear against the lid, his blood boiling with anticipation. The madam chuckled. Once you are poisoned by my concoction, even the most virtuous maiden will melt into a puddle. Li Jin inquired, can I descend now? The madam replied with a smile. Just a moment longer. The commotion inside grew increasingly intense, and Li Jin felt an urgent itch of impatience. After approximately 15 minutes, the madam lifted the lid. Yet Mu Yunshu and Mu Yunshu were nowhere to be seen. Due to the unique nature of the brick kiln, there was still space inside, and Li Jin suspected the two were rolling about on the floor. Eagerly, he instructed his servant to lower the rope and leaped into the kiln. However, the moment he descended, he did not witness the chaotic scene he had anticipated. Instead, he found Mu Yunshu smiling at him. A foreboding feeling surged within him, and he shouted, pull me up quickly. Yet it was too late. Mu Yunshu lunged at him, striking him down and swiftly untying the ropes that bound him. Both the madam and Li Jin's servant were taken aback. The madam exclaimed, you are not poisoned? The servant outside shouted, release my young master. Mu Yunshu found his words utterly absurd. The madam, with a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, suggested, let us converse amicably, or perhaps you might ascend here first. Mu Yunshu scoffed coldly, do you think your numbers intimidate us into coming up for a beating? The young servant, anxious to intervene, hesitated. He had witnessed the madam's cruelty before and feared that if he descended, no one would assist Li Jin. With swift determination, Mu Yunshu unsheathed the short blade concealed at Li Jin's waist and severed his belt. Li Jin, momentarily taken aback, misinterpreted her actions as a sign of her being poisoned and intending to commit unspeakable acts upon him. He chuckled, you wish to cut my belt? A simple word from you, and I could. Ah? Mu Yunshu, what are you doing? Before he could finish, she thrust a silver needle into him, rendering him immobile as she brandished a knife, slicing away a piece of flesh from his abdomen right before his wide eyes. With a slight smile, she taunted, guess. As she spoke, the knife descended, piercing through his groin, severing his essence, and subsequently pinning his body to the ground. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the air. The young servant could no longer restrain himself and attempted to descend to rescue Li Jin. However, just as he climbed halfway down, a tremendous roar erupted from the brick kiln, a powerful shockwave propelling him backward. Chapter 68. Had she developed affections for him? Simultaneously, the once sturdy brick kiln was shattered. A gaping hole formed amidst swirling smoke and dust. Mu Yunshu had already dragged Li Jin's body to serve as a shield, positioning it between herself and Mu Yunshu. As the force of the blast subsided, she discarded the blood-soaked Li Jin and swiftly pulled Mu Yunshu to escape through the opening in the kiln. Upon turning, he beheld a dozen burly men charging towards them. Mu Yunshu urged Mu Yunshu, I will hold them off. You must flee. With that, she picked up a stone and hurled it at their assailants. Mu Yuan could not bear to leave her behind. He immediately grabbed a nearby wooden stick and recklessly joined her in the fray. I am a man. It is unreasonable for a woman to take on the burden of protection. If anyone is to leave, it should be you, he declared while swinging the stick. In a state of urgency, Mu Yunshu retorted, my martial skills surpass yours. I can stall them for a while. If you do not leave now, we shall both perish here today. Though her abilities were far from exemplary, she believed her wits were sharper than Mu Yuan's, enabling her to seize opportunities for survival. Mu Yuan, equally anxious, countered, though I call you sister, you are but a mere quarter of an hour older than I. Do not flaunt your seniority before me. Hurry and escape. As he spoke, he struck a burly man beside him with great force, but the stick splintered under the impact. Taken aback, he watched as the man brandished a knife, charging at him. Without hesitation, Mu Yunshu delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, seizing Mu Yuan by the arm and fleeing. What are you dawdling for? Run. Alas, it was too late. They had scarcely moved when several robust men appeared ahead, encircling them completely. The brothel keeper approached with a large pipe in hand, a smile gracing her face. She took a deep puff of the opium smoke and exhaled a swirling cloud. What remarkable spirit you possess, to escape from a dilapidated den in such dire circumstances. My, what a lovely face you have. If you accompany me to Jiangnan, I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Mu Yunshu smiled and remarked, you must be seeking out 10 or 8 men daily to keep me company, aren't you? The matron chuckled. The fact that so many men are eager to spend time with you indicates your desirability. This is indeed a matter for celebration. Preposterous, Mu Yuan retorted, his face aflame with anger. As long as I draw breath, I will never permit you to take my sister from me. The matron laughed heartily. Oh, this young man is rather striking. It has been ages since I encountered someone as handsome as you. Worry not, as long as you accompany me. Your allure will rival that of your sister. Over the years, she had engaged in numerous coercive endeavors, and once she set her sights on someone, escape was not an option. At this moment, she regarded Mu Yunshu and Mu Yuan as two lucrative prospects, having already envisioned their future. First, she would seduce Mu Yuan, then have her associates enchant Mu Yunshu, and they would continue to entertain clients until their last breath. While Mu Yuan's face burned with indignation, Mu Yunshu remained remarkably composed. Understanding that fury would serve no purpose in their current predicament, she chuckled softly. It appears this matron possesses an eye for talent. I'm not boasting, but my brother's looks are unparalleled across the realm. Today, we find ourselves in your grasp, and we shall not flee. We only ask for your mercy. The matron replied with a smile, you are quite the pragmatic one. As long as you comply, I assure you, I will not impose any hardships upon you. Mu Yunshu quickly added, rest assured, we will be exceedingly obedient. The madam waved her hand, prompting 2 burly men to approach with ropes to bind them. As the men advanced, Mu Yunshu flicked her wrist, sending a cloud of white powder into their eyes. He screamed, my eyes. In the midst of her actions, Mu Yuan also threw a handful of white powder. The sibling duo once again broke free from the encirclement. The madam, furious, declared, I have traversed the underworld for many years. There is no one I cannot capture. You lot, pursue them. Whoever captures this pair first shall have the privilege of claiming them. Upon hearing this, the men leered and rushed after the siblings, unfamiliar with their surroundings. Mu Yunshu and Mu Yuan soon found themselves surrounded once more. This time, the men lunged directly at them. Mu Yunshu threw several handfuls of powder, incapacitating the man in her path. However, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed her, and she was quickly seized by one of the men. With a sinister grin, he began to tear at her garments, while Mu Yuan was pinned beneath another. As Mu Yunshu faced imminent capture, she seized the man's throat at an awkward angle, squeezing with all her might until he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yet, another man lunged towards her. Exhausted from her efforts, she realized that her fate was likely sealed this time. She stared wide-eyed at her assailant, clearly perceiving the beastly desire in his gaze and the coarse pores of his skin. If she fell into their hands, her fate would surely be dire. It would be better to end her own life. In that moment, she inexplicably thought of Rong Jiusi, wondering if, in her death, he would be able to find a physician with skills surpassing her own, uncertain whether his disdain for her would cease with her demise, or if he might occasionally reminisce about her. She extracted the final silver needle, poised to pierce her own temple. Yet, just as the needle grazed her skin, a splash of crimson erupted upon her visage. Turning her head, she beheld a fierce arrow lodged in the chest of a burly man, who fell with a resounding thud mere inches from her. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of Rong Jiusi, seated in his wheelchair, bow in hand. For a brief second, she was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Had he come to her rescue? Rubbing her eyes, she confirmed his presence remained steadfast. Jianqi and the other shadow guards surged forward, engaging in combat with the assailants. The brothel madam, sensing the shift in fortune, made a hasty retreat. Do not let her escape, Mu Yunshu urged. Rong Jiusi swiftly notched an arrow, pinning the madam against the wall. The burly men stood no chance against Jianqi and the other guards, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Gasping for breath, Mu Yunshu unsteadily rose to her feet and approached Rong Jiusi. The prince has arrived. Previously, she had perceived him as irritable and difficult to please, yearning to distance herself from him. Yet now, he appeared more agreeable than ever. Rong Jiusi remained still, stating, Indeed, I have come. No one shall harm you again. For reasons unknown, those words stirred an overwhelming urge to weep within Mu Yunshu, a peculiar sensation unfurling in her heart, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Chapter 69. She only wishes to kiss him. Why did you arrive so late? Mu Yunshu sniffled. When she was imprisoned in the brick kiln, she longed for his arrival to rescue her, for only he possessed the antidote to his own poison. Yet, she was acutely aware of his disdain for her. Should she perish, he would likely find joy in her demise. Thus, she held little hope for his intervention. However, upon his actual arrival, she was unexpectedly elated. Rong Jiusi suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and spoke in the most nonchalant tone. This prince may come whenever he pleases. After her disappearance, he had mobilized all his resources to locate her. Following the faintest clues, they had traced her to this vicinity. The terrain here was rather intricate, and it would have taken additional time to find Mu Yunshu, but then they heard a tremendous commotion nearby. They hastily rushed over, relieved to find that it was not too late. Mu Yunshu understood his nature. His presence here, rescuing her, filled her with gratitude. She approached him, smiling. It is sufficient that you have come. It is not too late. Rong Jiusi gazed at her, noting that due to the fierce struggle, her hair was disheveled, her garments torn, and her body marred with blood and grime, rendering her utterly forlorn. In that moment, he felt a pang of heartache. Had he been more vigilant in his protection, she would not have endured such suffering. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. He swiftly grasped her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, murmuring softly, As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. With their proximity, the crisp scent of the cedar enveloped Mu Yunshu, and she could feel his warm body and the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat. The embrace enveloped her in a comforting solace. As the tension in her body relaxed, she felt an overwhelming softness wash over her. An unfamiliar sensation surged within her, fierce and insistent, nearly threatening to engulf her consciousness. Suddenly, she recalled the poison the madam had administered to her earlier in the brick kiln. Although she had consumed an antidote, the subsequent inhalation of too much toxin was now taking its toll. The effects of the antidote were beginning to wane, and she realized that someone like Rong Jiusi was far beyond her reach. If this continued, she would surely embarrass herself. She placed her hand against his chest, striving to steady herself as she declared, I am fine. I apologize for causing the prince concern. The moment the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback by the noticeable difference in her tone. Rong Jiusi turned his gaze toward her and inquired, What troubles you? Mu Yunshu forced a bitter smile and replied, It is nothing. The madam simply administered a rather shameless poison. Rong Jiusi, momentarily perplexed, asked, What kind of shameless poison? Where does it hurt? Allow this prince to examine it. He maneuvered his wheelchair closer, prompting her to step back, but her limbs, weakened and unsteady, betrayed her, and she began to topple towards the ground. In a swift motion, Rong Jiusi grasped her hand, drawing her into his embrace. His body radiated warmth and masculinity, presenting a tantalizing allure in her current state. Overcome by an uncontrollable impulse, she clung to his waist, nuzzling against him, soft whimpers escaping her lips. Rong Jiusi's body stiffened, and he grasped her shoulders, calling out, Mu Yunshu. With the remnants of her consciousness, she lifted her gaze to meet his. His features were strikingly exquisite, with his thin lips tinged with a tempting red hue. She gently shook her head, attempting to clear her mind, only to find herself feeling even more disoriented. Her body pressed closely against his. She found herself devoid of the strength to rise, letting out a few soft whimpers. She yearned to kiss him, to draw nearer. At this moment, her thoughts were muddled, yet she was acutely aware that given Rong Jiusi's profound disdain for her, Daring to act on such impulses would likely result in her being cast aside. Rong Jiusi looked down at her, noting the dreamy glaze in her eyes and the faint blush adorning her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Her garments had been torn, leaving much of her exposed, with the straps of her undergarment draped over her delicate, pale shoulders. Even if he were oblivious to matters of intimacy, he understood the nature of the scandalous predicament she found herself in. For a moment, he was torn between the impulse to push her away or to embrace her. As Jianqi approached, Rong Jiusi swiftly unfastened his cloak, enveloping her entirely within its folds. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to push her away, nor did he wish for any other man to witness her in such a state. Jianqi's eyes widened at Rong Jiusi's actions. Having previously suspected a different sentiment towards Mu Yunshu, now fully convinced of it, he approached, stating, "There are a total of 16 bandits. 12 have been slain. Among them, aside from the brothel's madam, there is Li Jin and his servant. The madam has confessed that it was Li Jin who informed her of the situation. She planned to purchase the princess and take her to Jiangnan as a courtesan." Mu Qingyuan limped over, asserting, "The madam is lying. They locked my sister and me in a brick kiln and administered that kind of drug, intending to utterly ruin us. If it were not for my sister's cleverness in blowing up the brick kiln, I fear." At this point, his face turned crimson with rage, his hands trembling. Rong Jiusi spoke coldly, "Jian Shisan, go and skin that old madam." The term skinning refers to a brutal punishment for enemies in the military, where the skin is removed and stuffed with straw. Jian Shisan, previously responsible for carrying out executions, acknowledged the command and approached the old madam. Moments later, a harrowing scream pierced the air. She let out a single cry before someone silenced her, leaving her unable to utter another word. Mu Qingyuan felt a chill run down his spine at the sound, yet he believed it was the old madam's just deserts. He turned to Rong Jiusi and asked, "Is my sister all right?" Rong Jiusi glanced at him and replied, "She is fine." Jianqi acknowledged the statement, and Rong Jiusi slightly tilted his head to Mu Qingyuan, saying, "If you are unsure of how to address me, you may call me brother-in-law." Mu Qingyuan was taken aback, and Jianqi began to push Rong Jiusi forward. After they had walked approximately 10 paces, Mu Qingyuan finally processed the information. He hurried to catch up, asking, "Your Highness, today you came to rescue my sister and me, and now you want me to call you brother-in-law. Do you have feelings for my sister? I do not wish for my consort to face dangers like this again because of you." Previously, Mu Qingyuan had been worried about Mu Yunshu, fearing that Rong Jiusi would treat her poorly or fail to acknowledge her status. He had even prepared for the possibility of securing a residence for her if Rong Jiusi were to dismiss her. His disposition had always been remarkably reserved, compounded by Mu Yunshu's previously tempestuous temperament. He dared not inquire about her relationship with Rong Jiusi, nor did he feel it appropriate to do so, instead choosing to prepare silently. However, at this moment, Rong Jiusi personally approached Mu Yunshu, coming to her defense and even requesting to be addressed as brother-in-law. Such actions could hardly be attributed to disdain. He quickly expressed, "This time, I have burdened my sister. I shall exercise greater caution in the future to avoid dragging her down." Rong Jiusi, having previously investigated Mu Qingyuan, was aware that this frail youth treated Mu Yunshu exceedingly well. He spoke in a calm tone, "As long as you remain weak, you will inevitably become a burden to her. If you wish to avoid being a liability, you must strive to strengthen yourself." Mu Qingyuan gazed at Rong Jiusi, who continued, "Only with sufficient strength can one avoid being humiliated and stand up for her. Merely accumulating wealth without power or influence renders you vulnerable to others. Ultimately, it is your sister who must come to your rescue. How shameful is that?" Mu Qingyuan's face flushed crimson. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Over the years, he had also aspired to become stronger, yet his circumstances were dire. And despite his efforts, he could barely manage to protect himself. Taking a deep breath, he assured, "Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will not be a burden to my sister. I shall become her pillar of support." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at Mu Qingyuan. Although they were twins, they bore no resemblance to one another. Mu Yunshu radiated brilliance, while Mu Qingyuan possessed a solitary and ethereal appearance. Yet both siblings were strikingly handsome. He nodded slightly, and a delicate, snow-white arm emerged from beneath his cloak, gracefully encircling his neck. Mu Qingyuan, Rong Jiusi. He calmly grasped Mu Yunshu's somewhat unruly hand and tucked it into his cloak, embracing her a little tighter. She let out a soft sigh, biting him in mild dissatisfaction. He felt a twinge of discomfort as well, But since he had inhaled significantly less than Mu Yunshu and the effects of the drug were more potent on women, thus, after Rong Jiusi helped Mu Yunshu into the carriage, he removed the cloak enveloping her. It was then that he noticed her cheeks were flushed and her garments were torn, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin. After discovering his feelings for Mu Yunshu the previous day, Rong Jiusi felt a peculiar unease within him. However, his concern for her safety suppressed these emotions. Upon seeing her today, he was at a loss regarding how to interact with her in the future. The fact that she was now afflicted by this unspeakable poison stirred a secret delight within him. She was now nestled in his arms, irresistibly alluring. Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow slightly and adjusted her clothing. In her dazed state, she found the fabric too stifling once it was pulled up, so she loosened it again. This time, she did so even more thoroughly, exposing a generous expanse of pale skin. Guided by instinct, she pressed herself against him, her hands wandering indiscriminately over his form. As her fingertips unfastened his collar and ventured into his chest, she sighed in contentment. Rong Jiusi did not consider himself a man of unyielding virtue, especially not in the presence of a woman he held dear. His breath quickened involuntarily, and his body reacted beyond his control. He seized her unruly hand once more, lifting her body slightly. She gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. He spoke softly, "Mu Yunshu, recognize who this prince is. Do not wait until the effects of the medicine wear off and cause a scene." His words trailed off, engulfed by a warm, soft sensation, her lips. Rong Jiusi instinctively grasped the armrests of his wheelchair, momentarily at a loss for how to react. He could hear the frantic beating of his own heart. Mu Yunshu's hands wrapped around his neck as she extended her tongue, brushing against his lips. He yearned to push her away, yet found himself unable to do so. As he hesitated, her movements became increasingly audacious, prying open his mouth and exploring within. The sensation was overwhelmingly intoxicating, and Rong Jiusi felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The inner turmoil he had harbored crumbled before her gentle warmth. Casting aside those thoughts, he swiftly transformed from passive to active. He lifted her body, one hand gripping her waist while the other cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Her hands grew bolder, and this time, Rong Jiusi did not restrain her, allowing her fingers to glide over his chest and trail down towards his abdomen. Known for his discipline and composure, he felt himself teetering on the brink of madness as her hands ventured lower. He longed to pin her beneath him, to act on his desires freely. Yet, the remnants of his rationality cautioned him that such actions were inappropriate. Her fervor at this moment was merely a result of the poison. Once its effects subsided, she would likely be filled with regret and remorse upon realizing what had transpired. He harbored affection for her and was willing to indulge in the intimacies of marriage, yet he would not exploit her vulnerability in such a moment. He distanced their bodies slightly and, in a low voice, commanded, "Jianqi, proceed to the other courtyard, swiftly. It is in close proximity." He was uncertain how much longer he could maintain his composure. She was simply too alluring. Upon hearing the husky timbre of Rong Jiusi's voice, Jianqi suppressed his curiosity and urged the carriage to hasten. Rong Jiusi's deliberate withdrawal ignited discontent within Mu Yunshu. She lunged into his embrace and teasingly traced her tongue over his Adam's apple. "Rong Jiusi." This was far more perilous than before. He grasped Mu Yunshu's arm, warning, "If you persist, you will come to regret it." At that moment, Mu Yunshu's mind was a blank slate. She was oblivious to his words, only feeling an overwhelming comfort nestled against him, yearning to draw closer. Rong Jiusi realized that reasoning with her was futile at this juncture. Yet solace came with the proximity of the other courtyard, which they soon reached. Upon entering, Rong Jiusi enveloped her tightly and instructed Jianqi to fill the bathing tub with cool water. After Jianqi complied, he cast a glance at Rong Jiusi holding Mu Yunshu. He cautiously remarked, "Your Highness, I may be overstepping, but—" "Then do not speak," Rong Jiusi interrupted. Jianqi quickly added, "You cherish the princess, and you are wed. Why go through such convolutions? Simply share her bed." Fearing a reprimand from Rong Jiusi, he darted away, securely shutting the door behind him. Rong Jiusi, what a fool. He cast a glance at Mu Yunshu nestled in his arms. At that moment, she was pressed closely against him, her lips resting on his chest, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Chapter 71. He stealthily kisses her. Rong Jiusi's body involuntarily shuddered, and he took a deep breath, gently prying her limbs apart and tossing her into the bathtub. The icy water enveloped Mu Yunshu's body, soothing the heat that had built within her. She found immense comfort in it, having barely slept the previous night, and now her body had reached its limit, prompting her to lean against the edge of the tub and drift into slumber. However, in her current weakened state, she soon began to slip into the water, her entire face submerging. Rong Jiusi let out a soft sigh, reached out, and lifted her up, adjusting her position before releasing his grip. Yet, she maintained this posture for barely 3 breaths before her body began to slide down once more. Rong Jiusi. He had no choice but to lift her again. As he gazed at her, he noticed her skin was as white as snow, her lips a delicate red, her features radiant, and her hair cascaded in the tub like a captivating siren. His throat involuntarily bobbed. She had just kissed him, and he was acutely aware of how sweet her lips were. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out, gently pressing his hand against her lips, experiencing a softness and tenderness unlike anything he had ever known. However, his grip on her lips inadvertently tightened, as the effects of the medicine began to wane. Mu Yunshu felt discomfort under his pressure, slightly furrowing her brows, then parting her lips to envelop his finger. Rong Jiusi. This sensation was utterly overwhelming. His throat constricted, and after a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his finger. Mu Yunshu, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, leaned slightly forward and delicately licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Rong Jiusi could no longer contain himself and leaned in to kiss her. A tender sweetness erupted between their lips, sending his heart racing. This playful provocation stirred the effects of the medication she had suppressed, prompting her to entwine her arms around his neck. Rong Jiusi recognized that if this continued, the night might take an unexpected turn, especially since there were matters he had yet to resolve, and she still harbored considerable resistance towards him. If he were to pursue her, it ought to be with integrity, rather than seizing the opportunity in a moment of vulnerability. Summoning immense willpower, he managed to withdraw from her lips, collapsing back against his wheelchair, gasping for breath. As he pulled away, Mu Yunshu instinctively shifted uncomfortably, the coolness of water gradually soothing the heat of her body, leading her to drift back into slumber. Rong Jiusi gazed at her with a complex expression, letting out a barely audible sigh. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the horizon, Mu Yunshu awoke, momentarily disoriented. She noticed the arm she had been resting on, but her confusion turned to shock when she beheld Rong Jiusi's face beside her. He was leaning close, dark circles under his eyes, his long lashes fanned out like raven feathers. So near was he that she could see the stubble shadowing his jaw, unmistakably indicating he had spent the night by her side. This version of Rong Jiusi made her feel as though a celestial being had descended into the mundane world, now tinged with the sin of earthly desires. The room was enveloped in silence, save for their synchronized breaths, while the soft morning light filtered through the window, creating a fresh and beautiful atmosphere. Mu Yunshu was left pondering the reasons that compelled Rong Jiusi to keep her company throughout the night. She could only recall that Rong Jiusi had embraced her, and then she succumbed to the poison. He held her? This thought momentarily stunned her. However, she quickly reassured herself. His embrace was merely a consequence of the peril they faced the previous night. Had she perished, he likely would not have survived either. Rong Jiusi promptly opened his eyes, and she managed to offer him a faint smile, saying, "Thank you for your efforts last night, Your Highness." Mu Yunshu, ever earnest, nodded in agreement. Rong Jiusi then suggested, "There is a hot spring just behind the house. Let us go there to dispel the chill." Mu Yunshu was aware that soaking in cold water for an entire night was detrimental to her health, and she already felt somewhat unwell. So she readily acquiesced to his proposal. However, as she rose, she realized she was clad only in a thin undergarment, completely unaware of the whereabouts of her outer garments. It dawned on her why Rong Jiusi had displayed such an expression earlier. In a flurry, she grabbed the cloak resting on a nearby chair and wrapped it around herself, steadying herself against the tub as she prepared to head to the hot spring. Yet, having just begun to recover from the poison, her body felt rigid after a night in cold water. As she stepped out of the tub, she found herself unable to maintain her balance and stumbled forward, only to fall into a warm embrace. Raising her gaze, she met Rong Jiusi's deep, ocean-like eyes. Apologetically, she stammered, "I'm so sorry, it was unintentional." In her flustered state, she attempted to rise from his arms, but her panic caused her hand to land in an inappropriate place. Mu Yunshu thought to herself, "This is quite awkward." She braced herself for his scornful remarks, yet to her surprise, he simply supported her, inquiring, "Do you require my assistance to the hot spring?" Mu Yunshu hurriedly shook her head, insisting, "No need." After speaking, she took a few steps forward, only to slip and fall flat on her back, her expression one of bewilderment and helplessness. Despite the unfortunate circumstances, there was an indescribable charm about her that struck a chord with Rong Jiusi, prompting him to chuckle unabashedly. Turning to look at him, Mu Yunshu was met with the morning light softly illuminating his face. He appeared ethereal and refined, with a smile that captivated the soul. She exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness, you actually smile." Rong Jiusi, still chuckling, advised her, "I suggest you get up from the ground before engaging in conversation." Mu Yunshu replied, "Indeed. It seems that all his elegance and gentleness are but a facade. He remains the sharp-tongued Rong Jiusi, having soaked in cold water all night." The subsequent warm bath could do little to dispel the chill within her. By that morning, she began to cough, sneeze, and run a fever, feeling disoriented from the heat. Rong Jiusi offered to fetch a doctor for her, but she declined, stating, "There is no need for such trouble. I am a doctor myself." She instructed the kitchen to prepare a large bowl of ginger soup, and by evening, although the fever had subsided, she still coughed intermittently. Observing her wrapped in a blanket while coughing, Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow slightly. He turned to Jianqi and inquired, "Is Li Jin dead?" When they had moved from the brick kiln to the villa, they had inadvertently brought Li Jin and his servant along. Li Jin, having been rendered incapable of further progeny by Mu Yunshu and bearing multiple injuries, had arrived in a near-lifeless state. Rong Jiusi chose not to summon a physician for his treatment, discarding him in the woodshed instead. Chapter 72. He stands up for her. Rong Jiusi spoke coldly. "Suspend his life with a ginseng. Do not let him perish so easily." Jianqi responded affirmatively, then added, "Li Jin's servant has already confessed." It was someone close to the crown prince who relayed the information. Ever since the princess consort publicly humiliated Li Jin at the temple fair, he has harbored resentment towards her. Upon learning of this matter, he sought out the most disreputable madam, intending to sell the princess consort to the foulest of places. Rong Jiusi's eyes narrowed slightly. This is not the doing of the crown prince. Jianqi, puzzled, inquired, "If Li Jin's servant does not appear to be lying, then if it is not the crown prince, who could it be?" Today, Jian Shisan personally interrogated Li Jin's servant, after enduring a series of tortures. The lad would not dare to fabricate tales. Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "There are numerous lackeys who betray their masters for a price. The crown prince lacks motive. Thus he is not the one behind this. As for who the true perpetrator is, let the crown prince investigate." Jianqi looked at Rong Jiusi in confusion. He spoke solemnly, "Send Li Jin, his servant, and the corpses to the Jingyao prefecture. When reporting to the authorities, strike the drum of denunciation and state that they intended to harm my princess consort, requesting justice from the Jingyao prefecture on my behalf." Jianqi hesitated. Reporting to the authorities is a matter for commoners. Striking the drum is reserved for great injustices that leave one with no recourse. Given Rong Jiusi's status, such an action would likely terrify the magistrate of Jingzhou. "Might this be too ostentatious, my lord?" Rong Jiusi languidly remarked. "It was no small feat for me to marry a wife, yet they wished to take her life. My discretion has only invited their audacity. It is they who have forsaken the dignity of the royal family. Why should I shield them? Moreover, such an incident occurring within the jurisdiction of Jingzhou prefecture cannot absolve the prefect of responsibility." Upon hearing this, Jianqi was filled with fervor. "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." Rong Jiusi continued, "Convey the exact words of Li Jin's servant to the first prince without embellishment or concealment." Jianqi responded cheerfully, "I understand how to proceed." With a gentle wave, Rong Jiusi caught a glimpse of Mu Yunshu, who was still wrapped in her blanket, appearing somewhat dazed. He decisively cast aside his previous chaotic thoughts, realizing with certainty that the prince held deep affection for Mu Yunshu. As the youngest son of the late emperor, he had once gallantly roamed, and during his father's reign, who would dare to slight him? He had even allowed the Yuan Ming emperor to dictate his marital matters, biding his time, while these individuals truly believed him easy to intimidate. Now, for Mu Yunshu's sake, he was prepared to tear away the royal family's veil of shame and upend the entire capital. Such profound emotion it must be. After Jianqi departed, Mu Yunshu, dabbing her nose, inquired, "Who does your highness believe has kidnapped me and Qingyuan?" Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "Who it is matters not. Let them investigate for themselves. Whoever they uncover shall be the culprit." Due to her fever, Mu Yunshu's mind was somewhat sluggish, and she could not immediately grasp the meaning of his words. Instead, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Her eyes were veiled with a delicate mist due to her fever, lending her face an adorably dazed appearance. Rong Jiusi was accustomed to her lively and spirited demeanor, rarely witnessing such an expression. A warmth enveloped his heart as he patiently explained. "This matter is orchestrated either by the Empress Dowager or Rong Jingche, possibly with the Emperor's tacit approval. Their intent to target you is genuine, and their desire to provoke me is equally sincere. I have tolerated their antics for far too long. This time, I shall not endure it any further. Mu Yunshu inquired. So, does this mean you are standing up for me? Rong Jiusi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Of course not, he retorted. Yet, upon noticing the charming look on Mu Yunshu's face, he added, You are my princess. Their bullying of you is tantamount to bullying me. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu chuckled. Regardless of your motivations behind this arrangement, I am profoundly grateful. Remarkably, this is the first time in my life that someone has stood up for me. Rong Jiusi's gaze deepened as she continued, wiping her nose. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Qing Yuan and I would have faced dire consequences. I shall remember this kindness you have bestowed upon me, and I promise to do my utmost in your healing. Initially pleased by her words, Rong Jiusi's expression darkened at her subsequent statement. So, does that imply you have not exerted your full effort previously? Mu Yunshu replied with a smile. You can be quite fearsome, Your Highness. You are often difficult to converse with. Each time we meet, you threaten violence, which leaves me feeling somewhat intimidated. However, I have come to realize that the prince is a man of his word. He assured me that he would ensure my safety during my recovery, and I believe he will indeed uphold that promise. I imagine that once I am well, he will honor his commitment to allow me to depart. Due to a fever. Her voice was somewhat hoarse and nasally, rendering it softer than usual. Rong Jiusi's gaze narrowed slightly. She thought of leaving every day, yet now that she wished to go, he would no longer permit her to do so. He glanced at her and, without leaving a trace, inquired, How much do you remember about yesterday's events? Mu Yunshu was somewhat perplexed by his meaning, but she noticed his long, elegant fingers gracefully parting his garment, revealing the crimson marks beneath. His skin was very fair, making the red marks strikingly apparent. Mu Yunshu's pupils constricted. Was this something she could behold? She hastily averted her gaze, yet a fleeting image flashed through her mind, prompting her to turn back and stare at him in disbelief. Pointing at his chest, she asked, her voice trembling with astonishment, Did I do that? Rong Jiusi let out a cold snort, his tone nonchalant yet laced with a chilling undertone. Do you require this prince to remind you of anything else? Perhaps. No need. Mu Yunshu hastily interrupted him, her eyes betraying her panic. It seemed she had kissed him yesterday. Rong Jiusi maneuvered his wheelchair closer to her, gently grasping her chin as he remarked, My beloved, are you feeling shy, having forgotten the fervent passion of yesterday? Mu Yunshu feared he was about to settle accounts, causing her face to pale, while a steady stream of tears flowed uncontrollably. She pinched her nose with a handkerchief, stammering, I was poisoned yesterday. It was not intentional. Rong Jiusi's gaze narrowed slightly. If it was not intentional, does that imply it was deliberate? Mu Yunshu recalled how, during their last encounter, she had merely asked him to touch her, yet he had pressed a sword against her chest. Her complexion paled further. She hurriedly replied, Your Highness knows I was poisoned yesterday, which is why I committed such an outrageous act. I swear, I will never dare to touch even a corner of Your Highness's garment again unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 73. At most, you can touch it back. Rong Jiusi regarded her, finding sincerity etched in her eyes. His gaze flickered as he inquired, Are you implying that Your Highness offered you a touch in vain yesterday? Mu Yunshu. She was utterly bewildered by his intentions, her heart racing with anxiety. Noticing that his expression remained cold yet he did not draw his sword, she tentatively suggested, Perhaps I could pay Your Highness? Rong Jiusi. He coldly retorted, Do you take me for a mere courtesan to be dismissed with payment? Mu Yunshu, already feeling unwell, found herself at a loss for words. Of course not. I merely believe Your Highness holds a noble status far beyond my reach. Yesterday's incident was truly an accident. Had I possessed even a modicum of clarity, I would never have dared to act so rashly towards Your Highness. Rong Jiusi. He fixated on her with his deep, dark eyes. Fear gripped her heart, dreading that he might draw his sword and pierce her through at any moment. As she racked her brain attempting to decipher his thoughts, she heard him say, All right. Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu. She momentarily failed to comprehend, thinking she had misheard. After uttering a surprised sound, she turned to him and inquired, What did the prince just say? Rong Jiusi snorted softly, maneuvering his wheelchair towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he remarked, Wipe your nose. It's about to drip into your mouth. Mu Yunshu. Hastily, she grabbed a handkerchief to dab at her nose, yet she found no trace of mucus. Then, she heard his muffled chuckle. Realizing she had been playfully toyed with by him, she also sensed an unusual demeanor from him today. She pondered whether, yesterday, When she had touched him, she had not grazed his chest, but rather his mind, disrupting something within it. After Rong Jiusi exited the room, he gazed at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, yet his heart felt increasingly tender. On the day that Ru Shuoxing revealed his innermost feelings, he had experienced a twinge of confusion and disbelief. However, following this encounter, he began to grasp his true emotions. Regardless of how Mu Yunshu appeared to others, to him, she was exceptionally wonderful. If she were to behave more obediently in the future, he would treat her with utmost care. She, puzzled, approached him and asked, "What is it?" Mu Qingyuan cleared his throat and said, "You and the prince." Fearing he might worry about her situation, Mu Yunshu replied, "The prince treats me very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exerted such effort to rescue me this time." Mu Qingyin did not intend to inquire into such matters, as affairs of the heart are profoundly personal. Yet, he harbored concerns that she might make unwise decisions. He remarked, "Since the prince treats you well, you ought to focus your heart and refrain from further associations with the third prince." Mu Yunshu chuckled, "Your tone is rather mature. One might mistake you for my elder brother." With a slight scoff, Mu Qingyuan replied, "Perhaps I am your brother. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that they misordered us at birth. Furthermore, relationships are reciprocal. If the prince is kind to you, you should also extend kindness in return." Mu Yunshu shot him a glare. "You, a mere child, are far too meddlesome. I am well aware of my own affairs. As for being kind to Rong Jiusi, I would gladly cling to his support, but alas, his support is unattainable for me. Once I have cured his ailment, if he does not take my life, I will count myself fortunate. As for anything else, in this era, men place great importance on chastity. Having lost my virtue twice, Rong Jiusi would likely scorn me, rendering any prospect between us utterly impossible." Seeing her dismissive demeanor, which clearly indicated she had not heeded his words, Mu Qingyan furrowed his brow and said, "Your attitude. Do not divert the conversation." Mu Yunshu interjected, "Let us discuss you instead. The people of the Marquisate have always regarded you as a thorn in their side. After this incident, they will likely find you even more intolerable. If you continue to reside in the Marquisate, they will undoubtedly devise means to undermine you, so you must prepare accordingly." Mu Qingyuan glanced at her and replied, "I have already discussed this matter with the prince. I will be residing in the prince's residence from now on." Mu Yunshu was taken aback. "You intend to reside in the royal residence? Has the prince consented to this? How is that possible?" Mu Yunshu thought to herself. Though this seemed like a fortuitous event, it felt inherently amiss. Rong Jiusi's decision to allow Mu Qingyuan to dwell in the royal residence was clearly a gesture of protection. Mu Yunshu believed that her previous accommodation in the royal residence was a privilege earned through her medical skills. Now, was he extending the same courtesy to Mu Qingyuan out of mere benevolence? At that moment, Jianxi wheeled Rong Jiusi closer, both engaged in a discussion of some importance. His demeanor icy and forbidding. Such a person hardly appeared to be one inclined towards acts of charity. Rong Jiusi sensed her gaze and turned towards her, his expression softening slightly. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Mu Yunshu hastily replied, "Oh, nothing in particular, merely that the prince appears even more dashing today than usual." Rong Jiusi merely waved his hand, prompting Jianxi to step aside. Understanding the cue, Mu Yunshu promptly rushed over to assist him into the carriage. Observing their interaction, Mu Qingyuan wore a look of contentment. Once inside the carriage, Mu Yunshu eagerly offered him a plate of pastries. "Are you hungry, my prince? Would you care for a bite to stave off your hunger?" Rong Jiusi shot her a sidelong glance. "Speak plainly, and do not mince words." Mu Yunshu hesitated briefly before stating directly, "I just overheard Qingyuan mention that the prince has agreed to his stay at the royal residence. Do you have any objections?" Rong Jiusi reached for a pastry. Mu Yunshu quickly added, "I certainly have no objections. I merely wonder if this might prove too burdensome for the prince." As Rong Jiusi nibbled on a delicacy, a wave of thirst washed over her. She gestured towards the teapot resting on the small table, and without hesitation, she poured him a cup. After he elegantly savored the tea, he slowly remarked, "Your recent peril stemmed from him. The people of the loyal and brave Marquisate are not to be trusted. Undoubtedly, further dangers await. To avoid complications, I have permitted him to reside within the royal palace, allowing him to focus solely on his studies. He has expressed his intention to participate in this year's autumn examination, aspiring to be your pillar of support, ensuring that none dare to underestimate you." Mu Yunshu paused, taken aback. He intends to partake in the autumn examination? The term passing the provincial examination refers to achieving the status of jurin, which is a prerequisite for entering the autumn examination for the metropolitan test. The challenge of becoming a Jiren is formidable, with typically 7,000 to 8,000 candidates vying for a mere 200 spots. She was aware that Mu Yunshu was studying and seemed to be performing adequately. However, beyond that, she felt utterly uninformed. Rong Jiusi gazed at her and said, "Are you not aware that he has already passed the provincial examination?" Mu Yunshu felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, "He did not mention it to me." A sense of shame washed over her. Mu Yunshu, who endured daily bullying from the marquise, often toiled to earn money for her, yet quietly achieved the status of Jiren without a word. Truly, he was a remarkable scholar. Rong Jiusi coldly remarked, "If you had devoted even a fraction of the time spent chasing after Rong Jiusi to curry his favor to your brother, you would not be so uninformed." Mu Yunshu. This rebuke was a consequence she bore on behalf of the original owner, and it was not entirely unjust. She cleared her throat and replied, "I acknowledge my mistake. I shall certainly not repeat such an error in the future." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at her, his tone devoid of warmth. "It is well that you recognize your error. From henceforth, if you conduct yourself with propriety, the royal residence shall accommodate you." Mu Yunshu hastily replied, "As a withered flower and fallen willow, I dare not hope to remain in the royal residence indefinitely. I am deeply grateful for the prince's kindness towards Xing Yuan, yet I am unable to repay such generosity. I can only aspire to serve the prince in the next life, laboring like a beast of burden and gratitude." She understood well that her medical skills could only exchange for her own life. Unable to match Rong Jiusi's care for Mu Yunshu, she believed her self-awareness would please Rong Jiusi, yet to her surprise, he merely shot her a cold glance and scoffed before dismissing her entirely. With his silence, she dared not approach him again. However, Rong Jiusi was far from the tranquility she imagined. In truth, his emotions were quite intricate. He found himself wishing she would remain by his side in the royal residence. While she was intent on departing, just as they entered the city, they were halted by none other than the Jingzhao Inn. The previous day, after Jian-Qi struck the drum of petitions at the Jingzhao mansion, the Jingzhao Inn was left in a state of utter terror upon witnessing the bodies littering the entrance. Having served as Jingzhao Inn for several years, he knew well that the individuals involved were beyond his capacity to confront. Had Jian-Qi not sounded the drum, he might have been able to navigate the situation with some finesse. Yet, with the drum's reverberation, the delicate balance was irrevocably shattered. Consequently, a storm of turmoil erupted in the capital, with various factions keenly observing the developments. He was in a state of utter disarray. Bowing beside the carriage, he proclaimed, "Jingzhao Huang Guanyu pays his respects to His Highness the Prince." Rong Jiusi lifted the curtain and directly inquired, "Has Lord Huang uncovered the mastermind behind the abduction of my royal consort by Li Jin?" Cold sweat dripped from Huang Guanyu's forehead as he hurriedly replied, "This case still harbors numerous ambiguities. It necessitates Your Highness's presence at the Jingzhou Prefecture to assist in the investigation." With a gentle demeanor, Rong Jiusi questioned, "Is it that the evidence brought forth by Jian-Qi yesterday was inadequate? Or do I need to personally endure the wooden board punishment at Jingzhou Prefecture?" According to the law, those who sound the drum of appeals are required to face this punishment to prevent false accusations from malicious individuals. Jian-Qi had already undergone this punishment when he struck the drum yesterday, which theoretically absolved Rong Jiusi from needing to do so again. Huang Guanyu dared not suggest such a thing. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Huang Guanyu said, "I would not dare." However, while the evidence presented by the 7th Guard was indeed substantial, it was merely one-sided. Li Jin is deceased, and the testimony of his servant differs from that provided by the 7th Guard. Rong Jiusi asked, "In what manner does it differ?" He was not at all surprised by the servant's change of testimony following Li Jin's death, for such circumstances would ensure that no one could corroborate the evidence. Huang Guanyu cautiously glanced at him and said, "It is rather inconvenient to speak here. I implore Your Highness to visit the Jingzhou Prefecture." Rong Jiusi replied coolly, "You obstruct my path and inundate me with this superfluous dialogue merely to associate the term coercion with my name. I stand justly and with integrity, unafraid of being overheard. Since you, Lord Huang, are intent on investigating this case, let us do so here. It will allow everyone to witness whether it is I who coerces confessions and frames accusations, or if there are those who believe my disability renders me an easy target." Mu Yunshu had previously been aware of his arrogance, but now she realized that when he displayed such haughtiness away from her, it was undeniably charming. Huang Guanyu's expression was decidedly grim. "Your Highness, this may not adhere to propriety." Rong Jiusi retorted coldly, "I have already been subjected to indignities. What care do I have for propriety? The dignity of the royal family has been trampled into the dust. What value does decorum hold now? Huang Guanyu had heard tales of the formidable duke. Yet over the past year, he had maintained a low profile and seemed more approachable. However, this time, Rong Jiusi chose not to remain inconspicuous, transforming once more into the most formidable figure in the capital. A constable beside Huang Guanyu nodded slightly, and his heart steadied. He stepped back 3 paces, his earlier subservience evaporating, and with a hint of arrogance declared, "If your highness wishes to conduct a trial in public, then let it be so." With that, he ordered the necessary implements for the trial to be brought forth, along with the corpses delivered by Jian Qi from the previous night. A crowd of onlookers gathered, and upon witnessing the spectacle, they were taken aback. They wished to retreat, yet were equally drawn to the unfolding drama, resulting in a moment of chaos. Numerous nobles from the capital, hearing of the commotion, hurried to join in the fray. Noticing the swift arrival of the items and bodies, Mu Yunshu approached Rong Jiusi and remarked, "Your Highness, they seem to have been well prepared." Rong Jiusi, calm and composed, responded, "You are not lacking in insight. It is impressive how quickly you discerned that." Mu Yunshu understood the depth of his thoughts and suspected he had made his own arrangements. But this matter had arisen because of her. She remarked, "Could this situation lead to significant trouble?" Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "Trouble is never something one can simply evade. Furthermore, I have maintained a low profile for too long, and those petty individuals in the capital have begun to believe they can bully me. It is time they encounter some resistance, so they may think twice before acting recklessly in the future." Mu Yunshu softly interjected, "They have not bullied the prince. They have merely targeted me." Rong Jiusi turned to her and said, "Since you have married me, you are under my protection. To bully you is to challenge me." Mu Yunshu looked at him in surprise. After saving her, he was willing to stand up for her as well? She merely wished to remain inconspicuous and had not anticipated such comprehensive support from him. Yet, she understood that with the matter having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. She smiled at Rong Jiusi and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. However, this situation arose because of me, so allow me to handle it from here." Rong Jiusi perceived her intent to distance herself from him, and his expression darkened. "What? Do you believe I am incapable of protecting you?" Mu Yunshu shook her head. "Of course not. You are a deity in my heart, capable of anything. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. However, as a god, you need not be sullied by such matters. I can manage this myself." Chapter 75. Everyone wishes to undermine her. Mu Yunshu stole a glance at Rong Jiusi, noting that his expression had darkened further, so she added, "If I am unable to resolve this, I will request your assistance." After gazing at her for a prolonged moment, Rong Jiusi finally spoke. "Mu Yunshu, remember one thing." "Your Highness, please go on," Mu Yunshu replied promptly. She was once again taken aback as she met his gaze. His eyes were deep as the ocean, yet imbued with a steady sharpness, embodying an ancient divine weapon. Though his brilliance was tempered, it could still sever the heads of enemies from 1,000 miles away. Such a presence exuded an irresistible allure, captivating all who beheld him. Mu Yunshu became acutely aware of her own racing heartbeat and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall never tarnish your reputation." Previously, she had feared causing trouble when venturing out, worried that he might reprimand her. Now, with his support, her fears dissipated. After all, she had suffered a significant loss this time, and this matter could not simply be left unresolved. The reason he chose such a conspicuous manner to address it was due to the rumors that had spread on the day of her disappearance, claiming she had been abducted. Being taken by thieves, in essence, was closely linked to the loss of one's virtue. There were those who wished to see her name besmirched, abandoned by him, and to humiliate him in the process. He, however, was determined not to grant them their wish. He was also somewhat curious about how she would handle this situation today, and he found himself looking forward to it. Suddenly, cries and wails erupted from the crowd. The family of Li Jin had arrived. Mu Yunshu turned her head and saw a group of people forcefully parting the masses as they rushed forward. Li Jin's mother, Mrs. Zhou, collapsed onto a body, weeping inconsolably. "Oh, my son, your death is so tragic. You have always been kind to others, yet you have met such an end. Those bullies shall not die well." Mu Yunshu gently placed her hand on Mrs. Zhou's shoulder and said, "Madam, your son's body is over there." Zhou paused momentarily, lifting the white cloth covering the corpse and confirming her mistaken grief. She turned sharply to face Mu Yunshu, instantly recognizing her, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol. "You vile woman, not only did you forsake your marital duties after marrying Prince Ding, but you also seduced my son. And now you seek to take his life. How can you be so malevolent?" With that, she lunged to tear at Mu Yunshu. Her eyes glinted with malice. As she longed to rend Mu Yunshu into pieces, she harbored an intense loathing for Mu Yunshu, who had sullied her reputation in the capital. It was a stroke of fortune for Mu Yunshu that her son even glanced in her direction. Mu Yunshu should have been content to share her bed with him. Instead, she audaciously dared to kill him. Did this wretched creature presume that her title as the princess consort would render her untouchable? There was no way Prince Ding would ever take a liking to her. Moreover, this time, even Prince Ding would be unable to save her. Zhou had resolved that Mu Yunshu would accompany her son into the afterlife today. Mu Yunshu deftly sidestepped. Lord Huang, she is assaulting me in public. Will you not intervene? Huang Guanyu appeared to be oblivious, continuing to feign interest in the case files, engrossed in his supposed analysis. Zhou, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of triumph and proclaimed, "A wretch like you deserves to be beaten to death." She lunged at Mu Yunshu once more, who called out again, "I ask you once more, Lord Huang, will you truly not intervene?" Huang Guanyu persisted in his act of deafness. Seeing that Mu Yunshu did not retaliate, Zhou assumed she was cowed, and her animosity surged as she reached for Mu Yunshu's face. Mu Yunshu addressed the onlookers, requesting their witness. "I implore you all to bear witness that today she initiated the assault against me, compelling me to retaliate." Upon concluding her statement, she seized Zhou's hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending Zhou sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Huang Guanyu, suddenly regaining his senses, rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is improper to strike someone in public." Mu Yunshu retorted with a cold smirk, "Did your vision fail you when she struck me? My eyes appeared well when I defended myself." "Huang Darren, are your eyes situated on your posterior?" Huang Guanyu could only respond with silence. Mu Yunshu then turned to the gathered crowd, urging, "Pray, enlighten Huang Darren as to who instigated this altercation." Su Min pushed through the throng, declaring loudly, "In my opinion, that old hag lacks shame, yet Huang Darren is even more shameless." Su Ying, standing beside him, echoed, "Indeed. Huang Darren is either blind or deaf at one moment and keenly perceptive the next. His aptitude for this position is truly remarkable." A few rascals accompanying them joined in the raucous uproar, recounting Huang Guanyu's previous injustices and wrongful judgments. Enraged, Huang Guanyu's face turned a deep shade of green. Yet he was powerless to retaliate against Su Min and his companions. Despite their shortcomings, their fathers wielded considerable influence. Mu Yunshu glanced back at Su Min, who cheerfully waved at her. Mu Yunshu thought to herself, "This fool, does he not feel any embarrassment?" However, Su Min felt no shame whatsoever in his eyes. Having escaped death alongside Mu Yunshu and engaged in brawls together constituted a profound camaraderie. Recently, rumors had circulated in the capital regarding her alleged affair with Li Jin outside the city, claiming that she had been caught red-handed by the Ding Wang and was to be cast aside. Upon hearing this, he vehemently cursed those individuals, exclaiming that if Mu Yunshu could disdain Rong Jiusi, how could she possibly be interested in the fool Li Jin? Although Su Min was also a dandy from the capital, he held Li Jin in contempt, believing him to be of exceedingly poor character, a veritable scoundrel. Such matters were evident as falsehoods at first glance. In recent days, he and Su Ying had tirelessly refuted these claims, yet as mere siblings of little influence, coupled with Mu Yunshu's previously tarnished reputation, no one believed them. They promptly rallied their friends to bolster Mu Yunshu's courage. With a gesture of gratitude, Mu Yunshu addressed them, "Thank you all for your righteous words." After expressing her thanks, she turned to Huang Guanyu and said, "I am aware that just now, Lord Huang was somewhat blind and deaf. May I inquire if your faculties have returned?" Huang Guanyu, though thick-skinned, found himself somewhat at a loss under their incessant pressure. He could only reply, "Your Highness jests." Initially, he had intended to bolster the Li residence's influence, but given the current circumstances, that was no longer feasible. He then turned to the officials and commenced the interrogation. The officials brandished their authority with vigor, shouting their martial proclamations. Once they had finished, Mu Yunshu boldly declared, "My lord, I wish to sue the Zhou family for publicly assaulting me and insulting the royal family." Zhou, standing nearby, retorted loudly, "You were the one who struck me first." This time, without needing Mu Yunshu to speak, Su Min rallied his companions, shouting with fervor, "We all witnessed it. You were the one who initiated the assault." Chapter 76, The Love Letter She Wrote. Su Ying scoffed. To strike someone in front of so many and yet seek to publicly deny it. What audacity. Previously, I could not fathom why Li Jin exhibited such arrogance. It seems it is a familial trait. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yunshu's lips twitched slightly. Although she found Su Min a bit foolish, his actions were undeniably commendable. Li Jin's father, Inspector Li, observed the unfolding situation with furrowed brows and approached Su Min with a stern expression, stating, "Su Gongzi, why are you causing such a ruckus?" Su Min cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "What do you mean by causing a ruckus? Which of my statements is not grounded in truth?" Inspector Li responded with a stony silence, "You shall regret this. If it were not for that wretched woman, how could his son have perished? With the backing from above. Today he intends to make Mu Yunshu pay for his son's life. Moreover, he will not spare Su Min and the others who joined in the uproar." Mu Yunshu sensed Inspector Li's gaze but chose to disregard it. She turned to Huang Guanyu and said, "Lord Huang, even if you were blind and deaf moments ago, I trust you have heard now. According to our imperial laws, publicly insulting and assaulting royalty warrants 30 strikes with a rod. Zhou Shi seated, you shameless wretch. You killed my son. What is wrong with me striking you?" Huang Guanyu's countenance darkened. Given Mu Yunshu's status, Zhou Shi's insults were tantamount to courting death. He replied solemnly, "Though Zhou Shi's actions are indiscreet, they stem from a mother's heartfelt grief. Her inability to control her emotions following Zhou Jin's tragic death is understandable, and thus her punishment may be mitigated." Zhou Shi immediately raised her chin, her eyes dark and triumphant as she glared at Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu had long suspected there was something amiss with Huang Guanyu, and now she was utterly convinced his predicament was severe indeed. She gave a thumbs up to Huang Guanyu, saying, "Lord Huang, your benevolence has enlightened me today." Accompanying the Zhou family, the usually silently son, father of Li Jin, presented a document before Huang Guanyu, stating, "My lord, my son met a tragic end. Please seek justice for him." Huang Guanyu accepted the document from Li's son, who then proclaimed loudly, "The princess of the Ding kingdom, Mu Shi, is of a licentious nature and lacks propriety. Before her marriage to the Ding king, she had been pursuing my son. My son found her too coarse and spurned her advances repeatedly, yet she relentlessly pursued him. Even after marrying the Ding king, she continued her wayward conduct. Just days ago, she sent a letter to the Li residence, inviting my son to meet her outside the city. My son, wearied by her incessant entreaties, eventually acquiesced to her invitation. Only to." His voice faltered, and he pointed at the wheelchair-bound Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Little did I expect this affair to be exposed." In her desperation, Mu Yunshu cast all the blame upon my son, inciting the wrath of the Ding king, who not only killed my son but was also deceived by Mu Yunshu into believing that my son had abducted her, thus sounding the alarm. "My lord, you have been duped by this vile woman." Upon hearing this narrative, Mu Yunshu was greatly impressed. Had she not lived through this ordeal herself, she might have been swayed by such claims. The logical thread of the accusations, coupled with the tarnished reputation of the original protagonist, could indeed weave a convincing tale. The crux of the matter was that their words also sought to sow discord between Mu Yunshu and Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi's gaze was frigid, looking at Li Sun as though he were a mere specter. Whispers of disdain and contempt surrounded the room as the onlookers regarded Mu Yunshu with evident loathing. Huang Guanyu forcefully struck the table, declaring, "Li Xuanqian, to slander the princess is a grave offense. Do you possess any evidence to support your claims?" Li Xuanqian boldly replied, "I have here a love letter written by Mu Yunshu to my son, Li Jin. I implore you, my lord, to examine it." With that, he produced a stack of letters and handed them directly to Huang Guanyu. After passing them over, he cast a glance at Mu Yunshu, his eyes brimming with provocation and triumph. They had meticulously orchestrated this scheme. Even if Mu Yunshu were to escape death, her reputation as a seducer of Li Jin would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving her no hope of becoming the princess of Ding. Once stripped of the protection offered by Jiusi, her fate would be all but sealed. Huang Guanyu, after perusing one of the letters, inquired, "Princess, do you acknowledge this matter?" With a smile, Mu Yunshu responded, "I am rather curious about the contents of this letter. May I have a look?" Huang Guanyu instructed someone to hand her a letter, and she swiftly skimmed through it before breaking into laughter. "Are you quite certain, Lord Huang, that this letter was penned by me?" From the crowd, Su Shi wept, lamenting, "What a misfortune for our family to have produced such a wayward daughter." Turning to Mu Yunshu, she added, "Yunshu, I can no longer shield you from the disgrace of your actions." Su Shi, always adept at maintaining her composure, held a commendable reputation in the capital. Her words effectively solidified the accusations against Mu Yunshu. After being struck and robbed of her jewelry by Mu Yunshu, her anger only grew. The news of Mu Yunshu's abduction of Mu Qingyuan brought her a sense of satisfaction. She made a vow at the Bodhisattva shrine, wishing for the complete annihilation of the two siblings at the hands of the robbers. hoping that Mu Yunshu would endure the utmost humiliation before her demise to alleviate her deep-seated resentment. Thus, when the Zhou family approached her yesterday seeking Mu Yunshu's handwriting, she readily complied, eagerly anticipating the end of Mu Yunshu's life. Mu Yunshu, indifferent to Su's provocations, calmly stated, "Lord Huang is indeed diligent. Yet I believe that verifying this matter is not as cumbersome as it seems." Upon finishing her words, she snatched the paper and brush from the scribe beside her, declaring, "If you wish to see my handwriting, it is quite simple. I shall write it for you, rather than resorting to clandestine means. As a scholar, Lord Huang must understand that even if one attempts to alter their handwriting, the strokes remain unchanged. Her handwriting, of course, bore no resemblance to that of the original owner, making it impossible for Huang Guanyu to attribute this matter to her. She turned to Su, saying, "Madam, you truly deserve the title of my esteemed mother. Your collaboration with the Li residents has proven invaluable, or else they would not have revealed such a flaw." Su was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Mu Yunshu's audacity in placing the blame upon her, unable to retort since the handwriting indeed originated from her. Li Xuanxian shot Su a fierce glare. She felt wronged. After all, this was clearly Mu Yunshu's handwriting. Why did the characters she penned today differ so vastly from those of the past? The slip-up in this instance would undoubtedly offend the Li residents irrevocably. She perceived Mu Yunshu as exceptionally sinister. Mu Yunshu then thrust several letters, purportedly love letters, into Li Xuanxian's face, proclaiming, "Lord Li fabricates and slanders the princess. The evidence is indisputable." She slammed her palm onto Huang Guanyu's table and inquired, "Lord Huang, what crime should this be considered?" Chapter 77. The prince is truly impressive. Huang Guanyu. Internally, he berated Li Xuanxian as a complete fool, incapable of even framing someone properly. He could only respond. Perhaps he was overly concerned for his son and made a mistake. Mu Yunshu declared loudly, "Everyone heard what Li Xuanxian said earlier. I now assert that the characters were not penned by me. Lord Huang claims it was merely a misunderstanding stemming from Li Daren's parental affection." Huang Guanyu. The onlookers began to comprehend the unfolding situation. It seemed they intended to frame Mu Yunshu today. Sumin vociferously condemned, "They've gone to the lengths of framing someone. Have they no shame?" Suing concurred, "I am beginning to doubt the prior ill rumors about Mu Yunshu. It appears there are those who spread falsehoods. If she were truly so inept, how could she have caught the eye of the esteemed Wang?" Nearby, a group of ruffians shouted, "The Li household is utterly shameless. What kind of case is Lord Huang even investigating? This is simply heartless. If Lord Huang cannot discern the truth, he should hand it over to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court, rather than trample upon our intelligence here." Huang Guanyu and Li Xuanxian exchanged glances, both wearing troubled expressions. Mu Yunshu turned to Li Xuanxian, saying, "I understand your concern for your son, but what fabricated evidence have you conjured? Let us see it all." Zhou, standing nearby, interjected, "What fabrication? My husband merely spoke the truth. You are a shameless individual, luring my son. Those letters were penned by you to my son. Your cunningness is profound, and fearing exposure, you had another write them on your behalf. I possess witnesses who can attest to your wrongdoing." Mu Yunshu believed that only such unscrupulous parents could raise a scoundrel like Li Jin. She coldly remarked, "Present your evidence. Let us see it before all." Mrs. Zhou exclaimed, "The matter of you seducing my son was witnessed firsthand by his servant, Chonglin. I implore Lord Huang to bring forth Chonglin for a confrontation with Mu Yunshu." Mu Yunshu nodded. "Very well. Let him come forth for direct confrontation." Huang Guanyu, observing her unwavering confidence while Rong Jiusi sat composedly, felt a prickle of unease. Previously, he had relished the thought of Mu Yunshu handling this matter, for she was notoriously known throughout the capital as a wastrel. Tarnishing her reputation before her eyes would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, upon engaging with her, he discovered she was entirely different from the rumors that circulated. Nevertheless, with prior arrangements made, he firmly believed this final act would not falter. Thus, he declared, "Bring forth the servant Chonglin." Soon, Chonglin was brought in, and upon arrival, he stated unequivocally it was the princess of the Ding kingdom who seduced my young master. Chonglin recounted Inspector Li's words, then, wiping away tears, added, "After the princess lured my young master out of the city, she began to behave inappropriately towards him. My son has always held her in disdain and has shown no inclination to engage in any form of intimacy with her. Yet, she relentlessly clung to him. Then, the prince of Ding arrived, and the princess of Ding cast all manner of slander upon my son, accusing him of bullying her. The prince, believing her one-sided account, unjustly executed my son. At this point, he broke into a loud lament. My son met such a tragic end. Mu Yunshu allowed Changlin to spin his tail, listening calmly, curious to see how much more repugnant they could become. Inspector Li and Madame Zhou provided various forms of support, with Madame Zhou unleashing a torrent of foul language directed at Mu Yunshu. Rong Jiusi's gaze turned icy, yet he restrained himself, as Mu Yunshu had declared that she would handle these matters today. After his inquiries, he turned to Rong Jiusi and said, "Your Highness, this matter has been thoroughly investigated. You have been deceived by the Princess of Ding." Rong Jiusi shot him a cold glance. "Isn't that merely your opinion?" Huang Guanyu bowed and said, "In matters of infidelity, it is indeed challenging to find many witnesses. I understand that your Highness may find this hard to accept, yet the princess has a history of misconduct, making such actions unsurprising." Rong Jiusi then turned to Mu Yunshu. "What do you have to say about this?" Mu Yunshu smiled and asked, "Your Highness, have you ever witnessed a magic trick?" Rong Jiusi nodded, and she continued, "Then allow me to perform a trick for you." As Rong Jiusi looked at her, she addressed Inspector Li and Madame Zhou. "Do you see clearly? He is Changlin." Zhou spoke in a harsh and menacing tone. "Of course he is Changlin, my son's servant. He witnessed all your vile deeds and is aware of your shameless actions." Inspector Li coldly responded, "The evidence is irrefutable. There is no room for your denial. Do you have anything further to say?" Mu Yunshu replied calmly, "As long as you are certain he is Changlin, that suffices." She smiled and approached Changlin, reaching out to tear something from his face. Huang Guanyu exclaimed loudly, "What on earth is the princess consort doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Mu Yunshu had removed a layer of skin from Changlin's face, revealing a visage entirely different from before. Inspector Li and Zhou were equally astonished. "Who are you?" Mu Yunshu, with a finger tracing the human skin mask, replied coolly, "Why the pretense, my dear sirs? Is this not the person you hired to slander me?" Turning her gaze back to Inspector Li, she stated, "My lord, this individual is not Changlin, nor is he Li Jin's servant. His previous slanderous testimonies are likely to be worthless. What say you, Lord Huang?" During her time in the brick kiln, she had heard Changlin's voice. Although similar, she could discern subtle differences. Reflecting on Rong Jiusi's cunning nature, she surmised that today he must have made other arrangements. Following this line of thought, it became evident that Changlin was indeed suspect. Thus, she boldly tested her theory, and the outcome was precisely as she had anticipated. She inwardly lamented that Rong Jiusi truly lived up to her reputation, always thinking 10 steps ahead with remarkable foresight, likely anticipating all possible outcomes. Impressive. Huang Guanyu's head buzzed incessantly, for after Jian Qi had delivered the person yesterday, he personally instructed Changlin on what to say and how to handle today's situation. Initially, he believed Changlin was merely a servant of Li Jin, feeling no pressure in orchestrating such a charade. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that the servant Jian Qi brought was, in fact, an impostor. Huang Guanyu, both shocked and enraged, exclaimed, "You are not Changlin. Who on earth are you?" Chapter 78. Your Highness, spare me. I am the one you summoned to impersonate Changlin, to slander the princess. The words spoken moments ago were all dictated by the adult to the child, and I did not misremember a single one. As soon as this revelation was made, the crowd erupted in uproar. Sumin seized a rotten egg and hurled it at Huang Guanyu's face, shouting, "You shameless official! Have you no decency?" The Duke has triumphed over countless invasions from the Dada clan over the years, standing as a hero of our nation. To slander his princess is to slander him. How can a hero, who protects our homeland, endure such humiliation? Let us strike him down. With that, he incited a wave of fury, as the enraged populace began to pelt Huang Guanyu and the members of the Li household with spoiled vegetable leaves. Suing declared loudly, "We cannot allow a hero to suffer such indignities." Although Mu Yunshu's reputation was tarnished, Rong Jiusi remained a hero in the hearts of the people. Huang Guanyu's actions today were excessively outrageous, and anyone with functioning eyes could see his blatant targeting of Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu and Rong Jiusi were inseparable as a couple. Any affront directed at Mu Yunshu was also an affront to Rong Jiusi. Li Xuanjian and Zhou Shi were left utterly humiliated, engaging in a heated exchange that culminated in Su Min delivering a resounding slap. This act incited nearby ruffians to join the fray, while the common folk seized the opportunity to deliver a few kicks. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Huang Guanyu's expression darkened considerably. If this turmoil continued, it would be impossible to restore order. He hastily instructed the constables to restore some semblance of order, managing to stabilize the situation, albeit precariously. At this juncture, Huang Guanyu grasped the gravity of the situation, When Rong Jiusi had dispatched Jianqi to sound the alarm, he had foreseen the ensuing commotion. It was a deliberate ploy to present them with incriminating evidence, inviting them to take the bait. He rushed to Rong Jiusi, stammering, "Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding." Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he trembled, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me." Rong Jiusi replied coolly, "On what grounds does Lord Huang make such claims? Today, it is I who request you to take charge and apprehend the culprit. If you possess any witnesses or evidence that could tarnish my consort's reputation, present them forthwith. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally sound the alarm." Huang Guanyu, paralyzed by fear, nearly fell to his knees, only to be steadied by Jianqi. Leaning against his wheelchair, Rong Jiusi continued, "Should Lord Huang fail to provide evidence to malign my consort, I shall be compelled to present evidence implicating Li Jin in a plot against her." Huang Guanyu turned pale, realizing that his fate was sealed. Rong Jiusi then called out, "Jian Shisan." Jian Shisan acknowledged with a nod and produced a stack of documents, presenting them before Huang Guanyu. "Lord Huang, here lies the wanted notices for the individuals who conspired with Li Jin to abduct the princess. You may scrutinize them thoroughly, all documents are genuine. My lord, in rescuing the princess, did indeed take lives, yet those lives were forfeit by law, rendering his actions not only justifiable but commendable." Huang Guanyu trembled as he accepted the stack, recognizing the likenesses of the individuals with the corpses presented by Rong Jiusi. He had initially planned to solidify the allegations against Mu Yunshu before addressing the matter of Rong Jiusi's killings, but now, his voice quavered. "These documents are indeed authentic. These individuals deserve their fate. My lord acts in the interest of the people." Jian Shisan nodded, satisfied with his affirmation. After a brief pause, he clapped his hands, summoning 2 guards from the royal residence who escorted a figure into the room. It was none other than Chang Lin. Rong Jiusi spoke calmly. "Were you not in search of Chang Lin? I have brought him to you." The truth of the matter would, he believed, carry greater weight when spoken from Chang Lin's lips. Having been well treated by Rong Jiusi's guards, Chang Lin immediately knelt upon his arrival, declaring, "The princess was not abducted by my lord." A note was delivered, stating that the princess and Mu Yunshu were confined in a dilapidated shack outside the city. My lord has had a long-standing feud with Mu Yunshu, and previously, during the temple fair, he had bullied Mu Yunshu, only to be met with a fierce retaliation from the princess. Since then, he has harbored a grudge against both the princess and Mu Yunshu, seeking vengeance. He sold the princess and Mu Yunshu to the brothel keeper for the meager price of a copper coin, just as he was about to hand them over when the prince arrived. Upon hearing these words, Huang Guanyu realized his fate was sealed, and so too was the fate of the Li residents. Mu Yunshu turned to Huang Guanyu and inquired, "Sir Huang, do you not wish to verify Chang Lin's identity once more? What if he too is an impostor?" Huang Guanyu trembled as he replied, "No need for verification. I trust the prince." Taking a deep breath, he coldly commanded, "Bring forth Li Xuanqian and Zhou Shi, arrest them and throw them in prison." After uttering these words, he turned to Rong Jiusi and lamented, "This time, I have been deceived." "That is a reflection of your incompetence," Mu Yunshu interrupted sharply. "How did you attain your position as Jing's Huoyan if you cannot discern such matters?" Huang Guanyu, chastised, dared not retort. As the officers moved to apprehend Li Xuanqian and Zhou Shi, the two protested vehemently. Zhou Shi struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Sir Huang, you cannot arrest us. We had an agreement yesterday." Huang Guanyu, his expression darkened, forcefully stuffed a wooden gag into Zhou Shi's mouth, commanding, "Take them away, take them away. If these 2 fools remain here, I fear I shall not only lose my position but may also face death." Li Xuanqian gritted his teeth and declared, "My son was killed by them. Sir Huang, you cannot turn a blind eye." Su Min shouted from the side, "For years, Li Jin has relied on his father's status as a 5th-rank official in the patrol bureau and his aunt, the beautiful concubine in the palace, to commit countless misdeeds. He deserves to die." Li Xuanqian's face contorted with rage, but Huang Guanyu had no desire to exchange further words with him and urged the officers to take them away. After they were taken down, Mu Yunshu coldly remarked, "There is a matter I failed to comprehend, and I humbly seek Lord Huang's guidance." Why did Lord Huang, during the public inquiry today, completely neglect to mention these witnesses and pieces of evidence? The Li resident stands as the defendant, yet when they arrived, Lord Huang did not follow the proper procedures for defendants, allowing them to fabricate accusations without consequence. Might I inquire, is this how you typically conduct your investigations? Or do you believe my lord's physical limitations and my own delicate constitution render us easy targets for your scrutiny? Huang Guanyu hastily responded, I dare not. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Mu Yunshu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to him, causing him to stare at her in disbelief. What is the meaning of this, princess? With a smile, Mu Yunshu replied, I sincerely apologize. Today, I was incensed by Lord Huang, and my actions have become somewhat uncontrollable. As a victim, I have been unjustly accused and doused with calumny, leaving me deeply aggrieved. This outburst of mine is, I believe, quite understandable. Lord Huang, being magnanimous as always, would surely not take offense. Huang Guanyu could only respond with a stunned silence. Her words struck a familiar chord. He forced a smile and said, I regret the distress caused to the princess today. Before he could finish, another resounding slap from Mu Yunshu met the other side of his face. He gaped at her, and she returned his gaze defiantly. What? Do you imply I deserve this? She then turned to Rong Jiusi, tearfully exclaiming, My lord. So many witnesses have attested to this matter, yet Lord Huang dares to suggest that I deserve such treatment. What have I done wrong? I merely offended a petty person and was subsequently abducted, only to be subjected to such slander. Rong Jiusi's lips twitched. Yet his gaze remained frigid as he regarded Huang Guanyu. Lord Huang, your ignorance and failure to discern the truth have left me profoundly disappointed. Huang Guanyu nearly wept. Your Highness, you have misunderstood. That is not what I meant. Mu Yunshu struck him again. Your Highness, he still denies it. I am well aware that I have been the target of much defamation, but I am now a member of the royal family. How can they continue to bully me in this manner? Do they not recognize any decorum or law? Huang Guanyu suddenly knelt before Mu Yunshu, raising his voice. I was in the wrong. Please, your Highness and your Highness consort, punish me. Mu Yunshu replied, Lord Huang, please do not act this way. You are the Chief of Justice. Both the Prince and I are awaiting your fair judgment. Your kneeling could mislead others into thinking we are abusing our power. Su Min, relishing the spectacle, exclaimed loudly, What prince and consort abusing their power? It is clearly Lord Huang who attempted to bully them, but has now cowered. He found great amusement in the unfolding drama, his eyes sparkling with excitement, wishing he could also slap Huang Guanyu a few times and kick him as well. Su Ying also chimed in, Lord Huang truly understands the ways of governance. Upon sensing the tides turning, he kneels, attempting to cast the mantle of oppression upon the Duke and Duchess. The crowd of young rakes collectively jeered, shameless. Huang Guanyu, he was driven to the brink of madness, harboring thoughts of eliminating that wretched group of scoundrels. If this continued, he feared he would be suffocated by their incessant torment. At that moment, the chief eunuch, Li Fushun, approached, bowing respectfully before Rong Jiusi, and announced, Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence along with the princess in the palace. Rong Jiusi, unfazed by Li Fushun's arrival, replied coolly, It seems my elder brother has heard of the grievances I have suffered and wishes to intercede on my behalf. Li Fushun smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Mu Yunshu looked at Rong Jiusi, who spoke softly, The dignity of the royal family must not be trampled upon. My elder brother will certainly address this matter with due care. Having grown more familiar with him, Mu Yunshu discerned the sarcasm in his words. He had previously analyzed the situation with her, and even if it was not the Yongming Emperor who instigated the events, he was undoubtedly complicit. She had always known his circumstances were far from favorable, yet now she realized they were even worse than she had anticipated. He had been biding his time. Yet this time, he took the initiative, though she did not indulge in the vanity of believing his actions were solely for her sake. The fact that it all stemmed from her predicament warmed her heart. Upon entering the palace, Li Fushun guided them directly to the imperial study. As they entered, Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu prepared to bow, but the Yongming Emperor hastily set down the memorial in his hands and approached them, saying, Ninth brother, please. There is no need for such formalities. Afterward, he turned to Mu Yunshu, smiling, This is my first encounter with my ninth sister-in-law. She and my ninth brother are truly well matched. Mu Yunshu looked up and beheld the Yongming Emperor. He appeared to be in his 40s. Clad in a dark robe adorned with 5-clawed dragon patterns, his lips pressed together, exuding an air of authority. Although he was the brother of Rong Jiusi, the two bore no resemblance to one another, suggesting that Rong Jiusi took after their mother. She smiled and remarked, I too believe that I am quite well matched with the prince. However, there are always some short-sighted individuals in the capital who claim I am unworthy of him. Initially, their words could be dismissed, but they have not only spread rumors but also sought to tarnish my reputation. This matter requires the emperor's intervention on my behalf. The Yongming Emperor cast a glance her way, and Rong Jiusi interjected, Yunshu, refrain from speaking recklessly in the presence of the emperor. Mu Yunshu pouted slightly, retorting, What I speak is hardly reckless. It is merely stating the truth. If the emperor doubts my words, he may send someone to inquire. Today, if this matter is not known to all in the capital, it is certainly close to it. The Yoming emperor chuckled, saying, "Ninth brother, your princess certainly possesses quite the temperament." Rong Jiusi gazed tenderly at Mu Yunshu and gently replied, "Father once remarked while he was alive that my temper was too fierce and that it would take a formidable wife to keep me in check. When we first married, I too thought her temper was rather strong, yet now I find her disposition exceedingly good. Otherwise, how could she endure such slander? Typically." He maintained a certain aloofness in front of Mu Yunshu, but at this moment, with a gentle smile gracing his features, the coldness around him dissipated, revealing only the refined aura of a gentleman. Although Mu Yunshu sensed that his words were merely a performance before the Yongming emperor, she appreciated the sentiment nonetheless. Yet her heartbeat involuntarily skipped a beat. The allure of a beautiful face. The emperor, with a smile adorning his visage, harbored a hint of coldness in his gaze. "I have heard of this recent affair. Huang Guanyu has grown far too comfortable in his position over the years, seemingly forgetting his true identity. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall ensure that this matter is dealt with severely." Rong Jiusi clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am thankful. My royal brother, my days are numbered, and all I desire is to maintain some semblance of dignity while I still draw breath. Should anyone dare to cross the line, I am but a dying man, and I shall not hesitate to fight back with all my might." The emperor's expression shifted as he discerned the veiled threat in Rong Jiusi's words. He was acutely aware that if Rong Jiusi truly sought to retaliate, the consequences would be dire. After all, the troops under Rong Jiusi's command were loyal solely to him, and many of the military officials within the court held him in high esteem. With genuine concern, he implored, "Do not speak such despondent words, dear brother. As long as there exists even a glimmer of hope, one must not relinquish it." Rong Jiusi sighed softly, "I fear my ailment is beyond remedy. Even the chief physician of the imperial hospital is at a loss." Chapter 80. Woe is me, your highness, embrace me. The emperor grasped his hand and reassured him, "Even if the chief physician is unable to cure you, there are countless hidden healers among the common folk. Surely, someone can restore your health. I have been diligently seeking a physician for you and have fortuitously found one skilled in treating your affliction. I have summoned you to the palace today with the intent of having this physician attend to your condition." Rong Jiusi's eyes glimmered with depth. "Thank you, my royal brother." The Ming emperor patted his shoulder and said, "You and I are brothers. There is no need for such formalities." He glanced at Li Fushun, who promptly ushered in a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard and a pallid complexion. The moment he entered, Mu Yunshu sensed something amiss and immediately positioned herself beside Rong Jiusi. Li Fushun introduced, "This is Mr. Gong, the divine physician from the southern frontier, renowned for his expertise in treating old injuries." Rong Jiusi regarded Mr. Gong with a measured gaze and replied, "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Gong." After a respectful bow, Mr. Gong began to pulse-check Rong Jiusi. As he drew closer, Mu Yunshu caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from him, a scent characteristic of those who have long cultivated venomous creatures. She understood that the use of such insects was both insidious and malevolent. The Ming emperor could not possibly harbor benevolent intentions in summoning him. However, since the emperor had feigned concern for Rong Jiusi by requesting Mr. Gong's assistance, she could not intervene. She noticed a subtle movement in Mr. Gong's sleeve. Realizing that he was about to strike, her eyes darkened, and at the moment his hand trembled, she let out a sudden shriek. A snake. As she spoke, she collided heavily into Mr. Gong, causing a vivid red snake to fall from his sleeve. Appearing flustered, Mu Yunshu deftly crushed the snake's head beneath her foot. "Mr. Gong." The Ming emperor. After dispatching the creature, Mu Yunshu began to jump in place, exclaiming, "How terrifying. I am utterly terrified of snakes. Did I just step on a snake? How revolting." She finished speaking, disregarding the gazes of others, and unceremoniously plopped down onto Rong Jiusi's lap, swiftly pressing her fingers against his pulse. Fortunately, all seemed normal. They had not been harmed. Due to the angle, Rong Jiusi had not noticed the snake hidden within Mr. Gong's sleeve. Now, upon seeing the serpent, trampled to oblivion by Mu Yunshu, how could he remain oblivious? He gently embraced Mu Yunshu and reassured her, "With me here, there is no need for fear." Nestled in his embrace, Mu Yunshu whimpered softly, "Your Highness, I am still afraid. Please hold me." Rong Jiusi was momentarily taken aback. He had initially worried that she genuinely feared snakes, but now he realized he had underestimated her. With her disposition, how could she truly be afraid of a serpent? Yet, with the warmth of her delicate form against him, He caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance of orchids emanating from her, and his grip around her waist instinctively tightened. Li Fuxian reacted swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of the Yongming Emperor, exclaiming, "Guards, protect His Majesty." A squad of guards rushed in, encircling Mr. Gong, the sight of his beloved insect. Nurtured with great care, now crushed by Mu Yunshu, filled Mr. Gong with profound anguish. Yet, all he could do was prostrate himself before the Emperor, pleading, "Your Majesty, spare my life. The snake is not venomous." Through her sobs, Mu Yunshu retorted, "Whether it is poisonous or not cannot be based solely on your word. We must summon a physician for verification. Moreover, what manner of doctor carries a snake with him? You are clearly up to no good." Mr. Gong remained silent. The Yongming Emperor waved his hand, commanding, "Take him away for a thorough investigation." Mr. Gong felt a deep sense of injustice. He was merely following orders. Yet he was the one suffering the consequences. After he was taken away, Li Fuxian promptly disposed of the serpent's carcass. The Yongming Emperor, with a countenance marked by guilt, addressed Rong Jiusi, saying, "Ninth brother, it is my concern for your ailment that has led to my hasty actions." In her heart, Mu Yunshu berated him for his shamelessness. Having committed such an unprincipled act, he still dared to feign concern, truly repugnant. Following such an incident, the Yongming Emperor found himself devoid of any pretext to retain them within the palace. Once they departed, Mr. Gong was brought before the Yongming Emperor. Li Fuxian delivered a sharp slap to Mr. Gong's face, exclaiming, "Incompetent fool." Mr. Gong, prostrating himself on the ground, pleaded, "This was indeed an unforeseen accident. I beseech your Majesty to grant me mercy." The Yongming Emperor regarded him with a hint of disdain and inquired, "How fares the body of the Duke?" However, today, his sluggish pulse seemed to hint at a flicker of vitality. In the haste of the moment, the commoner was uncertain if he had misdiagnosed. The Yongming Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. "You may leave. Do not present yourself before the Duke again." His intention had merely been to summon Mr. Gong to take Rong Jiusi's pulse, with no desire to harm him. Little did he anticipate that an error would occur, leading to Rong Jiusi's potential suspicion. After bowing, Mr. Gong withdrew. Noticing the Yongming Emperor's grim expression, Li Fuxian inquired, "Your Majesty, Huang Guanyu seeks an audience." The Yongming Emperor, irked, retorted, "He still possesses the audacity to approach me." He decreed, "Let it be known that Huang Guanyu has slandered the royal family and conspired with the Li clan to fabricate evidence, a matter of extreme severity. He is to be stripped of his title and exiled 3,000 miles. Li Jin's abduction of the princess is a crime deserving of death. The Li household has provided him with relentless protection. Their estate shall be confiscated, and the entire family executed." Li Fuxian was taken aback. "Isn't this punishment a bit too severe?" Regarding concubine Li, the Ming Emperor replied coldly, "This time, the leverage is in the hands of Duke Ding. If I do not impose a heavier penalty, he will not relent. The fools in the Li residence think that with a favored concubine Li, they can act with impunity. It is time to rectify this situation." Li Fuxian lowered his head, refraining from further counsel. The Ming Emperor continued, "Send a message to the Empress Dowager, instructing her not to provoke Rong Jiusi any further." Li Fuxian complied. The Ming Emperor pressed his fingers against his brow, select some items from the treasury to send to Duke Ding's residence. Though he was the emperor, he dared not easily confront Rong Jiusi. Recently, the Empress Dowager had been somewhat restless, fixating on Rong Jiusi. If the task had been executed well, it would have sufficed. However, the execution had been utterly disastrous, requiring his intervention to clean up the mess. As Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu exited the palace, traversing an empty corridor, Mu Yunshu exclaimed, "I was truly terrified just now. The palace is so frightening. Something always happens whenever I visit." No sooner had her words left her lips than they heard the ominous sound of bowstrings being drawn taut around them. Could the emperor be intending to assassinate them? Her expression changed in an instant. Chapter 81. The commanding presence of Rong Jiusi, however. Rong Jiusi maintained a tranquil demeanor, grasping her hand and saying, "This is merely the Imperial Guards changing shifts and testing their crossbows." Mu Yunshu paused in surprise, and the next moment, she indeed observed a contingent of heavily armored Imperial Guards emerging from behind the walls. Yet, she still saw that the archers among them were aiming their bows directly at them, exuding an aura of imminent danger. A sense of unease crept into her heart as she observed Rong Jiusi's impassive expression, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. She realized that there was likely no cause for concern, and her heart began to settle once more. Rong Jiusi spoke in an unperturbed tone, "My beloved consort. Let us proceed." Each time Mu Yunshu heard him refer to her as his beloved consort, a shiver ran down her spine. Aware that she could not show weakness at this moment, She took a deep breath and pushed his wheelchair forward. As they were about to exit the corridor, a man clad in dark armor approached them and bowed deeply, addressing Rong Jiusi with respect. "I pay my respects to the esteemed Duke." Rong Jiusi's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Commander Wu, it brings me great pleasure to see you flourishing under the Emperor's favor and advancing steadily." Wu Yinhui smiled. "Your Highness is too kind. Regardless of my position, I shall always be your loyal soldier." Rong Jiusi's gaze turned frosty. "Commander Wu, please refrain from jesting with me. I am incapable of commanding a soldier like you." Wu Yinhui looked at him. "It seems your Highness harbors a misunderstanding regarding my loyalty?" The corners of Rong Jiusi's mouth twitched slightly, a sharp light flickering in his eyes as he coldly retorted, "A misunderstanding regarding you? Do you believe you are worthy?" Wu Yinhui's expression stiffened, prompting Rong Jiusi to continue. "I have previously instructed you to avoid appearing before me. Now, you may leave." Wu Yinhui chuckled. "I am currently on duty within the palace. If I do not depart, what can your Highness do to me?" Rong Jiusi raised his head slightly, the frost in his gaze intensifying. Suddenly, his wheelchair surged forward, and Mu Yunshu did not perceive how he had made his move until she noticed a crimson line appearing on Wu Yinhui's neck. Wu Yinhui struggled to turn his head towards Rong Jiusi, his gaze somber and his fist clenched. It was only then that Mu Yunshu realized that Rong Jiusi had, at some point, drawn the sword from Wu Yinhui's waist, resulting in the injury on his neck. The Imperial guards surrounding them immediately aimed their crossbows at Rong Jiusi, the chilling aura of hostility sending shivers down Mu Yunshu's spine. However, Rong Jiusi appeared entirely unfazed by the murderous intent directed at them. He cast the bloodied knife to the ground and commanded, "Leave." The muscles in Wu Yinhui's face twitched as he glanced at Rong Jiusi, then bent down to retrieve the knife, sheathing it without uttering a word, and departed with the Imperial Guard. This was the first time Mu Yunshu had witnessed such an imposing presence from Rong Jiusi. His earlier action had been incredibly striking. Once they had left, Mu Yunshu hurriedly urged Rong Jiusi to exit the palace. Upon stepping out, she exhaled softly and inquired, "My lord, do you harbor animosity towards that man?" Since encountering Wu Yinhui, Rong Jiusi had maintained a frosty demeanor. He replied coldly, "He is but a despicable scoundrel, unworthy of being my enemy. My distaste for him merely arises from the reminder of the countless soldiers who perished unjustly at Wuling Pass." Mu Yunshu recalled that the battle in which Rong Jiusi was defeated had indeed taken place at Wuling Pass. Observing his expression, she sensed that there were deeper undercurrents to that conflict. Such secrets often entailed significant ramifications. Though her curiosity piqued, she dared not pry, for the more one knows, the swifter one meets their demise. With another sigh, Mu Yunshu remarked, "The palace is truly a frightening place, rife with treachery and weapons. It never seems to be at peace." Rong Jiusi spoke softly. "Even if Wu Yinhui were endowed with tenfold courage, he would not dare to act against me within the palace. There is truly no cause for concern." He then turned to her, adding, "As for that snake, your swift action when you stepped on it belies any genuine fear you may have had." Mu Yunshu smiled and replied, "What is there to fear about a snake? No matter how formidable, it is merely a beast." She continued with a hint of trepidation, "What I fear is the Emperor's wrath, summoning the guards to come in and turn me into mincemeat." After speaking, she patted her chest and remarked, "Although he refrained from action in the Imperial study, he certainly has made preparations outside. That man surnamed Wu is clearly up to no good." Rong Jiusi replied in a calm tone, "The Yongming Emperor is a hypocrite, masquerading as a sage. Such deeds are beneath him." Mu Yunshu pondered his words and, feeling they held merit, slapped her forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "What a pity." Rong Jiusi inquired, "What do you find regrettable? If I had known this would be the case, we need not have rushed out so hastily. We could have devised a way to remove the snake's corpse first." Rong Jiusi was at a loss for words. Her thoughts in such a moment were rather trivial. With her face full of hope, she asked, "My lord, with your vast abilities, could you have someone sneak out that snake's body?" Rong Jiusi took a deep breath and replied, "The people I have left in the palace are not suited for such tasks." Mu Yunshu sighed in disappointment. Rong Jiusi then asked her, "How did you come to discern that Mr. Gong was problematic?" Mu Yunshu chuckled softly. "This matter is quite simple. His complexion has betrayed him." Rong Jiusi turned to her as she continued, "His pallor is indicative of someone who has long been in contact with toxins. Those who frequently interact with poison inevitably suffer from its effects, resulting in a bluish hue to their skin. Moreover, those who cultivate worms often utilize their own blood to foster a bond with the creatures, leading to anemia from excessive blood loss, hence the paleness. Not to mention, The stench emanating from him is overwhelming. It is nearly impossible to ignore. Rong Jiusi observed Mr. Gong's unusual skin tone, but did not detect the foul odor described by Mu Yunshu. She added, "If I am not mistaken, the poison afflicting the prince must have been administered by Mr. Gong. He is a master of toxins, and should the prince encounter him alone in the future, he must exercise utmost caution." Rong Jiusi inquired, "Why must one be wary only when meeting him alone? Is there no need for caution at other times?" Mu Yunshu replied with a soft laugh, "If I am present beside the prince during such an encounter, there is no cause for concern. I possess means to deal with such a seasoned poisoner." After a moment, she posed another question. "Given that I have caused such a commotion by stepping on Mr. Gong's snake, will the emperor become suspicious?" "Suspicion is certain," Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "but he will not dare to act rashly. Moreover, he will likely offer some rewards to placate the prince regarding this incident. As for dispelling his doubts, that matter shall be handled by the prince. You need not concern yourself with it." Chapter 82. A promise to cherish. Mu Yunshu was acutely aware of his cunning nature. Such matters posed no challenge for him. The two swiftly arrived at the royal residence, where Su Min and Su Ying awaited them at the entrance. Upon their return from the palace, Su Ying, concerned for their well-being, had persuaded Su Min to join her in waiting at the gates. Su Min, still haunted by past events, harbored reservations about visiting the royal estate. Su Ying chided him for his timidity, prompting him to prove his bravery by coming along. The siblings lingered at the entrance for over an hour, with Su Min idly observing ants as they busily transported their burdens. Mu Yunshu expressed her gratitude, saying, "I am immensely thankful for your steadfast support." Su Min replied with a cheerful smile, "Our bond of shared trials renders such formalities unnecessary." Rong Jiusi cast a fleeting glance in his direction, to which he quickly added, "The prince is a hero in my eyes. Heroes cannot be humiliated by the likes of scoundrels. I merely spoke a few words of justice. It is of little consequence." Mu Yunshu's lips twitched in bemusement. Could he possibly display any more cowardice? Su Ying stepped forward and inquired, "Are you quite all right?" Mu Yunshu replied with a smile, "What could possibly be amiss?" Su Ying nodded in affirmation. "As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. The rumors circulating in the capital these days are quite vile. When you hear them, simply disregard them as the ramblings of fools." Mu Yunshu chuckled softly, and after exchanging a few light-hearted remarks at the entrance, Su Ying asked, "May I come to the royal residence to visit you in the future?" Mu Yunshu hesitated to agree, mindful that this was Rong Jiusi's estate. Just as she was about to decline, she heard Rong Jiusi state, "If Miss Su is untroubled by the potential complications of associating closely with the Prince of Ding, she is welcome to visit Yunshu at any time." Mu Yunshu gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes drawn to the exquisite contours of his profile. Su Ying, his expression solemn, declared, "Though I may not possess great courage, I am unafraid of trouble. After all, no one should interfere with my choice of friends." Su Min chimed in, "Precisely. I shall associate with whomever I find congenial. Not even the emperor himself has a say in this matter." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at him, prompting Su Min to reach out and link arms with Mu Yuan, exclaiming, "I feel an instant camaraderie with Brother Yuan. I have resolved to forge a lifelong friendship with him." Mu Yuan, taken aback, thought Su Min was rather peculiar. He turned to Su Min, who was wildly blinking at him. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yuan inquired, "Have you a twitch in your eye?" Su Min replied, "No, not at all. I simply admire individuals like you who excel in their studies." Rong Jiusi's tone was nonchalant as he remarked, "It seems that Master Su's intellect may not be particularly sharp. Perhaps immersing oneself in books could remedy that." Su Min did not dare to retort, merely responding, "Your Highness speaks wisely." Rong Jiusi's gaze narrowed slightly. Hearing Master Su speak thus, "It is evident you are a diligent scholar. I shall certainly support you." Fortuitously, "I have some influence with the headmaster of the academy. Once the formalities are complete, Master Su shall accompany Yuan to the academy for his studies." Su Min nodded in agreement, only to suddenly realize the implications of this arrangement, exclaiming in shock, "What? Attend the academy for studies?" Rong Jiusi replied coolly, "Today, Master Su has valiantly defended us as a couple. I am truly grateful. Such warmth is beyond repayment. I can only assist young Master Su in becoming a more exceptional individual. There is no need for gratitude, for this is my duty." He turned to Jianxi and instructed, "Please convey to Director Yin that he should take my token to seek out the headmaster, and also inform General Su as well." Jianxi nodded in acknowledgement. Su Min's complexion turned ashen. "Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. He was the sole heir of his family. Although born into a martial lineage, his martial skills were lamentably poor, and his greatest fear in life was the act of studying. However, Mu Yunshu chuckled. This is not mere courtesy. It is the prince's heartfelt intention. The academy is notoriously difficult to enter, and His Highness has graciously opened a door for young Master Su. You must not squander the prince's earnest efforts. Endeavor to study diligently and strive for excellence each day. Su Min, what kind of tragic farce is this? He should never have come to the duke's residence. He shot a fierce glare at Su Ying, who smiled and remarked, Brother, our uncle previously wished for you to attend the academy but lacked the means. Now that His Highness has shown you this favor, you must cherish this opportunity. Uncle would surely be delighted to hear of this. Su Min felt an urge to strike Su Ying. Yet Su Ying feigned ignorance and cheerfully said to Mu Yunshu, Young Master Mu, once at the academy, I fear my brother may require your assistance. Mu Yunshu cast a sidelong glance at Su Min, suppressing a laugh. Miss Su, you are too kind. Good friends should naturally look after one another. Su Min, these days have become unbearable. The group reached a consensus, with everyone except Su Min feeling quite elated about their achievement. You are fully aware of my aversion to studying. It would have sufficed if you had simply refused to assist me, yet you went ahead and agreed. Do you wish for my demise? Su Ying, unfazed, replied. Cease with the talk of death. It is most inauspicious. It is merely a matter of studying. Su Min glared at her indignantly, and with significant implication, Su Ying continued. Brother, ponder this. At your age, what skills do you possess? Su Min was momentarily taken aback, and Su Ying pressed on. You slack off during your training. Your martial skills are abysmal, to the point where I could easily best you. The mere sight of a book gives you a headache. And you've only just managed to recognize the characters. To put it bluntly, you are even inferior to that good-for-nothing Li Jin. At least he has the ability to read adequately and gained admission to the academy through merit. Su Min, enraged and embarrassed. He reached out to twist Su Ying's ear. She giggled and swiftly employed her lightness skill to evade him, exclaiming, If you fail to catch me today, you must admit that you are an even greater wastrel than Li Jin. Su Min's agility was no match for her, and indeed, he could not catch up. How infuriating. Meanwhile, in the royal residence, Mu Yunshu smiled at Rong Jiusi and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Rong Jiusi inquired, What do you thank this prince for? Casting a glance at her, he replied in a calm tone, You performed admirably today. This is your reward. Behave yourself in the future, and this prince shall treat you even better. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu slightly raised an eyebrow. Behave herself? Was he implying that she should comply with his every command henceforth? That was an impossibility. As they entered the inner courtyard, Yin Xiaofeng approached alongside the bandaged Jian Qi, who wore a triumphant expression. Your Highness, did I perform admirably this time? He inquired. The announcement of the beating of the drum necessitated the use of a bed of nails, and Jian Qi had sustained minor injuries. Rong Jiusi replied in a stern tone. Next time, do not be so earnest. Allow the bed of nails to serve its purpose. Jian Qi responded with a sigh. In jest, Yin Xiaofeng remarked, I had always thought Jian Qi's skin was remarkably thick, impervious even to a blade. Who would have imagined that mere nails could pierce it? Jian Qi retorted with irritation. That scoundrel Huang Guanyu replaced the nails with finer and sharper ones. How could I possibly avoid injury? Rong Jiusi's gaze turned icy. Following today's events, Huang Guanyu will become a pawn to be discarded. If he survives, he shall certainly face dire consequences. He then turned to Yin Xiaofeng, inquiring about the arrangements he had previously instructed him to make. Mu Yunshu, sensing their shift to serious matters, considered retreating to avoid intruding. However, Rong Jiusi called her back, saying, You may listen to these discussions in the future. There is no need for discretion. She hastily waved her hand, saying, The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. Moreover, once I have healed the prince, I shall depart from the royal residence. It is prudent for me to remain ignorant of the prince's secrets. With that, she excused herself, leaving Rong Jiusi's expression darkened. After a light cough, he began. The prince and the princess. Rong Jiusi interjected sharply. Let us return to the matter at hand. Yin Xiaofeng cast a glance at Jian Qi, who wore an enigmatic expression, leading him to realize that something significant must have transpired during their outing. After gathering his thoughts, he remarked, As long as Huang Guanyu is dealt with, our faction should be able to ascend to the position of Jing Zhaoyin. This would liberate us from our previous passivity and facilitate our investigation into the truth behind the prince's military defeat a year ago. Since Rong Jiusi had been poisoned, they had lost the initiative and their actions had been somewhat constrained. Now that Rong Jiusi's health was on the mend, It was imperative for them to prepare for more. Rong Jiusi nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure that the valor of those who perished at the frontier is not in vain. Have the compensations for the families of the fallen soldiers been dispatched this month? Yin Zhaofeng affirmed. They have all been sent. However, he expressed concern. But might the prince be acting a bit rashly this time? Could this provoke their vigilance? Rong Jiusi's gaze was icy. It matters not. As long as I draw breath. They shall not relent in their pursuit of me. Their recent actions have grown increasingly audacious. Without imparting a lesson, they will only escalate their transgressions. They must understand that seeking to humiliate me will incur a corresponding cost. Yin Zhaofeng sighed. Were it not for the late emperor's repeated insinuations about bequeathing the throne to the prince, he would not have been so targeted and ensnared. Rong Jiusi, the youngest son of the late emperor, had displayed remarkable talent from a young age, overshadowing his elder brothers. Even when the Yongming emperor was still the crown prince, he held a deep-seated wariness of Rong Jiusi. Rong Jiusi held little interest in the imperial throne. To alleviate the concerns of Emperor Yuanming, he chose to venture far to the borders, yet Emperor Yuanming remained unrelenting in his pursuit. If there had been even a trace of respect for his hypocritical elder brother, witnessing the tragic deaths of soldiers on the battlefield transformed that sentiment into sheer disgust. Rong Jiusi bore no aversion to the intrigues of the court and the royal family. Those who lacked cunning typically met an early demise. However, he was profoundly averse to the notion of suspicion driving countless valiant soldiers who defended their homeland into the jaws of death. His encounter with Wu Yanhui at the palace gates had left him in a foul mood, and the mere mention of such matters further soured his spirits. He spoke in a low, steely tone. There is no need to revisit past grievances. Yin Zhaofeng, perceiving the icy demeanor on Rong Jiusi's face, recognized this topic as taboo and refrained from further discussion. Just then, the doorkeeper announced, "My lord, the imperial gifts have arrived." Rong Jiusi let out a cold laugh. Is this his attempt at placation? The bounty sent by Emperor Yuanming was indeed substantial and quite lavish. Rong Jiusi, disinterested, commanded, "Take these items to the storeroom." Yin Zhaofeng complied, and Rong Jiusi added, "Before they are stored away, allow the princess to select what she desires. Let her take what she fancies." The suppressed flames of gossip within Yin Zhaofeng reignited fervently. It seems the lord treats the princess rather differently. Noticing the glimmer of jest in Yin Zhaofeng's eyes, Rong Jiusi chose to ignore it. His feelings toward Mu Yunshu were still somewhat nebulous. He no longer perceived her as the wretched figure of rumor, but rather wished to show her a kindred disposition. When Mu Yunshu arrived at Mu Qingyuan's chamber, he was in the midst of organizing his belongings. It was his first visit to the royal residence, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. He feared that his arrival would trouble Mu Yunshu, potentially leading her to incur the disdain of Rong Jiusi. However, compared to being ensnared by the schemes of the people in the Duke of Loyal and Brave's residence, residing in the royal manor seemed far more suitable. Mu Yunshu addressed him. "What more do we lack? Tomorrow, I shall send someone to procure it." While she could forego other items, the relics left by her mother were non-negotiable. There were too many scoundrels in the Duke's residence, and he worried they might ruin the belongings. Mu Yunshu nodded. "It is too late today. I will accompany you to fetch them tomorrow." The siblings exchanged a few heartfelt words. When a maid arrived to summon Mu Yunshu to select some items, upon learning the reason, her eyes sparkled. The prince truly possesses foresight. "Let us go. We must choose some fine treasures." She had exerted considerable effort today, and she felt no burden regarding the rewards bestowed by Emperor Yuanming. Seeing Rong Jiusi allow Mu Yunshu to choose gifts, Mu Qiqian felt that Rong Jiusi genuinely cherished her sister, which brought him great joy. The items sent by Emperor Yuanming were exquisite, be it the delicate fabrics, the magnificent pearls, or the millennium-old ginseng, all of which delighted Mu Yunshu. She was not greedy. After appraising their worth, she selected only 1/3 of what she needed. Mu Qingyuan, aware that she was not adept at needlework, inquired, "Can you handle the needle and thread?" Mu Yunshu looked at him in bewilderment. "Needle and thread are so light. How could I possibly struggle with them?" He felt immense joy. This was the first time his sister had offered to make him new clothes. She was taken aback, asking the nearby maid, "Where are my belongings?" Chapter 84. Discovering her paramour, Mu Yunshu exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is Rong Jiusi planning?" She hurriedly made her way to his chamber, where several maidservants were busily arranging her belongings. Rong Jiusi sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. Approaching him, she inquired, "Your Highness, why have you moved my things here?" With a casual wave of his hand, the maidservants withdrew. He remained focused on his reading, stating, "We are husband and wife." And newlyweds at that. There is no logic in sleeping apart. Mu Yunshu was taken aback, her mind racing. Is your mind perhaps infested with some curse today? She boldly questioned. Rong Jiusi tossed his book onto the desk and turned to her, demanding, "What did you just say?" Feeling intimidated, she quickly amended her words. "I meant to say, Your Highness, you are remarkably handsome, exceptionally intelligent, and undoubtedly the finest man in the world." Rong Jiusi let out a derisive snort. "Continue with your flattery." Mu Yunshu hesitated, but there is no reason for such excessive praise. She pulled a chair closer and seated herself beside him, saying, "Your Highness, as you are aware, my reputation has been tarnished, and I carry an unclean past. Living in your presence, our proximity may lead to inevitable physical contact, which would be unpleasant for you." Rong Jiusi discerned the underlying intent of her words. She sought to maintain a distance. A sense of unease settled within him. Yet he maintained a stoic facade as he replied, "Do you think I desire to live with you?" Mu Yunshu. "Of course not, it's just. Mu Yuan is currently residing in the royal residence." Rong Jiusi coldly remarked, "Are you intending to inform him that you have been cast aside by this prince, and are now sleeping apart?" Mu Yunshu. She almost forgot about this matter. Mu Yuan is mature beyond his years, with a heavy heart. If he were to learn of this, he would surely overthink it and would not remain in the royal residence any longer. For now, she could only intimidate the likes of the young family using Rong Jiusi's name. Upon realizing this, she smiled cheerfully and said, "You truly are astute, Your Highness. You are indeed wonderful." Rong Jiusi, inexplicably receiving a compliment. He glanced at Mu Yunshu and replied, "I too consider myself quite admirable." Mu Yunshu. How was she to respond to that? Rong Jiusi spoke in a calm tone. "At this moment, you must surely be contemplating how to repay me. Am I correct?" Mu Yunshu exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. However, Your Highness, you are of noble status, wise and valiant, lacking for nothing, while I possess nothing of value to offer. Henceforth, I can only restrain my actions, ensure I am not a burden to Your Highness, and devote myself entirely to your healing." Rong Jiusi, reclining lazily in his wheelchair, remarked, "Healing me is merely your duty. It does not constitute a repayment. I am typically benevolent, and seeing you so troubled by this matter, I shall illuminate a path for you." Mu Yunshu. She wished to assert that she was not troubled at all. Yet, since he had said so, she could only respond obsequiously, "Your Highness is truly understanding. I humbly request your guidance." Rong Jiusi spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. "I have heard that you intend to craft a garment for Mu Yuan. Then, might you also fashion a set for me?" Mu Yunshu responded with a slight cough. "Your Highness, I had no intention of making clothing for Qing Yuan. I merely sought to procure fabric to find a seamstress for him." Rong Jiusi turned to her and asked, "Are you concocting tales for me again?" Mu Yunshu rubbed her temples. "Certainly not." Rong Jiusi replied, "Select the fabric from the storeroom. In half a month, I expect to see the completed attire." Mu Yunshu felt a dark cloud descend upon her. Given her current sewing skills, not only could she not create new garments, but she couldn't even sew a straight stitch. She coughed lightly and said, "Your Highness, if I fail to meet expectations, please do not take offense." Rong Jiusi replied coolly, "Inquire with Jian Qi about how I punish them after their mishaps. Your penalty shall be similar." Mu Yunshu gasped. She had witnessed Jian Qi and the others being punished multiple times. Their resilience was tested, and the severity of their penalties was daunting. If such punishment were to befall her, she shuddered, feeling utterly despondent. Had she known this would transpire, she would have refrained from mentioning the clothing for Mu Yuan. Rong Jiusi, observing her dejected expression, presumed she was unwilling to craft his new attire. His gaze deepened. Regardless of whether she had previously sewn for other men, in the future, her endeavors would require his approval, even if that man were her own brother. After finishing their dinner, it was once again time for Mu Yunshu to administer acupuncture to Rong Jiusi. Once the treatment was complete, she could not suppress a yawn, feeling her eyelids grow heavy with fatigue. Rong Jiusi remarked, "If you feel tired, you should rest." Mu Yunshu believed her weariness was likely a result of the exhaustion accumulated over the past few days. With a sense of self-awareness, she retrieved a blanket from the cabinet, intending to make a bed on the floor. Rong Jiusi's gaze deepened, and with a hint of disdain in his tone, he said, "If you sleep here, how will I get to bed later?" He wished for her to sleep on the bed instead. However, Mu Yunshu, utterly exhausted, found his insistence rather troublesome. So she spread her blanket in a spot that did not obstruct him at all. Rong Jiusi. This was not his intention at all. He simply could not bring himself to ask her to move to the bed. Mu Yunshu, oblivious to his inner turmoil, arranged her blanket. and as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. Hearing her steady breathing, Rong Jiusi frowned slightly. He called out, "Mu Yunshu." In her drowsy state, Mu Yunshu heard someone calling her and irritably murmured, "Be quiet. Don't disturb me." Rong Jiusi. She had truly gained the audacity to tell him to be quiet. He felt a surge of annoyance and contemplated lifting her up. Yet, upon turning to see her sleeping peacefully, her long lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, she appeared both gentle and endearing, which softened his resolve. Rong Jiusi maneuvered his wheelchair beside her, observing her for a considerable time as she slept soundly and blissfully unaware. He gazed upon her, and his heart inexplicably softened. Rong Jiusi's sleep was far from peaceful. She often tossed and turned for a long time before surrendering to slumber. Yet tonight, as he listened to her rhythmic breathing, his heart found an unexpected tranquility. Rong Jiusi felt that despite her tarnished reputation and somewhat irritable demeanor, she still managed to protect him. If she remained obedient in the future, he would naturally treat her with kindness. However, the memory of her lost virtue troubled him, causing his brow to furrow. This matter was, after all, a thorn in his heart. Sooner or later, he would unearth her seducer, severing all ties to her past. Chapter 85. You Must Not Regret. They slept soundly through the night, while the Empress Dowager, consumed with fury, hardly managed to rest. After the arrival of Emperor Yuanming, Li Fushun, she shattered several vases in her anger. Although she possessed no concrete evidence, the events of that day left her convinced that Mu Yunshu was the sole variable. She could not fathom that such an incident could occur without Mu Yunshu's involvement. Nevertheless, despite her certainty of Mu Yunshu's culpability, she found herself powerless to exact punishment upon her. The humiliation of that incident was a profound disgrace, one that could not simply be brushed aside. Initially, she believed that Mu Yunshu would either perish or be relegated to a life of shame, forever marred. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that Mu Yunshu had escaped unscathed, while Rong Jiusi had even sounded the alarm for her. Over the past year, the Empress Dowager had grown accustomed to Rong Jiusi's low profile, and his sudden assertiveness caught her completely off guard. Even with the Empress Dowager dispatching messengers to instruct Huang Guanyu to prepare hastily, the arrangements were ultimately rushed and lacked meticulousness, leaving room for Rong Jiusi to exploit. Madame Chen advised her, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is of noble constitution. There is no need to trouble yourself over those uncouth individuals." The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth and replied that wretched Mingfei once enjoyed the sole favor of the late emperor, nearly causing him to depose the crown prince and bestow the throne upon the Ding Wang. It was with great effort that I supported the crown prince's ascension, while the Ding Wang, wielding considerable military power, remains a thorn in my side. Madame Chen continued to counsel her. At present, the emperor has consolidated power. The Ding Wang cannot endure much longer, and you need not expend your energy and anger towards him. The Empress Dowager, her countenance darkening, retorted, "As long as he draws breath, I shall find no peace." After speaking, she let out a soft hiss and pressed her hand to her temple. Madame Chen quickly inquired, "Are you experiencing another headache? Allow me to massage it for you." The Empress Dowager had long suffered from migraines, which had worsened considerably since the last incident when the sleeping quarters were set ablaze. The imperial physician had come to treat her, but to little effect. Aware of her poor spirits, Madame Chen offered her some words of comfort. Yet, the Empress Dowager recalled another matter. "Though I am in such discomfort, I cannot allow that wretched Mu Yunshu to enjoy any ease." She ordered, "Send someone to the Ding Wang's residence to summon Mu Yunshu to the palace to attend to my ailments." Madame Chen replied softly, "As you wish." She believed the Empress Dowager was in a state of confusion due to her pain. Only today had Emperor Yuanming dispatched someone to advise her against rash actions. Furthermore, she had heard that the emperor sent gifts to the Ding Wang's residence, indicating a desire for peace. After all, they had revealed vulnerabilities regarding Mu Yunshu's abduction. And if Rong Jiusi chose to pursue the matter relentlessly, it could potentially lead back to the Empress Dowager herself. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was in a fit of anger, and Chen Mama dared not offer any further counsel. When dawn broke, Chen Mama instructed Shi Qiu to convey a message to the Prince Ding's residence, summoning Mu Yunshu to the palace to attend to the ailing. Upon waking to this news, Mu Yunshu felt an urge to curse. She had already endured enough of palace life the previous day, and now she was to return. Infuriated, she inquired of Rong Jiusi, "Can I feign illness to avoid going to the palace?" If her ailment were genuine, it would be acceptable. However, feigning sickness would only place a weapon in her hands. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu's mind sparked with a different notion, and her eyes gleamed with resolve. Evading passively was not a solution to the problem. If she escaped this time, the Empress Dowager would surely strike again. So this time she needed to retaliate fiercely. Rong Jiusi regarded her with curiosity. Are you suggesting we set fire to the Empress Dowager's quarters, as we did last time? Mu Yunshu smiled. Using the same tactic a second time would indeed hand her the advantage. To navigate life, one must embrace innovation. Rong Jiusi, now more familiar with her intentions, discerned that such statements often heralded mischief. With a slight furrow in his brow, he queried, "What are you plotting this time?" Mu Yunshu winked at him. "What do you think I could possibly do at this moment?" "Of course, I shall feign illness." Rong Jiusi, perplexed, asked, "Feign illness?" Mu Yunshu's smile radiated with mischief. "Yes, precisely that. And while I'm at it, I shall deliver a magnificent surprise to the Empress Dowager." Rong Jiusi, captivated by her charming demeanor, recognized that such smiles typically signaled her inclination towards mischief. He gazed at her and remarked, "The Empress Dowager managed to secure her position as Empress by vanquishing all the palace consorts. Her schemes are profoundly intricate. Should you resort to ordinary tactics against her, not only will you be unmasked, but you may also incite greater troubles." Mu Yunshu chuckled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have never adhered to conventional paths." Rong Jiusi regarded her with a penetrating gaze, choosing not to dissuade her further. Instead, he summoned Jianqi, instructing him to ensure that his contacts within the palace were prepared to assist her at a moment's notice. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yunshu held a handkerchief to her mouth and nose, coughing softly as she addressed Siaichio. "Yesterday, I inadvertently caught a chill. I fear it may be inconvenient for me to attend to the Empress Dowager." Siaichio glanced at her and replied, "What a coincidence. I was concerned that the consort might be unwell, so I brought along a physician when we left the palace. If it would not trouble you, may I call upon the physician to take your pulse?" Mu Yunshu's expression wavered slightly, and Siaichio let out a cold laugh. Not waiting for her consent before summoning the physician. Once he arrived, Siaichio said, "Consort, please proceed." With a semblance of reluctance, Mu Yunshu seated herself, coughing softly as she allowed the physician to examine her pulse. After his examination, the physician declared, "Indeed, the consort has caught a chill. But it is not severe and will not impede her ability to attend to the Empress Dowager." Mu Yunshu looked at the physician and asked, "Are you certain?" The physician nodded affirmatively, most assuredly. Prior to his arrival, the Empress Dowager had instructed him to expose Mu Yunshu should she feign illness, for it was imperative to bring her into the palace to attend to the Empress Dowager. Although Mu Yunshu was genuinely unwell at that moment, her condition was not grave. The imperial physician believes it is essential to bring Mu Yunshu into the palace to vent the Empress Dowager's frustrations, otherwise, he would bear the consequences. However, in Siaichio's ears, this sounded like Mu Yunshu was feigning illness. Mu Yunshu turned to Siaichio and said, "You must witness this matter. Lest I recover and return to the Empress Dowager, you all must not hold me accountable." Siaichio replied calmly, "Rest assured, Princess, such a scenario will not occur." Sniffling slightly, Mu Yunshu pitifully addressed Rong Jiusi, "Your Highness, you heard what Siaichio just said. If I inadvertently infect the Empress Dowager, you must testify on my behalf. This is not my fault." Chapter 86. One must ask, is it not exhilarating? Rong Jiusi responded in a measured tone, "Knowing you are unwell. Yet both the imperial physician and Siaichio still insist you attend to the Empress Dowager. Should you pass your illness to her, the blame lies with them, not you." Siaichio cast a glance at him. Despite the widespread belief in the capital that Rong Jiusi dotes on Mu Yunshu, she remained unconvinced. How could someone of Rong Jiusi's stature possibly hold genuine affection for Mu Yunshu? What was deemed as affection was merely a reluctance to allow others to witness his folly. It was all a mere performance. Mu Yunshu, still sniffling, asserted, "I am the very model of filial piety. Since I am to serve the Empress Dowager, I shall attend to her with utmost care." Rong Jiusi regarded her, and she obediently added, "It is merely a slight cold. I shall recover in a few days. Your Highness need not worry." Rong Jiusi understood that due to the Empress Dowager's esteemed status, he could not prevent Mu Yunshu from entering the palace to attend to her. He felt a curious anticipation, wondering what antics she would once again conjure during this visit. With utmost obedience, Mu Yunshu followed Siaichio into the palace to serve the Empress Dowager. After the Empress Dowager's previous chamber was set ablaze by Mu Yunshu, she relocated to an adjacent palace. Although this new palace was equally resplendent, it lacked the grandeur of her former residence. Upon entering the chamber, Mu Yunshu respectfully greeted the Empress Dowager, who lay upon her bed. A mere glance at the dowager revealed her feigned illness, a pretext to vex Mu Yunshu. The Empress Dowager coldly commanded, "My legs are rather uncomfortable. Come here and massage them." Mu Yunshu hesitated, prompting the dowager's voice to grow even more frosty. "What? Are you unwilling?" "Of course not. I am most willing," Mu Yunshu hastily replied. "However, I have caught a chill, and I fear that my proximity might expose you to my illness." Cai Chiu had already informed the Empress Dowager of the physician's diagnosis regarding Mu Yunshu. The implication was clear. Though Mu Yunshu exhibited mild symptoms of a cold, it was largely a pretense. The Empress Dowager, intent on punishing Mu Yunshu, took delight in her discomfort, resolving to exacerbate it further to assuage her own grievances. With a hint of impatience, she retorted, "It matters not. Come here." Obediently, Mu Yunshu sat beside the bed to massage the dowager's feet, only to be met with the command to squat at the edge of the bed. Squatting to provide the massage was far more exhausting than sitting, and demeaned her position, a deliberate tactic of the Empress Dowager to torment her. Mu Yunshu was well aware that the women within the palace possessed a singular talent for inflicting suffering, often rendering life unbearable without a word. She understood that she could not refuse. To do so would be an act of filial disobedience, incurring the Empress's wrath. However, this was merely a cog in her meticulously crafted plan. If the Empress were to bar her from approaching, how could she possibly ensure that the Empress experienced a fate worse than death? With a playful smirk, Mu Yunshu adopted a pitiful expression, reluctantly kneeling to massage the Empress's feet. The sight of her servile demeanor brought a sense of satisfaction to the Empress. The Empress often found ways to vex Mu Yunshu, at times criticizing her for applying too much pressure and at others for being too gentle. "I have seen you display great cleverness in the past. How is it that you have become so foolish this time?" she scolded. Sichio, standing nearby, relished the moment and remarked, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but there are numerous rumors circulating in the capital regarding the princess consort of Ding. Her actions have always been rather foolish. How could she possibly comprehend your intentions at this moment?" After a pause, she added, "Once she has finished attending to your Majesty's feet, perhaps she should be tasked with cleaning your Majesty's personal chamber pot." Sichio was well aware of the Empress's profound disdain for Mu Yunshu, and given that Mu Yunshu had entered the palace to serve the ailing, she had been relegated to the status of the most menial servant. Having served the Empress for many years, Sichio possessed a wealth of knowledge on how to handle individuals without leaving room for reproach. This time, she was determined to peel away Mu Yunshu's layers and inflict psychological torment upon her. Sichio's words resonated with the Empress, prompting her to elevate her feet slightly. Gazing down at Mu Yunshu with a condescending expression, "Does the princess consort of Ding acquiesce?" she inquired. Mu Yunshu offered a faint smile. "I have come to serve your Majesty in this time of illness. I shall do whatever you command. Allow me to finish massaging your feet first, and then I will attend to the cleaning of the chamber pot." Her obedient demeanor greatly pleased the Empress Dowager, who regarded Rong Jiusi as a precious woman, yet allowed her to be treated with disdain. The Empress Dowager felt at ease, thoroughly enjoying the massage provided by Mu Yunshu. She resolved to summon Mu Yunshu to the palace periodically to indulge in her services, reveling in the degradation of Mu Yunshu. However, not long after her moment of comfort, she was suddenly beset by a splitting headache, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably down her face. In addition to this, her entire body ached, and her heart raced like thunder. Grasping her chest, she gasped for breath. Chinmama, Sichio. Both were present in the room and hurried over upon hearing the Empress Dowager's voice, only to be taken aback by her appearance. Chinmama shouted urgently, "Quick, summon the imperial physician." Sichio glared furiously at Mu Yunshu, demanding, "What have you done to her Majesty? Why has she suddenly become like this?" Mu Yunshu, bewildered, replied, "I have merely been massaging her feet. I have done nothing else. Hasn't the Empress Dowager been unwell all along? Is this not a normal occurrence?" Sichio was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager's face turned crimson as she gasped for air, struggling to breathe as if on the brink of suffocation. Sichio could no longer attend to her feelings of anger and quickly reached out to help the Empress Dowager steady her breath. "The physician will arrive shortly. Please hold on, Your Majesty." At that moment, the Empress Dowager was in excruciating discomfort, yet she was at a loss as to the cause of her ailment. Her first instinct was to suspect that Mu Yunshu was responsible, yet she had been closely observing Mu Yunshu, who had merely been administering a massage and nothing more. The Empress Dowager glanced at her, prompting her to leap onto the Dowager's lap, exclaiming, "Empress Dowager, please do not come to harm. If you were to perish, what would become of me?" As she spoke, she began to pat the dowager's chest. The breath that Chiu had painstakingly helped her regain was once again scattered by Mu Yunshu's intrusive touch, leaving the dowager gasping for air. The Empress Dowager thought to dismiss Mu Yunshu, yet found herself utterly speechless. Mu Yunshu feigned deep concern, appearing so caring that no one could find fault with her. However, the dowager felt that Mu Yunshu's mere presence rendered the air thin and her chest burned with a searing pain. She was overwhelmed with the sensation of being suffocated, her expression betraying an involuntary hint of terror at Mu Yunshu. In Chapter 87, the formidable consort of the prince. Regardless of whether Mu Yunshu was indeed the culprit this time, the Empress Dowager deemed her exceedingly uncanny. Just as the dowager felt she might be fatally crushed by Mu Yunshu's actions, old Madame Chun had already ushered the imperial physician into the room. Mu Yunshu felt a twinge of disappointment that the physician arrived so promptly. Had he delayed just a moment longer, she would have been able to usher the dowager into the afterlife. Upon the physician's arrival, the crowd hastily pushed her aside. The physician swiftly took the dowager's pulse and began administering acupuncture. With everyone's attention focused on the dowager, Mu Yunshu found herself rather bored. For reasons unknown to her, she felt exceedingly fatigued these past 2 days, likely due to the exhaustion from her recent abduction. She stifled a yawn and, feeling somewhat disinterested, leaned against the wall and dozed off. After the imperial physician had finished treating the Empress Dowager, night had already fallen. Although the Empress Dowager continued to weep profusely, her throat was excruciatingly painful. She was at least no longer gasping for breath as she had been before. Upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's illness, the Yoming Emperor hurried over after attending to state affairs. When he arrived, he happened to see the Empress Dowager in a stupor, her tears mingling with mucus. The sight repulsed him greatly, and Chiu swiftly moved to wipe the Empress Dowager's face clean. However, no sooner had she finished than more mucus flowed forth. Despite the Empress Dowager's noble status, this was utterly revolting. The Yoming Emperor, incensed, exclaimed, "How could you servants allow the Empress Dowager to fall ill with a cold?" Madame Chun and the other palace attendants fell to their knees, not daring to utter a sound. Mu Yunshu stepped forward from the shadows, stating, "It is possible that I transmitted the illness to the Empress Dowager." The Yoming Emperor turned his gaze upon her as she sniffled and continued, "I have been suffering from a cold these past few days and have yet to fully recover. Earlier today, Chiu came to the Wang residence to escort me into the palace to attend to the Empress Dowager. I mentioned at that time that I had not fully recovered and feared that my ailment might affect her. Chiu then requested the physician to examine me. The physician assured us that my condition was not severe and would not be contagious to the Empress Dowager. The prince was present at that moment as well. But out of filial piety and due to his leg ailment, he could not approach the Empress Dowager himself, and thus sent me in his stead." Upon hearing this, the veins on the Yoming Emperor's forehead throbbed. He understood the Empress Dowager's sentiments all too well. Ultimately, it was merely the Empress Dowager's failed attempt to undermine both Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu, leading her to feign illness and summon Mu Yunshu to attend to her supposed ailment. Because the Empress Dowager was pretending to be unwell, she presumed that Mu Yunshu was also deceiving everyone. Now, however, her charade has transformed into genuine affliction. He spoke coldly. "Chiu, is this true?" The matter was too widely known for Chiu to conceal, and she could only reply, "Indeed, it is true, but..." After casting a glance at Mu Yunshu, she continued, "The symptoms of the princess consort appear rather mild, and the imperial physician has deemed it inconsequential, which is why I brought her into the palace." Mu Yunshu sighed. Each individual's constitution varies. The same illness manifests differently. The Empress Dowager's frail health means that upon exposure, her symptoms would inevitably be more severe. With a face full of remorse, she added, "Had I known the Empress Dowager would suffer such grave symptoms, I would have defied the edict and refused to enter the palace to attend to her." The Empress Dowager, Emperor Yuanming. He turned to the imperial physician, who nodded in agreement. What the princess consort mentions is indeed a possibility. Emperor Yuanming glanced at Mu Yunshu and said, "This is not the fault of the princess consort. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon those presumptuous servants." Which physician attended to the princess consort today and asserted that her illness was not contagious? The emperor spoke coldly, "Summon the guards. Take Chiu and physician Zhu to the Ministry of Justice and administer 30 strokes of the rod." Chiu's face turned pale in an instant. "Your Majesty, spare me. I was merely following orders." After enduring the 30 strokes, she would not emerge unscathed. Upon hearing the words of Chiu, the Emperor Yuanming's fury intensified. The Empress Dowager was bewildered, and those around her failed to dissuade her. It was utterly lamentable. He spoke coldly. "You audacious servant. Having erred, you still dare to argue. Guards, take Ci Chiu away and beat her to death." Before Ci Chiu could utter another word, her mouth and nose were forcefully covered, and she was dragged away. As she was being taken out, a sudden realization struck her, and she turned her head to glance at Mu Yunshu, who winked at her. Today, Ci Chiu had forcibly brought her into the palace, intending for her to serve the Empress Dowager's needs. What a preposterous notion. In that moment, Ci Chiu comprehended the truth. She struggled desperately, aiming to expose that the Empress Dowager's ailment stemmed from Mu Yunshu. However, to the onlookers, her resistance appeared as a refusal to confess, an act of defiance against imperial decree. The guards had already dragged her to the threshold, and with a decisive swing, they struck her down. Mu Yunshu's gaze was somber. She found herself ill at ease in a dynasty that regarded human life as inconsequential. Yet Ci Chiu was merely a lapdog to the Empress Dowager. If she did not eliminate a few of these sycophants, they would undoubtedly grow bolder in their insolence towards her. Ci Chiu had merely stumbled into her trap today. After clearing her throat several times, Mu Yunshu said, "It is my fault. Please punish me as well, dear brother." At her cough, the palace maids instinctively retreated a few steps, striving to distance themselves from her. The symptoms of the Empress Dowager were indeed alarming, and they wished to avoid contagion. Emperor Yuanming contemplated punishing her, but since she had claimed to be afflicted by a chill, forcibly brought to the palace, he found himself unable to impose a penalty. Not only could he not punish her, but he was also compelled to reward her. He spoke in a deep voice. "The Princess of Ding is pure and filial. How could I ever punish you? Your body is unwell. There is no need to remain in the palace to attend to the Empress Dowager. You may leave the palace early tomorrow morning." Mu Yunshu responded affirmatively, but insisted, "I shall stay here tonight to continue serving the Empress Dowager." The emperor, wishing to demonstrate his benevolence, gently replied, "There is no need. You should rest well tonight. With so many servants in the palace, you need not exert yourself so." His words were akin to imperial edicts, and Mu Yunshu, feeling quite pleased, retired to a nearby palace to rest. Upon awakening, the Empress Dowager learned of the emperor's execution of Ci Chiu. In a hoarse voice, she queried, "Has the emperor's wrath extended to those within my palace? Might he be overstepping?" The emperor gazed at her and replied, "I had instructed Li Fushan to inform you yesterday that the duke's fate is sealed. There is no need to be unduly harsh with him. Mother, do not forget that Rong Jiusi, in his madness, is reckless. He is nearing death and may resort to desperate measures. I advise you, do not provoke the couple any further. Despite Mu Yunshu's lowly status, she is still Rong Jiusi's legitimate wife. To humiliate Mu Yunshu is to strike a blow to Rong Jiusi." The Empress Dowager regarded him with a cold stare, stating, "You are now the emperor? Do you still fear him?" Chapter 88. Cruelty without trace. The emperor inhaled deeply and responded, setting aside his past military achievements. The 100,000 troops at his command pose a dire threat should he rebel. Furthermore, with the edict left by my father, it is impossible for me to overtly strip him of his military authority. I have endured his presence for many years and am willing to tolerate him for a few more months." Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager composed herself. Her voice hushed as she remarked, "This sudden affliction has caught me off guard. A thorough investigation is imperative." The Ming Emperor responded solemnly, "I have already instructed the imperial physicians to conduct a comprehensive examination. Mother has not been poisoned. Furthermore, Mu Yunshu could not possibly have had the opportunity to harm you. The only plausible explanation is that she inadvertently transmitted her illness to you. She has openly stated this before, and based on this matter alone, I cannot hold her accountable." The Empress Dowager, somewhat irate, retorted, "She is exceedingly ominous. Every time she approaches, calamity befalls me." The Ming Emperor concurred that the situation was indeed strange. Yet they possessed no evidence to implicate Mu Yunshu in these occurrences. Without evidence, she could not be condemned. Thus, he suggested, if she is truly so ill-fated, Mother should refrain from summoning her to the palace in the future. Observing her demeanor, the Ming Emperor realized that his words had not registered with her. She was merely overwhelmed. Now that she had ascended to the status of Empress Dowager, she acted with less restraint and displayed a certain arrogance. Her elevated position rendered her immune to consequences, even from the Ming Emperor himself. That night, Mu Yunshu resided alone in a palace, untroubled by others, and attended to by servants. She found this arrangement rather agreeable. However, just after finishing her supper, a eunuch who appeared to be around 40 approached her, stating, "Princess of Ding, the esteemed consort Li requests your presence." Mu Yunshu was somewhat familiar with the name of Consort Li. Whenever she encountered Li Jin, he would invariably mention, "My end is Consort Li." At this moment, the summons from Consort Li could only foretell trouble. She directly refused, saying, "It is late. I wish to rest now and meet concubine Li early tomorrow." Before she could finish her sentence, the eunuch, like a specter, had already approached her side, declaring, "This matter is beyond the control of the consort." Mu Yunshu felt a chill at her waist, realizing that a sharp blade was pressed against her. From her previous life, she had learned through television that the eunuchs in the palace were formidable, and now faced with one, she felt an urge to curse. However, she managed to force a smile and said, "Upon reflection, I find myself not too weary, so I shall accompany you, my lord." The eunuch, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "Please, consort, this way." Mu Yunshu glanced at him, smiling, and added, "You are too kind, my lord. Please lead the way." The palace, indeed, proved to be the most perilous of places, without exception. Mu Yunshu understood that the eunuch's willingness to draw a blade on her at this juncture meant he would not hesitate to take her life. After all, concubine Li hailed from the Li family, which had faced severe repercussions, and she was inextricably linked to those events. It was said that concubine Li had been reprimanded by Emperor Yuanming due to the Li family's troubles, and she likely harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Mu Yunshu. The Empress Dowager sought merely to humiliate her, yet the cornered concubine Li might very well desire her demise. As Mu Yunshu noticed the eunuch leading her further astray, she, despite her unfamiliarity with the palace, realized they were nearing the Cold Palace, a notorious location for silencing witnesses. Mu Yunshu had no wish to perish. And given the eunuch's formidable martial prowess, the notion of turning the tables on him to escape was akin to dreaming. Yet, to live is to dream. As she followed the eunuch around a corner, she suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Oh, what is that on the wall?" As the eunuch instinctively glanced around, he found nothing in sight. In the next moment, he felt a sharp sting invade his eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he cast aside any pretense and swiftly aimed a kick at Mu Yunshu. She rolled away on the ground, evading his assault, and quickly seized a stone from the earth to hurl in the opposite direction. The eunuch, adept at discerning sounds, immediately directed a kick toward that area, shattering the stone into dust with a single blow. Mu Yunshu's eyes widened in astonishment at his ferocity. She understood that such formidable opponents possessed extraordinary abilities. Even the faintest breath would not escape their keen ears. Thus, she held her breath. Though the eunuch was momentarily blinded, he was unaware of her exact location. Coldly, he declared, "Princess Ting, I know you are nearby. Do not struggle. My strike will be swift. A gentle twist is all it takes to sever your neck, ensuring you feel no pain." Mu Yunshu realized her breath-holding would not last long and rapidly devised a strategy. She understood that she had but one opportunity. Should she fail to eliminate him, she would become his victim. Therefore, she resolved to utilize every advantage at her disposal. Suddenly, the eunuch came to a halt, stating, "Princess Ting, I now know where you are." Her heart raced as she observed him slowly drawing a knife, aware that he was attempting to deceive her. During her entrance into the palace, anticipating the Empress Dowager's hostility, she had brought along some medicine for the Dowager's ailment. Regret washed over her. Had she known she would traverse into this perilous situation, she would have researched lethal poisons that could silence an adversary instantly, thus avoiding her current predicament. She spotted a beam not far away, just under a foot taller than herself, while the eunuch towered over her by nearly half a head. An idea sparked in her mind, and she swiftly picked up a stone and hurled it in that direction. The eunuch shifted his feet slightly, but did not move further. He could hardly believe that the princess of the duke was so playful, as if engaging him in a game of hide and seek. In that case, he decided to indulge her in this little game. However, a sense of dread washed over Mu Yunshu. A master like the eunuch, having been deceived once, had become aware of the unusual. A mere stone would no longer lure him away. Her gaze sharpened with determination as she resolved to draw the enemy out with her own presence. Time was of the essence, for with every breath, she risked being discovered by him. Taking a deep breath, she sprinted toward the beam with an unprecedented swiftness. Almost at the very instant she inhaled, the eunuch sensed her movement and immediately lunged toward her. Yet, she had already vacated her previous position, and he grasped at nothing but air. Just as Mu Yunshu reached the beam, the eunuch, employing his lightness skill, soared to her side, colliding headfirst into the beam. The speed of his approach was astonishing, and the impact left him dazed and momentarily disoriented. Now was her chance. Mu Yunshu swiftly extracted her hairpin and aimed it with precision at his eye, thrusting it forward with all her might. The angle of her strike was masterfully calculated, driving the pin directly into his brain through his eye. With a decisive twist, the eunuch crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Exhausted, Mu Yunshu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily after her exertion. She could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? That nearly terrified me." Her success in turning the tables was undoubtedly attributed to her composure, a smidgen of luck, and the underestimation she faced from her adversaries. Moreover, as she had arrived with her thoughts solely fixated on self-preservation, she had paid little attention to her surroundings, rendering her current state of being lost quite natural. Unbeknownst to her, numerous threats lurked in the shadows, and she dared not inquire for help. Instead, she opted for the main path, hoping to encounter someone who could guide her. However, fortune was not in her favor. Throughout her journey, she encountered not a single soul, and the adjacent palaces loomed dark and foreboding. After walking for quite some time, she finally spotted a light ahead. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to take a chance. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Curiosity piqued, she pushed the door, which swung open. Inside, the room was illuminated, yet no one was visible. "Is anyone there?" she called out. Not wishing to intrude recklessly, Mu Yunshu prepared to exit the room, only to be startled to find that the door she had just opened had mysteriously closed behind her. She tugged at the door, but it was firmly shut. Refusing to budge, pressing her fingers to her temples, she pondered, "What is happening now? Must I be plagued by such misfortune?" She was oblivious to her surroundings and the potential perils they harbored. With resolve, she removed her hairpin, bracing herself for any impending danger. However, after a considerable wait, the room remained eerily silent, and nothing transpired. Instead, a melodious sound of a zither wafted through the air. Realizing she was already trapped within, Mu Yunshu decided it would be better to venture inside and explore further. After passing through the initial chamber, she entered a vast and empty hall. Above the grand hall, a celestial canopy of stars, composed of an unknown material, twinkled intermittently. The overall ambience of the hall was reminiscent of nature, adorned with a plethora of plants, some in bloom, others bearing ears, presenting an idyllic tableau. A narrow stream, approximately 3 feet wide, meandered gracefully through the hall, blending harmoniously with the distant strains of a zither, evoking a sense of tranquility. If Mu Yunshu were unaware of her presence within the palace, she might easily believe herself in some remote wilderness. Although the surroundings struck her as peculiar, they did not instill a sense of danger. Nevertheless, she clutched her hairpin tightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Following the sound of the zither, she ventured forth, exiting the grand hall. Outside, a few lanterns flickered, illuminating the courtyard ahead. The night was profound. The music wafted through the air, and fireflies danced, a scene of immense romance, yet she found it somewhat eerie. In a quaint pavilion ahead, a man clad in white sat, playing the zither. His back was turned to Mu Yunshu, and the melodious notes resonated, making him appear almost ethereal against the cool night sky, as if he were on the verge of transcending to immortality. In her 2 lifetimes, only one person had ever evoked such feelings within her. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Is it the national teacher?" His voice was ethereal and refined, melding seamlessly with the night, inexplicably reminding Mu Yunshu of the poem, "In the rain of apricot blossoms, the garments seem damp. In the breeze of the willow, there is no chill." She smiled and said, "The national teacher can even foresee this. Might I ask, do you know the reason for my visit tonight?" Just as she finished speaking, Shi Wuxing concluded his piece, gently pressing a string, and the music dissipated into silence. He slowly rose and stepped out of the pavilion, saying, "I bear no ill will. Yet I am compelled to strive desperately. You have endured much, princess." Mu Yunshu felt a sense of unease. The last time she encountered Shi Wuxing, she found him rather sinister, and now, hearing his words, she sensed an even greater air of mystery about him. It seemed he possessed an omniscient awareness while remaining detached from worldly matters. With a light laugh, she replied, "I fail to comprehend what the national master is articulating." Shi Wuxing smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in that topic, and simply inquired, "What tea would you prefer, princess?" Mu Yunshu could not help but feel that his smile was akin to a night-blooming Sirius unfolding in the darkness, both beautiful and enigmatic, exuding an allure that was intoxicating yet made her feel unworthy. She chuckled, "My reputation is less than favorable. Should anyone witness me sharing tea with the national master, it may tarnish your own standing." Shi Wuxing replied calmly, That is easily remedied. We need only ensure we are not seen. With a flick of his snow-white sleeves, a sound resonated through the tranquil courtyard as concealed formation stirred, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Noticing her complexion shift in alarm, Shi Wuxing gently reassured her. There is no need for fear, princess. This formation merely prevents outsiders from intruding. As long as you remain still, you shall be unharmed. After speaking, he pressed something unknown, causing the ground of the courtyard to split open and reveal a stone table. Upon it rested a kettle of boiling water and a set of tea utensils. Once the table extended to a sufficient length, the ground seamlessly closed again, leaving no trace. Mu Yunshu circled the table and remarked, "Truly, the national master possesses remarkable skills." Shi Wuxing smiled faintly and suggested, "Perhaps the princess of Ding could deftly manage the empress dowager." Mu Yunshu paused, forcing a smile as she replied, "The national master truly possesses a sense of humor. I hold the empress dowager in the highest regard and would never entertain a thought of disrespect." Shi Wuxing gracefully settled down to brew tea, assuring her, "There is no need for the princess to feel anxious. This is merely my conjecture, devoid of any evidence. Even if there were evidence, I would refrain from divulging it, as such revelations would yield me no benefit, but rather invite trouble upon myself." At this point, he smiled leisurely, adding, "I am particularly averse to complications." Mu Yunshu had found him inscrutable during their last encounter, and tonight she felt even more perplexed by his enigmatic demeanor. Such individuals were typically those she approached with caution. She chuckled. "They say the national master is remarkably adept at divination, yet I perceive that your predictions rely heavily on conjecture, often veering into the absurd. My heartfelt filial piety towards the Empress Dowager seems to transform in your eyes into a scheme to harm her. Would such an arrangement not be rather ungracious?" Her expression turned cold as she continued, "This is merely our second meeting. It seems there is no enmity between us, is there? In Chapter 90, I am your great-grandmother." Shi Wuxing regarded her with a gentle laugh. "I harbor no animosity towards the princess. On the contrary, I feel an instant camaraderie with you." He placed the brewed tea on the table, saying, "This is a century-old pu'er. I invite the princess to sample it." Mu Yunshu scrutinized him from head to toe before responding. "My lord has warned me that the palace is fraught with peril, and it is best to avoid touching anything, especially gifts from strangers." Shi Wuxing smiled faintly, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. "The princess is well versed in the art of medicine. She can discern any issues with the tea by mere scent." Mu Yunshu laughed heartily. "Who in the capital does not know of my utter lack of scholarly prowess? Yet the national master claims I possess medical skills. Anyone who hears this would surely be in stitches. I have known Jiusi since childhood and owe him my life." Shi Wuxing continued, sipping his tea. "Many years ago, I foresaw a great calamity awaiting him. Should he fail to navigate this tribulation, his life would be forfeit. For years, I have sought a means to avert this fate, yet every calculation led to his inevitable demise. It was not until the night of his wedding a month ago that a glimmer of hope emerged in his destiny. I found it exceedingly peculiar. Where could this spark of life be? Until that day at the academy when I encountered you." Mu Yunshu detected the underlying implication in his words and feigned ignorance. "Surely, the national master does not mean to suggest that I am the spark of life for the prince?" Shi Wuxing replied calmly, "As the national master, having long dwelled in the realm of the metaphysical, I perceive matters beyond the ken of ordinary mortals." Mu Yunshu's eyes flickered momentarily before she asked, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" If she had previously deemed him a mere guesser, she now recognized his considerable insight. It seemed this enigmatic figure had discerned her identity as a soul from another realm, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. Her only recourse was to adamantly deny any such truth. Mu Yunshu inquired, "What piques your curiosity?" Shi Wuxing gazed at her and inquired, "I am curious about your origins and the nature of the world you inhabit." Mu Yunshu seated herself opposite him and replied, "Do you wish to know?" Shi Wuxing nodded, and Mu Yunshu playfully beckoned him with her finger, prompting him to instinctively lean closer. She whispered, "To be candid, I am actually your great-grandmother. From the moment of your birth, I sensed your extraordinary talents and uniqueness." Shi Wuxing was taken aback. Mu Yunshu seized his collar and pressed him against the stone table, exclaiming, "However, I had no inkling that you would grow into a charlatan who speaks without restraint. Had I known, I would have silenced you before you ever had the chance." Shi Wuxing was astounded. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even in his usual composure, a flush crept onto his face. He said solemnly, "How dare you?" Mu Yunshu pressed him down further, retorting, "You are the one who dares. How could you speak to your great-grandmother in such a way?" Shi Wuxing thought to himself, She claims to be my ancestor, truly believing herself to be so? I have never encountered a woman so audacious. He pondered the ramifications, realizing that if a scene were to unfold, none would recognize our familial ties. And they might think I harbored ill intentions towards my great-grandmother. Regardless, I am still the princess consort of the Duke, should this scandal spread. Your position as the national master would be in jeopardy. Shi Wuxing looked up at the enchanting visage before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. He remarked, "Do you understand that even the emperor would not dare to address me in such a manner?" Mu Yunshu smiled gently. "It is different. The emperor has requests of you, so he naturally treats you with courtesy. As for me, I am your great-grandmother. If you misbehave, do not think I will merely scold you. I could justifiably give you a sound thrashing." She dared to strike him, for she had previously discovered that he lacked martial skills and that she could easily overpower him. In this secluded space, devoid of any witnesses, he had no allies. Having mistakenly intruded here tonight, her swiftest means of escape was to subdue him into granting her freedom. At this moment, her body was half pressed against his, and they were drawn close enough for him to catch the subtle fragrance of orchids emanating from her, as well as to behold the delicate, rosy hue of her lips. Shi Wuxing had always prided himself on transcending the mundane world, observing the entanglements of love and enmity with a detached gaze. Yet, in the depths of this dark night, as this enchanting woman pinned him against the stone table, he felt as though invisible hands were pulling him into the throes of the earthly realm. In that instant, he heard the rapid thumping of his own heart and was unable to suppress the tumultuous thoughts surging within him. He reached out, gently prying her fingers apart, murmuring, "I truly do not understand what Jiusi sees in you." Mu Yunshu, with a playful air, replied, "Initially, perhaps he was captivated by my beauty. As he became acquainted with me, he grew fond of my intriguing spirit." She smiled charmingly as she added, "In his eyes, he likely perceives beauty even in the strands of my hair." Shi Wuxing could only respond with incredulity, having encountered vanity before, yet never to such an exaggerated degree. Mu Yunshu regarded him with a wary glance, stepping back 3 paces, her expression one of caution. He sighed in resignation, "Believe it or not, I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Mu Yunshu smiled faintly, yet her gaze was filled with vigilance. "I believe you. If he harbors any ill intentions, I shall promptly shatter his skull." Shi Wuxing responded. Does she truly seem to trust him? As they prepared to part ways, Mu Yunshu let out a sigh of relief. "I must trouble you tonight, Master Guesher. I now believe you are not a villain." Shi Wuxing replied. With sincerity, Mu Yunshu bowed to him, saying, "I was overly anxious earlier. I apologize for my rudeness." "I hope you can forgive me, Master Guesher." Shi Wuxing glanced at her, noticing how delicate she appeared beneath the palace lantern, radiant and gentle. Such a vision made it difficult for him to associate her with the fierce woman who had earlier grasped his collar. She truly was mercurial. He replied softly, "Your Highness, you are too courteous. No matter how audacious I may be, I would never hold a grudge against my grandmother." Mu Yunshu chuckled, "Master Guesher, you are rather petty." Shi Wuxing smiled. "You are correct, Your Highness." After speaking, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and proceeded, holding a palace lantern as he walked slowly. His tall figure, clad in white, moving through the night made Mu Yunshu feel as though he might ascend to immortality at any moment. As she turned after stifling a yawn, she noticed the astonished expressions of the 2 palace maids attending her. Chapter 91. She is the only warmth he feels. When the eunuch sent by the beautiful imperial concubine had come earlier, these 2 maids had not been around. It seemed that those who survived in the palace were all cunning individuals. Mu Yunshu inquired, "Why do you look at me in such a manner?" Mu Yunshu cast a cool glance at the palace maid and inquired, "Why would I leave? Are you not aware?" The round-faced maid smiled awkwardly. The 2 maids exchanged incredulous glances, for they recognized the eunuch who had come to find Mu Yunshu. He was known as the fiercest hound in the palace of the beloved consort Li. Shi Wuxing was the only male residing within the palace, and even the Emperor Yuanming treated him with deference. His star-seeking pavilion was considered the most enigmatic place within the imperial residence. After whispering amongst themselves, the conclusion they reached was to mind their own duties and refrain from meddling in others' affairs, for in the palace, such meddling could lead to dire consequences. Regardless of where Mu Yunshu ventured that night, Shi Wuxing would certainly have prepared books for her, thus sparing them any concern. Once they came to this understanding, they proceeded to assist Mu Yunshu with her ablutions. The round-faced maid tentatively asked, "Is the princess of the Duke familiar with the national master?" The maid fell silent, for she had initially intended to ask Mu Yunshu to request a divination from Shi Wuxing, but the words eluded her. Instead, she stated. I have heard it said that the national master possesses a particularly unique fate, one of intrinsic solitude. Throughout his life, he shall know neither father nor mother, friend nor companion, wife nor child, nor any kin. Mu Yunshu paused at this revelation. Is his fate truly so dismal? The round-faced maid, sensing the oddity of Mu Yunshu's concern, elaborated. It is said that such a fate carries a curse. Those who associate with him for too long will inevitably encounter misfortune. Mu Yunshu, never one to subscribe to the notion of fate, scoffed lightly. Nonsense. He gazed at the myriad of fireflies dancing through the night sky, allowing a soft chuckle to escape his lips before turning to ascend to the second floor. The ambience on the second floor was utterly distinct from that of the first, adorned with an array of peachwood swords and compasses, while a large table at its center bore a tortoise shell. Nestled within the shell were 9 copper coins, which at that moment lay scattered, forming a divination hexagram. He cast a fleeting glance at the hexagram, his expression subtly shifting, and softly called out, "Shadow." A figure clad in dark attire, with his face concealed, materialized behind him. Have all matters been addressed? He inquired. Shi Wuxing nodded slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, Shadow, observing his gaze, ventured, "My lord seldom concerns himself with the palace's intrigues. It seems rather against your established principles to suddenly involve yourself in Mu Yunshu's affairs tonight." She is the one, Shi Wuxing interjected. Shadow's face registered shock. How could it possibly be her? With a gentle sigh, Shi Wuxing replied, "I have confirmed it tonight. It is indeed her." Shadow's brow furrowed. "What are your intentions, my lord?" "I have yet to determine," Shi Wuxing mused, his eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Upon further reflection, I find it rather intriguing." Concern etched on Shadow's face, he cautioned, "But she is now the crown princess, and the crown prince is not to be trifled with." Shi Wuxing chuckled lightly. "I have cast a hexagram for them. The variables between them are too numerous, and the outcome is uncertain." Shadow paused, taken aback, as Shi Wuxing's gaze sparkled like the stars. "I have awaited her for many years. She has finally arrived." In his youth, his master had divined his fate. He is a prodigy of the Taoist sect, possessing the unique afflictions that only true geniuses endure. Having been marked by both solitude and desolation, the position of the national master, despite long years of asceticism, keeps him tethered to the tumultuous world. Those who draw near him often encounter misfortune. Thus, even the shadows he commands are seldom summoned unless absolutely necessary. His decision to take Mu Qingyuan as his disciple stemmed from a profound sensation he experienced while visiting the academy, a stirring of fate's wheel. He resides alone in the desolate and frigid Wuxing Pavilion, a place where few dare to tread, and none can breach the barriers he has meticulously erected. In his youth, Rong Jiusi had once saved him, marking the sole debt he carries in the capital. Therefore, when Rong Jiusi sent word today, requesting him to look after Mu Yunshu for a couple of hours, he felt a deep sense of reluctance. Nevertheless, his divination indicated that Mu Yunshu would face no peril today, prompting him to refrain from intervening. To his astonishment, she breached his defenses and entered unbidden. The moment she crossed the threshold, he felt the wheel of destiny shift once more. In his childhood, he had inquired of his master how to discern the one who could alter his fate. This night, as Mu Yunshu tugged at his collar and pressed him against the stone chair, he felt warmth for the first time. Indeed, no flame nor boiling water had ever imparted such a sensation to him, resulting in frequent burns during his youth. He remained oblivious to the warmth of ordinary meals and hot tea. His affinity for brewing tea was solely to witness the steam rise, a fleeting glimpse of warmth in an otherwise frigid existence. Thus, when she leaned in, her warm breath cascading over him, and he gently pried her fingers away, he experienced warmth for the first time. This sensation was peculiar, yet unexpectedly soothing, an experience that enveloped him in an unfamiliar comfort. Mu Yunshu was oblivious to the intricate and tumultuous emotions of Shi Wuxing. Before retiring for the night, she reminded herself to remain vigilant and not to succumb to a deep slumber. Yet, the moment she touched the bed, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, rendering her self-encouragement futile, and she swiftly drifted into a profound sleep. Had it not been for the palace maid's entrance to rouse her in the morning, she might have continued her slumber undisturbed. As Mu Yunshu gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window lattice, she felt a sense of relief that no intruder had entered the previous night to cause her harm. Otherwise, her life would surely have been forfeited. The previous day, the Ming Emperor had explicitly stated that she need not attend to the Empress Dowager's ailments any longer and that she was free to leave the palace today. However, as per protocol, she was still required to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager before her departure. Upon arriving at the Empress Dowager's quarters, Mu Yunshu found a considerable number of concubines already present, all there to offer their greetings. The moment she stepped inside, every gaze turned toward her. Among them was a strikingly beautiful woman, her eyes shadowed with darkness, who regarded Mu Yunshu with a venomous glare. Recognizing that expression, Mu Yunshu discerned without a doubt that she was the favored concubine Li. Chapter 92. If I do not defeat you, consider it my loss. A woman standing behind concubine Li remarked, "Oh, is this not the princess of Ding? The Empress Dowager summoned you to attend to her. Yet you sleep until the sun is high in the sky. Do you not hold the Empress Dowager in any regard?" Mu Yunshu inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" "Dear madam," the woman retorted angrily, "I am Rupin. Are your eyes blind? How could you not see that I am not old?" With a feigned expression of sudden realization, Mu Yunshu replied, "Oh, you are Rupin. I apologize. I had not heard of you, nor have I ever seen you, hence I was unaware of your age. Are you PN?" Mynsh, unfamiliar with her, feigned a look of sudden realization as if to mock her. Mynsh gazed at her and remarked, "However, I observe that your skin appears slack, your complexion is pallid, and there are no fewer than 70 or 80 fine lines at the corners of your eyes. You seem at least 20 or 30 years my senior, resembling a matron." The few palace ladies, who were not fond of our UPN, stifled their laughter. "Are you PN?" Being a concubine who had once instructed Emperor Yunim in matters of intimacy during his youth, was of a similar age to him, making her one of the elder ladies among the concubines. Due to this fact, she detested being referred to as old. Her face darkened with fury as she retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Regardless, I am still your sister-in-law. You are exceedingly rude." Mynsh, feigning astonishment, replied, "Which sister-in-law are you referring to? Wait, you just claimed to be a UPN. If you are a PN, that means you are a concubine in the palace. I am the legitimate wife of the Duke of Diying, and the only person in the palace who could be addressed as sister-in-law is the Empress herself." After saying this, she appeared perplexed, asking, "So, are you a UPN or the Empress?" The Empress, in a calm tone, replied, "Are you PN? Shall I relinquish the title of Empress to you?" Are you PN, frightened, knelt down and exclaimed, "I would not dare." The Empress, seemingly indifferent, smiled warmly and inquired, "Did you sleep well on your first night in the palace, ninth sister-in-law?" Mynsh smiled in return, "Thank you for your concern, imperial sister-in-law. I slept quite well last night. However, I am curious about the propriety of the Duke of Diying and the National Master meeting alone in the palace at such an hour." Mu Yunshu inquired, "And who might you be?" The Empress responded with a smile, "She is concubine Li." Mu Yunshu asked, "What connection does concubine Li have with Li Jin of the Li residence?" With a knowing smile, Mu Yunshu replied, "Now I understand why concubine Li would question me so." The Empress, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Is there a story behind this?" Mu Yunshu, her expression grave, stated, "Your Majesty may be unaware that Li Jin, driven by old grievances, abducted my brother and me from the city. Fortunately, the prince arrived just in time to rescue us. Initially, I thought to let it pass, considering he is the nephew of concubine Li, and we are somewhat related. However, I was taken aback when Li Jin's parents, concubine Li's brother and sister-in-law, accused me of seducing him, with no evidence to support their claims, relying solely on baseless accusations. After my brother uncovered the truth, the Li residence was subjected to investigation and punishment. I refrained from commenting. Yet even a person of such integrity as the National Master was unjustly tainted with rumors of clandestine meetings. It is no surprise that concubine Li, sharing the same lineage as the Li family, harbors equally vile thoughts and shamelessness. Concubine Li's face flushed with anger. "You have the audacity to publicly insult me." Mu Yunshu chuckled lightly. "It appears you were the one who initiated the insults, if I may say so. By rank, you are merely a first-grade concubine, while I hold the title of first-grade princess, thus outranking you. Should I silently endure your slurs?" Concubine Li stammered, pointing at Mu Yunshu. "Yet, allowing a rabid dog to bite indiscriminately is even more repugnant." With a beaming smile, she turned to the favored concubine Li and remarked, "Do not misunderstand me. What I referred to earlier was a dog, not you. I implore you, do not take it personally." The favored concubine Li was taken aback, for such a statement, though indirect, was unmistakably an affront, likening her to a dog. Anger flushed her face, yet she realized she could not retaliate against Mu Yunshu. In the palace, the concubines typically employed veiled insults, never speaking so bluntly or coarsely. Gritting her teeth, the favored concubine retorted, "The princess of the Ding kingdom possesses quite the sharp tongue. Mu Yunshu smiled in response. Thank you for the compliment. Generally, those with a keen tongue also have a hearty appetite and robust health. What was a mere quarrel? In her past life, she had never been bested in a dispute. After all, Rong Jiusi had assured her that he would handle any repercussions that arose. So it was only right to engage in a spirited exchange first. Moreover, the Li family had already faced consequences, rendering the favored concubine a toothless tiger. She had nothing to fear. The Empress and the other concubines bore witness to Mu Yunshu's remarkable talent for verbal sparring, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Before the favored concubine could utter another word, the Empress interjected coldly, "That is enough." Known for her arrogance and discord with the Empress, the favored concubine had previously enjoyed a degree of leniency from her. However, Mu Yunshu's outburst had brought a rare smile to the Empress's face. Ultimately, the favored concubine dared not retort, falling silent but casting a venomous glare at Mu Yunshu. The latter merely smiled in response, dismissing the glare as that of a dog. The Empress, with a smile, addressed Mu Yunshu, saying, "You, Princess of the Ding Kingdom, are truly a remarkable person. Do visit the palace more often to share your thoughts with me. The Crown Prince has always held great admiration for the Ninth Prince. Should he find the time, I shall ensure that he visits the Ninth Prince frequently." The Crown Prince, born of the Empress, was unjustly implicated by Rong Jiusi in the incident regarding Mu Yunshu's abduction, leading the Empress to believe that Rong Jiusi was attempting to curry favor with him. Although she is aware that Emperor Yuanming has long desired to eliminate Rong Jiusi, the military power he wields makes the Emperor exceedingly wary. If Rong Jiusi were to align himself with the Crown Prince and transfer his military authority to him, the Crown Prince would then have the advantage over the Third Prince, thereby enhancing his chances in the struggle for supremacy. Mu Yunshu smiled and exclaimed, "Wonderful, splendid." At that moment, Nurse Chen approached and said, "Princess Ding, the Empress Dowager has instructed that you may leave the palace directly, without the need to pay your respects." Mu Yunshu responded obediently. The Empress Dowager remains as ever, benevolent and considerate. Upon hearing her words, Nurse Chen glanced at her and smiled. Princess Ding is truly thoughtful. With a serious expression, Mu Yunshu replied, "If the Empress Dowager ever requires someone to attend to her, you must come find me. I am the most filial." Nurse Chen felt a sudden pang of concern at her words, but still nodded with a smile. The Empress Dowager also praises Princess Ding for being a dutiful child. After exchanging a few words with the Empress, Mu Yunshu strode confidently out. Today, Consort Li had been publicly humiliated by Mu Yunshu, and coupled with the affairs of the Li family, her animosity towards Mu Yunshu had reached a boiling point. As Mu Yunshu approached, she noticed El Gu Fi's malevolent gaze and extended her foot to trip her. In Chapter 93, The Shameless Couple, Mu Yunshu had long been aware of El Gu Fi's subtle maneuver, yet she feigned ignorance and stepped down. With a sharp crack, El Gu Fi's ankle was forcefully pressed, dislocating the bone. The next moment, her piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Mu Yunshu exclaimed, "El Gu Fi, how did your foot end up beneath mine? If you wish to harm yourself, there is no need to drag me into your misfortune." El Gu Fi was left speechless, tears brimming in her eyes. The room descended into chaos just as the Emperor Yuanming and Rong Jiusi entered together. Their expressions varied upon witnessing the scene. Upon spotting the Emperor, El Gu Fi immediately cried out, "Your Majesty, you must stand up for your servant. It is one thing for the princess to insult me, but now she has deliberately injured my foot." Hearing this, the Emperor felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Mu Yunshu, yet again. She had been in the palace for merely 2 days, and already chaos reigned supreme. Rong Jiusi wheeled himself closer to Mu Yunshu and inquired, "Are you unhurt?" Mu Yunshu sniffled. "As I was stepping outside, El Gu Fi suddenly placed her foot in my path, startling me greatly. My heart has suffered immense trauma." The Emperor and Rong Jiusi exchanged glances, while El Gu Fi was left incredulous at the audacity of Mu Yunshu, who had broken her leg yet lamented her own emotional distress. One must maintain a sense of dignity. Rong Jiusi was the first to react, turning to Emperor Ming and saying, "Your Majesty, today it is Yunshu who is at fault. She was not paying attention to the ground while walking and inadvertently stepped on Lady Li, causing her injury. I implore your Majesty to impose punishment." At this moment, Emperor Ming was filled with intense anger. Lady Li, instead of being humble, was only adding to his troubles. He cast a cold glance at her and declared, "Lady Li, your conduct is brazen and overbearing, lacking in both virtue and duty. You are unworthy of your position. Henceforth, you shall be stripped of your title and confined to the cold palace for reflection." Upon hearing this, Lady Li collapsed to the ground. utterly unable to believe that Emperor Ming would cast her into the cold palace. For the palace women, such a fate was tantamount to a lifetime of disgrace. She cried out in desperation for mercy, but Emperor Ming was indifferent, instructing his attendants to silence her and drag her away. Rong Jiusi spoke softly, "Your Majesty, matters of the harem are not for me to meddle in, yet I feel compelled to voice a few thoughts today. While I cannot expect all the ladies to exhibit the filial piety of Yunshu, their actions could provoke censure from the censors regarding the disorder in your Majesty's harem. With the Empress Dowager's health in decline, Yunshu has taken it upon herself to attend to her alone. Those who know will perceive this as the Empress Dowager's favoritism towards her, while those who do not will accuse the other ladies of being unfilial." Mu Yunshu, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to applaud Rong Jiusi. He truly was remarkable, articulating such profound insights. She shyly replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." Meanwhile, Emperor Ming inwardly cursed the shamelessness of the couple. It was far too coincidental that Mu Yunshu had entered the palace just as the Empress Dowager was on the brink of death the previous day. There is no evidence to substantiate that Empress Dowager was harmed by Mu Yunshu. Otherwise, she would have long been dragged away for execution. Yet at this moment, he mustered a smile. Ninth brother is fortunate to have wed such a virtuous wife. Rong Jiusi took Mu Yunshu's hand and said, "I share the same sentiment." Yuan Mingdi. Mu Yunshu. It seems the performance has gone a bit overboard. After exiting the imperial palace, Mu Yunshu remarked with a smile, "I wonder if the Empress Dowager still dares to summon me to the palace to attend to her ailments." Rong Jiusi's gaze turned icy. "As long as I remain alive, she will continue to trouble you. However, should I perish, your demise will follow swiftly." Mu Yunshu, though she was reluctant to admit it, she felt that this demeanor was quite reminiscent of the Empress Dowager. She sighed softly. "In that case, I shall prepare thoroughly next time and deliver a decisive blow. I aim to resolve this matter once and for all, ensuring she can never rise again." Rong Jiusi. He felt it was a twist of fate, as if he had married an extraordinarily formidable wife. Mu Yunshu then earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Your Highness, for enlisting the National Master as assistance. Otherwise, I would have encountered significant trouble last night. Moreover, the eunuch's corpse has likely been dealt with as well." Rong Jiusi cast her a nonchalant glance and replied, "As husband and wife, aiding you is tantamount to assisting myself." Mu Yunshu. The phrase husband and wife sounded somewhat peculiar to her. Given her past, they could never truly be a married couple in the conventional sense. She furtively cast a glance at him, recalling the man who had shared her bed in the other courtyard. Rong Jiusi loathed her so intensely that it seemed improbable he would ever touch her. Yet, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Rong Jiusi, his voice and aura identical. Who could he possibly be? Mu Yunshu felt a surge of irritation. Should she encounter him again, she would surely tear him to shreds. After their tryst, he had shirked all responsibility. What a scoundrel! Rong Jiusi, noticing her gripping the armrest of the chair, inquired, "What thoughts have provoked such anger?" Without reservation, Mu Yunshu replied, "My relationship with the prince is merely a facade of marriage that will last a few months at most. It is far from a genuine union. I am aware that the prince's assistance stems from our prior agreement, for which I remain grateful." Rong Jiusi's gaze turned icy. Through clenched teeth, Mu Yunshu declared, "One day, I shall unearth that scoundrel who took advantage of me yet refuses to take responsibility, and I will rend him limb from limb." Upon finishing her proclamation, she tore the handkerchief in her grasp in two. Rong Jiusi pondered for a moment before asking, "Is this man truly so similar to me?" Mu Yunshu glanced at him. Recalling the day, she merely remarked on the resemblance, only to be met with a blade plunged into her heart. Having just escaped the palace's clutches, she was loath to endure such provocations again, especially since she would require his protection in the future. Thus, she replied, "Not at all. They bear no resemblance whatsoever." Rong Jiusi remained silent, observing her as she forced a smile and stated, "A man as handsome as the prince cannot be replicated, regardless of how others may try to imitate." After careful consideration, Rong Jiusi remarked, "In truth, as long as you remain obedient, I would be more than willing to support you for a lifetime, especially in light of the fact that you saved my life." Upon uttering these words, he felt a slight tension, uncertain of her response. Chapter 94. The seduction of Rong Jiusi. Mu Yunshu shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "I appreciate your kind intentions, Your Highness, but it is truly unnecessary. To say nothing of your formidable enemies, being in your proximity might very well lead to a swifter demise. Moreover, having lost my virtue, remaining in the royal residence would merely serve as a blemish on your reputation. Currently, You have needs that compel you to treat me decently. However, once I have fulfilled my purpose in healing you, my value will diminish, and it would be entirely normal for you to eliminate any potential threat. Though she felt gratitude for the times he had saved her, she was resolute in guarding her heart. She understood that should she develop feelings for him, her end would be imminent. Rong Jiusi's expression turned icy in an instant. What? Are you disdainful of the Duke's residence? Mu Yunshu replied with a smile. Disdainful of the Duke's residence? How could I dare? The prince will undoubtedly take a new consort in the future, and I too shall marry, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I believe our current arrangement is quite satisfactory. It is mutually beneficial, and I am content to be merely a transient guest in the Duke's residence. Rebuffed by her words, Rong Jiusi felt a surge of frustration, and his tone grew harsher. At least you possess some self-awareness. Mu Yunshu, sensing his earlier words had been a test, replied, Indeed. I have always had a keen sense of self-awareness. Rong Jiusi's heart sank further. Mu Yunshu, curious, wondered if there were indeed individuals who presented gifts to the Duke's residence. General Su tugged at Su Min and said, Your Highness, I am grateful that you have allowed my son to attend the academy. After finishing his words, he gave Su Min a light pat. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and express your gratitude to His Highness. Mu Yunshu's lips twitched as she watched Su Min, reluctant and unwilling, bow to Rong Jiusi and say, Thank you, Your Highness. Rong Jiusi maintained an indifferent expression, replying, General Su, you are too kind. It is Su Min's own diligence that has brought him here. I have merely facilitated his path. General Su hastily waved his hand, saying, No, 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 Your Highness. You have rendered our Su family an immense service this time. I had previously urged him to pursue his studies as if I were demanding his life. Yet, it is Your Highness who possesses the means to inspire him to willingly attend the academy. Although he may not be particularly studious, any additional knowledge he acquires will be beneficial. As a military general, Su had often been mocked by the literati for his illiteracy, which fueled his frustration. Having surpassed the age for formal education himself, he had hoped Su Min would become well-versed in both martial and scholarly pursuits. However, over the years, Su Min had shown little aptitude in either, which left General Su deeply vexed, yet powerless to change the situation. This time, when the academy's instructor sent someone to notify Su Min of his admission, Su Min did not resist, leading General Su to feel as if the sun had risen in the west. Upon inquiring with Su Min, he learned this was all arranged by Rong Jiusi. Consequently, he instructed the steward to select an assortment of gifts and took Su Min personally to the royal residence to express their gratitude. They had been waiting for some time, but as Rong Jiusi was not present, the doorman did not allow them entry, leaving the father and son to wait at the gate. Rong Jiusi glanced at Su Min and remarked, I perceive that Su Min possesses considerable intelligence. I believe he shall achieve great success in his studies. Upon hearing these words, General Su was elated and exclaimed, Thanks to the prince's kind words. He playfully tapped Su Min's head and added, With the prince holding you in such high regard, you must not disappoint him. Su Min, feeling utterly exasperated, thought to himself, What on earth is happening? As a martial general, Su had always held Rong Jiusi in high esteem. After all, he had saved Su Min previously and was now concerned about his studies, for which Su was immensely grateful. He leaned closer to Rong Jiusi and declared, Your Highness, should you ever have any commands, I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire, never shying away from death. Rong Jiusi replied coolly, General Su, your sentiment is appreciated. However, I am but a shattered vessel, harboring no extravagant hopes. My sole desire is for the martial generals of the court to nurture successors, and young Master Su is indeed commendable. I merely wish to extend a modicum of support. Tears welled in General Su's eyes as he struggled to articulate his thoughts but ultimately refrained. He concluded, Your Highness is the war god of our dynasty. Having pacified the northwest, subdued the southern barbarians, and secured Yuzhou, undefeated in battle and invincible in assault, you embody the spirit of our military. As long as Your Highness remains, the Dairun shall not dare to descend southward. I fervently wish for your health and longevity. Mu Yunshu, witnessing this exchange, felt overwhelmed. She mused that Rong Jiusi was indeed a master manipulator. Had she not known the backstory, she might have believed he was genuinely concerned for Su Min's education. He had not only toyed with Su Min, but had also reduced General Su to tears of gratitude. What a spectacle! After exchanging a few more words with General Su, Rong Jiusi bid farewell, leaving Su Min to depart with a countenance reflecting utter disillusionment. He gazed at Mu Yunshu with a pitiful expression, and she raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon entering the mansion, Mu Yunshu gave a thumbs up to Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you were truly remarkable." However, Rong Jiusi retorted, "Have you taken a liking to Su Min?" Mu Yunshu gasped, her face a picture of confusion. Rong Jiusi's fingers tapped lightly on the chair's back. And though the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his eyes remained cold as ice. "Am I not yet deceased, yet here you are exchanging glances in my presence?" Mu Yunshu was taken aback. "What? Me and Su Min exchanging glances? Surely, he must be mistaken." She hurriedly clarified, "Your Highness, you are misunderstanding. It is not the case." Rong Jiusi raised an eyebrow. "If you truly fancy Su Min, I could facilitate that for you. Though he may not be exemplary, I possess ample means to make him so, sparing you the trouble of taming a husband when you remarry." Mu Yunshu was at a loss. She knew that regardless of whether she denied or admitted it, the matter would remain ambiguous. Coupled with Su Min's rather peculiar nickname, it only added to the confusion. She silently remarked, "As long as your Highness is pleased." Rong Jiusi had expected her to clarify the nature of her relationship with Su Min. Did her words imply acceptance? Or was she merely feigning composure to dissuade him from pursuing Su Min? Regardless of her intention, it left Rong Jiusi distinctly displeased. From the moment Mu Yunshu stepped into the carriage, he sensed her unease, utterly oblivious to the reason for his ire. Puzzled, she wondered if he were perhaps experiencing some sort of emotional upheaval, given his unpredictable temperament. "I cannot provoke him," she thought. "Thus, I shall keep my distance." Consequently, she endeavored to avoid his presence throughout the day. As night fell, Rong Jiusi required a medicinal bath, a task far too specialized for her to avoid. She needed to take his pulse and adjust the proportions of the herbs accordingly. Thus, when the time arrived, she entered the room to assess his pulse and calibrate the ingredients. Following her usual practice, she prepared the herbs and placed them in the pot to brew before calling Rong Jiusi to indulge in the bath. She observed clearly the defined contours of his upper body muscles, partially concealed beneath a thin garment, while below lay his firm abdominal muscles and the faint outline of a V-shaped torso. The dim light enveloped the room, and an overwhelming aura of masculinity surged forth. Chapter 95. He kissed her as he did that day. Mu Yunshu had previously known that, despite Rong Jiusi's current limitations in mobility, his physique was exceptional. At that moment, the steam rising from the medicinal tub softened his typically austere features, diminishing the sharpness in his peach blossom eyes, leaving only an enchanting allure. Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu. Yet, he still commanded with his alluringly slanted peach blossom eyes, beckoning her. "Come and assist this prince into the tub." Instantly, Mu Yunshu turned and called out loudly, "Jianxi, the prince summons you." She prided herself on not being overly captivated by male beauty, yet the striking allure of Rong Jiusi was undeniably overwhelming. Unable to control her frantic heartbeat, she pressed her hand to her chest and took a deep breath. However, as she finished inhaling, she caught sight of Rong Jiusi, unbeknownst to her, having approached her side. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, retreating too hastily and stepping on her skirt, leading her to tumble to the ground. In the next moment, a strong and powerful hand encircled her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and she inhaled the familiar scent of cedar. Rong Jiusi's deep voice resonated. "Falling before this king all day long, do you wish for this king to hold you?" Mu Yunshu was taken aback. "This is truly a grave misunderstanding." She hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. It is not as you think." After speaking, she attempted to rise from his grasp, but his hand remained firmly locked around her waist, preventing her from moving. Mu Yunshu gazed at him in astonishment, and he returned her gaze. His peach blossom eyes, deep as the ocean, filled with inscrutable meaning. He appeared perplexed by the situation, reaching to pry away his hand from her waist. Yet, rather than loosening his grip, he tightened it further. Mu Yunshu winced in pain and exclaimed, "Your Highness, I kindly request that you release your hold." Rong Jiusi replied, "On the day I rescued you from the brick kiln, you took advantage of me." Mu Yunshu was left speechless. The events of that day were somewhat hazy due to the effects of the drug, yet she vaguely recalled embracing him and kissing him. However, as he never mentioned the incident afterward, she presumed it had been forgotten. His current reference to it left her feeling embarrassed, and she quickly explained, "That day, I was poisoned, so I..." Noticing Rong Jiusi's expressionless gaze, with his eyes even darker than before, a chill ran down her spine. She was compelled to express her feelings more clearly. "Your Highness, in my heart, you are like the sun and moon in the sky, lofty and sacred. I would never dare to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards you." Rong Jiusi seemed to disregard her words entirely, speaking in a low voice, "Mu Yunshu, I possess a particular trait, which I shall reveal to you today. A sense of foreboding stirred within Mu Yunshu, yet she mustered her courage and replied, "Please, Your Highness. Do tell." Rong Jiusi tightened his grip around her waist, drawing her body closer to him. They were already in close proximity, and with this movement, Mu Yunshu felt her chest almost pressed against his. The closeness allowed his overpowering scent to invade her senses, and she could distinctly observe his long, raven-like eyelashes and the swirling emotions within his dark eyes. In that moment, he resembled a predatory beast on the hunt. Feeling the imminent danger, Mu Yunshu placed her hands against his chest, attempting to create some distance. However, her feeble strength was no match for Rong Jiusi. Instead of pushing him away, she found herself drawn even closer as he held her waist. He leaned in slightly, their noses nearly touching, his warm breath caressing her face, evoking sensations of tingling sweetness and unbearable itchiness. Growing anxious, she implored, "What exactly do you wish to convey, Your Highness?" Rong Jiusi's lips hovered near hers as he murmured, "I never suffer losses. Whatever you have done to me, I shall repay in kind." His voice was low and husky, suffusing the air around Mu Yunshu with a potent aura of masculinity. Her mind struggled to grasp the meaning of his words, but there was no need for comprehension. For in the next moment, his lips descended upon hers. Mu Yunshu was taken aback, her expression one of utter disbelief. He was actually kissing her. Was he out of his mind? Rong Jiusi kept his gaze fixed on her, observing her astonished expression, and he let out a soft sigh. In the next moment, he leaned closer to her lips and whispered, "Close your eyes." Mu Yunshu was about to inquire which act he was about to perform. But before she could voice her question, he had already shut his eyes, one hand encircling her waist, the other cradling the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Essentially, Rong Jiusi was not a gentle soul. There were matters he could afford to wait for, yet others he would not grant her ample time for contemplation. Despite the interference of several other issues between them, he felt it imperative to convey his feelings. Otherwise, she would persist in saying that once he was healed, she would depart. Did she wish to leave? Not a chance. His kiss was fierce, inducing a sensation as though she were being devoured by him. This feeling was achingly familiar, reminiscent of that night in the hot springs when someone had kissed her similarly. Even the scent was identical. The memories of that day surged forth, their faces merging in her mind. Initially feeling a tinge of embarrassment being held so closely, her heart was now consumed solely by anger. She pushed against him desperately, struggling to escape his embrace. Her resistance only fueled Rong Jiusi's irritation. He bore no disdain for her past, yet it seemed she still held contempt for him. He tightened his grip, kissing her even more fervently. He refused to acknowledge the events of that evening, yet here he was, taking advantage of her. What did he perceive her as? In her fury, she bit him sharply. Both tasted the metallic tang of blood. Upon witnessing her fierce gaze, Rong Jiusi's fleeting desires dissipated entirely, realizing that today could not continue any further. He sighed softly, gradually releasing her. She felt his hand loosen and immediately withdrew from him. Rong Jiusi gently spoke, "Mu Yunshu, I," before he could finish his sentence. A slap landed on his face. He was momentarily stunned. His esteemed status had never been challenged in such a manner. The atmosphere in the room became tense and still. Just then, Jianxi entered, and upon witnessing this scene, he nearly fainted. How dare Mu Yunshu strike his lord? Was she courting death? He immediately barked, "You dare." Rong Jiusi cast a glance at Jianxi and retorted, "Get out." Jianxi hesitated, unable to contain himself. "My lord," she. "Leave." Rong Jiusi's cold command brooked no argument. Jianxi, daunted, offered one last glance at Mu Yunshu before hastily departing. Once outside, Mu Yunshu widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You shameless man, how dare you insist that night wasn't you?" Recalling the grievances she endured that evening, her anger intensified, and she lunged at Rong Jiusi, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Rong Jiusi remained silent. Had anyone else dared to treat him thus, they would have found their heads severed by his sword. Yet, with Mu Yunshu striking him, he could not retaliate. He merely grasped her wrists and exclaimed, "What madness is this?" Mu Yunshu, with tear-streaked eyes, gazed at him, the pain in her wrist jolting her from her fury. His unwillingness to acknowledge her from that night would only provoke him further, and she feared he might retaliate with violence again. However, to simply accept this injustice was utterly unacceptable to her. She wiped her tears, sniffed, and took a deep breath before saying, "The prince's essence resembles that of the person from that night too closely. I momentarily lost control." Rong Jiusi gazed at her with a composed demeanor and a cold expression. She inhaled deeply once more, meeting his eyes as she inquired, Does the prince truly not remember what happened that night? Rong Jiusi replied in a low voice. Anything I have done, I will never deny. However, I cannot acknowledge actions I did not commit. Moreover, I am currently unable to stand. Mu Yunshu bit her lip lightly and asked, May I assist the prince in examining his legs? Rong Jiusi nodded, and she proceeded to explore various acupoints on his legs. When she pressed on his knee, there was a slight reflex. The muscle definition in his legs appeared normal, yet, given the present circumstances, he was still far from being able to stand. Confusion enveloped Mu Yunshu. His appearance, physique, aura, and scent all matched perfectly, yet his legs remained incongruent. She vividly recalled the strength and vitality of the man from that night, and how he had overwhelmed her. A mixture of embarrassment, frustration, and urgency surged within her, causing her hand to unintentionally move upwards along his leg. Where was she touching? Rong Jiusi grasped her hand. Only then did she realize that she had inadvertently brushed against his inner thigh, her fingertips seemingly straying to an inappropriate area. Rong Jiusi gazed at her, awaiting her response. She bit her lip and stated, under the current conditions, the prince should be able to stand in about a month. If the medication is administered properly, the toxins within the prince's body will be completely eradicated in 2 months. Rong Jiusi offered a soft acknowledgement. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Mu Yunshu gently inhaled, lowering her gaze as she replied, even if that person's physique, appearance, and scent were identical to the prince's that night, he would not be the prince. Upon finishing her words, she crouched down, burying her head between her knees like a helpless little kitten, fragile and pitiable. Initially, Rong Jiusi felt a flicker of irritation, yet upon witnessing her vulnerable demeanor, his annoyance dissipated. After all, she was merely a young girl who had grown up without the affection of parents. Despite her usual display of optimism and composure, such traumatic events inevitably left her feeling lost and unable to move on. He bent down and gently tousled her hair, saying, It is all in the past now. Mu Yunshu glanced up at him momentarily before once again burying her head in her knees. In that fleeting moment, Rong Jiusi noticed her eyes, now even redder than before, and his heart ached for her. He wished to offer her comfort, yet having been cherished since birth, he had never truly endured hardship. Thus, he lacked the experience to console others. After a brief struggle, he handed her a handkerchief, saying, You are my princess. As long as I do not take issue with that incident, no one else will dare to speak of it. If you find it unbearable to overcome this obstacle within your heart, I shall locate that person and have him punished. Mu Yunshu was somewhat taken aback by his words. She raised her gaze to him, noticing that his eyes, unlike their usual coldness, now held a warmth as they regarded her. Recalling his earlier actions, she felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty. His behavior today was rather atypical, yet his thoughts had always been inscrutable, leaving her puzzled about his true intentions. She stood up and said, The water is getting cold. Your Highness, come and take a medicinal bath. Rong Jiusi remained silent as he looked at her. She forced a smile and added, You are right, Your Highness. I should indeed let go of the past. Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, That man truly bears an uncanny resemblance to me? Mu Yunshu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I dare not provoke Your Highness. However, you remain unable to stand. While that man was perfectly agile that night, thus he cannot possibly be you. Rong Jiusi spoke softly. From now on, I shall protect you well and ensure that no one dares to bully you again. Mu Yunshu expressed her gratitude with a smile and turned to open the door to the bathing chamber. In an unfortunate turn of events, Jianqi and Jianshi stumbled in unexpectedly. Feeling rather irritable at that moment, she dismissed them with, Assist His Highness with the medicinal bath and remember to add water. Having said that, she began to walk away when Rong Jiusi called out to her, Mu Yunshu. Jianqi's eyes darted back and forth between the two, brimming with curiosity yet too timid to inquire. Jianshi, on the other hand, trembled at the sight of the handprint on Rong Jiusi's face, fearing that uncovering such a significant secret might lead to his demise at the hands of Rong Jiusi. The prince, currently in a foul mood, had little desire to engage with the two attendants. After Jianqi assisted Rong Jiusi into the bathing tub, he promptly expelled the two individuals. At this moment, his mind was somewhat disordered, yearning for solitude. Once they had exited, Jianqi grasped Jianqi and inquired earnestly, Did you witness the princess striking the prince with your own eyes? Jianqi, enveloped in melancholy, replied, Not exactly, but it was close enough. Do you think the prince might eliminate me to silence my tongue? Jianqi, devoid of Jianqi's trepidation, expressed his excitement. I had sensed a difference in the prince's demeanor towards the princess. It appears that he has indeed developed genuine affection for her. Jianxi, astonished, questioned. Which of your eyes discerned that? With a hint of irritation, Jianxi retorted, your judgment on such matters is questionable, considering you are the one who could discern infidelity even between two tomcats. Jianxi was about to counter when a bucket of water was suddenly poured over his head. Chapter 97. A touch upon his face, Jianxi, hopping in indignation, exclaimed, who dares to splash water on me with such audacity? Mu Yunshu, wielding the basin, declared. It is I. I have never encountered a man as gossipy as you. Scolded by her, Jianxi clutched his head and fled. The Duke's residence had no tolerance for men-striking women, yet even with tenfold courage, he would not dare lay a hand on her. Setting aside the fact that she had previously shown him kindness, the mere act of splashing water was trivial in comparison. Considering she was someone who dared to strike even Rong Jiusi, he feared that retaliating would result in her promptly slicing him up to feed to the dogs. As Jianxi dashed away, Jianxi followed suit. Clearing her throat, she inquired, when did you arrive? Mu Yunshu regarded her thoughtfully and asked, did you truly lay hands on the prince? Mu Yunshu remarked, good news seldom travels far, yet bad news spreads like wildfire. Mu Yunshu tugged at her sleeve and inquired, has he been bullying you? He was aware that she had previously been rather oblivious, but now he could see her growth. If she were to take action, it would undoubtedly be Rong Jiusi in the wrong. With a light chuckle, Mu Yunshu replied, that's not the case at all. I was merely jesting with the prince. Those two dim-witted guards have exaggerated. After saying this, she turned to leave, only to find her sleeve still held fast by him. In truth, he had always been reluctant to see Mu Yunshu marry into the royal family. Given a choice, he would prefer her to wed an ordinary man. Yet, being young and lacking the means, he had previously been unable to dissuade her from her stubbornness. Mu Yunshu gazed at his earnest expression, feeling a surge of emotion. He had endured hardships at the Duke of Zhongyong's residence and often worried for her well-being. Although he was taller than her by a head, he was as slender as a reed. Despite his youth, his face bore little trace of childishness, giving him a remarkably mature appearance. She felt a pang of sympathy for him and said earnestly, I am truly pleased that you aspire to become even more exceptional. However, each person must live for themselves. And I hope you can find a little more joy each day. Mu Yunshu paused at her words, for he had never before experienced anyone taking an interest in his happiness. No matter how clever he was still merely a 16-year-old boy in need of care. Having lost their mother at birth and with their father neglecting them under the influence of their stepmother Sue, they had grown up largely unnoticed. Seeing his bewildered expression, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair gently as she spoke softly. My dear Qingyun, you are not yet betrothed, are you? Do you have a girl you fancy? Mu Yunshu shook his head, while the corners of Mu Yunshu's lips curled slightly. When you find someone you like, tell me, and I shall assist you in proposing. Mu Yunshu's face flushed crimson. Mind your own affairs. Leave mine to me. With that, he turned to leave. Mu Yunshu could not suppress her laughter at his reaction. On the surface, he appeared mature, but deep down, he remained an immature youth. Hearing her laughter, Mu Yunshu quickened his pace, his face growing even redder. He thought her to be utterly carefree. Despite being bullied by Rong Jiusi and her eyes swollen from tears, she still had the energy to tease him. Determined to strengthen himself, he resolved to work diligently over the next few months, hoping to achieve a commendable rank in the autumn examination. As for the matter of marriage, a self-deprecating smile graced his lips. He possessed nothing at present, and, to evade the persecution of the Su family, he was residing in the prince's residence. A man in his situation had no right to consider marriage. After a short while, the imprint of a slap on Rong Jiusi's face became even more pronounced, and he appeared somewhat guilty. However, Rong Jiusi ignored him, instructing Jianxi to assist him to bed. You and Jianxi are to receive 30 strokes in the interrogation room. Should I hear even a whisper about tonight's events, you may as well sever your own head. Jianxi trembled in fear, responding with a quick acknowledgement before retreating. Feeling unwell, Rong Jiusi planned to rest. Mu Yunshu inquired, Your Highness, would you like some ointment? He nodded, and she fetched a box of her specially concocted salve, offering it to him. As she turned, her wrist was grasped by Rong Jiusi, eliciting a soft gasp from her. He promptly released her grip. Noticing the slight redness and swelling, likely a result of his earlier actions in the bathing chamber, his gaze, partially averted, concealed all emotions as he stated calmly, There is no need for such trouble. You may assist this prince by applying the ointment. Mu Yunshu declined. That seems rather inappropriate. I shall fetch a mirror for the prince instead. Rong Jiusi detected the rejection hidden within her words, and a surge of anger welled up within him. However, upon catching sight of her swollen eyes, he regained his composure. She retrieved the mirror, and in silence, he applied a small amount of ointment to his face. Observing his perfunctory application of the medicine, Mu Yunshu remarked, "Your Highness, this ointment must be properly rubbed in, otherwise it will yield no effect." Rong Jiusi frowned, reluctantly rubbing the ointment, yet his motions remained lackadaisical, considering that his injury was a consequence of her own actions. She pondered the implications of him facing others with such a visage the next day. It seemed likely that all the guards of the royal residence would find themselves in the punishment chamber, receiving 30 strikes. She ventured, "If your Highness does not mind my unrefined manner, I could assist you in applying the ointment." Rong Jiusi gave a slight nod, and she settled on the edge of the bed, leaning closer to tend to his injury. As she drew nearer, Mu Yunshu realized just how severe her earlier slap had been. Half of his face was swollen. Stealing a glance at him, she found he was also observing her. Reminded of the reason for her earlier outburst, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and softly confessed, "My reaction today was perhaps a bit extreme. Yet I cannot bear the entirety of the blame. If the prince desires companionship, a mere beckoning would surely summon numerous willing women to attend him." "Do those women include you?" Rong Jiusi inquired, and Mu Yunshu believed she had misheard. "What did the prince just say?" Mu Yunshu nodded, and Rong Jiusi took her hand, applying some ointment to her bruised wrist with his fingertip. She hurriedly protested, "I can manage this myself." Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "It is only proper to reciprocate." Mu Yunshu felt a mix of sensations as he gently pressed against her tender skin, the ache and itchiness of her bruise eliciting a bittersweet sting. She winced and exclaimed, "Your Highness, please be gentle. It hurts." In Chapter 98, as he pursued her, Rong Jiusi noticed that her skin was so fair it was almost translucent. A mere pinch from him left a mark. The contrast between his calloused fingertips and her soft, delicate wrist was striking, evoking a fleeting sense of familiarity that he could not quite place, as he had never been close to a woman before today. He furrowed his brow, realizing for the first time how exquisite a woman's skin could be, so different from that of a man. He softly remarked, "You are quite delicate." Despite his words, his touch remained gentler than before. Mu Yunshu made a playful face at him, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly as he said, "It seems I startled you today." No. Mu Yunshu interrupted, "I overreacted and injured the prince. I beg for your forgiveness." Her admission was swift, yet it carried a hint of distance, suggesting a desire to distance herself from him. Rong Jiusi initially intended to express his feelings but chose to refrain at that moment. Considering her reaction today, if he were to speak up, the probability of her rejecting him would be high. Indeed, she had been somewhat hasty today. Having already been struck by her, facing her rejection again would be rather humiliating. However, they have ample time ahead. He possesses the patience to convey his feelings to her. He capped the ointment and took her hand, placing it in her palm. "You have caused me to lose face. A punishment is in order." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu first sighed in relief, then feared he might send her to the punishment chamber for 30 strokes. She hastily replied, "Although I am at fault, I cannot bear the entirety of the blame. Your Highness has made mistakes as well." Rong Jiusi lifted his eyelids to glance at her. "You acknowledge your punishment. Yet you seek to shift the blame onto me before I have even punished you." Mu Yunshu touched her nose, only to hear Rong Jiusi declare, "Your punishment shall be to create another set of garments for me." Mu Yunshu, this is hardly better than receiving 30 strokes. She gazed at him in despair. "Can we not consider an alternative form of punishment?" He replied with utmost seriousness, "Those who are punished do not possess the privilege of choice. This matter is settled." Observing her expression, Rong Jiusi could not suppress a laugh. "I shall grant you a maximum of 1 month. Failure to meet the standard will result in double punishment." Mu Yunshu lay down on the ground. "I am already dead. For any matters, burn paper offerings." Rong Jiusi's lips twitched. While her aloofness and distance were indeed exasperating, she was, for the most part, endearing. Mu Yunshu initially worried that the prospect of crafting 2 sets of garments for him might keep her awake with anxiety. Yet she fell into a deep slumber instead. The following morning, Rong Jiusi summoned her to select fabric for his garments from the storeroom. Mu Yunshu found him to be utterly devilish. However, upon reaching the storeroom, Rong Jiusi gestured towards several exquisitely crafted small boxes neatly arranged on the shelf and said, "Open them and choose a few." Confounded yet intrigued, Mu Yunshu opened the boxes, only to discover an array of exquisite jewelry and hairpins within. Each piece was fashioned from pure gold. meticulously crafted by the palace's artisans, adorned with various precious gems. She was taken aback. Is the prince gifting me jewelry? Rong Jiusi replied nonchalantly. Did you not state last night that this prince is at fault as well? Although I do not believe I am in the wrong. Offering a few pieces of jewelry as an apology seems reasonable. At his words, Mu Yunshu could not help but glance at him. He maintained a composed demeanor, though there was a subtle hint of discomfort in his eyes. She suddenly realized that this man, when not in a temper, had a rather endearing touch of arrogance. The handprint on his face, while less pronounced than the day before, was still distinctly visible. She chuckled shyly. In that case, I shall accept your generosity. Though she professed not to be overly demanding, she judiciously selected only a single pure gold hairpin. Rong Jiusi glanced at her and inquired, will you not choose a few more? With a smile, Mu Yunshu replied, given the prince's transgressions last night, I believe this hairpin suffices as an apology. Rong Jiusi recognized her customary discretion in her actions as she continued to exercise caution, adhering to the boundaries she had established for herself. He remarked softly, after our marriage, I have yet to present you with any gifts. You are so sensible and composed. Thus, I shall bestow upon you all these exquisite jewels. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor's residence has not provided her with a dowry, leaving her with but a few trinkets. Previously, she was indifferent to the prospect of embarrassment when venturing out, but now, since he wishes to genuinely cultivate their relationship, he intends to grant her the dignity she deserves. Mu Yunshu exclaimed in astonishment, No. We are already divorced. I cannot accept these gifts. Your Highness should reserve them for your future princess. Rong Jiusi cast her a sidelong glance, her face reflecting envy as she remarked, the future princess is truly fortunate. Rong Jiusi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retorted, Are you not? At present, my princess? Is there a need to envy other women? Mu Yunshu was momentarily at a loss, finding his reasoning peculiar. She reminded him, Your Highness, we have indeed divorced. Rong Jiusi coldly shot her a glance, saying, You still bear the title of the Duke's princess while presenting yourself so plainly when you go out. Are you intent on embarrassing me or revealing our discord to the world? Mu Yunshu was left speechless, her mind reeling from the question. Rong Jiusi's voice turned frigid as he commanded, Bring forth those jewels and dispose of them. A servant from the storeroom approached to clear the items away. Mu Yunshu was taken aback, exclaiming, Why would you throw them all away? Since you do not desire them, they shall be discarded, he replied. Mu Yunshu paused, then asked the servant, Where do you intend to throw these items? I wish to retrieve them. Rong Jiusi sighed inwardly, pondering that even if she did not infuriate him to the point of collapse, her antics might very well drive him to his wit's end. The young servant gazed at Rong Jiusi with a perplexed expression, taking a deep breath. In the end, all the jewelry was sent to Mu Yunshu's chamber. She examined each piece with delight, exclaiming, Your Highness, these jewels are mine by chance. They are not gifts from you. Rong Jiusi remained silent. After speaking, she adorned herself with a hairpin, inquiring, Does it look good? Rong Jiusi was momentarily speechless. The woman before him, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, evoked memories of the flavors he had savored the previous day, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Before he could respond, she removed the hairpin and mused, I wonder how much this pin could fetch? Chapter 99. Yunshu is pregnant. Rong Jiusi was taken aback. The very jewels he had meticulously selected were now under her consideration for sale. He spoke in a low voice, You are not in need of money. Why would you sell these ornaments? She replied, Though the previous sum of 10,000 taels may sound considerable, it can be fleeting. I must amass more silver, for it is wise to be prepared. Rong Jiusi felt a knot of frustration in his heart, realizing her intent to liquidate the jewelry and escape to a life of her own. He coldly commanded, Bring these items back. As Jianxi entered to gather the belongings, Mu Yunshu clung protectively to the jewels, exclaiming, Your Highness, what are you doing? She shot a fierce glance at Jianxi, asserting, These are all mine. Rong Jiusi replied with an impassive expression, I just recalled that a thief infiltrated the estate a few days ago and made off with many jewels. Jianxi, proceed to Jingzhou Prefecture to report the theft and meticulously describe the appearance of the lost jewelry. Mu Yunshu. She stared in astonishment at Rong Jiusi, who she had always known to be cunning, yet she never anticipated such a maneuver could be executed. Once he reported the theft to the authorities, she would be unable to sell any of those ornaments. Jianxi cast a glance at Mu Yunshu, suddenly comprehending Jianxi's sentiments, although one could face penalties for negligence. Observing the interaction between Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu was rather amusing. He cleared his throat softly. Your Highness, please step aside and do not complicate matters for me. Mu Yunshu turned to look at Rong Jiusi, who regarded her with an expressionless face, his dark eyes as profound as the ocean. She glanced at the jewelry she had been guarding, and then stood up, releasing her grip. Rong Jiusi spoke in a calm tone. These ornaments may be lent to you for wearing, but they must not be sold. Although Mu Yunshu felt somewhat reluctant, she recognized that the items were not hers to begin with, acknowledging her own greed in that moment. She smiled. Thank you, Your Highness, but it is unnecessary. I fear I might inadvertently misplace them, and then I would be unable to compensate. With that, she waved her hand towards Jianxi. Take them all away. Every single piece. Jianxi looked to Rong Jiusi, who nodded slightly, and he proceeded to gather all the jewelry. Mu Yunshu had always been magnanimous. These items were not hers, and though she felt a twinge of reluctance after having briefly possessed them, it was not a matter of great distress. She merely sensed that Rong Jiusi had been acting rather peculiarly these past few days. Taking advantage of her was one thing, but he also teased her intermittently. Truly, he seemed unwell. Rong Jiusi spoke softly. As long as you reside in the Wangfu, everything within it belongs to you. Had it not been for the incident with the jewelry, Mu Yunshu might have discerned a deeper meaning in his words. However, in light of that event, she perceived it merely as a reminder that she was but a guest in the Wangfu. Her presence here was a privilege granted by him, and she ought not to covet what was never hers to begin with. She smiled faintly and replied, understood. After speaking, she retrieved her medicine box and began to knead the herbal powder she had prepared earlier. Rong Jiusi approached her, inquiring, What are you doing? While shaping the medicinal pills. Mu Yunshu explained, I am making some pills to invigorate and replenish one's energy for sale. Rong Jiusi frowned, prompting her to hurriedly clarify, Your Highness, do not misunderstand. This is not funded by the Wangfu. She continued, during the last outing, I entrusted Jianqi with my own funds to procure these items. Rong Jiusi was aware of this arrangement, having approved her previous list of common herbs when Jianqi had sought his consent. Observing his discontented expression, Mu Yunshu assumed he was displeased by the mess she was creating in his room. She reassured him, Rest assured, Your Highness. I will clean up once I finish making these pills. Rong Jiusi scoffed lightly, choosing to ignore her. Consequently, she vanished from his sight entirely. A sense of melancholy enveloped Rong Jiusi. He had seldom interacted with women and had never encountered one quite like Mu Yunshu. He had always known her to possess a fiery temperament, but now she seemed as formidable and unapproachable as a piece of unyielding meat. In her proximity, she would resort to violence. Gifts bestowed upon her would be sold. She seldom wished to appear before him in her idle moments. He found himself at a loss as to how to handle her. A raging fire simmered within him, prompting him to instruct the shadow guards to investigate the events of that night at the secluded courtyard. He was determined to uncover the identity of the man from that evening. Presently, her sole desire was to escape from him, and forcibly retaining her was by no means a wise course of action. Rong Jiusi, endowed with remarkable intelligence since childhood, found little in this world capable of perplexing him. Yet this time proved to be an exception. That afternoon, a servant from the academy arrived at the Wang residence to deliver news that Mu Yunshu had been involved in a brawl at school, prompting Mu Yunshu to go. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu was momentarily taken aback for a simple reason. Mu Yunshu possessed a gentle disposition and did not strike one as the type to engage in fights. She inquired directly, did he win or lose? Upon hearing the response that he had not lost, Mu Yunshu regained her composure. The servant, astonished, stood speechless. Realizing her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, Mu Yunshu quickly stated, I shall head to the academy at once. Just as she was about to follow the servant, Rong Jiusi's voice resonated, This prince shall accompany you. Initially, Mu Yunshu thought it was already commendable for Rong Jiusi to provide refuge for Mu Yunshu, and she felt it would be inappropriate to trouble him further over this matter. However, recalling the multitude of adversaries she faced in the capital, she recognized that venturing out could lead to peril, and Rong Jiusi served as a free bodyguard. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival at the academy's entrance, as she lifted the curtain in preparation to descend, a bucket of foul water was suddenly hurled towards her. A foul stench invaded Mu Yunshu's nostrils with relentless ferocity. Overcome by nausea, her stomach churned violently, and she clutched her chest, desperate to expel the contents of her stomach. What is wrong with you? Asked Rong Jiusi. It's just too nauseating. Ugh, Mu Yunshu exclaimed, fearing she might vomit on Rong Jiusi, and quickly turned aside, yet nothing emerged, leaving her feeling utterly miserable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had been unusually drowsy lately, and the overwhelming scent of blood evoked symptoms reminiscent of pregnancy. Hastily, she reached for her pulse. But as her fingers pressed down, her body stiffened. Chapter 100. Could she be a formidable demon? Mu Yunshu wondered if she had miscalculated, probing deeper into her pulse, only to discover a distinctly slippery rhythm, akin to rolling beads. This was the pulse of pregnancy. A shiver coursed through her, her mind buzzing, and her face drained of color. She wanted to curse. She was indeed pregnant. Counting the days, she realized it had occurred on the very day she had traversed into this realm. It dawned on her that since arriving, her monthly cycle had not graced her. The past month had been a whirlwind of chaos. Not a day had passed without some form of turmoil. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of this body, she had been preoccupied with preserving her life, leaving no time to contemplate anything else. Moreover, the notion of becoming pregnant was not something one should take lightly. She had never imagined such misfortune would befall her. Yet, reality had proven otherwise. When fate decided to be cruel, it was as if even drinking water would lead to misadventure. This improbable occurrence had indeed found its way into her life. At that moment, Mu Yunshu longed for a bolt of lightning from the heavens to strike her down and end her suffering. Rong Jiusi noticed her pallid complexion and reached out to support her, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Mu Yunshu, her face ashen, turned her head to look at him. Upon seeing his face, she instinctively freed herself from his grasp, declaring, "I am fine." Although she had never intended to linger, her thoughts solely focused on escaping the prince's residence to embrace the life of freedom she yearned for. She was acutely aware that he regarded her as unclean. If he were to discover her pregnancy, he might very well wield his sword against her. Rong Jiusi furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "You appear unwell. How can you claim to be fine?" He gestured towards a nearby medical establishment, saying, "This prince shall escort you to see a physician." No. Mu Yunshu quickly interjected. Noticing the displeasure in Rong Jiusi's eyes, she forced a faint smile, stating, "Your Highness, have you forgotten? I am a physician myself. I know my body well. It is merely the sight of that blood that has unsettled me, and I shall recover shortly." However, as she spoke, her stomach churned once more. Rong Jiusi instructed the carriage driver to move the carriage forward, steering clear of the gruesome scene. He drew his sword and deftly flicked it, causing the blood-stained curtain to fall. The perpetrator who had splattered the blood was already captured by Sword 11, held outside the carriage awaiting judgment. The man continued to curse, even as he was restrained. Mu Yunshu, reeling from the revelation of her pregnancy, felt somewhat disoriented. Once the curtain was drawn aside, she sat in the carriage, uncertain of whether to alight. Rong Jiusi, noticing her distress, gazed at her with concern, asking, "Are you truly untroubled?" Understanding the necessity of regaining her composure, Mu Yunshu realized that Rong Jiusi was astute. Should he perceive any irregularity, it would undoubtedly lead to further complications. She busied herself in gathering her thoughts and, upon descending from the carriage, declared, "I assure you, I am quite well." Upon seeing Mu Yunshu alight, the man with a penchant for theatrics began to chant loudly. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, reveal the demon forthwith." Mu Yunshu, perplexed, approached him while pinching her nose, only to realize that she recognized him. He was a minor steward from the Duke of Loyalty and Valor's estate. Noticing her apparent well-being, the steward repeated, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, reveal the demon forthwith." Mu Yunshu suspected he might be gravely unwell. She inquired, "Did Su or Mu Yunshu send you?" The steward widened his eyes and retorted, "You are not the young lady of the Duke's household. You are merely a monster." He then turned to Lord Rong Jiusi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, she is a demon, capable of beguiling the mind and siphoning one's essence. Pray, do not fall prey to her deceit." Previously, Su and the Li family had conspired against Mu Yunshu, discovering her earlier writings to slander her character, alleging an illicit affair with Li Jin. In her defense, Mu Yunshu had penned a line to prove that the writing was not hers. She noted that all the characters left in the Duke's residence were consistent, starkly different from what she had written that day. Furthermore, she recalled how, since Mu Yunshu's marriage to Rong Jiusi, her demeanor had transformed entirely. Su, with a creative imagination, concluded that Mu Yunshu had become possessed by a demon. After realizing this, she devised a plan to compel Mu Yunshu to reveal her true form. Consulting a Taoist priest to concoct today a strategy, which involved dousing Mu Yunshu with Black Dog's blood and reciting the incantation taught by the priest, ensuring the demon was unveiled. At present, the little steward's malicious intentions had yet to befall Mu Yunshu, and the incantation appeared to be ineffective, prompting a sense of urgency within him. Suddenly, he exerted all his strength to break free from Jianshi's grasp. Seizing a handful of glutinous rice and scattering it over Mu Yunshu, Jianshi swiftly kicked him to the ground, pressing his foot firmly against his back, and admonished. "Behave yourself," he declared loudly. "Mu Yunshu is a monster. Look, she has revealed her true form." As he pointed at her, he was taken aback to find she remained unchanged. The little steward exclaimed, "What era are we in? A monster? Surely, your mind must be in a pit." The steward yelped in pain as Mu Yunshu stepped on his hand. "How absurd. Why have you not manifested?" Disinterested in further banter, Mu Yunshu instructed Jianshi. "If he refuses to disclose who sent him, then teach him a lesson." Jianshi, adept in such matters, was more action-oriented than Jianshi and promptly set about punishing the steward without striking his face or inflicting visible injuries. After a few blows, the steward felt as though he were being flayed alive, howling in agony until he finally confessed, "It was the madam who sent me. She said the young lady's handwriting differs from before, and her temperament has drastically changed. She must be possessed by a demon." Having anticipated trouble from the moment she dared to write publicly, Mu Yunshu had already formulated her response. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "The madam of the loyal and valiant Marquis previously took my writing to the Li residence, slandering me with accusations of an illicit relationship with Li Jin. Now she resorts to such underhanded tactics, truly piercing my heart. The differing handwriting merely stems from the fact that I had my maid, sure, assist me in transcribing the admonitions of women during my punishment. Tragically, Shia met her untimely demise after falling into a well before my marriage. Conventionally, a legitimate daughter of the Marquis would take 2 personal maids with her upon marriage. There had been prior insinuations of unforeseen circumstances surrounding Su's daughter, Mu Yunshu's wedding, suggesting that measures would be taken to prevent any disruption, leading to the demise of Mu Yunshu's accompanying maid. Thus, on the eve of Mu Yunshu's wedding, Su orchestrated the death of Shi'er under the pretext of punishment, subsequently executing another maid. By this time, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. In just this past month, the loyal and brave Marquis has already experienced at least 3 conflicts with Mu Yunshu, providing ample fodder for gossip among the citizens of the capital. Not to mention, the gentle and virtuous image that Su had previously cultivated has now crumbled beyond recognition. At this moment, Su was instructing others to douse Mu Yunshu with black dog blood, reciting incantations and throwing glutinous rice, transforming the situation into a farcical spectacle of the year. Chapter 101. Her lips pressed against his face. Mu Yunshu addressed the steward, saying, "Shia perished before my marriage, and my other maid was also executed prior to my wedding. Now, the lady has colluded with the Li family to slander me, and today she commanded you to publicly douse me with black dog blood, labeling me a monster. Such malicious conduct from the lady is appallingly vile, and I shall seek justice." Rong Jiusi interjected, "Bring forth this person. They have been instructed by the loyal and brave Marquis's wife to willfully malign my princess. Immediately take them to the Jingzhou prefecture, demanding the magistrate conduct a thorough investigation into this matter." Jianshi promptly seized the steward and led them away. The steward cried out in desperation, "Your Highness, spare me. Madam, save me." Yet no one paid him any heed. Su, who harbored a particularly venomous disdain for the offspring of the legitimate wife, would not forgive him, nor would she show mercy to Mu Qingyuan. Bearing the weighty title of the Duke's legitimate eldest son, extricating himself from the clutches of the loyal and valiant Duke's residence was no simple feat. His situation within the royal palace was already exceedingly precarious, and now, with a child on the way, his own safety was in jeopardy. Protecting Mu Qingyuan became an even more daunting challenge. She needed to devise a plan to secure Mu Qingyuan's escape from the loyal and valiant Duke's residence before her own departure from the palace. A hand clasped hers. "It will be all right." Mu Yunshu was taken aback, instinctively pulling her hand away from Rong Jiusi's grasp. Rong Jiusi's gaze darkened. Ever since she had been splattered with the ominous black dog's blood, something had seemed amiss. Although she had previously been reluctant to draw close to him, she would never have publicly rejected his touch. Upon seeing his expression, Mu Yunshu recalled his earlier request for them to portray a loving couple in public, prompting her to offer him a smile. However, to Rong Jiusi, her smile appeared both insincere and distant. With a stoic face, he turned his wheelchair towards the academy. To Mu Yunshu, his demeanor suggested that he was displeased with her lack of cooperation earlier. Despite her own dismal mood, she understood that her fate was entwined with his. and thus she had to placate him and avoid offending him. With a renewed smile, she hastened to his side, pushing his wheelchair, and leaned in to whisper softly in his ear, "Your Highness, I didn't react in time just now." In that moment, as Rong Jiusi turned to face her, she inadvertently pressed her lips against his cheek. Mu Yunshu stepped back slightly, exclaiming, "This is merely an accident. I truly harbor no intention of being frivolous with His Highness." Rong Jiusi, whose mood had previously been rather dismal, found his spirits lifted by this unforeseen event. With a subtle arch of his brow, he regarded her and inquired, "Do you recall what I mentioned previously?" Mu Yunshu responded, "Your Highness has uttered many words to me. Which one do you refer to?" In an instant, she comprehended his meaning. He was alluding to his principle of reciprocity, treating others as they treat him. A peculiar memory surfaced in her mind, recalling the night he had kissed her, stirring a complex array of emotions within her. A thought flickered through her mind. Could he possibly have feelings for her? The notion barely took root before she dismissed it, deeming it an impossibility. While she considered herself admirable, she acknowledged that someone as domineering and proud as Rong Jiusi could never harbor affection for a woman who had lost her virtue. His kiss that night must have been a mere jest at her expense. As she resumed her position beside him, assisting with his wheelchair, the head of the academy approached them. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I fear the academy might have faced demolition." Mu Qingyuan, always obedient and sensible, was present, while Su Min had brought Mu Qingyuan into a quarrel upon his arrival. His arrival was one matter, he continued, but I have sent someone to fetch his parents from the Su residence. Upon Su Fu's arrival, it was Mu Yunshu, her curiosity piqued, interjected, "What happened then?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "Madam Su, please remain calm. Do not lose your composure." Another female voice interjected, "Your son has assaulted my son, and you haven't even offered an apology. This is utterly intolerable." Mu Yunshu, curious about the commotion, turned in the direction of the voice and beheld a woman clad in red, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing to strike. Opposite her stood a middle-aged woman who resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, none other than Su Yorong, the elder sister of Su Shi, whom Mu Yunshu recognized. Su Yorong had previously provided Su Shi with numerous schemes, setting the tone for Su Shi's calculated flattery of Mu Yunshu and her indifference towards Mu Qingyuan. The headmaster, upon witnessing this scene, felt a throbbing in his temples and shouted, "Separate them." Su Min, standing beside Lady Su, yelled, "Mother, teach that old hag a lesson." Meanwhile, a young man beside Su Yorong retorted, "Su Min, it's none of your business if I berate Mu Yunshu." The two factions, unable to reach an understanding, were on the verge of a brawl, and the guards of the academy found it impossible to intervene. The headmaster turned to Rong Jiusi and said, "Your Highness, this matter has arisen because of you. You must resolve it." Mu Yunshu observed that the previously composed and gentle headmaster was now on the brink of exasperation, and her brows slightly arched in amusement. She finally comprehended why no one from the academy had intervened during the earlier scuffle at the entrance. It turned out that an even more riveting spectacle was unfolding within. Rong Jiusi addressed Jianxi, instructing, "Disperse them." Jianxi complied, drawing his sword, its blade shimmering ominously as he effectively separated the two factions. Upon catching sight of Mu Yunshu, Su Min's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Princess, your arrival is most fortuitous. A great fool has been hurling insults at you, and I have already dealt him a blow on your behalf. Now you should deliver another." Mu Qingyuan said with a darkened expression, "They are spreading rumors in the academy, maliciously slandering my sister." Upon hearing this, I was filled with indignation and attempted to reason with them, but he resorted to violence against me. Su, my brother, came to my aid, and this is how things ended up. Su Min exclaimed, "What do you mean by malicious slander? Your words are far too refined." Lu Tingshan was clearly accusing the princess of the Ding Wang of being unfaithful, claiming she had an affair with Li Jin and even committed infidelity on her wedding night. There were a plethora of vile remarks that even a rough man like myself could scarcely utter. He has wasted so many years in study. Chapter 102. Those who dare to touch my royal consort shall meet their demise. The Lu Tingshan he spoke of is the son of Su Yorong, and can be considered a cousin to Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu's gaze darkened as she turned to glance at Rong Jiusi, whose expression remained inscrutable. Upon seeing Mu Yunshu, Su Yorong's eyes were filled with disdain, and upon noticing Rong Jiusi in his wheelchair, her contempt deepened. This worthless Mu Yunshu is only deserving of someone like the crippled Rong Jiusi. She and the Su family were of the same ilk. She stood there, delicate and fragile, casting a knowing glance at her maid. The maid promptly understood. Mu Yunshu, upon seeing your aunt, should you not hasten to pay your respects? Do not think that by marrying into the Dingwang residence, you can disregard your elders. Su Yurong dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, lamenting, Tingshan, my unfortunate child. You were merely speaking the truth, yet have been beaten to such a state. Upon finishing her words, she gazed at the headmaster and implored, Headmaster, you must stand up for us. The headmaster, feeling exasperated by her presence, recalled that when Madame Su first arrived, her demeanor had been relatively pleasant, and she was willing to apologize. However, with Su Yurong's arrival, the atmosphere shifted. She began to hurl veiled insults at Madame Su, insinuating her lack of upbringing, and audaciously demanded compensation of 10,000 taels of silver. Madame Su, known for her fiery temperament, could barely contain herself, resorting to violence after only a few exchanged words. The headmaster spoke gravely. While Mu Qingyuan and Su Min's actions of striking others are indeed wrong, Lu Tingshan's verbal assaults are equally inappropriate. Su Yurong wiped her tears and retorted, Headmaster, that was not mere insult. He was simply speaking the truth. Mu Yunshu is indeed coarse and unsophisticated, having had various interactions with men during her time at her maternal home. These are facts. Can we not speak of them? Mu Yunshu, taken aback by Su Yurong's audacity, realized that her shamelessness surpassed even that of the Su family. Just as she was about to respond, Su Yurong interjected, Let us not forget, Headmaster. You have seen it yourself. I am her aunt, yet she completely disregards me. The same goes for Mu Qingyuan. Despite being a student of the academy, he displays similar rudeness, tarnishing the institution's reputation. Their assault on Tingshan today will not go unaddressed by the Lu family. We implore you, Headmaster, to expel Mu Qingyuan from the academy. With that, she adjusted the hairpin atop her head and lifted her chin slightly, almost rolling her eyes at Mu Yunshu. Amused by her words, Mu Yunshu let out a quiet laugh and approached Su Yurong. Su Yurong believed she had come to apologize, and with a sense of pride, she declared, I am known for my benevolence and generally prefer not to trouble others. As the Lu family and the Duke of Zhongyong's family are related, as long as they are willing to kneel and admit their mistakes to Ting Yuan and compensate with a sum of 100,000 taels of silver, this matter can be settled. Before she could finish her words, a resounding slap struck her face. Su Yurong stood there in shock, still reeling from the first blow when Mu Yunshu delivered another slap. Madame Su's eyes gleamed with excitement at this spectacle, exclaiming, Well done. The headmaster sighed, What a calamity. It would be one thing for them to brawl in the academy, but now that parents are involved, they will surely escalate the situation further. This is simply enough. Just as the maid spoke and was about to act, Jianxi had already drawn his sword, poised at her throat. The slightest movement would cause the blade to draw blood. Women from the inner chambers had never encountered such a scene. Feeling a sharp pain and seeing blood, she was paralyzed with fear. Jianxi coldly declared, Whoever dares to lay a finger on my lady, I shall ensure their blood spills profusely. Su Yurong, in disbelief, exclaimed, Is it a crime for a junior to strike an elder? Mu Yunshu kicked her to the ground, smiling slightly. Did you not say that I am disrespectful to my elders? I have no desire to bear such slanderous accusations, thus I must make it clear. Su Yurong was taken aback, looking at Mu Yunshu with astonishment. She had bullied Mu Yunshu on numerous occasions, utilizing the Su family's influence to torment her both overtly and covertly. However, previously, Mu Yunshu had been too intimidated to retaliate. At this moment, she could no longer feign composure and exclaimed with fury, How dare you lay a hand on me? Do not think that marrying into the royal residence elevates your status. Without the backing of the loyal duke's household, you will surely face dire consequences. With a swift kick, Mu Yunshu sent her sprawling to the ground, placing her foot upon her chest and gazing down at Su Yurong with disdain. So the esteemed lady is aware that I have wed into the Dingwang residence. I am now a princess, and you are nothing of consequence. Su Yurong, who had always held herself in high regard, had never been treated with such contempt. Enraged, she retorted, Even if you are the princess, I am your aunt, your elder. To lay hands upon me is an act of filial impiety. Mu Yunshu let out a cold laugh. My mother departed this world shortly after my birth, and I have never heard of her having any sisters. Su Yurong was momentarily taken aback, but Mu Yunshu continued, Do not presume that I am unaware of the schemes you and the Su family have concocted. Previously, I chose to ignore your antics, but it seems that has only emboldened you to overstep your bounds. You, who possess such shamelessness, are hardly worthy of being called an elder. I declare here today, do not let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time I see you. Su Yurong. Su Yurong. She gazed at Mu Yunshu in shock and fury, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Mu Yunshu before her appeared calm and composed, a stark contrast to her previous timidity. This version of Mu Yunshu exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. Lu Tingshan, who had often bullied Mu Yunshu in the past, wore a grim expression upon witnessing her strike Su Yurong. He exclaimed furiously, "Do you not have any sense of law? Is it justifiable to strike someone in public?" No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly charged towards Mu Yunshu. Until that moment, he had been trailing behind Su Yurong, appearing quite harmless, but now his sudden aggression caught everyone off guard. Mu Yunshu, taken by surprise, was knocked aside and fell to the ground. Rong Jiusi swiftly caught her, drawing his sword and severing Lu Tingshan's arm with a single stroke. A chilling intensity glimmered in Rong Jiusi's eyes. Who dares to touch my princess? Mu Yunshu stared at Lu Tingshan's severed limb, momentarily stunned, disbelief flickering in her gaze. Lu Tingshan cried out in agony. Chapter 103, She is the best in the world. Despite Su Yurong's frantic cries, as the crowd watched in silence, no one dared to move without Rong Jiusi's command. His blade, like frost descending upon the vast lands, enveloped the scene in a palpable aura of menace, instilling fear in all present. Even seated in a wheelchair, his former battlefield dominance was unmistakable. Initially, Su Yurong was merely flustered, not yet afraid, but upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, she finally grasped the gravity of her situation. It dawned on her that Rong Jiusi was the war god of Dian. Even with a limp, he remained beyond her reach. She had previously thought of herself as Mu Yunshu's elder, yet she was also Rong Jiusi's elder, hoping to exert some influence. However, when Mu Yunshu disregarded her as an elder, she realized her insignificance. Trembling, she pleaded, "Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. I beseech you to spare us, mother and child." With that, she knelt before Rong Jiusi, bowing her head in supplication. The expression on Rong Jiusi's face was frigid as he declared, "You have offended my royal consort." Su Yurong's body stiffened, and she crawled before Mu Yunshu, bowing her head in apology. "It was my misunderstanding earlier. I implore the royal consort to spare my life." Mu Yunshu crouched before her and remarked, "Now you recognize me as the royal consort? Did you not wish to position yourself as my elder?" Su Yurong slapped her own mouth and replied, "The status of the royal consort is exalted. How could I ever presume to be your elder? I beseech you, gracious consort, to show mercy and forgive this transgression of my son and me." Mu Yunshu regarded her with a steely gaze and stated, "You maliciously slander me with such audacity. If I were to let you go so easily, it would be a loss of face for me." Su Yurong wept. "It is not our intent to malign the royal consort. This scheme was devised by the consort of the third prince." Mu Yunshu paused, taken aback. "The third prince's consort?" She mused. "She insinuated that you are greatly unfavored, that the duke has little affection for you, and that your standing in the duke's residence is quite low. If I were to tarnish your reputation, the Su family and the third prince's estate would become our Lu family stronghold." Mu Yunshu's brow furrowed slightly. She scrutinized Su Yurong, who appeared utterly despondent and terrified, her demeanor suggesting sincerity rather than deceit. Furthermore, Su Yurong was not a foolish person, without instigation or promises of benefit. She would not recklessly attempt to tarnish her reputation. Thus, it seemed Su Yurong's words bore truth. It was Su Yusen once more. Mu Yunshu had previously sensed that Su Yusen was not virtuous, yet she had not anticipated such venomous malice from her. She found it utterly perplexing that Rong Jiusi could harbor feelings for such a malicious woman as Su Yuyong. Casting a fierce glance at Rong Jiusi, she retorted sharply to Su Yurong, "What nonsense are you spouting? The third prince's consort is so kind and intelligent. How could she possibly engage in such deeds?" Su Yurong swore to the heavens, "I dare to affirm that every word I speak is the truth. The third prince's consort even claimed that the one he favors is her, and that you, having donned a veil, usurped her place, which is why he holds such disdain for you." Mu Yunshu was left speechless. The matter of the veil was so convoluted that even if she had 10 mouths, she could not clarify it. If given the choice, she would prefer to remain uninvolved in this utterly melodramatic affair. Regardless of the outcome, they had emerged victorious. Now, if they could simply dismiss those present, they would not suffer any loss. As Su Yurong supported Lu Tingshan to depart, Rong Jiusi's sword was angled menacingly, causing the mother and son to kneel once more. "Does the prince have any further commands?" Rong Jiusi replied coldly, "If you wish to spare your son's life, take a message to Su Yusen." Su Yurong eagerly inquired, "What message?" Rong Jiusi's voice was frigid. Compared to Mu Yunshu, she is worth less than nothing. Su Yurong was rendered speechless, as was Mu Yunshu. He had actually resorted to such crude language. Was it possible that he harbored unrequited love for Su Yusen, leading to a hatred born of love? After Su Yurong and Lu Tingshan departed, Mu Yunshu turned to the headmaster, saying, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you today. However, the headmaster also recognized that this was not something for which Qing Yuan could be blamed. Madame Su immediately concurred. This cannot be attributed to Su Min either. One can only blame Lu Tingshan for his caustic tongue. My Su Min merely acted in defense of justice. At this moment, the headmaster felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having admitted Su Min into the academy. He spoke solemnly, acknowledging that although Lu Tingshan had instigated the conflict, Su Min and Mu Qingyuan's actions were ultimately inexcusable. According to the academy's regulations, punishment was inevitable. Madame Su let out a sigh of relief. As long as Su Min was not expelled, any punishment would suffice, for his resilience was well known. Just as she prepared to speak, Su Min interjected, Headmaster, perhaps you should expel me instead. Ah, mother, be gentle. That hurts. Madame Su twisted his ear and admonished, silence, you. You must admit your fault and accept your punishment. Should you dare to resist, I'll twist your ear off. Su Min exclaimed in exasperation, Mother, I still have my dignity. There are many witnesses here. Yet, Madame Su showed no sign of relenting. Instead, she continued to twist his ear while smiling sweetly at the headmaster, stating, If Su Min misbehaves, feel free to impose any punishment you deem fit, as long as it is for his own good. If he refuses to cooperate, you may discipline him, provided he is not rendered incapable. His father and I will raise no objections. Su Min, headmaster. He regretted his decision to admit Su Min into the academy even more. Ultimately, the headmaster decided to adhere to the academy's rules and assigned Su Min and Mu Qingyuan the task of cleaning the latrines for a month. Su Min wore a mournful expression, while Mu Qingyuan remained remarkably composed. As Madame Su departed, she grasped Mu Yunshu's hand and expressed her gratitude, saying, Princess, thank you for your assistance today. When you have some free time, do visit the Su residence. I have exquisite pastries prepared by my maid that are simply delightful. Should you come, I shall have her prepare some for you. Regardless of the unfavorable rumors surrounding Mu Yunshu, the lady she encountered today was quite to her liking, and she found her charming. Mu Yunshu smiled and nodded, to which Madame Su added, You must come. She felt a tinge of regret, as Mu Yunshu was to be wed, and to the decisive Prince Ding at that. Otherwise, it would have been wonderful for her to marry Su Min and become her daughter-in-law. As Madame Su departed, she waved fervently at Mu Yunshu. If the princess is unable to visit the Su residence in the near future, I shall send a box of pastries to the royal palace tomorrow. This was the first time Mu Yunshu had encountered such warmth, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. After Madame Su left, Shan Chong had matters to discuss with Rong Jiusi. Glancing at Mu Yunshu, Rong Jiusi remarked, Please, Your Highness, go about your business. I shall converse with Qing Yuan. Following her abduction at the academy, Rong Jiusi was concerned for Mu Yunshu's safety, thus she assigned Jian Shi to accompany her. Chapter 104. He knows of her pregnancy. After expressing her gratitude, Mu Yunshu strolled through the academy with Mu Qingyuan. This marked her second visit. Her previous one was to seek clues about Mu Qingyuan's disappearance, during which her worries for him had prevented her from truly observing her surroundings. Today was a day of respite at the academy, and aside from a few instructors and scholars, it was remarkably tranquil. Mu Qingyuan softly inquired, Have I caused you any trouble today, sister? Mu Yunshu shook her head. As long as you do not lose this match, it cannot be considered a burden upon me. As Mu Qingyuan listened, Mu Yunshu chuckled, Su Min, that fool, is rather amusing. He truly dares to fight alongside us. We do not seek trouble, yet we should not shy away from it either. When those who bully us come knocking, we must show them a bit of our resolve. Before Mu Qingyuan could respond, a melodious male voice drifted down from above. The princess consort speaks wisely. Mu Yunshu looked up to see Master Wuxing clad in white, standing gracefully on the balcony. With no railings to restrain him, the wind billowed his robes, making him appear as if he were an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly. I had previously heard that the national master is the most enigmatic and elusive figure in the capital, yet I have encountered him thrice in such a short span. The corners of Master Wuxing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Perhaps this is what they call fate. He then turned to Mu Qingyuan and said, Qingyuan, please escort the princess consort inside for tea. Mu Qingyuan nodded and opened the door to the pavilion. leading Mu Yunshu inside. Jianxi attempted to follow, but was halted by a shadowy figure. The interior is quite secure. Should anything happen to the princess consort, I will take full responsibility. Jianxi had been aware of the formidable shadow guard beside Master Wuxing, but had never encountered him until today. Upon this meeting, he realized the shadow's martial prowess was extraordinary. Should a confrontation arise, they could easily dismantle the entire building. Mu Yunshu interjected, "Since he has said so, you may wait outside." Reluctantly, Jianxi took his post at the entrance of the pavilion. Mu Qingyuan guided Mu Yunshu to the second floor, where a tea room awaited. Surrounded by shelves brimming with books, exuding an air of elegance, Master Wuxing, with his hair cascading down and dressed in snowy white garments, stood within the room, infusing it with an aura of tranquility. He addressed Mu Qingyuan, instructing him to boil a pot of water. After handing over the kettle, Mu Qingyuan cast a glance at him before descending to fulfill the task. Mu Yunshu settled into a chair by the tea table and remarked, "The national master has gone to such lengths to send everyone away from my side. If there is something to say, please speak plainly." The corners of Master Wuxing's lips curled up slightly as he gazed at her, replying, "The princess is indeed astute. Nothing escapes her discerning eyes." Mu Yunshu shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "No matter how clever I may be, I cannot fathom the national master's cryptic ways, which only serves to highlight your prowess." Master Wuxing offered a gentle smile and softly inquired, "Princess, would you like to have your fortune told?" Mu Yunshu found his proposition absurd and replied, "I have no money. I shall not partake." With a serene demeanor, Master Wuxing assured her, "For this reading, I shall not require any payment from you." Mu Yunshu regarded him, noting his jade-like grace intertwined with an ethereal quality. He remained an enigma to her, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Narrowing her eyes, she remarked, "This is the first time I have encountered someone so eager to offer a fortune-telling." Master Wuxing reached for the tortoiseshell, shaking it gently. As he did so, an extraordinary charm emanated from him, suggesting a connection to the cosmos. Mu Yunshu watched with curiosity, eager to discover what insights he might unveil this time. With a delicate motion, Master Wuxing stirred the copper coins within the shell, which seemed to dance with a life of their own. Mu Yunshu clasped her hands before her chest, observing as if she were watching a monkey show. Without elaborating further, the sight of Sir Wuxing shaking the tortoise shell was indeed captivating and quite impressive. After a while, Sir Wuxing set the tortoise shell down, glanced at the divination results within, and then looked at Mu Yunshu, his gaze profound. Mu Yunshu gently raised her chin and inquired, "What have you discerned?" Sir Wuxing delicately adjusted the copper coins inside and arranged them sequentially before her. Mu Yunshu, unable to comprehend, directly asked, "What is this hexagram?" "It is the hexagram of humility," Sir Wuxing replied softly. "This particular hexagram is rather unique." Mu Yunshu questioned, "In what way is it unique?" She then added with a smile, "What if it pertains to a woman?" A depth of inscrutability entered Sir Wuxing's glass-like eyes as he answered, "If it pertains to a woman, it signifies pregnancy." Mu Yunshu was taken aback, her thoughts racing. The last time in the palace, Sir Wuxing had claimed to be a soul from another realm, yet this revelation astonished her more. Given her stark contrast to the original owner's temperament, it was only natural for others to detect certain clues and form speculations. However, the matter of her pregnancy was something she had only just discovered that day. During her previous visit to the palace, the physician had failed to detect it, partly due to the early stage of her pregnancy and partly because she had altered her pulse. The fact that Sir Wuxing could unveil this merely by casting a hexagram left her feeling both enchanted and unnerved. She endeavored to regain her composure, pondering whether the national master was contemplating a career shift to medicine, competing with the imperial physicians for business. Master Wuxing pushed a copper coin towards her, saying, "There is a rather intriguing phenomenon within this divination. Typically, when a woman is with child, she experiences great joy and eagerly shares the news with her husband. However, this reading suggests that the princess does not wish for the prince to be informed of this matter." As he spoke, he gazed at her with a pair of eyes filled with curiosity and continued, "Could it be true, as the rumors suggest? Is the child in the princess's womb truly not the prince's?" Mu Yunshu felt her head whirl. She had yet to devise a plan regarding her pregnancy, and here was Master Wuxing exposing it. In a sudden burst of frustration, she seized his tortoise shell and hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, "What nonsense! It is utterly inaccurate." Wuxing regarded her calmly and inquired, "Shall I inform the prince, so he may summon a physician to examine the princess properly?" In a fit of anger, Mu Yunshu grasped his collar and forcefully pushed him against the tea table, demanding, "Are you seeking death?" Wu Xing spoke softly, "Princess, do not be overly agitated. I harbor no ill intentions." Yet, Mu Yunshu found it difficult to trust his words, particularly since he had previously claimed that Rong Jiusi had saved his life. Wu Xing looked into her eyes and asserted, "In this world, perhaps I alone can assist you." As Mu Yunshu contemplated whether to silence him forever, Rong Jiusi's icy voice pierced the air. "What is happening here?" Chapter 105. Prince. The National Master accuses me. Mu Yunshu's heart raced at the sound of Rong Jiusi's voice, and she turned to see his cold, expressionless face. She cast one last glance at Shi Wuxing, who lay beneath her on the tea table, his hair cascading like ink, presenting an image of frailty and helplessness. She suspected she had been ensnared by his machinations. Otherwise, how could the circumstances be so fortuitous? Although she and Rong Jiusi were bound by a contractual marriage, he had always been a man of pride. Her current position over Shi Xinghe was undeniably ambiguous. If this situation were not handled with care, it would surely provoke Rong Jiusi, leaving her to bear the brunt of his wrath. Her mind raced as she raised her hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Shi Wuxing, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the National Master has slandered me. He claims that I was with child on our wedding night, and that the child is not yours." Rong Jiusi. Shi Wuxing. He was utterly impressed by her audacity and quick-wittedness. The matter of her pregnancy was, for her, a taboo. By willingly voicing it, she transformed her passive position into an assertive one, painting him as a nefarious instigator intent on sowing discord between them. Her act of striking him effectively severed any insinuations regarding their previous intimate posture. Shi Wuxing regarded Mu Yunshu and remarked, "It seems the princess has some misunderstandings about me." Mu Yunshu replied, her voice steady. "Misunderstandings? I am no fool. How could such a misconception arise?" With that, she shot Shi Wuxing a glare, released him, and hastened to Rong Jiusi's side, pointing accusingly at Shi Wuxing. "National Master, I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. Your slanderous words will not be believed by His Highness, for just 2 days ago, when I entered the palace, the imperial physician took my pulse." She looked at Rong Jiusi with an expression of distress and implored, "Your Highness, the National Master has spread false rumors about me. He is truly wicked. You must help me punish him." Rong Jiusi originally believed that something significant would develop between them. However, judging by Mu Yunshu's current reaction, it appears she harbors no feelings for Shi Wuxing. The tumult of anger within him dissipated considerably in an instant. Shi Wuxing, propped against the tea table, rose leisurely, adjusting his somewhat disheveled robe, and with a smile addressed Rong Jiusi, "Your princess possesses quite a fiery temperament." Rong Jiusi replied calmly, "She is tolerable, primarily. She cannot endure grievances. If action can be taken, she will resort to it rather than mere words, which resonates deeply with my sentiments." Shi Wuxing remained silent. The last time, Rong Jiusi had gone to great lengths, exhausting a favor to ensure he kept watch over Mu Yunshu within the palace, indicating her extraordinary regard for him. Yet, it seemed that Mu Yunshu did not reciprocate any romantic feelings for Rong Jiusi. Instead, it was she who truly dominated the relationship. Even someone as astute as Rong Jiusi could stumble. He glanced between Rong Jiusi and Mu Yunshu, chuckling lightly. It appears the prince holds considerable faith in her. Having laid her thoughts bare, Mu Yunshu no longer feared him. This was a trial she must face on her own. Thus, she lightly linked her arm with Rong Jiusi's and declared, "I am the prince, her husband and wife. Naturally, he trusts me. Moreover, the National Master is always spouting enigmatic nonsense. It is evident he is no good. He certainly will not believe you." Shi Wuxing observed her, devoid of malice. Yet she remained skeptical of him. He raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "The princess has misunderstood me. I did not make such assertions. I merely heard rumors circulating in the capital. I am somewhat naïve when it comes to the ways of the world, and today, driven by curiosity regarding the matters of Jiusi, I sought to verify a few details with the princess. To my surprise, I ended up receiving a blow instead." After speaking, I touched my face and offered a slight bow to Mu Yunshu, saying, "Today, I misused my words. I apologize to the princess." Mu Yunshu responded, feeling that Shi Wuxing was indeed a remarkable individual, enduring a beating yet still apologizing. Such resilience was not commonplace. In a low voice, she remarked, "I never anticipated that a man of your stature, a national master, would indulge in such gossip. Those who know you recognize your status, while others might mistakenly believe you are contemplating a career as a physician. Although you have apologized today, I do not intend to forgive you." Upon hearing their exchange, Rong Jiusi's expression softened slightly. He spoke in a calm tone. "Has the national master been too idle of late to concern himself with matters within my household? Would you like me to find you some tasks to occupy your time?" Shi Wuxing smiled faintly. "Thank you for your kind offer, Prince. However, if you have the time, it would be wise to attend to your own leg. After all, your lameness may pose certain inconveniences during marital affairs." Mu Yunshu thought to herself. This audacious national master truly dares to speak so. Fearing that Rong Jiusi might retaliate against Shi Wuxing, she discreetly glanced at him, only to find his countenance unperturbed, devoid of any anger. He replied leisurely, "There is no need for the national master to concern himself with this matter. After all, even if I were to falter, I have at least taken a wife, whereas the national master will remain a solitary figure for life." Shi Wuxing's gaze became more restrained, a glimmer of coldness flickering within his eyes. His fate is exceedingly unique. Had he never felt warmth, living a life of perpetual coldness would have sufficed. Yet, having experienced warmth, it becomes increasingly arduous for him to lead his life as he once did. Within the collar of his garment lingers the residual warmth from when Mu Yunshu grasped him. Mu Yunshu, with a docile nod, urged him onward. Today's outing proved to be extraordinarily exhilarating. The voice of Shi Wuxing resonated. "Today, I shall present the divination for the princess. Should she have any inquiries, she may always seek me at the Star Pavilion." Mu Yunshu's gaze momentarily lowered, her grip on the wheelchair tightened, fortunate that Rong Jiusi remained oblivious. She declared emphatically, "I am not acquainted with the national master, nor do I wish to encounter him again." Shi Wuxing, unfazed by her proclamation, stood serenely, a gentle smile adorning his lips. Once they departed, he murmured, "You will come to seek me." The shadow softly remarked, "The master harbors no ill intentions towards the princess, yet she resorted to violence, which is somewhat excessive. Do not blame her." Shi Wuxing replied nonchalantly, "She has just discovered her pregnancy, and her heart is fraught with anxiety. Her reaction is merely a means of self-preservation. I bear no resentment. In fact, I find some delight in her cleverness and swift response. A wise person knows their desires and understands the boundaries of what can and cannot be done." The shadow frowned. "She is ultimately the princess, and the duke is not one to be trifled with." "That is of no concern," Shi Wuxing said, the corners of his lips curving slightly upwards. "I am well aware of the duke's temperament, as is she. It is precisely because we are all aware of the manner in which Ding Wang conducts herself that she harbors fear, which in turn gives rise to other thoughts." Ning let out a soft sigh. Shi Wuxing spoke gently. "However, she currently holds a misunderstanding towards me.